I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. The little monster grunted at Han Sen and Yisha, wanting them to go inside quickly. Yisha did not enter yet, though. Instead, she walked up to Han Sen and quietly told him, I don't know exactly what to expect once we enter that hole. How about we put our grudge aside and cooperate to get through this? Han Sen was shocked. He did not expect Yisha to make an offer of cooperation. He looked at her and said, that's what I was thinking about asking, too. But, if we are to cooperate, shouldn't we be honest with each other? What do you mean? Yisha asked emotionlessly. Han Sen pointed at the cocoon's hole and said, don't tell me you do not know what this is. The little monster grunted at Yisha again, sounding annoyed. The other monsters started to behave the same way. It looked as if they were willing to eat their captives if Han Sen and Yisha continued to delay. We shouldn't talk out here. Let's go inside first, Yisha said. Then, she jumped towards some strands of silk conning out of the hole and climbed inside. When Han Sen started to jump in after her, something pulled him from behind and stopped him. Han Sen glanced over his shoulder and saw that the little monster was biting his gauntlet, holding him in place. Han Sen turned around, and then the monster put its head below Han Sen's hand. It opened its mouth and dropped something. And then, the little monster roared. The other monsters followed, telling him now he could go. Han Sen was surprised. He looked at the item he had been given and noticed that it was some sort of orb. It was around the size of a ping-pong ball. It was soft and spongy, and also transparent. What it was, he could not quite tell. Han Sen looked at the little monster one last time, accepted the ball, and then jumped up towards the hole in the silk. Because there were strands of silk everywhere, climbing in was not that difficult. All it required was strength. He raised his head and noticed it was a tunnel that went for about 100 meters before opening up. Near the top, however, was a horizontal cave. The three that had entered first were almost there. Han Sen climbed up casually, and when he reached the entrance, Rock's Fall Duke and the others were not standing too far from there. They weren't willing to walk in just yet. Boom! Just as Han Sen was going to enter, there was a loud noise. The whole cocoon shook. When Han Sen looked down, he saw that the exit had vanished. It seemed as if the cocoon had dropped back down onto its bed of sand. Now we are all in the same boat. So, we must take action together. There might be danger up ahead, after all. Rock's Fall Duke looked at the others and spoke slowly. Vic nodded and said, he is right. We do face danger. We'll only survive if we cooperate together. Mr. Vic is a smart guy, Rock's Fall Duke complimented. He looked at Han Sen, Yisha, and the bird-faced man. He then asked, what do you think? I'm okay with it, the bird-faced man said. I'm okay with it, too. Surprisingly, Yisha actually deigned to answer someone. But she quickly went on to say, but if we cooperate, that also means we have to move together. Otherwise, cooperation is pointless. Rock's Fall Duke heard what she said, and before Yisha could continue speaking, he immediately said, yes, we need to move together. I am a Duke of the Rebate. I have experience leading millions. And since I have experience in this field, how about I lead? Rock's Fall Duke, that is not right. Anyone who has gotten this far is good, and they have experience. I don't think I'm inferior to anyone here, Vic said coldly. Mr. Vic's knowledge is indubitable. Everyone here is probably way known, so you all won't be any worse than me. Rock's Fall Duke then paused, looked at Yisha, and said, but we have 2 rebate. It would be easier if I lead. Rock's Fall Duke wanted to take advantage of the fact there were more of his race in order to control the expedition. So, he had the right to speak. Before Vic could say anything, though, Yisha said, I think whoever commands us should be talented. They should have experience. They should be strong. And out of the 5 of us, I think he is most suited for the task. I would cast my vote on him. After that, Yisha pointed at Han Sen. Han Sen frowned. Vic and Rock's Fall Duke hadn't cared about him at all before this, but now that she had spoken, they looked at him with grave hostility. Yeah, someone from a small race no one has heard of before. Come on, how can you expect him to command those of a recognized higher race? The bird-faced man looked at Han Sen with disdain. He had fought Han Sen before, and Han Sen had effectively dodged each strike. He wasn't happy about this suggestion by Yisha. I think he is suitable. If one of us is leading, Someone will not be happy about it, and if we can't pick the strongest, it is only fair that we pick the weakest. Vic spoke this, but he kept his real thoughts hidden behind a wicked smile. No, this is not a game. How can we select the weakest to lead? Do you want us all to die? Roxfall Duke's face changed, and he shook his head. If you think he isn't capable, then I will have to lead. Vic smiled. Roxfall Duke's face darkened, and he said, I don't think people will be happy about you leading. Are you saying people will only be happy about you leading? Vic laughed coldly. Stop fighting. Unless he leads, I won't agree to follow anyone else. If you don't want him to lead us all, then we can each go our separate ways, Yisha said calmly. Roxfall Duke and Vic frowned upon hearing this. Especially Roxfall Duke. He was extremely angry about the fact that his fellow rebate wasn't willing to support him. If the others weren't there, he'd have tried to teach her a lesson. Everyone went quiet then, and no one spoke. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a strange noise came from deeper within the cavern. It was like a heartbeat, and it had a steady rhythm. Han Sen looked around carefully. Aside from the glowing silk, there was nothing else he could see. The sound of a heartbeat lasted for about a minute before it came to a stop. There must be something bad about this place, for the monsters to bring us here. Perhaps they are using us as a sacrifice to some creatures that reside here. We shouldn't walk in too deep, and we should head back the way we came, the bird-faced man said to Roxfall Duke and Vic. Hawk Wing, you think too much. The cocoon has been put back down, and an exit is no longer possible. Even if we were able to escape this place, the monsters outside would surely not let us go free, Roxfall Duke said. Then, he turned to Han Sen and Yisha, and said, arguing like this is wasting time and getting us nowhere. So, why don't we compete to see who will become the leader? You want us to kill each other in order to cooperate? Yisha laughed. Roxfall Duke smiled and said, my contest does not consist of fighting. I have a hard metal, so let's see who can inflict the deepest mark upon it. Whoever does can be our leader. That sounds fine to me, Vic said. Hawk Wing had no opinion, and Yisha just nodded. Han Sen didn't say anything, so everyone pretty much agreed. Who wants to go first? Roxfall Duke pulled out a sheet of metal that was about as big as his hand. Everyone knew that their powers were being suppressed by Demon Grave, so the difference in class did not matter much. Whatever the case might have been in the outside world, their powers would be similar here. Leaving a mark would all be down to the weapon used and the wielder's proficiency with it. This wouldn't be a contest for pure strength. You suggested this, so you first, Vic said. Sure, Roxfall Duke agreed. He'd already known that he'd be the first to strike. He pulled out his long knife and slashed it. The blade came against the metal, and it emitted a purple spark. A dong noise was heard, and afterwards, a mark was left upon the metal plate. It was around 1 inch deep. Teeth power. You have practiced the Rebate Elder's skill Teeth Blade. Vic looked at him in surprise. Roxfall Duke looked on cockily, and he said, Mr. Vic, you are smart. You recognize a skill that belongs to the Elders. Back then, the noble Elder used Teeth Blade and Teeth powers to light up a lantern and grant the race its higher status. Everyone knows this, but Teeth Blade requires a lot to practice. Not many rebates are able to cast it, so I cannot believe you are so talented and have managed to, Vic said. It's a minor achievement. Roxfall Duke lifted his lips. He was very happy to hear such gushing praise. Han Sen found it funny. Roxfall Duke's Teeth Blade was clearly beginner level. He didn't have a pure cast of the teeth power. How Han Sen had learned enough of Teeth Blade to know that, though, he was not sure. Han Sen's Teeth Blade was just beginner, as well. But his teeth power was definitely stronger than what Roxfall Duke could do. Roxfall Duke wanted to use this power to achieve leadership over the others. It was a great idea, but the reality was far crueler than he expected. Han Sen had seen Yisha, who he guessed was a real heir to the grand power of Teeth Blade. As such, she did not have any thoughts to share over the demonstration. Who is next? Roxfall Duke looked at them all. Hawk Wing waved his hand and said, do not mind me. I don't mind having you or Mr. Vic as our leader. I'm not interested either, let him try, Yisha said, nodding at Han Sen. Why Yisha kept rooting for Han Sen was perplexing. Han Sen was not moving yet, though, and Vic smiled and said, let me do it, then. Roxfall Duke gave Vic the sheet of metal. Vic held the metal and smiled. I can use whatever power I possess to leave a mark on it. Yes, if you can leave a darker mark than me, then you will be our commander. Roxfall Duke still sounded confident about himself. The destructive ability of teeth power was the best in the entire universe. Demon was good at sky demon powers. They did not miss, but they also did not destroy like the teeth powers could. Okay. Vic smiled and unsheathed a dagger. Then he swung it at the metal. There was a kacha noise, and the metal broke. Roxfall Duke was in shock. Even Yisha looked surprised. All the power from the outside had been suppressed there, and even the king-class treasures would suffer suppression. For Vic's dagger to be able to cut through the metal, it meant that he could easily kill them all if he so wanted. With the sky demon power, Vic seemed to be the strongest there. Now I am the commander. Does anyone have an opinion about that? Vic said coldly. The others did not speak. Roxfall Duke's face had turned all red, and he couldn't bring himself to say a word. What dagger is that, and why does it have that raw power in Demon Grave? It is stronger than the wooden weapons built from the plants that reside here, Hawkwing asked as he looked at Vic's dagger. Vic put the dagger away, smiled, and said, I found this weird dagger by chance. It's only a Viscount weapon outside of here, so even I was surprised to find out that it was not suppressed upon being brought inside. Nobody else believed him. He had brought the dagger here intentionally, that much was certain. Do you want to try leaving a mark? Vic asked Han Sen. No thanks. Han Sen shook his head. He knew nothing about this place, so commanding would not do him any favors. If Yisha did not want this position, then there was no point in him taking it, either. In that case, I will lead. Vic smiled. He issued a formation for their travel, and then they set out. Han Sen and Roxfall Duke were up front. Vic and Hawkwing were in the back. He allowed Yisha to simply walk in the middle. They walked for a long time, but they never did feel right. Nothing appeared, but as they went, they could tell there was something residing inside the silk. It was like lightning. As they went forward, the lightning became more active. Eventually, it leapt out of the silk and landed on Han Sen. He felt very numb. The light was so small and so fast, and it came at the speed of light. Han Sen couldn't dodge it, and when the light pelted them, they all felt numbed. They were not injured though. Their armor could not resist the shock of the light, either. Han Sen tried to use a few of his powers, but none of them worked. They continued moving ahead, and more of those lights appeared. The lights struck their bodies again and made them even more numb. They could barely walk with the constant zaps. Mr. Vic, if this keeps going, we'll be paralyzed here. We will be stuck here, and we will eventually die. You are our commander, so you should be the one who thinks of something. Roxfall Duke sounded mocking. Vic frowned. He hadn't expected anything like this to happen. He thought there would be easily identifiable dangers ahead, and that was why he had allowed Han Sen and Roxfall Duke to go on ahead. But instead, no enemies had revealed themselves. And this was something they all had to endure together. So, the plan he had made was useless. The lights don't seem to hurt anyone, they just make us numb. If you don't want to walk any further, then just go on back, Vic said coldly. Roxfall Duke mockingly said, that's your idea, huh? Wow, you are really experienced, you're so right. Ordinary leaders couldn't come up with such a grand plan. What idea do you have, then? How about you tell me? Vic had a cold face. I'm not the commander. I don't have any ideas, Roxfall Duke sneered. They were arguing, but none of them stopped walking. Han Sen continued walking forward, but with a frown. The tunnel was circular, and it was as if they were traveling down a pipeline. But the whole time, more and more of that lightning came raining down on them. It was as if they were in a time machine. The light didn't hurt anyone, but the more light there was, the more numb they became. Han Sen was worried about his body losing all sensation. And if that happened, he might not be able to keep walking and he would die. Han Sen felt like the proverbial frog in a pan of water. The heat was slowly being turned up, and the group had no idea that they were about to die. I can't do it, my body is so numb. I can't walk any further. If I keep walking, I'll die here, Hawkwing said, swinging his legs, step after step. Vic felt as if he could not hold on any longer either. Let's fall back and see if there is a different route. Roxfall Duke gave no response because he himself felt as if he could no longer hold on. He wasn't in the mood to mock his companion, so he agreed that they should walk back. Not long after, as Han Sen continued to walk, his face changed. On their return, the lightning did not reduce. It was still gaining power. We have been tricked by the people who designed this. They knew that we'd think that we could decrease the lightning by turning around. But the lightning grows stronger no matter which way you travel. Rock's Fall Duke looked terrible. Mr. Vic did not say a word. He suddenly stood up straight, though, and then ran deeper inside the cave. Now Han Sen understood what Vic had been thinking. It was death going back the way they came. Now that the lightning had increased, they'd have to find an exit soon or be rendered unable to move. Now, they could only go forward, and if they made it past this one spot, they'd be able to live. The chance was slim, but that was the only faint hope they could cling to. After Hawkwing and Rock's Fall Duke noticed this, they too ran forward. Han Sen wished to run, but Yisha pulled him. He looked at her. Running is useless. This passageway is not that simple, Yisha said quietly. What is this place? Han Sen asked Yisha. Yisha laughed and said, about our cooperation, what do you think? I said I am willing to cooperate, but you need to tell me what's going on, Han Sen said. If we are cooperating, I will tell you things clearly. I can get you out of this place alive. But if we are cooperating, you also need to pay me, right? Yisha smiled. What do you want me to pay? Han Sen asked. Yisha looked at Han Sen and asked, the power you used against me on the lake, how long does it last? Yisha did not believe the power Han Sen used would have cost him nothing. But the fact of the matter was, Han Sen did not have to pay to use that power. The only cost of using Super God Spirit was a vast amount of energy, and he did not last long with it. Can I not answer that? Han Sen said calmly. He was weak now, and if he used it, it wouldn't last a second. Okay, but there's a dangerous area near the end of this place. We'll need your power to get through it, Yisha explained. If we cooperate, I will bring you to a safe place. You just have to help me with this. Can you do that? Okay, but you have to tell me what is going on. Han Sen nodded. Yisha went quiet and said, this is not some monster's cave. It is a creature device that was created by the crystallizers. Built by the crystallizers. What is it? Han Sen asked hastily. Yisha pointed at the lights and said, these devices are simple to use. They make ordinary creatures xenogenic. They create them. The lights are testing apparatus to make sure that we have what it takes to qualify and become xenogenic. When the light reaches a certain amount of strength, it will level out. With our strength, you and I can get through this. Why did the crystallizers create xenogenics? Han Sen asked. To be stronger. The crystallizers weren't strong, but they were high-tech. They were most certainly the best in the universe. Yisha kept on walking, and went on to say, the chaos were the guinea pigs of the crystallizers. The two elites were fighting for ownership of this xenogenic creation machine. They were both injured eventually, and the sheer power they unleashed broke the dimensional rules here. The xenogenic machine was left in space, missing. No one could get it. Oh, I thought they were fighting for the scabbard and the knife. Han Sen patted his waist, wanting to learn anything he could about that. Yisha coldly said, the scabbard is a crystallizer item, but it is a failure. It did not belong to Demon Grave originally, and someone must have brought it here. Failure. Han Sen looked at his scabbard. For once, Yisha didn't hold back on her explanation. Didn't I tell you that the crystallizers invented a geno weapon that was of a deified caliber? Their technology rarely succeeded on their first try, and they'd go through many failures and testing phases. This scabbard is one of those failures. After the crystallizers were destroyed, an elite claimed it and brought it to Demon Grave. He left it here after that fight. The elite you mentioned cannot be the rebate elder, could it? Han Sen asked Yisha. Yisha nodded and said, yeah, it was our elder. Our elder always used that scabbard, and he never left it behind. Yisha looked at Han Sen and said, I have told you what you wished to know. I hope you will uphold your end of the bargain. Don't worry, humans are a reliable race. Han Sen blinked, and then asked, you want to take this xenogenic creation tool? It is fairly big, and I'm not sure it's something you can walk away with. The dimensions of this place have been twisted too much. If it wasn't for those monsters bringing us here, we wouldn't have been able to find it, but you're right, we cannot take it away, either. All I want is the xenogenic gene fluid inside here. If you want, I can give you some. I wouldn't be able to take it all, anyway. Yisha was treating Han Sen like an equal. Yisha hadn't initially expected him to possess a swordman and talent like what he had showcased. The power was exceptional, considering that he was only a baron. As Yisha said, when the zapping lights reached a certain volume, the pressure leveled out and stopped increasing. Han Sen had enough of a fitness level to push through it and avoid getting trapped there. In fact, the monsters had selected those 5 purely in the belief that they could be modified. It would not be a surprise to the monsters that they were able to get through the tunnel of light. But Han Sen did not think Yisha only wanted this Geno fluid. He believed she was after something else as well. Inside the xenogenic creation tool, what else could she possibly get? Han Sen thought to himself. Rock's Fall Duke and the other two were gone. Han Sen and Yisha walked for an hour, and eventually, they left the tunnel and found themselves in a circular space. That place was half filled with a milk-like liquid. It was bubbling, but Han Sen did not feel any heat coming off of it. There isn't an exit. Han Sen looked around, and he could not see any way out. The exit is down there. We need to go through this liquid to proceed. This is a part of the creation tool, Yisha said, right before jumping into the milk-like liquid and disappearing. Han Sen went quiet and jumped down after her. When his body touched the liquid, it felt like his armor was descending into a sponge. It was like his whole body was inside a hot spring. His Geno armament and body, and all of his cells, were conning alive. As this happened, Han Sen felt some movement. When he touched it, he noticed it was the soft ball the little monster had given him. Han Sen knew that the monster had meant for no harm to fall upon him. The monster had treated him specially, and that was probably because Han Sen possessed crystallizer blood to some degree. Those monsters were created to guard the xenogenic creation tool, and they were probably designed to gravitate toward crystallizers. The soft ball was similar to Han Sen's body, and it was absorbing some of the substance. It did so faster than Han Sen, however. Han Sen's heart jumped. This liquid can be absorbed. Maybe I can absorb more. Han Sen's body kept sinking. He ran his Dongshuan Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra, but they did not work. They could not absorb the juice, not like the soft orb was able to. Splash! Han Sen felt empty, and he fell from the liquid. Han Sen took a deep breath and allowed himself to float like a leaf. Han Sen looked around and noticed he was on a semicircular platform. Yisha, Vic, Rock's Fall Duke, and Hawk Wing were there. Good movement, Vic commented, as he watched Han Sen descend like a leaf. Han Sen looked around and noticed he was in a massive place now. The semicircular platform connected to a bridge. There was a large, Christabel-looking sphere across the bridge. It was glowing. Beneath the bridge, you could see a lake of milk. For some reason, there were geysers firing the liquid. They would blow up pillars of the stuff, spraying it everywhere. Some pillars of the juice came close to the bridge, spraying the walkway before descending. Everyone is here, so let's get on with the plan, Vic said. Rock's Fall Duke grunted, and he said, Mr. Vic, do you think we are stupid? You want us to stay in front, to be the first in danger. Why do we even need you? You guys agree, right? Rock's Fall Duke stepped toward Han Sen and Yisha. He had no faith in Vic, so he wanted Han Sen to lead them now, instead of Vic. Rock's Fall Duke, it looks like you're the first to cross the bridge. Vic looked at him, with his hand clutching a dagger. He slowly approached the rebate. Rock's Fall Duke's face changed, and he yelled at Han Sen, Hawk Wing, and Yisha. If we fight him, he cannot beat our combined might. If we don't do anything, we will be little more than bait he can throw about. None of us will make it out of here alive. Who wants to see if my dagger is sharp? Vic laughed coldly as he drew close to Rock's Fall Duke. Hawk Wing looked hesitant. Han Sen and Yisha didn't look like they wanted to help, either. Rock's Fall Duke was afraid of Vic's dagger, and the sky demon powers he could wield. He went ahead to say many things that might convince the others to align with him, but he was still forced onto the bridge by Vic. When he was on the bridge, Rock's Fall Duke simply gritted his teeth and ran forward. As he ran, a pillar of liquid rose toward him. The milk exploded in the air, turning into white rain. Rock's Fall Duke was lashed with the stuff, but it was like he was a sponge. The liquid was absorbed by his body. Rock's Fall Duke leaned back and roared. He fell down into a crouch on the bridge, as his muscles began to expand. His armor ruptured and broke. Rock's Fall Duke's body morphed into something large and twisted. The messed up skin of his body started to clothe itself in gray fur. Arg! The scream became a roar. His eyes turned red. His body was like an elephant covered with thick gray fur. Rock's Fall Duke had looked like a human once, but now he had become a big gray rabbit. The rabbit's teeth were as sharp as scythes. It was frightening. Oh no! Rock's Fall Duke is now a xenogenic, Hawk Wing screamed as he tried to escape. But the path they had come along was barred with silk, and there wasn't the smallest of crevice or seam. Rock's Fall Duke lost his mind when he became the giant gray rabbit. The red eyes turned to look upon his former party, and then the creature pounced towards them with a spring from his back feet. He was much faster as a xenogeniac than he had been before. Not even the chaos were as fast and strong as that creature. Han Sen fell back, but there wasn't really anywhere to go. Is that the liquid you want? That stuff down there, that's the xenogeniac geno fluid? Han Sen asked Yisha, who was staying next to him. Since Rock's Fall Duke had become a xenogeniac, it sounded like what she wanted. Yisha shook her head, though. She quietly said, "No. Don't you see that Rock's Fall Duke has lost his mind? The geno fluid I want is one that can allow me to become a xenogeniac while keeping control of my mind. It isn't like this at all. I think the real juice is in the big sphere." The big rabbit, Rock's Fall Duke, was coming for them. It was going towards Hawkwing first. Hawkwing was so slow compared to the rabbit. He pulled out a rod and tried to whack the bunny. The chaos had taken away all their weaponry, so they were unsure where he had hidden that weapon. To avoid detection, Kacha, the rabbit's teeth closed on Hawkwing's rod. The rabbit gnawed on it as if it was a carrot. It was bitten in half. FCK, the teeth are so strong. My rod is made of the same wood the chaos use for their weapons. I can't believe this thing broke my rod. Think of something, please. Hawkwing fell backward. The xenogeniac rabbit's body was so big, but it was incredibly agile at the same time. It jumped towards Vic next. Vic merely grunted, and he brought out his dagger again. He ran forward and swiped right past the rabbit. The rabbit's body was cut, and blood seeped out onto the floor. Vic's dagger and Sky Demon power were a strong combination, but in Demon Grave, that too was suppressed. Even though his dagger was sharp, and he couldn't miss, he could only pierce the monster's skin. He couldn't damage any internal organs. The rabbit was too big, and its hide was very thick. Vic could not plunge his dagger in very far. The xenogeniac rabbit was angered by the fact it had been hurt a little, though. And it stared at Vic, launching itself towards him with a push of its back feet. Vic wouldn't miss, but he was not invincible. The xenogeniac rabbit's power and speed were frighteningly strong, and Vic did not dare let himself get bitten. It'd only take a single bite for his entire body to be cut in half. What are you guys waiting for? If you don't help me, you will still end up eaten by the thing. Vic kept dodging the rabbit's attacks as he shouted at Han Sen and Yisha. In less than a minute, Vic's body was covered in many wounds. His speed and power were suffering. As a result, he could not fight the rabbit, and he was only managing to stay alive through crafty evasion. Han Sen and Yisha looked at each other. Han Sen nodded and drew his scabbard. Yisha had no weapon, and yet she still approached with her bare hands. When the rabbit jumped at Vic, Yisha used her hands like a sword and swung at the creature's back. A purple mist was emitted, and the back was delivered a foot-long swipe mark. Blood welled out of the torn flesh. Yisha's teeth power was far stronger than Rock's Fall Duke's. It was better than Han Sen's, as well. The teeth power Han Sen had learned was taken from the knife mind, and so he was just a beginner. While Han Sen's knife mind was growing stronger than Yisha's, his skills still weren't up to par. Han Sen used his scabbard like a sword, and while the xenogeniac rabbit was hurt and roaring in pain, he thrust it into the monster's eye. Red and white stuff started to ooze out of the gouged eye, causing it even more pain. The rabbit squealed and swung its claws as it tried to grab Han Sen. But Han Sen had already leapt away like a bird, his jump carrying him along a graceful arc. Vic used this chance to slash the rabbit's throat. Blood cascaded from the wound. Yisha then slashed at the rabbit's head, which generated a wound so deep that you could see the bone beyond the bloody flesh. Hawkwing was helping, too. His power was good, but he no longer had a weapon. He didn't have skills like teeth power, either. He punched the rabbit, which did pretty much nothing. Kacha. With their repeated attacks, Vic managed to get in multiple solid hits. And seeing that the rabbit's head was about to be lopped off, Han Sen swung his scabbard and broke through the monster's neck. The creature died. Xenogeniac Duke hunted. Xenogeniac gene found. Xenogeniac beast soul obtained. Teeth rabbit. Han Sen, upon hearing the announcement, was given a shock. Xenogeniac Rock's Fall Duke was strong, but it felt like battling a mere viscount. He still got registered for the rank, though, and he had managed to nab a nifty new beast soul. It was all quite surprising. Han Sen was ready to take the rabbit's teeth. Quite obviously, that had to be the xenogeniac material. Back off. Vic held his dagger up and prohibited Han Sen's approach. Mr. Vic, do not forget that without our help, you would be dead. These materials belong to us, Han Sen immediately told Vic. Vic coldly hummed. Without me holding its attention, what could you guys have done? I am the one who exerted the most effort in felling it, so I should get the first choice of the spoils. I want the rabbit teeth. You can have the rest. Mr. Vic, do not be ridiculous. Han Sen responded to Vic, his voice hard. Ridiculous? In what way am I being ridiculous? Would you like to direct that question to my dagger, and see if it tells you how I'm being ridiculous? Vic held up his dagger, its tip pointed at Han Sen. Han Sen frowned. Vic thought the reason his dagger could not kill the rabbit was because the rabbit was too powerful. He did not have to worry about killing Han Sen, due to the equalized powers. An absolute hit on Han Sen, with the dagger, could easily kill Han Sen. You, get on the bridge. Vic was still pointing the dagger at Han Sen as he shouted. He didn't just want the xenogenic material, he now wanted Han Sen to be bait. Han Sen remained still, though. He stood, looking at Vic emotionlessly. Didn't you hear me tell you to get on the bridge? Vic looked at him darkly. He was not at all happy with Han Sen's behavior, and so he approached him. Han Sen did not speak, and neither did he move. He silently watched Vic approach. It looks like you aren't afraid of death. Vic was so angry, he swung his dagger at Han Sen. Han Sen had ignored his authority, and so he really wanted to teach the man a lesson. He wanted to injure Han Sen, and then toss him on the bridge. The strike was disturbingly invisible. The Sky Demon powers were so very unpredictable, and Vic used them well. But in Han Sen's eyes, it was nothing special. He wagered Zero and Han Yan were better with the falsified Sky Sutra than Vic was with the Sky Demon Sutra. Vic put a fair amount of raw power behind the skill, but he had little talent with it. Yisha looked at Han Sen with interest. She was keen to see how Han Sen might handle a confrontation such as this. Sky Demon powers were unpredictable, and not even she would dare challenge Vic. His attack should be impossible to evade. Yisha kept thinking that if she was Han Sen, the best thing she could take advantage of would be range. Vic's power could not be released inside that place, so if he couldn't use his sword to unleash the ability, then the skill ought to be useless. But Han Sen was not planning on falling back or anything of the sort. Despite seeing Vic's dagger approaching his neck, he continued to stand where he was. Is he not going to move? How is he going to deal with the Sky Demon power? It is impossible to block or even dodge. Yisha was really surprised. Vic felt like something was wrong as he attacked, though. He wondered why Han Sen made no effort to move, but he was still confident in his Sky Demon power, and he carried on with his skill cast. Seeing the dagger about to hit his neck, Han Sen suddenly waved his arm to bring the scabbard up against the dagger. Does that guy not know that Sky Demon powers won't miss? Does he really want to block it? Hawk Wing looked shocked. Yisha only frowned. Vic was laughing coldly. He put even more strength behind the swing. Dong. Vic's confident strike was blocked a mere 3 inches away from Han Sen's neck. Han Sen didn't even look at the dagger. He was staring at Vic the whole time, and yet, he managed to block the blade. How is that possible? These words ran through the minds of Vic, Yisha, and Hawk Wing all at the same time. Even when both parties had similar strength, it should have been impossible for Sky Demon power to be blocked. And Han Sen had done so with such ease. Vic looked to be in shock. He struggled to believe what had happened. He didn't want to believe what he had just seen. Vic clenched his teeth and started raging with his dagger. Like a hailstorm, he thrashed at Han Sen. Han Sen just stood there the whole time, though, inside the violence. He waved his scabbard, the whole time looking at Vic and not his dagger. His scabbard was able to block each and every strike. All those strikes had not been enough to even make Han Sen move his feet. What's happening? Has Sky Demon power lost its effectiveness here? How can it be blocked? Who is this guy? Hawk Wing screamed after breaking out of his reverie. Yisha looked at the scene with a confused expression, thinking, human. Dollar. What kind of race is this? How can I not have heard of people like this before? Vic was extremely shocked. He never thought his Sky Demon power could be blocked by someone on the same level as him. Are you done? Han Sen asked quietly. He took a step forward and waved his scabbard at Vic. The sword min started up. Vic fell back, but it was too late. He tried to use his dagger to block, but he failed. Blurg. Vic felt as if his belly had just been hammered. Blood spilled over his lips, and his body fell backwards onto the bridge. Vic landed on the bridge, just as it started to shake. The geyser of milk fired from below. Vic ignored his pain and rolled forward to evade the white juice. But this time, the white juice did not wash away. It gathered up on the bridge, and as if it had a life of its own, it climbed towards him. Vic had dodged the liquid, but he hadn't expected it to react like this. The white liquid touched his foot and was immediately absorbed. Han Sen, Yisha, and Hawk Wing were shocked. The white juice seemed like it was alive. It didn't seem like a genuine liquid. Roar! Vic screamed. His muscles and bones began to expand, and a horn grew from his forehead. His handsome face suddenly took on the shape of a cruel demon's. His fangs were on display, as a black miasma shrouded him. He took on the appearance of Asura. Vic slowly turned around. The purple had vanished from his eyes, and they were now red. Roar! There was more roaring. Vic was headed for Han Sen, as the demon-looking body came right before him. 5 black nails, as sharp as daggers, came right for his head. Han Sen used his scabbard to block. He felt a huge power surging, and he was sent flying. He was sent spinning through the air, but he still managed to land gracefully when the momentum of the impact was gone. But even so, he ended up coughing up blood. The xenogenic Vic had turned into was far stronger than Rock's Fall Duke. Before Han Sen was back up on his feet, Vic was jumping forward with 10 of its nails raised like spiteful daggers. They were speeding down at Han Sen, fueled with sky demon power. Han Sen's power alone would not be sufficient to challenge xenogenic Vic. So, he moved quickly and dodged the attack. Yisha, are you not going to assist? Han Sen said coldly. Yisha smiled. Didn't I say there is a section where I'd be needing your help? This is it. He is all yours. I am sure you can handle it, so you take care of this and I'll wait for you inside. As for the teeth earlier, we'll have one each. I'll hold on to yours. When you're done here, come and get it from me. After that, Yisha picked up the rabbit's 2 teeth. Then, she flew to the bridge. When there, she walked forward. Strangely, when Yisha started to traverse the bridge, it began to shake. But no liquid fired upward like a geyser. Yisha was able to get in close to the crystal sphere. I can't help you here, either. So, I think I'll go on. Hawk Wing clenched his teeth and followed Yisha. Hawk Wing walked the same way carefully, but he too noticed there were no more pillars of milk. When Yisha and Hawk Wing approached the crystal sphere, they entered it and were gone. Han Sen lifted his lips. He was not surprised about what she had done. Han Sen had almost killed her, and he had taken the scabbard that once belonged to the rebate elder. Yisha probably would have liked to see him dead, more than anyone. It'd be strange if she earnestly cooperated with him. But what confused Han Sen the most was why something only happened to Rock's Fall Duke and Vic when they tried traversing the bridge. Why did nothing happen to Yisha and Hawk Wing? Vic's xenogenic form was roaring as he continued chasing Han Sen. Its speed and power were greater than Han Sen's, too. Even though Han Sen could evade its unmissable technique, he couldn't fight back. When Yisha and Hawk Wing disappeared into the crystal sphere, Han Sen smiled. His scabbard started to leak purple smoke. Vic screamed as his body began to crack and bleed profusely. The wounds began to grow in length and width. But this was not because of Han Sen. This was because when Vic had fought against the rabbit had hurt him a great deal. Rock's Fall Duke's xenogenic form was a rabbit that used teeth power. The wounds weren't too severe, at first. And when the rabbit was killed, Vic didn't think anything of the wounds. But the teeth power always remained. Even when Vic himself became a xenogenic, the wounds were only suppressed for a time. The transformation didn't clean and get rid of the teeth force and residue that still resided within his wounds. Yisha could use her teeth knife to trigger the teeth power in Vic's wounds, but she hadn't done that. Han Sen knew she was up to something. Fortunately, Han Sen himself now had the teeth powers. He wasn't as proficient as Yisha with them, but it was enough to trigger Vic's wounds. Vic's injuries were spreading and becoming more severe. With Han Sen's teeth power and teeth knife mend, Vic's body began to crack open. It wasn't fast, but it was steady and scary. That wasn't the scariest thing about it, either. The scariest thing about it all was the bleeding effect. Blood seeped out of the wounds, running faster over time. The more Vic moved, the more Vic bled. A few of his wounds were bleeding at the same time, and unless Vic had the necessary power to halt such bleeding, it wouldn't matter how strong he was. He'd end up dead before long. And it was already clear Vic could not stop the bleeding. He eventually started to lose consciousness. Even if he could have stopped it, it was probably too late. Now, Vic's mind was reduced to the most primitive thought process, killing. He didn't care about his oozing wounds, and all he could think about was killing Han Sen. Han Sen's body was like a phoenix in flight. He dodged all of Vic's skills. And not long after, Vic's power and speed began to decrease. He had lost so much blood, most of the platform had been covered in slippery crimson. Patong! Vic had almost been drained of all the blood in his body. He fell on the ground and wheezily roared. He wanted to come at Han Sen again, but he couldn't stand upright. Han Sen used the scabbard with teeth sword skills on Vic, which made the cracks and wounds grow bigger. The last bit of the creature's blood was beginning to ooze. A little while later, Vic's tether to life snapped. He could only twitch on the ground as the last few drops of blood trickled out. Xenogenic Viscount hunted. Xenogenic gene found. Purple Horn Demon. Teeth powers are great. They're no worse than falsified sky powers, but strangely, Xenogenic Vic was far stronger than Rock's Fall Duke. Why was he only considered a Viscount? Han Sen wondered. Suddenly, Vic's body began to leak a white juice. And then, the liquid ran back to the bridge. Now Han Sen understood that the liquid down below was not all aggressive and insanity-inducing. Only some of it had a problem. That was how Yisha and Hawk Wing had been able to get by safely. But now that the insanity-inducing white liquid had returned, if Han Sen had to cross the bridge, he'd have to deal with the same danger that Vic did. Han Sen hesitated. He removed Vic's horn and put it into his bag. He mounted the bridge and ran straight for the crystal sphere. After just a few seconds, he heard an explosion come from below the bridge. A pillar of liquid soared through the sky. It began to cast a white rain, threatening Han Sen. Han Sen prepared to summon his steel Sagittarius shield for protection from the white liquid. But when the white milk came close, it stopped in the air. The streams of white liquid gathered up together, as if they had life and consciousness. It looked at Han Sen, and then dropped back down below the bridge. Han Sen was shocked. He had no clue what was going on, and he certainly had no idea why the white liquid would let him go and not want to be a part of his body. Without hesitation, Han Sen walked right up to the crystal sphere. The bridge led to the very top of the crystal sphere, and when Han Sen reached the end, he noticed there was an entrance at its top. The orb's interior was hollow. It was like a football stadium. He could see Hawk Wing and Yisha conducting battle in there. What shocked Han Sen the most was that Hawk Wing, who always seemed so indecisive and reckless, was fighting Yisha and not showing signs of losing. Even I didn't see that coming. He's a powerful guy. Han Sen was shocked that Hawk Wing's powers were no less than Yisha's. His hands were like hooks, striking against Yisha's hands that wielded teeth power. The teeth powers were unable to break his hands. I can't believe the champion of Sky Bird entered Demon Grave and pretended to be little more than a noob. I am surprised you endured such self-humiliation for so long. Yisha laughed coldly. Hawk Wing hummed and said, I am one of the 12 skies in Beast Area. What can you say about yourself? The rebate knife queen that pretends to be nobody. It's not that great to be one of the 12 skies. You'll be qualified if 12 skies come together. Yisha sounded disdainful. If we were outside Demon Grave right now, I would not be as proficient as you. After all, you are half deified. But this is Demon Grave, so what matter is it what you are? Take that deified title away, and you and I are practically the same. Hawk Wing hummed coldly. Really? Yisha stared directly into Hawk Wing's eyes as her knife-wielding hands started to become furious. Han Sen looked away from the pair for a bit, to get a better look at the surroundings. That place was like a circular stadium. There was a crystal platform, and above it, there was a crystal hallway to get down to the center. The pipes there ran with white liquid, and a lot of the pipes ran to the white juice at the center of the pool. He did not know where the pool connected to, and even though vast amounts of the white stuff were being pumped in, the level did not rise. There was nothing else inside the sphere. Hawk Wing and Yisha were fighting each other near the pool, prohibiting each other from getting close to it. Hawk Wing's movements were strong. They weren't too different from Han Sen's phoenix movements. He had wings, of course. That was different from Han Sen, who had to use strength. Overall, though, Hawk Wing's focus was on speed. That was also different from Han Sen, who had the abilities of prediction and formation. He was very fast, though, and with his hook-like claws, Yisha could do very little. If this was a real fight, Hawk Wing could not beat Yisha. But Hawk Wing wasn't looking to kill her outright. He just wanted to open a window of opportunity that would allow him to reach the pool without interference. That worried Yisha a lot. Her movements were good, but her speed was a little worse than Hawk Wing's. If she missed, Hawk Wing could fall into the pool. Han Sen was peeping at the pair from the outside, not yet daring to enter. They were two opponents that would be difficult to deal with. He planned to wait outside, and maybe sneakily nab an easy kill if one became available. As Han Sen watched them, something moved in his pocket. Then, that soft ball jumped out of it. It started to spin around on the ground, before rolling into the crystal sphere by its own volition. The ball looked sticky, and it traced the walls down. It seemed to be following the pipes towards the pool. Yixia and Hawk Wing were intently focused on each other, so they didn't notice anything else enter. That aside, they wouldn't dare think a ping-pong ball-like object would come rolling in like that. And with the pipes obscuring their view of it, the ball was able to roll all the way down and enter the pool. Han Sen thought something might happen if the ball entered the pool, but everything was quiet after it entered. The pool was still the same. Yixia and Hawk Wing were fighting harder than ever. Because they were slowly running out of stamina, their fighting abilities had become weaker after the duration of their combat. Now you could tell who was truly better. Yisha's power was weaker, but her skills had not wavered over time. She wasn't making any mistakes. Hawk Wing's skills weren't as good as Yisha's, but he was weaker now than he had been earlier. Furthermore, his movements now were a bit twisted. His missteps were too small to be considered real mistakes, but they were there nonetheless. Yixia was taking advantage of that. With those advantages, Yixia took the opportunity to take a hack at his shoulder. Hawk Wing's face changed, and he wished to fall back. But it was too late. His shoulder had a 2-centimeter cut, and it only hurt the skin. But that was enough, and the wound continued to expand and bring blood with it. The teeth power is too cruel. When you fight someone with that power, you really can't afford to get hurt in the slightest. Otherwise, you are dead. Han Sen complimented her in his head, but he was really happy he had managed to learn teeth power. Knife Queen, D*MNU. Hawk Wing flapped his wings and tried to fly towards the exit, with the speed and straightness of an arrow. He was too fast, and Yixia could not stop him. Demon Grave suppressed powers a lot when Hawk Wing was further away, the effectiveness of the wound would be weaker. Hawk Wing flew out of the exit with a disheartened feeling. It would have been difficult to get the treasure regardless, but Knife Queen had pretended to be a woman called Yixia. It was all his bad luck. As he thought of this, he felt a pain in his head. He felt as if he had been struck by a rod. He saw stars as he fell to the ground. Han Sen grabbed his body and kept him from falling. He couldn't make any noise. Yisha's attention was now focused on the pool. When she walked in front of it, she looked excited. Han Sen did not hesitate, and he too now snuck into the sphere. He was headed for Yixia, and as he came up behind her, he had his scabbard ready to give her a whack. Assaulting a half-deified elite on the outside would have been impossible. But here, her senses were weaker. This would not be a difficult attack to pull off. The champion Hawk Wing had been knocked out by Han Sen, and that had been quite easy. 1813 The origins of xenogenics. Han Sen moved behind Yixia silently, and just as he was about to hit her over the head, his heart sank. Yixia had been standing near the pool, looking into it, but when Han Sen silently slipped up to the side of the pool, he saw his shadow in Yisha's. She was looking at him with shock. Han Sen gritted his teeth and still committed to his attack. Yixia was able to dodge, though. She frowned and said, "How did you get here? Even if you did kill Vic, how did you manage to cross the bridge?" Han Sen did not stop swinging his scabbard at her. He was using it like a sword, trying to strike her. It would be best to kill her now. While she was a little worn out, I walked here. It wasn't all that difficult. Han Sen attacked her, while also saying things to attack her mind. Yixia wouldn't be affected by such weak mental attacks, though. Her movements were still strong and calculated, and mistakes weren't going to come easy. But she had just fought Hawk Wing, and that made her a little frustrated. She was at a disadvantage now, fighting Han Sen. Yixia was so angry, and she wondered what bad luck she had mustered that was now forcing her to compete against Han Sen again. Every time she was about to get something, Han Sen was there to ruin things for her. Her wounds still hadn't healed from their first encounter, and she was deprived of quite a bit of her power. She wouldn't be able to break through the limitations of Demon Grave, and so, seeing Han Sen strike harder and harder, she knew she was getting suppressed. She wasn't being given a moment to do anything about it. She did not know why, but Yixia felt as if Han Sen's sword skills had improved. He was stronger than he had been in their last fight. It made the current fight much harder. It wasn't because Han Sen's sword skills had improved, though. It was because Han Sen had learned some of the teeth knife techniques from the knife mind. And Han Sen was a beginner in teeth powers now. So, Han Sen now understood how teeth knife worked. He wouldn't be any worse than Yisha right now. Han Sen was suppressing Yisha quite easily. If Yisha had abandoned teeth knife and used other skills, even less powerful skills, Han Sen wouldn't have managed to suppress her so fully. Seeing that Yisha was going to get hit with the scabbard, a splash came from the pool of liquid. In that circular pool, the milky liquid blew up like an erupting volcano. The white juice lashed across the area in waves. Han Sen and Yisha were both given a shock. They both retreated, wanting to dodge the white liquid. The white liquid was sprayed across the floor, and then, they realized that the pool had dried up. There wasn't a single drop of the liquid left in there. The pipes that sent the white liquid to the pool were now dry. There was no more of the white liquid flowing through. The pool was empty. Why is there nothing? Where are the origins of the xenogenics researched by the crystallizers? Yisha's face changed. It looked as if she could not accept what she was seeing. Han Sen felt strange. The ball had just rolled inside, too. So why was it gone? Han Sen did not have the time to think this over, though. He swung the scabbard and tried to finish off Yisha. As Han Sen moved, he noticed Yisha's face looked glum. The white liquid was approaching them as if it were alive. It was a sight that was very familiar to the two of them. Things like that had turned rocks Fall Duke and Vic into xenogenics. It had only taken one of the dangerous white columns to transform rocks Fall Duke and Vic, but here, there were many. There had to be 1,000 of the wriggling white things. They were like a horde of monsters, surrounding Han Sen and Yisha. I will remember you. Do not let me see you outside of Demon Grave. I wouldn't be the knife queen if I couldn't kill you quickly in the normal world, Yisha said, before trying to escape. Don't leave yet. If you like me so much, why don't you just stay? Han Sen laughed and slashed forward to block her way. Han Sen kept attacking her non-stop. Yisha had used up too much energy, so she couldn't fight Han Sen. Plus, she didn't want to fight. The white liquid was getting so close, and touching a single drop would be enough to end you. Xenogenics themselves weren't scary. What was scary was becoming one yourself, especially if you became a mindless killing machine in the process. Why are you still coming after me? If we don't leave, we will both become one of those mindless xenogenics. Do you want to die with me that much? Yisha pleaded as much as she was able to as she continued to dodge. Isn't it quite romantic, to live and die together? Han Sen's sword skills came at her even faster. He had decided to kill Yisha here. Since she was half deified, she could kill Han Sen with the greatest of ease if she managed to get out. He was just a baron, after all. So, obviously, he did not want any of that to happen. He had to make sure Yisha did not escape Demon Grave. Han Sen was not worried about the white liquid, either. The liquid itself did not seem interested in Han Sen. So, he was not worried. Glancing over their shoulders, Han Sen and Yisha noticed the wriggling white things racing for them. There was a slight difference this time, though. Han Sen could tell they were going for Yisha, and so he stood near her to make it look like the white things were coming after him too. Yisha did not yet know Han Sen had no reason to be afraid. And with Han Sen disrupting her, she felt angry and afraid herself. The white juice was coming. I am going to kill you. Yisha could not escape from Han Sen, so now she was furious. Her white bunny ears stood up tall and straight, and her long hair waved. Her entire body wrapped itself up in a purple flame. She broke the rules again, as her power increased by several multiples. She tried to strike Han Sen with her hands, as purple sword flames blazed. Han Sen kept moving, trying to dodge that flame. The purple flame wrapped Yisha up, though, and she managed to disappear and reappear in front of the sphere's entrance. That made Han Sen depressed. He hadn't realized that he'd made Yisha angry enough to cast the skill. This time, it was too much for her, though. Her body was damaged. Even if she left Demon Grave, her body would be weak for a very long time to come. Han Sen wanted to give chase, but he suddenly felt as if someone had patted his shoulder. Goosebumps flared across his skin. Han Sen ran forward and looked back. There was nothing behind him. When he looked at his shoulder, he saw nothing there. He felt as if something was sitting there, but he just couldn't see it. Suddenly, the colors on Han Sen's shoulder became blurry. He saw that a creature, like a chameleon, had just appeared. And then, the colors began to shift again. The creature was blending back into its environment. Even at such a close distance, Han Sen couldn't see it anymore. Surely it can't have come out of that weird ball, Han Sen thought. Although the little creature had only just appeared, it looked like a straight-up monster. It was simply small, that was all. It was around the size of a man's hand. And now, Han Sen had an answer for why the ball was no longer in the pool. The creature could change color to avoid being seen. The little thing's color changed again. It went to his right shoulder, changed color, and disappeared again. That is so powerful. It is practically invisible, Han Sen thought, as he watched the little thing change its colors. It was so close to him, and yet, Han Sen could not see it at all. Did you come out of the ball? Han Sen asked. He wasn't sure if the creature could hear him, but it seemed as if it did. It revealed itself, nodded, and then disappeared again. Han Sen was no longer worried. It was certainly not a hostile creature. So, he went ahead and exited the circular chamber. Oh no, Han Sen noticed that both Wuxia and Hawk Wing, whom he had knocked out, were gone. The cocoon had apparently risen into the air again, and there were many paths to the outside available. The whole cocoon was glowing. Han Sen would have liked to leave the same way he had entered, but the white liquid under the bridge had started to rage. It was like a fountain, hosing the entirety of the cocoon. A hole appeared in the top of the cocoon, and a white pillar suddenly descended through it. It caught Han Sen's body and pushed him back through the air, heading downwards out of the cocoon. When he exited, the group of monsters came running towards Han Sen. They surrounded him. The little monster walked directly before Han Sen and looked at him. The little thing on Han Sen's shoulder revealed itself before jumping into the little monster's hands. The little monster was so happy as it held the little creature up to the sky. It roared. The group of monsters also roared alongside him. It was like a cult, all singing praise. Not long after, the noise quietened and silence returned. The little monster commanded another monster to collect Han Sen. Han Sen understood how they worked now, so he decided to hop on top of the monster. He had realized by now that he wouldn't be able to find Wuxia and Hawk Wing. Han Sen was glad that he had managed to loot Hawk Wing's body while he was unconscious, though. He hadn't lost too much when Hawk Wing had run off. But Han Sen did not know if the items he had retrieved were worth it. He'd inspect them all and come to a conclusion later. The monsters started walking back, but they weren't sending Han Sen to the chaos. They actually went deeper into the desert. Hey, where are you taking me? Han Sen's heart sank. All he wanted to do right about now was leave. The possibility of Wuxia finding him outside of Demon Grave was no laughing matter. The monsters ignored his question. They ran for a whole day through the desert until they reached an oasis. The oasis was even bigger than the one where the chaos lived. The fruit there were in abundance, and every vine held clusters of the fruit. The monster put him down, and then the little monster pointed at the fruit and pointed at Han Sen. Are you saying these fruits are mine, and I can take whatever I want? Han Sen was so happy. Han Sen saw a xenogenic fruit amidst the rest, and he realized there must have been many of them there. If he could take as much as he wanted to, he could receive a lot. The little monster nodded, and so Han Sen picked up an apple that looked like a diamond. He also took a banana that looked like yellow jade. There was even a ruby dragon fruit. Seeing Han Sen grab so many in such a short time, the monster was given a cold sweat. He bit Han Sen by the armor and pulled him to another area. Why are you bringing me to this well? I'm not thirsty. Let me take some more. Han Sen was carrying a sack full of xenogenic fruit. He sounded so greedy. The little monster's eyelids twitched, right before he pushed Han Sen into the well. It's fine if you don't want me to take any more, but you didn't have to push me into this well. Han Sen felt depressed, finding his body in the water. Fortunately, the little monster had only pushed him and not hurt him. Han Sen started to swim out, but he then noticed something odd. The well had vanished, and he was now in a lake nestled between two mountains. What is this place, and why am I here? Han Sen was shocked as he looked up at the sky. It was nighttime, and there were two moons in the sky. Han Sen now realized he was back on planet Kate. I did not know Demon Grave had a teleporter. Those guys were pretty nice. Han Sen was so happy. He no longer had to worry about Wuxia ambushing him when he exited Demon Grave. Being nice always gives me a reward. Let me eat some fruit to celebrate. Han Sen opened the sack and was quickly given a shock. The chameleon was sitting in the middle of all the fruit, and Han Sen hadn't a clue when the little creature had managed to sneak inside. DMN, you sneaked out? Han Sen asked as he picked the thing up. The little thing did not reply. It simply changed its color and disappeared. Far away, In the middle of the desert in Demon Grave, a bunch of monsters were roaring. It was as if that noise was going to sunder the skies. I can't send you back now. I can't go back to Demon Grave. If you have no qualm with that, then you can come with me. But what should I name you? Han Sen receded into thought. After a lengthy amount of time passed, he said, how about I call you Sicko? That name is cool. The transparent thing suddenly became red, and spikes covered its skin. Its nose was breathing faster than usual. You don't like it? Let's think of another name then, little homie thing. How about Mr. Chameleon, Horny Demon, Horny Wolf, Horny Dragon, Transformer, 1815 maxing out genes, xenogenic gene consumed, Baron Geno point plus 1 inch. Han Sen cooked a few of the bananas over a fire. As they cooked, the bananas quickly softened from their previous crystal-like state. Each banana increased 1 Baron gene. Before he had finished eating them all, he reached 100 Baron genes. Baron Geno points at max. Point collection can no longer continue. The Geno body requires a special fruit. Han Sen ate another banana, and the same announcement played. In the sanctuaries, when your Geno points maxed out, you could evolve via the evolution pools. In the Geno universe, things didn't behave like that. He had no clue how to break through and ascend. Does this mean I have to initiate the breakthrough myself? Han Sen kept thinking, but this was the only possibility that came to mind. It was pointless to keep eating the same Geno fruit, so he packed it up and went back to the sanctuary. When Xianxia King saw Han Sen, he ran up to him, pounding his puffed-up chest. Old Han, I can generate Geno armor. Take me to the Geno universe and I will use my handsome body and awesome comics to conquer that place. Me, too, little angel said calmly. Me, too, came Zero's soft voice. Me, too, me, too. Many people kept saying they were done and ready to go. If Llewellyn and Ji Yanran reached that level, they'd probably want to go, as well. Especially so, with the prospect of searching for Little Flower. Stop. What do you guys think that place is? It's not like moving to a new house. You might die out there. At least give me some more time to prepare a nice, safe place for you to settle into. Little Silver, you can ascend and come to the Geno universe, too. Han Sen went back to Planet Kate, now having to think about a serious matter. Because he had brought back many xenogenic genes, many of his people could generate their Geno armor. A lot of them were dying to come, and he knew it'd be impossible to stop them forever. This was especially true for Xianxia King and Ji Yu Qincheng. They would undoubtedly try something stupid if Han Sen did not bring them soon. I need to find a safe place to build a base for us. If I do that, they can come. But where can I find such a safe place? Han Sen took Little Invisible toward one of the nearby cities. After 2 days of travel, they reached it. Little Invisible was the chameleon's new name. The creature seemed happy with it. Fortunately, there was no fighting going on in that city. It was still under the full control of the people of Kate. There, Han Sen was able to buy a phone with which he could contact Chao and Lan Se. Chao told Han Sen that Grand City had fallen and that they had joined 7 Mirrors. They were on a ship headed there. She told Han Sen to come to her, because he could join the land reclamation operations instead of just fighting all the time. Han Sen thought the idea wasn't too bad. If he could find a place without higher races running around and hunting down xenogenics, that would be perfect for his companions to get their foot in the door and grow. But the city he was in did not have a ship heading for 7 Mirrors. He couldn't go. On the streets of Mississippi City, everyone was hurriedly minding their own business. No one really concerned themselves with others. The place hadn't been invaded by the Taurus yet, but the people knew that it was only a matter of time before it happened. Planet Kate was in freefall, and everyone had to think about where their future would lead and what they could do. Many ships there were still transporting refugees into space. The crowds were huge, and they could not all fit. Most of them would have to wait for some time before they could make it off the planet. On that miserable street, there was someone who didn't quite look like the rest of those dreary people. The man was walking down the street without armor. He wore clothing made of real cloth, and he also held a small banner in his hands. There were some strange words written across it, but it was not of a common language. Han Sen, however, would have recognized them if he had seen them. While the man was walking, a tall woman with white bunny ears approached him. She was wearing a mask. She pulled out a knife and placed the blade against the man's neck. People continued walking by, and the man and woman were suddenly covered by a strange power. It isolated them on the busy street, making it seem like they weren't there at all. "My queen, what do you want?" The man was not afraid of having a drawn knife against his neck. He looked at the woman with surprise, though. That woman was the knife queen of the rebate. It was Yisha, whom Han Sen had almost killed. Yisha looked at the man with cold eyes and said, "Do you want to live? Or do you want to die?" "I haven't lived enough, so yeah. I want to live." The man laughed. "If you want to live, give me a reading," Yisha said coldly. The man looked at Yisha, smiled, and said, "My queen, might I ask if my previous prediction was accurate?" "Huh." Yisha hummed and did not answer the man. She went on to say, "Predict my future and that of the man named Dollar. He who is a human." Yisha had been waiting outside Demon Grave for a very long time. Even after a storm started on the inside, Dollar still hadn't come to the exit point. She did not believe Dollar would find himself trapped in Demon Grave for any long stretch of time, but she had tried everything in search of him. She just couldn't locate the man. So, she had come here to ask the man for help in finding the elusive Dollar. "You will meet him when fate decides your paths will intertwine. For now, you should let it go." The man smiled. "I don't believe that. Find him for me, unless you want to die," Yisha said angrily. The man gave a wry smile as he shook his head. "My queen, you are being stubborn. If you do not believe in fates, then why do you wish to hear what I can predict?" Yisha frowned. She did not want to believe what the man was telling her, but she had already received a reading from him before she went to Demon Grave. The reading had turned out to be truthful, so she felt strangely compelled by what he told her. Although she did not want to believe that this man could foresee the future and perceives destinies, she did. "I am asking you if you'll do it or not." Yisha coldly looked at him, with the knife still raised to his neck. "Of course, but you cannot challenge fate. Even if I did know where he was, you couldn't meet him. And then you would blame me for not being accurate." The man sighed. "Are you saying you won't do it?" Yisha looked as if she was ready to slash. "You can't challenge fate. You cannot force me. Everyone here has their own destiny. Their lives are small, but not even God can change the roads they follow. They cannot be made a queen like you." "But I am just a clairvoyant," the man said. "Who says you cannot challenge and change fate? If I wanted to, I could make even an ant into a giant beast," Yisha said coldly. The man smiled and said, "If you have such confidence, how about we make a bet?" 1816 Calculating Destiny, what bet? Yisha asked expressionlessly. "I will pick someone whose life is comparable to an ant, and if you can make him challenge his fate by gaining independence from you and becoming a duke, then I lose. I will find the person that you want me to find. How does that sound?" The man said seriously. "What if I accomplish the task and you fail to find the man that I want?" Yisha said with confidence. "If I cannot deliver this man to you directly, then my head is yours to remove. If you want it, you can just tell me. You don't have to get your hands dirty if you don't want to." The man looked serious, and it didn't look as if he was joking. "Okay, who said an ant's fate is fixed? Even if he is just a dumb guy with Geno armor, I'll make him a duke in 3 years, Yisha agreed. She really hated Dollar. She wanted to kill him, but she had been unable to find him, so using this fortune teller might be her best option. Raising a duke was not difficult. She did not think it would be a trying task, and she didn't believe in fate. Not many people are truly talented. Most of them are ants by default. So, just go ahead and pick anyone. The man randomly pointed. "What about him? If you don't think he is suitable, pick another. They are all ants." "No, it's fine. I'll choose him then, just in case you would later find fault with my selection." Yisha looked at the person the man pointed at as she spoke coldly. "I am quite famous and known by many races. There is no chance of escaping this bet. You, however, are trying to challenge your own fate. I must warn you to be careful." The man smiled. "In 3 years, I will come looking for you. If you are unable to find him, don't blame me for what happens." Yisha walked up to the person that had been pointed out to her. The person on the street had no clue what was going on. But he was suddenly pulled in by a weird power, and then he disappeared completely. Yisha took the man and left. Her power vanished with her, and when the fortune teller appeared again, the kid behind him almost walked into him. When he saw Yisha disappear, he smiled strangely. He continued walking, carrying his small banner. If Han Sen had seen the banner, he would have understood the words. They read, "Calculating Destiny" in the human language. The man disappeared into the crowds. He did not look strange. He was a drop of water in the midst of the throng of people. Han Sen walked down a street filled with people, thinking about how he might get to 7 mirrors. Planet Kate had almost fallen completely, and when it did, the Taurus would rule it. Han Sen couldn't live there much longer, and he knew he would have to leave soon. But he couldn't get on the ship as there were already too many people trying to get off the planet. If he showed he was a noble, he could probably board a ship immediately, without the need to queue. But Han Sen wouldn't do that. If he did, Yisha might find him. And if she did, that would be bad. After leaving Demon Grave, Han Sen knew he didn't stand a chance against a deified elite. They could kill him with the greatest of ease. Walking down the street, Han Sen was thinking about how he might get to 7 mirrors so he could find Chao and Lan Se. As he walked, he suddenly felt cold, like a shadow had fallen over him. He was wrapped up by a strange power and lifted off the ground. Han Sen was shocked and unsure of what was going on. He had no clue why he had been suddenly trapped. Han Sen was trying to think about who he might have made angry this time. Yisha, Hawkwing, Mr. G, the Taurus, some surviving feathers. Han Sen had offended a lot of people by this point, but none of them should have known he was Dollar. Did someone find out I am Dollar? I cannot be that unlucky. Han Sen felt depressed, and he kept thinking, I cannot fight back against power like this. They must be a duke. I wonder if I'll be given an opportunity to speak. If I am killed before I can speak, that would suck. I at least need the time to teleport away. Han Sen was wrapped up by this power. He was snared and unable to move. He couldn't even use his skills, so he was just hoping the person who had done this did not hate him too much. He hoped he still had a chance of surviving. Han Sen might end up getting beaten and tortured before they locked him up. But if that happened, at least he'd be able to return to the sanctuary. As Han Sen was worrying about this, he saw some light. He fell to the ground, which sent pain shooting up through his butt. That was the least of his concerns right now, though. When he looked around, he noticed he was on an aircraft. He was inside a control room, and the black of space was visible through the windows. The ship looked fairly advanced. It did not look like some cheap thing you'd find on Planet Kate. And there was another person in the control room. They had bunny ears, and they were operating the ship. Rebate. There's no way I'm this unlucky. Han Sen's heart jumped. Han Sen looked up and saw a throne perched at the highest point of the deck. On that chair, the first thing Han Sen saw were long legs. They were crossed over each other, and whoever sat like that had to be someone who was very proud and arrogant. Han Sen looked up a little higher, and that was when he saw the white uniform filled with big boobs. Her arms were crossed, and her face was stone cold. Atop this person's head were white bunny ears. Oh no, it's Yisha, Han Sen moaned. In front of the Knife Queen, he could not teleport away. Han Sen did not know how she had managed to find him. And he didn't think he had left any trace to follow. But that did not matter right now, as he knew he would soon be dead. Now, he was just hoping that Yisha would not kill him right away, so he'd have the chance to escape. It does not matter who you are, but from this point forth, you will be my student in 3 years. I will see to it that you're a duke. Yisha looked down at Han Sen like the queen she was. Han Sen looked at her and opened his mouth. He believed himself to be dreaming. 1817 Queen's student Han Sen did not know if Yisha had gone crazy, or if he himself had snapped. She wants to take me as a student. What? I thought she hated my guts. I thought she'd prefer to skin me alive. Why would she take me as a student, pledging to make me a duke in 3 years? Did her mind implode in rage, and this is some strange form of insanity? Or is this all one great, big conspiracy? Will she try and trick me before destroying me? She could destroy me right now, if that is what she wanted to do. But then again, maybe she doesn't know I'm Dollar. Even if she doesn't know, though, why would she find me as a student? Am I getting grossly lucky? Or did Yisha simply get kicked in the head by a donkey, and randomly picked out a student that just so happened to be me? Han Sen did not understand. He looked at Yisha, having not the faintest clue why all of this was happening. Yisha was satisfied with the way Han Sen reacted. She could tell Han Sen was in great shock, and she thought that was because he was unable to comprehend why a deified elite would so willingly accept someone so ordinary. Yisha was going to take Han Sen as a student, and that was not just a random decision. When the man pointed at Han Sen, Yisha recognized him. She recognized Han Sen, but not Dollar. When Kong Fei took a lantern to become known as No, everyone heard about it. The elites around planet Kate knew that Kong Fei had given 2 deified feathers to 2 crystallizers. Because Yisha was headed to Demon Grave, she was near planet Kate at the time. She too learned about this. She knew Han Sen had 1 deified feather. But Han Sen was just wearing his Geno armor. He wasn't wearing his noble stuff, and he didn't have pure crystallizer blood. Han Sen's genes were complicated, so the elite races had all given their favor to stay up late, who had pure blood. No one had made membership offers to Han Sen due to the risk of raising him. When the man pointed out Han Sen, she didn't think it was purely coincidental. She thought the man was trying to trouble her and make things harder. Developing Han Sen to the ranks of a top champion and refining the deified feather to become semi-deified, that would have been too much to bet. She didn't know if that would even have been possible. But the fortune teller's request had been a strange one. Dukes were not particularly high level or low level. The challenge was definitely possible, so she agreed. If Han Sen was an ordinary person, Yisha would have just taken him home without even telling him why. But Kong Fei, who was deified, was still out there. And Han Sen had 1 of his deified feathers. So, Yisha was willing to take him as a real student. That meant she respected the feather and Kong Fei himself. She wasn't going to invite the trouble of Kong Fei knocking on her door. It was not embarrassing to take a crystallizer on as an acolyte, especially one that had received a feather from Kong Fei. It was lucky that Han Sen had met Kong Fei. If he hadn't, Yisha would have treated him very differently. The challenge would be a bit difficult, but she was confident she only had to raise him to the duke level. Even if he was just a pig, she could still turn him into a duke in 3 years. It was because of all these reasons that Han Sen was brought back to the HQ of the rebate. It was called Narrow Moon. It was a xenogenic space that was no weaker than Holy Heaven had been. It covered the sky. Han Sen found out that Yisha was sincere about taking him on as a student, and there was no ulterior motive for doing so. It was all very strange, yes, but he decided on not returning to the sanctuary just yet. He knew that if he did come back, he'd still be teleported to right where he was. And that would put him in a bad situation. No matter what, I can't be sure what is wrong with her, but all in all, I can only suppose it is a good thing. A semi-deified being wants to train me up to the rank of Duke. Such an internship is hard to find. It's better than her finding me as dollar, at least. Han Sen decided to accept the situation and just go with it. But she didn't take him as a real student. Everything started with the most basic of routines, and there wasn't even a ceremony to induct him. The Knife Queen taking a student was a very important event for the rebate. Now that she had chosen Han Sen an outsider, many of the rebate were wondering what she was up to. He wasn't one of them, after all. The Knife Queen had not married or had children. She had never taken a student before, either. So, the presence of this student meant a lot to the rebate. Everyone thought that she would soon become deified. It did not matter that she had no children as of yet, as her lifespan still had many years in it. But the Knife Queen had suddenly taken a student. It made people start to wonder. Many of the rebate nobles and officers wanted to find out why she had accepted this student. They also wished to learn more about who Han Sen was. They eventually found out that Han Sen was an owner of 1 of the deified feathers. Thus, the people quickly came to the conclusion that the Knife Queen wished to develop a half-deified alongside her. But they worried about Han Sen's talent. He was a non-pure crystallizer, and that meant he was a greater risk than stay up late would be. Knife Queen didn't explain much, and she wasn't going to tell everyone that she had actually taken Han Sen because of a bet. She wasn't concerned about making him truly powerful, and she was serious about only taking him up as high as a duke. Then, it all depended on Han Sen. Knife Queen's palace covered half the planet, and it was a much bigger planet than planet Roka. Han Sen was told to go to a garden located in the palace. Yes, Master. Don't call me Master. Just call me Queen. Yisha looked at Han Sen. She didn't like the first title he had used, as that made her sound old. Okay, my Queen. Han Sen nodded. Han Sen thought that taking an enemy and raising him was unexpectedly nice of her. It was a respectable deed. Drink this. Yisha gave Han Sen a bottle. What is this, my Queen? Han Sen asked. It is the Geno fluid from a magnet fruit. It can make your Geno armor evolve. You are currently way too weak. You should focus on becoming a noble first. After that, we can keep going and level you up that way, Yisha said. 1818 The Geno art that has a problem, thank you, my Queen. Han Sen's eyes felt wet. She had been really helpful, and even given a precious gift to her enemy. Han Sen thought that if she found out he was dollar, she'd be so angry that she'd most likely stroke out and die. Seeing Han Sen look so grateful, she misunderstood. Her attitude softened, and she went on to say, "If you heed what I say and take me for your proper teacher, you will become a duke in 3 years. With some luck, there is a chance you might one day become a king." But as for Han Sen's current condition, Queen didn't say much. And the only reason she said 3 years was due to the instability of Han Sen's body. Otherwise, it would not have taken that long. Anyway, drink this Geno fluid that once belonged to a magnet fruit. And then, practice your Geno arts. Focus on evolving for a second time first. It does not matter whether you become a noble or a xenogeniac, I will take care of you. You will not become a mindless monster. Yisha sounded confident. Yes, my queen. Han Sen did not say anything more. He just opened the bottle and drank its contents. He was familiar with the smell, and he had many magnet fruits at home. He was planning to eat one and see if he could evolve. He didn't expect Yisha would go to such lengths and provide him with the juice. So, he spared no time in necking it down. When Yisha saw Han Sen do it so quickly, she smiled even more. Han Sen chugged the Geno fluid that contained magnet fruit, and then, he felt a weird power soar into his limbs, rejuvenating his cells. Han Sen cast the story of genes, and then his spell armor appeared. The Geno fluid had become a raw power that was absorbed by the armor. Yisha sat where she was, and waited for the result of Han Sen's evolution. If Han Sen became a xenogeniac, and his will was lost to the lust for killing, she could recover his will and sense. After a while, Han Sen's energy started to roll downhill. But still, she hadn't seen Han Sen evolve a second time. How can that happen? Did I bring him the wrong ingredient? Maybe that wasn't the Geno fluid. Yisha frowned and sniffed the bottle, and then she went on to think, this is the magnet fruit. Why did he not evolve a second time? Yisha saw Han Sen's energy had weakened and become normal again. Han Sen felt depressed about it, too. This was his second time trying to evolve using the story of genes, and he had failed this time, as well. I am sorry, my queen. I have failed. Han Sen opened his eyes and looked at her apologetically. It's fine. You failed only once. Yisha called for a guard to bring her another bottle. Then, she continued by saying, try again. After the first failure, this is sure to succeed. Yes, my queen, I will succeed. Han Sen accepted the second bottle and spared no time in drinking it all. Yisha looked fairly unconcerned, but on the inside, it was a different story. She felt awful. Magnet fruit was not something you could buy at a street-side market. They were very expensive, and they were items coveted by many. And it wasn't just commoners, either. Even many of the high races, who were unlucky enough to have babies that weren't born nobles, wanted it. So, treasures like magnet fruit could be very expensive to obtain. And there were times when they were completely unavailable for purchase. Even someone like Yisha did not have many to her name, and she would have much preferred to save them. Ordinarily, one bottle of such Geno fluid was all that would be needed for success. Failure was abnormally rare. Han Sen downed the second one, and that weird power manifested once more. The power surge was stronger than what he experienced the last time. Such powerful energy. This is far greater than a baron. He must certainly succeed this time. Yisha started to feel relieved. After a while, Han Sen's Geno armor showed no sign of responding. It didn't look as if it was going to melt at all. After a while, Han Sen's energy started to dip, and that meant another failure. My queen, I am so sorry. Han Sen felt embarrassed. He didn't know why his spell armor kept on failing. Yisha's eyes were twitching, and as she looked at Han Sen, she asked, what Geno arts have you practiced? Let me see. The fact that he had drunk 2 Geno fluids without success led Yisha to believe there was a serious problem with him. Han Sen made no effort to hide anything, and he just told her, I did not write my Geno arts down, but I can show it to you. Yisha nodded, and Han Sen read it out slowly. He himself believed there was a problem somewhere, as failure was not something he often experienced. Han Sen could not tell what the problem was, though. Yisha, being a semi-deified being, might be the one to help him through the slump. Han Sen only read out a little when Yisha's face looked glum. She asked coldly, who taught you this? No one. I bought it out in the markets. It seemed fairly powerful, so I decided to study it. Han Sen was shocked by the sudden question. She looked as if she knew something about it. In disbelief, Yisha said, "You just practiced this random skill on a whim. And you created a Geno armor with it. I am not sure if you are lucky or unlucky, truth be told. Is there a problem with this Geno art?" Han Sen was shocked. Yisha said slowly, "It isn't just a problem. But don't you think this skill requires, well, too much skill? If you had a body like this, you'd already be a god. You wouldn't have to practice. Whoever wrote this was conducting a prank with the intent of harming others. And mistakenly, you generated your Geno armor with it. It is impossible to evolve a second time. What do I do, then?" Han Sen wondered if this really was a problem associated with the story of genes. When he studied the story of genes, he had acknowledged the problem. He already knew the requirements were absurdly high and demanding. No one could even start off with the basic requirements, and he had to use the black crystal armor to help him get his foot in the door with its practice. Yisha frowned. It was obvious that the man had given her a challenge that was harder than she initially thought. Han Sen had already generated his Geno armor, so it was too late for him to change technique now. Aside from humans, not many creatures could practice two Geno arts in order to create two types of Geno armor. That was because the genes of others were stable, and accomplishing this was outside the realm of possibility. The genes of humans were unstable enough to allow this, but it was still closer to the side that did not allow the fabrication of a second Geno armor. So, Yisha did not consider trying to get Han Sen to practice another Geno art and start from scratch. She didn't think it would be possible. Breaking his Geno armor and getting him to rebuild it would be a fruitless endeavor as well. It would permanently damage his body. She could take that risk if he was just an ordinary nobody, but Han Sen had a deified feather. If Kong Fei found out what she had done to him, she might incur his wrath. This Geno art is harmful, but if he can finish learning the basics, there is the chance of it becoming something very strong and beneficial. Han Sen has managed to generate a Geno armor with it already, and aside from deified elites, that shouldn't be possible. And once an elite rises to become deified, their body is locked down. They cannot generate a Geno armor, but this man can. Perhaps there really is a chance. Yisha looked at Han Sen as she thought. A Geno art that cannot be practiced, and yet he has managed to generate a Geno armor with it. If he can evolve a second time and become a noble, with that perfect Geno armament, his strength would far exceed that of other nobles. After that, practicing would be much less difficult for him, and he might achieve a great deal. It's just this first step will be really difficult to take. Very hard, indeed. Han Sen saw Yisha staring at him and noticed that she wasn't saying a word. He thought to himself, did I waste too many of her resources? Does she no longer want me? That's fine. Just let me go without killing me, please. Han Sen was overthinking things a little, though. Yisha had taken him as a student as part of a wager. And that aside, she was not the sort of person that would give up easily. Han Sen, let me ask you something. I can force you to be my student, but I want this to be something that you yourself desire. I am happy to accept you, but I won't make you do this if it is against your will. I can give you a job, though, and you won't have to worry about anything, Yisha suddenly proposed. Of course I am willing to be here. Han Sen hastily told her. He did not know if she was just testing his resolve or not, so he didn't want to share his true opinion. He spoke with firm confidence. My training will be hard. Not everyone is able to accept this. And if you are my student, you have to keep that flame of resolve stoked and push through the pain, even when it hurts. If you cannot handle the pain of this, I can give you the job of an officer instead. Regardless of what happens, I want you to know that you do not have to worry about anything else in your life. Yisha spoke coldly, but she was still staring at Han Sen fondly. I will endure whatever pain comes my way and go as far as I possibly can. I will give up anything and give my everything, as long as you don't give up on me. I won't disappoint you. Han Sen paused for a moment. With a sad look, he went on to tell her, on Mosey Mountain, Stay Up Late and I were the recipients of deified feathers. Those high-level races only wanted Stay Up Late, and they ignored me completely. I want to practice too in order to go further. Please, give me the chance no one else did. If I am given the possibility to reach for the stars, I don't mind dying in the effort. Anything is better than staying still, rotting in place. By the end of his speech, Han Sen felt excited. Even he almost believed what he was telling her. Good, if you have this much courage and sense of purpose, I will give you the opportunity. I will help you go further and make those other fool races regret what they told you. Yisha thought Han Sen was speaking from the heart, and she wholeheartedly believed his words. But after this, she still went on to say, remember your own words today. I won't blame you if you give up right now and settle for the comfort of a quiet and good life. But if I spend a lot of resources raising you up, only for you to eventually give up and try to run away, you will pay the ultimate price. Not even a deified elite could save you from the destruction I'll bring down on you. Do you understand me? If I try to run away, my head is yours to remove. Han Sen's answer sounded serious. What Han Sen said, though, was not entirely a lie. The last few sentences were actually quite sincere. Han Sen was not willing to back down. If he did not aim high in the Geno universe, he could not survive. And he couldn't protect his friends and family when they made the jump. He needed to get stronger, so he could get back Golden Growler and Little Flower. There was no way he could back down now. Okay, then, let us continue. Yisha could tell Han Sen was sincere and true to his words, and she was very impressed by him. Yisha was giving him a chance to leave because it would be hard to begin what he had started. Merely getting past the first stage would cost a lot. She wanted to find out what sort of character Han Sen had before committing. If Han Sen was weak and impatient, she would rather give up and lose the bet. No one could promise her pursuit with Han Sen would pay off, so she had to learn more and consider things properly. Han Sen's answers and behavior had satisfied her. She was no longer second-guessing herself, she was willing to give this a go. If Yisha knew Han Sen just wanted to use up her resources to get through the story of genes, she'd have been very angry. Continue, Yisha said. Continue what? Han Sen was shocked, and not sure what she was alluding to. Continue eating, of course. Yisha said. She waved her hand, and a beautiful rebate brought forth a number of elixirs. Consume them one by one, and cast your Geno arts. Do this as many times as you have to. I will make you a noble, and not even the gods themselves can stop it. Yisha raised her head, asserting her feeling of confidence. Yes, I won't disappoint you. I will start consuming them now. Immediately after saying that, Han Sen gulped down the contents of the first bottle. Yisha sat on a chair, watching Han Sen gather up power to evolve a second time. She looked at him emotionlessly, as if she was made of ice. But her eyes twitched sometimes, showing that she was not all that calm. Her heart was bleeding. After their discussion, Han Sen had used another 3 magnet fruit elixirs, 2 thunder Geno fluids, 2 reborn Geno fluids, 1 fire and ice Geno fluid, and 1 beast blood Geno fluid. They were all the treasures that could force someone to evolve a second time. Normally, 1 would be enough to accomplish this. But Han Sen had almost emptied her entire treasury by this point, and he hadn't evolved a second time. To Knife Queen, that might have been nothing. But they belonged to the One, and she couldn't just take whatever she pleased whenever she wanted. These were her private items. She was rich, but these items were priceless. They couldn't be bought with money, and Han Sen had yet to evolve a second time. It made Yisha start to feel quite ill. I am sorry, but it looks like I have failed again. Han Sen stood up. With this latest failure, he had failed 11 times. Continue, Yisha said emotionlessly. Her eyes twitched another couple of times, though. She only had 1 boiling Geno fluid left to give, and a cell Geno fluid. If those 2 didn't work, her current investments would have all been for nothing. She wouldn't know how to deal with him after she went gone through these. She couldn't just let Han Sen go after investing so much in him with no return. If this were to continue, she'd have to pay a big price to gain an item that would instigate the evolution she wanted to see. And that was something that she really didn't want to do. Han Sen grabbed another Geno fluid and drank it. Then, he cast the Story of Genes. The spell armor was brimming with energy, and it thumped with boundless strength. And then, all of a sudden, a strange power lit up the armor. It made Yisha's heart jump. All the other symbols and etchings began to light up, too. Not long after, the Geno armor was covered in those symbols and scrawls, making it look like a rippling flame. Yisha was so happy to see this, and she said, it's going to succeed this time. 12 vials of Geno fluid was an investment of Goliath proportions. She felt grand relief seeing this. If the final 2 fluids did not help, she wasn't sure if she would have been willing to dip her hands into the ones owned by the entire tribe. Amidst the flame-like symbols, the Geno armor started to melt. It melted into a liquid that then took on another form. Seeing Han Sen become a noble and not a xenogeniac was a great thing, too. If he became a xenogeniac, things might have been even harder. Yisha looked at the Geno armor's shape, trying to figure out what sort of Geno armament he was set to receive. A Geno art that required so much was sure to yield a fascinating result. The Geno fluid kept swirling and changing, and eventually, it started to become transparent, but Yisha's face started to turn, too. It looked perplexed. Most armors would evolve to create something that was obviously a weapon. You might even find items or enhancements to the armor itself. But the Geno armament that Han Sen created looked very strange. It was not finished, but you could start to make out its shape. It was a crystallizer kid, complete with limbs and a face. Is that a doll Geno armament? Yisha was thinking to herself. But when the armament had almost finished, Yisha started to look shocked. In the air, after the Geno armor melted, the Geno armament appeared. It looked so weird. It looked like a 12-year-old girl. Her long black hair reached down to her feet, and her eyes were black, also. Her skin was white and smooth, like that of a real human. Some parts of her were wrapped up in white armor, and in her hands, she was holding 2 revolvers. There were names etched into the grips of both guns. Yisha thought it was the language of the crystallizers, so she wasn't able to read the words. The girl moved her eyes and crouched down against the floor. She lifted her guns and pointed them at Yisha, as if she was guarding Han Sen from a hostile. Yisha's eyes opened wide as she stared at the girl. She had seen many Geno armaments, but nothing like this. This one looked alive. She had a proper life force. She also looked like she had intelligence, too. For a Geno armament to have life like that, and to have armor and guns, her knowledge on what was possible when it came to evolving was wholly flipped on its head. When the Geno armament finished generating, Han Sen looked at the girl and said, "Why is my armament a woman? Is that really my Geno armament?" The grips convinced Han Sen that this really was his Geno armament, though. On the grip of the 2 pearl white revolvers, the letters SPI were carved into one, and the letters 2 were carved on the other. Together, they formed spell. And that was the name of his Geno armor. When Han Sen used his mind, the woman came towards him. When they bumped into each other, she became a white armor set that covered his entire body. The word spell was written all across it. An incredible power filled Han Sen's body now. It gave him much more power than the Geno armor ever did. "This is my Geno armament." Han Sen was shocked. He went to check on its information, and the Geno body said he had become a duke behind the word spell. "My queen, I think I succeeded," Han Sen said, looking at Yisha. "Very good, now keep practicing." Yisha was still in shock, and she was roused from a slumber of deep thoughts by Han Sen's sudden shout. Yisha had never heard of a Geno armament like this. Maybe this guy really can achieve something special. A Geno armament like this is strange, Yisha thought to herself. 1821 Favorite subordinate Yisha allowed Han Sen to write down the content of the story of Gene so she could look over it. She wanted to help Han Sen learn and modify the later parts to facilitate his practice. Because the practice method was so demanding, if no changes were made, it would be much harder to level up and ascend. It would be even harder to generate Geno armaments. He would need to be a god to practice it in its entirety. After the changes, the power would be decreased, but if it weren't edited, then it couldn't be learned at all. This thing was not created for the average Joe to fool around with. Because modifying took a long time, she allowed Han Sen to continue practicing for now. And when she was done, they would begin anew. Han Sen returned to his garden and summoned Spell. He wanted to know what powers she possessed. He was mostly interested in the 2 revolvers she wielded, and he wanted to know if the guns could fire bullets. Spell moved by her own volition. She did so with gentle grace, and as she clutched the 2 revolvers, she was able to fly around effortlessly and shoot the flowers. All about the revolvers could fire bullets and hit the flowers. Her accuracy was good, but Han Sen noticed that the bullets weren't solid, and they cost energy to fire. Even Han Sen's own energy was drained by the attacks. Spell was Han Sen's Geno armament, so it made sense that it could be used as a weapon. But he also realized the more power he was willing to put in, the more powerful the bullets fired would be. Those bullets did not have any special powers, though. Perhaps it was because he was too low level. Becoming a Viscount might change things. Barons couldn't unleash powers from a distance. They had no ranged attacks they could use, so at least where barons were concerned, having Spell was something that was a little overpowered. Han Sen tested it quite a bit, and he realized he could command and control Spell in battle. Her movements were controlled by Han Sen's thoughts. There was no delay, despite the distance that separated them. Han Sen did not need to control her all the time, though. With just a thought, spell could be put to any task, and she'd finish it by herself. She was like a living thing, for the most part, and she possessed a lot of intelligence. She's like a real life form. Gee, that the story of genes is strange, Han Sen thought to himself. He really liked spell, and valued it far above something like a sword or whatever else he might have gotten. He could do a lot more with this. Aside from Yisha, though, no one else had learned that he had a geno armament. The news about Yisha using 12 geno fluids to make Han Sen a geno armament did circulate, though. All the rebate that heard this could not believe their ears. No matter how bad the creature was, 1 or 2 geno fluids should have made them noble. And Han Sen had taken 12. How bad was he? Many of the high-class rebates believed raising Han Sen was pointless. If it was so difficult for him to generate a geno armament, becoming a king and refining the feather would be so much harder. Don't bother raising a talentless person like that. No wonder those elites did not invite Han Sen to join them. He is way too bad. I don't know what Queen was thinking, using 12 geno fluids. Even if he does have a deified feather, there is such a low chance he can become deified. How much is it going to cost to get him to that level? The resources she wasted could have made 2 semi-deified warriors. All of the rebate were talking about this. Some ministers and elites had already come to consult with Yisha, informing her that she should give up on Han Sen now. Yisha did not explain her reasoning, and neither did she take their advice. And she said that when the narrow moon tunnel opened up, Han Sen would be a part of it after that. The rebate communities exploded with talk of Han Sen and Yisha. 12 geno fluids to become a noble baron. Already it was seen as a pointless idea, but Yisha felt differently. She still wanted to raise Han Sen up. She even wanted to give him a name for the tunnel. It was hard to take the minds of others off of this idea. Many of the elites thought that Yisha raising an outsider and taking him as a student meant they had some sort of secret relationship. Yisha hadn't even performed a ceremony when she accepted him as a student. With the sudden induction, they all believed she knew how bad he was, but she was forging ahead anyway. Otherwise, why would the queen accept a student so quietly? No one was willing to challenge Yisha's desires, though. But even so, everyone was determined to continue hating Han Sen. Han Sen stayed in the garden to practice with spell. He had no idea people were talking about him the way they were. Even if he had known, though, he wouldn't have cared. Han Sen might have looked young, but he had gone through life and death experiences few others could equal. He had experienced everything a person could, a long time ago. He was not totally uncaring, but he wouldn't waste many feelings on petty quarrels, either. Yisha summoned him and told him to practice in Narrow Moon. If he went, that would be the first time he had exited the garden. Before you go to Narrow Moon, I will teach you a knife skill. Try to learn as much of this as you can. When she said that to Han Sen, her voice sounded strange. Han Sen didn't notice, though. He didn't realize how many talented young rebates were waiting in Narrow Moon to teach him a lesson. Narrow Moon's space tunnel opened once a year, and only barons could enter. Only 10 of them could go at a time. Only the best barons would be there. As a result, to claim a spot, you had to be an approved and formally recognized genius. And you also had to have proof to support any claim of excellence. In addition, you had to receive an invite from an elder. Han Sen had nothing, and yet, Yisha had claimed a spot there for him. People weren't very happy about that, and the young men who had claimed the other 9 places didn't like him at all. Some of the young ones were preparing to teach him a lesson inside the tunnel, because when Han Sen got bullied in there, Yisha wouldn't be able to do anything to save him. 1822 Narrow Moon. Han Sen stood in the garden, watching the many planets clustered in the sky. The evening sky was like the image seen inside a kaleidoscope. The xenogenic space twisted the dimensions strangely, so that Han Sen could even see buildings on the surface of the closest planets. Many of the planets were of good size. If it wasn't for the xenogenic space, the planets would have collided with each other and annihilated everything within range. But under that xenogenic space, the planets were fine. They had their own orbits, and they were quite organized. Looking up in any direction from Narrow Moon, you'd see many planets clustered together. There were circular ones, but also broken ones. Some of them were close, some of them were far. Their numbers were countless, and that was why it was called Narrow Moon. The planets around Narrow Moon were very mysterious. There were 3 planets, the names of which were Tianmen, Tianyu, and Tianji. Every year, when those 3 planets formed a triangular constellation, the center space would reveal a tunnel. And this was why Narrow Moon was so mysterious. Only Baron class beings could enter. If you were too powerful, the energy inside would crush you, and you would die. The tunnel would allow 10 entrants. There were 10 open spots for beings to join, and 1 spot would be occupied and taken away after each entrant. Yisha had allocated 1 spot for Han Sen to enter. Whether or not a benefit could be earned was entirely down to Han Sen. Han Sen, you are my student. I helped you become a noble, and I grabbed you a spot to go to Narrow Moon. But from now on, if you want more help from me, you have to prove to me you are worth the investment. Otherwise, despite the fact you will still be my student, further chances for special treatment will be void, Yisha said seriously. I will work hard. Han Sen nodded. No, you need to work like your life depends on it, Yisha frowned. Yes, Han Sen shouted. Now that she was satisfied, she chucked Han Sen a knife. The space tunnel is going to open soon. It is too late to teach you knife skills, but I can teach you this one. If you learn this, it should help. It is called Tusk. Yisha held a knife, and still talking to Han Sen, she told him, watch. I will only show you this once. After that, Yisha drew her knife. She drew it very quickly and brought it right up to Han Sen's face with blistering speed. And then, Yisha stopped the motion without hurting him. Han Sen, seeing her strike, knew that what he had seen was from the opening of teeth knife. Han Sen had seen it acted out by the knife mind entity. He had already learned it at the time with the knife mind. And while he had only learned the beginning, he was a master of what he knew. Yisha explained Tusk to Han Sen and asked if he understood. If he didn't and he had a question, she would answer. I understand. Han Sen did not have anything to ask her. After he received the teeth knife mind, he understood it a whole lot more. All he needed was practice. Yisha frowned and did not say anything. She left Han Sen to practice it. She wondered why Han Sen did not ask any questions. And she thought he might have just been pretending that he understood the technique. If he was, that was not a very good student to have. Plus, she was the queen. And she was a busy person. While she did take time to teach Han Sen, it'd be stupid if he did not cherish what she took the time to teach him. But Yisha did not think he was too bad, overall. If he didn't suffer a little, at least, he wouldn't cherish anything that came to him easily. So, she knew there might be trouble when he went through the space tunnel. She didn't have much to say about the matter, and she was willing to accept the possibility he might fail. Yisha thought failing was no big deal. If Han Sen worked hard, it would still be worth it. Han Sen went back to his garden and practiced Tusk. He was planning on using this for combat. Han Sen knew many skills, but in case she found out his true identity, it was best not to use it. Only barons were going there, anyway. Han Sen figured he'd be going with a bunch of snot-nosed kids of the rebate. If they stirred up something, one skill would be enough to lay waste to them. A few days passed quickly. Yisha did not take Han Sen to the space tunnel, and he allowed a rebate to guide him there. Narrow Moon had 11 stars. Aside from one of those stars, all of them were kings. Knife Queen Yisha was a half-deified king, and there was only one other on par with her. That was Moonwheel King. The rebate had possessed many deified elites at one point, but that was long ago. There were none amongst them right now. Most of the higher races were like the rebate, and tended to only have one deified elite. They were the ones who would light the lantern on the race's behalf. But even they would not live forever, and they too would die someday. But without deified elites, the lesser races were still unable to usurp a lantern and claim it for themselves. Typically, they'd need deified elites of their own to manage such a feat. It was very hard for the higher races to create a deified elite. So, even across the space of 1,000 years, witnessing a fight like the one with Kong Fei was extremely rare. Out of the 10 kings of the rebate, Knife Queen was widely regarded as the cream of the crop. Aside from Moonwheel King, who was near enough the same level, the others were far inferior. Yisha kept practicing, hoping she'd become deified. So, she did not care too much for the business of the tribe as a whole. Only barons could enter this competition. And so, the higher tier people wouldn't care too much about it, either. Han Sen did not know about Narrow Moon, and so it was a guard who had to lead him there. The other 9 went there without an escort. When Han Sen arrived, the other 9 were already there. They looked surprised that Han Sen had a guard to guide him. Han Sen looked at the 9 of them, and he was surprised to see they weren't all rebate. Amongst the 9, 3 of them were of a different race. It seemed the rebate had alliances with other races. No one made an effort to speak with Han Sen, but he didn't mind that at all. He felt far freer, that way. Not long after, the 3 planets positioned themselves like a triangle. In the center between them, a vortex manifested. It looked like a black hole. The rebate had people guide Han Sen into the vortex. When a white light began to beam from the vortex, barons could enter one at a time. Han Sen was put in last place. And seeing that 9 of the barons had already entered, he did not hesitate to go in. As soon as the white light flashed again, he leapt inside. After Han Sen traveled through the wormhole, he found himself on a planet of sorts. He raised his head to the sky and noticed he was unable to see stars or moons. This wasn't Narrow Moon. He was on a lone planet in the galaxy. This planet was different from other planets. There were just plain fields stretching out until volcanoes rose out of the earth in the distance. Each volcano was dozens of miles away, and there were no mountains. Not even the slightest hill. As Han Sen looked around him, he heard a big boom noise come from the closest volcano. It sounded like a roar, and it spat out a pillar of light. It wasn't just the nearest volcano that was erupting, either. It was every volcano he could see. With all those pillars shooting into the sky, it was a sight to behold. But Han Sen knew something was wrong. When the volcanoes erupted, there was no rising ash cloud or seeping lava. The column of light just shot up into the clouds and made them bright. They covered the entire sky. The volcanoes only erupted for a minute before stopping. Then, there were no pillars to be seen. But in the sky, the clouds were still getting brighter and brighter. They started to empty, unleashing a torrent of rain from above. And when the rain drew near, Han Sen could tell something was really wrong. It wasn't just water he was seeing. The rain was a bevy of knives. There were short knives, long knives, narrow knives, big and black knives, wing knives, flying knives. All those different types of knives were falling from the sky, until they hit the ground, covering the land in their abundance. Han Sen was shocked. There was nowhere to hide or take shelter amidst the knife rain. The best he could do was block. Han Sen did not have a weapon. He had wanted to bring a knife with him so he could use tusk, but Yisha said there was no need to. Now he understood why. This place had nothing but knives. Seeing that the knife rain would soon reach him, Han Sen grabbed one out of the air right before slashing the volleys away. The knife rain only lasted a few seconds. Han Sen blocked all the knives assaulting him, and when he looked around, all he could see were knives for miles around. It was something of a knife treasury. The knives were real, too, not illusions. Han Sen picked up a winged knife and a big black knife. One of them had been made from steel, and the other had been made out of some other metal. They felt good to wield, and as Han Sen used them to block the last of the falling knives, he could see marks left on the blades by the repeated collisions. The weaponry was real. Han Sen lowered his head and searched for a better one. Don't search. This is just the first round, so their quality will be bad. If you want a good one, you're going to have to wait for the 7th round. Assuming you last that long, that is. A rebate man approached Han Sen, speaking coldly. Han Sen looked at him. He looked quite handsome, and he had black bunny ears. He was holding a knife that was shaped like an arrow. He must have picked it up from the rain, as well. What's your name? Han Sen asked the rebate man. Black Steel, son of Black Moon King. The man stared at Han Sen, going on to say, 2 years ago, I begged my father to meet with Knife Queen. I hoped she would accept me as a student, but I was rejected. Han Sen, hearing him say this, knew he was not a friendly chap. Trouble was coming. Black Steel, holding his knife, continued walking toward Han Sen. The queen took you as a student, but others have a tendency to say you are incredibly weak. I do not believe Queen would be so foolish as to accept one like that. You have to be superior, in some capacity. So, show me what you got. After that, Black Steel's knife came at Han Sen swinging. It thrashed towards him like lightning. Black Steel's knife was not a teeth knife. His skills were very aggressive, though. The narrow knife might have looked ordinary, but it moved as if it could slay an entire army. Han Sen's hand swung the winged knife. It looked like he was slashing, but he wasn't. It looked like he was stabbing, but he wasn't. It looked very creepy as it approached Black Steel's neck. Black Steel swung his narrow knife, and they both collided with each other. The two knives were broken. I did not expect you to have learned Queen's teeth knife. Great. Black Steel's eyes looked on in excitement. He picked up a random knife from the ground and tried swinging it at Han Sen again. Han Sen still had his thick black knife, and he used it to employ tusk. The quality of the blade was bad, so it broke. They were both fighting amidst the knife rain. When a knife broke, they'd pick up another. Broken utensils were scattered all about. Black Steel was not losing, but he looked ill. Han Sen only used tusk, and he did not change up his tactics at all. But that simple skill still kept him in the fight with Black Steel, and he was not losing. To Black Steel, this entire fight was turning into something humiliating. He met Han Sen's eyes and said, "Is that all you've got?" "Yes. Before I met Queen, this is all I knew." Han Sen nodded. Black Steel was shocked. He stopped using his knife and asked, "When did she teach you this?" "A few days ago," Han Sen said lackadaisically. Black Steel looked even more confused, and he tried asking, "Aside from this skill, what others do you know?" "Others, but they aren't very popular." Han Sen could not expose the extent of his knife skill, but he was quite good. Black Steel looked at Han Sen with continued confusion. He threw his knife to the ground and said coldly, "There is no point in beating you now, then. I will fight you once you have learned all of the teeth knife techniques." Han Sen shrugged his shoulder. He was never interested in pointless fights. "What is this knife rain?" Han Sen asked Black Steel. Han Sen did not think he would be a difficult person to get along with. "Knife grave. Queen didn't tell you before you came." Black Steel frowned. Han Sen shook his head. "Queen didn't tell me anything. She just told me to come here, and that was that." Black Steel quietly said, "Queen is indeed different. She has her own plans, though, I assume. If she didn't tell you." After a pause, Black Steel went on to say, "These volcanoes are the graves of the knives. A lot of knives are buried here, and the knives come out when the tunnel is opened. They await a new master. We are here to select new weapons for ourselves. We are also being picked by the weaponry. There won't be good quality knives at the beginning, mind you. Later on, there will be a higher chance of finding good knives. But even so, they are rare. You need to get them, but also earn their approval. For that, you will require power and luck." "Where did these weapons come from, then?" Han Sen asked, with shock. "I do not know, but this portal opens once a year. Where the knives actually come from, I've never been told. If they are not chosen, they will return to their graves. They await the next host of participants in a year's time, with the hope they might be chosen," Black Steel said. "Does that mean the weapons we take belong to us?" Han Sen thought to himself. He wanted to collect a few, so he could give them to his family. It would be best to give them to his son, his grandson, and great-grandson, in case he could never return. "Our race has a rule: only one knife can be taken by each person." Black Steel looked at Han Sen coldly, as if he knew what Han Sen was thinking. "Oh, really?" Han Sen looked disappointed, but then he asked, "Towards the end, what might their level be? Are any of them deified knives?" Black Steel's mouth twitched. He knew Han Sen was a greedy person, who was not even concerned with hiding that fact. He had no clue why Queen might accept a student such as this. "I don't know. The knife rain will fall once an hour, however. After the 7th rain comes, Viscount-class blades will become available. It'll be hard to dodge those knives. Across the years, no one has lasted longer than 10 rounds. The best knives that have ever been found were Duke knives." Black Steel answered Han Sen's question. "Duke class? That's not bad." Han Sen nodded. Black Steel felt as if he had been talking far too much to Han Sen. Strangely, he was also in a brighter mood. He couldn't help but ask Han Sen, "Did you bring any high-tier armor and weapons with you to this place?" "No. Queen said I did not have to." Han Sen looked at Black Steel, and it seemed as if he had not brought anything, either. Black Steel said, "Do you think a baron can block a Viscount knife rain?" "The knife rain is not like this, and it could last up to 10 minutes. When they fall down, they will come with the full strength of a Viscount's attack. Without high-tier armor and weapons, how well do you think you will fare in the blocking?" Han Sen looked at Black Steel without speaking. If the high-tier armor and weapons worked, Yisha would have let him bring them. But Black Steel hadn't brought his either, so there must have been a reason for that. Black Steel continued by saying, "It is actually pointless to bring them. Bringing those items will only help you last a bit longer. But if you bring other items to help you, the knives you wish for will not choose to follow you. They would sooner break themselves than allow themselves to be used by the likes of you. You have to use your own, raw power to obtain the weapon of your choice. It's all down to you, and a modicum of luck. During the 7th reign, maybe I can find an earl weapon. After that, there might be marquis and duke. But they are extremely rare, and that really will depend on your luck. After Black Steel said this, he ignored Han Sen. He took off in the direction of a volcano. Where are you going? Han Sen followed him. Black Steel seemed okay with this. Han Sen thought following a guy who knew the way might be better than venturing out on his own. This way, he could definitely learn more. Let's go to the knife grave. There might be knives of a higher tier there, Black Steel said as he walked. Seeing Han Sen follow him, he stopped and asked, why aren't you looking for them by yourself? Why are you following me? It'll take a while for things to reach the 7th round of Knife Rain. If I come with you, I can learn stuff from you. I will go find them by myself once we reach the 7th reign. Han Sen laughed. Black Steel hummed and said, I'm afraid you might not even last 7 rounds. He might have said this, but there was no sign that Black Steel actually wanted to remove Han Sen from his presence. He was headed towards the volcano. He was headed to Knife Grave. They walked side by side, and when they reached the volcano, Black Steel threw a knife at Han Sen. You are lucky. This is a barren knife for you. It is quite rare to find on the first round. With this, you should be able to last a few rounds extra. Thanks. Han Sen swung his knife. The knife was smooth to wield. Black Steel ignored him and kept walking to the volcano. When he was halfway, he found another barren knife. It looks like you have an interest in knives, Han Sen said with curiosity. The knife did not have the word barren written down on it, so, amidst all the knives that were there, he couldn't distinguish one from the other. Black Steel seemed to be able to tell with just a glance. That meant he was probably pretty good. Black Steel answered, I have practiced knife skills since I was young, and our family produces knives, anyway. So, I can determine the quality with ease. Good, Han Sen thought. He then said, if you are that good, why don't we cooperate? You select a knife for me. Han Sen thought there were too many weapons, as they were everywhere. Finding a good quality one would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. With a professional, things would go much better. Black Steel rolled his eyes and said, I help you pick and you do what? I will block some of the knife rain for you, Han Sen said. Black Steel lifted his lips and ignored him. He sat down on a rock and placed the knife on his leg. He closed his eyes and waited for the next round to begin. Entering the grave, Little Black, are you a rebate? And your father is a king. How can you not have teeth knife? There was still a while to go before the next knife rain came, so Han Sen tried to talk to Black Steel. Hearing Han Sen call him Little Black, his eye twitched. He held back the urge to cut Han Sen down and simply closed his eyes. I know you must be the playful sort. I bet you like hitting on girls or something, to have skipped the years that would have allowed you to learn teeth knife. Han Sen was curious. Teeth knife was so strong, so why was it that Rock's Fall Duke had learned it, whereas Black Steel hadn't? Black Steel's eyelids twitched. He stared at Han Sen and said, do you think everyone is as lucky as you? Teeth knife is a rebate skill, but not many people have the ability to practice it. Only 6 people know it right now, and Queen is the only one that is capable of mastering it. I want to learn from her, but she does not think I am capable of learning it. You can go and find the other 5, Han Sen said. Black Steel hummed and said, I want to learn from the best. If I can't learn it from her, I won't accept it from anyone less. Queen recommended that I learn another skill, anyway, so I don't need teeth knife. What is the skill you are learning, then? Han Sen asked. Black Steel coldly said, cut steel knife. That sounds powerful. Is that the skill you were using? Han Sen's eyes opened wide. He was looking quite shocked. Black Steel saw Han Sen was only pretending to be shocked, so he could extract more information, and felt his own eyelids repeatedly flicker with a twitch. He stood up and focused on getting to the top of the mountain. Little Black, where are you going? Han Sen asked as he followed. I have a death wish. If you are afraid of dying, then I recommend that you don't come any further. When the grave erupts, you'll be slaughtered, Black Steel said coldly. Then, he went ahead to reach the peak. Han Sen did not believe Black Steel was going to die, and he was quite happy to have finally met someone with a fine temper. He wasn't going to let him go off quite so easily. So, Han Sen followed him up to the peak. It was like a real volcano there. When Han Sen looked down, it looked like a meat grinder beneath him, with a sea of knives all lying together. They lined up like the layers of teeth within the maws of a monster. It was a scary sight to see. At the bottom, there was a red juice. It was lava, presumably. The weapons appeared to be ticking out from the liquid. Little Black, can we find a weapon amidst those? The weapons are all together, right? So, the good ones should be easier to find. Han Sen couldn't take his eyes off the knife grave. Black Steel coldly said, if you aren't afraid of dying, you can certainly try. Han Sen thought his life was more important. He wasn't familiar with this place, so it was best not to risk it all by trying to venture in. While Han Sen was thinking about this, Black Steel was actually climbing down already. Little Black, why are you going down? Han Sen looked surprised. I am not afraid of dying, Black Steel said simply. He was clutching a knife as he made his descent. Han Sen decided to follow. The knives were all crisscrossed, and the places you could grab onto were just the blades. It was like you were climbing a knife mountain. Fortunately, those blades were fairly poor. They were like the ones that had just fallen in the first rain. And since the dull knives weren't currently falling out of the sky, they weren't really dangerous. Little Black, Han Sen said, just as he felt the blades start to shake. The steel juice at the bottom was beginning to bubble and boil. It looked ready to fly upwards. Black Steel gave Han Sen a signal to be quiet. He stayed silent, and then the knives and the steel juice became calm. Han Sen tried to copy him and kept on climbing. It seemed like Black Steel had brought him here just to get him to shut up. The lower they got, the sharper the knives became. They were surrounded by knives now, and if the knives started to move, Han Sen and Black Steel would be turned into pincushions. Even if the knives didn't move, Han Sen could imagine the fate that would await him if he slipped. But Han Sen was not afraid, and neither was Black Steel. In reality, he had nothing to be afraid of. He could always fly for a short time, and here, that would be enough to get him to safety. And furthermore, he had the Taurus shield. There was no way that the blades of a baron could harm it. Then again, if Han Sen used the shield, he wasn't sure if the knives would still want him. They climbed down quietly, getting closer and closer to the steel juice. Black Steel had only decided to come here because Han Sen had asked so many questions. The curiosity of wondering if there were any knives being born also played a part. But there had only been one rain, and the good knives wouldn't be revealed just yet. Han Sen wasn't too hopeful. When he looked at the seething steel juice, he saw a pitch-black horse knife resting halfway within the liquid. The air was insanely hot that close to the liquid steel, but the sight still gave Han Sen the chills. Han Sen was thinking, that's a good knife. The knife was inside the steel juice. Han Sen tried reaching for it, but he was short by 2 arm lengths. He didn't dare to move suddenly. If he shifted his weight too much, it would undoubtedly make the knives move, and the grave might even erupt at a faster pace. Even if their bodies were built of steel, they would still be sliced and diced into dust. Black Steel frowned. He thought the horse knife was a Viscount-class weapon. If he got it now, it would help him reach the 7th round. It was difficult to find a weapon such as that before the 7th reign. That knife might even carry him all the way to the 10th round. If he gave up now and waited until the eruption, the knife might end up at a random location several hundred miles away. It'd be hard to find it. But there was no way he could reach it. Just as Black Steel was giving up, Han Sen came down next to him and got his attention, then grabbed his arm. Black Steel understood what he meant. Han Sen wanted to lift him and let him reach out for the knife. Black Steel didn't hesitate. He grabbed Han Sen's hand and lowered himself down. Han Sen grabbed the nearest blade and let Black Steel dangle slowly downwards. Black Steel's fingers were so close to the prize he wanted, the horse knife. His forehead dripped with sweat, knowing that he was making a risky move. If they did something to detonate the grave, they would die right then and there. Black Steel's hands weren't shaking, though. He got close to the horse knife that was still half within the juice. And very carefully, he drew the knife out. He moved with precision, bringing the knife out slowly to avoid creating waves. It took him an entire minute to remove it fully. Suddenly, a drop of sweat dripped off of Black Steel's face. It fell into the steel juice, and then, shaw! White smoke billowed up. The steel juice bubbled. The knives began to rattle and shake. They were pointing at the pair, freezing them in place. After a while, the knives and the steel juice settled down again. Black Steel put the knife away and nodded up at Han Sen. Han Sen acknowledged Black Steel's signal and then slowly pulled him up. He brought him back to the wall of knives they had come down from. Black Steel was now carrying his new knife, which was slung across his back. He signaled Han Sen, and then they climbed back out of the volcano. They did so in tandem, as quietly as they could. When they both climbed out of the knife grave, Black Steel looked relieved. His clothes were soaking wet. The stunt they had performed was too dangerous, and he had very nearly been killed. Black Steel looked at Han Sen. He noticed Han Sen standing comfortably beside him, as if he was entirely unshaken. Like he wasn't bothered by the risk they had just taken. His forehead was dry and without sweat, like nothing at all had just happened. I don't know if he is ignorant or arrogant, Black Steel thought to himself. Regardless, his view of Han Sen was starting to change. You own half of this knife, so we should talk about how best we split it. When they were down off the mountain, Black Steel pointed at the knife and said this. I don't need it. Consider that my service fee, paid in full. When I need to identify one for myself later, perhaps you can help me with that, Han Sen smiled. Do you know what knife this is? Black Steel asked. Han Sen shook his head. What is it? The weapon lacked an energy signature, and with Han Sen not being an expert, he could not discern the level of the blade. This is an Earl weapon, Black Steel said. An Earl? I thought it might be higher. I need one that is at least a Duke. You can help me find one like that, okay. With a bit of luck and a sprinkle of hope, it'll be a king. It'd be even better if it was deified. Han Sen looked grossly dismayed, and he didn't seem to think much of an Earl knife. Black Steel slung the knife back over his shoulder and just ignored Han Sen. He found a place in the foothills to sit down, where they could wait for the next round of rain. It took a long time for it to come, but it looked set to begin again soon. While they were talking, a loud noise sounded. The knife grave erupted and a pillar was fired into the sky. Then, the rain of knives began to fall. Black Steel took out his horse knife and chucked a Baron class knife to Han Sen. Han Sen's Baron weapon swiftly rose to knock away the knives that were falling from the sky. That round was mainly about using ordinary weapons. So ordinary, not even Baron weapons were necessary. They got through it with ease. Why don't we enter the knife grave again? Perhaps a high-tier weapon might now be found, Han Sen suggested. Black Steel shook his head and said, after the second wave, many of the weapons on the walls are Baron. Their power will be stronger. If you touch them, they'll immediately start rioting. Unless you can fly in and out, you won't be able to get back down there. Han Sen looked disappointed, and he gave up on the idea of heading back. Together, they both endured another 2 washes of knife rain. After the 5th storm, Black Steel decided to head to the mountain and take a look. He looked at the knives in the mountain, and then returned. Little Black, does your family have a deified knife? Does anyone have deified treasure in Narrow Moon? Han Sen asked, curious what the young man would answer. Black Steel just ignored him. The best way to deal with Han Sen, he had now figured, was keeping quiet. After 5 waves of rain, it would still be difficult to find another Earl weapon. If their luck wasn't too poor, they could at least find a Viscount weapon. Black Steel wanted to find a Viscount weapon right now. They walked around for a bit before stumbling across 3 others who were also in the pursuit of another weapon. Those 3 saw Han Sen and Black Steel, and decided to come over to greet them. Black Steel, why are you with him? A rebate. With Gold Ears looked at Han Sen and then frowned at Black Steel. I stand with whoever I choose to, Black Steel said coldly. The woman looked a little pssed after the rebuttal, and a rebate man that was beside her said, Black Steel, don't be so arrogant. You are only the son of Black Moon King. If you are as good as you pose yourself to be, how come Knife Queen did not accept you as a student, instead of this useless outsider? A strange-looking outsider laughed and said, he couldn't become Queen's student, but he can be friends with the student himself. Ha, maybe when he gets close, he thinks Queen will soften, and then accept him as the next student. Black Steel pulled out his knife and swung it with rage. The outsider raised his knife and fought back. But he only had a Baron weapon, and it was quickly shattered by the horse knife. To the outsider's shock, he was then cut in half. His blood spread across the ground. Is that an Earl's weapon? The man and woman trembled. They looked right at Black Steel's horse knife. The man yelled at Black Steel and said, Black Steel, are you really killing people here? Do you think you can do anything you please? Whoever insults Queen will die, Black Steel said icily, not even looking at them. The man and the woman were still reeling from shock. It was supposed to only have been a bit of chit-chat. If this event went public, it'd be a death wish. But if people knew it was the outsider who had insulted Queen, they would think Black Steel had performed a good kill. Huh, the man hummed and did not say anything. He looked at Han Sen and said, "The student that Queen accepted must be decent. I want to learn from you." The man no longer dared to provoke Black Steel, who had an Earl weapon. So, he was going to take out his angst on Han Sen. "You own half of this knife," Black Steel said, before tossing the horse knife to Han Sen. The man was angered by this, and he said, "Black Steel." "You," Han Sen threw the knife back to Black Steel and smiled. "I am Knife Queen's student. Using this would be bullying, so instead, I'll use this." After that, Han Sen picked up a random knife off the ground. It was ordinary, and didn't even have a rank. 1827 showing of Tusk Yisha told Han Sen he had to prove himself if he wished to obtain more resources. So, Han Sen wanted this opportunity to show off. Now that this man had willingly delivered himself on a platter, Han Sen wasn't going to let this chance slip away. The man, who was named Gauss, looked at Han Sen angrily. If Han Sen had been using the Earl horse knife, he assuredly wouldn't have been as enraged as he was now. But Han Sen wasn't using the horse knife, and neither was he using the knife he had been keeping with him. He just picked up a random blade off the ground. It was insulting, and that only fueled Gauss' anger. "I want to see how cocky you can get." Gauss brought out his own pirate knife. It was just a little bit shiny. That was a Viscount weapon. He had managed to find it after the Fourth Reign. He was just a baron, though, and he couldn't make use of all its power. Still, the knife itself had a grand sharpness to it. With Han Sen now making use of an unranked knife, it'd likely crumble and break if the two knives collided. Han Sen didn't really care, though. He swung his knife and thought it was pretty great for what it was. It was stable to wield, and it was definitely the sort of knife you'd use for chopping. "Why are you standing there? I thought you were going to teach me a lesson. Come on," Han Sen said to Gauss. Gauss' face looked grim. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and tried to attack Han Sen. The pirate knife came like a shadow, trying to ensnare Han Sen like a net. Gauss' knife skills were good. The power and speed showed off a high level of experience. His technique was no weaker than Teeth Knife, as well. Teeth Knife was not just focused on prowess, though. It was the technique itself, and how it revolved around that teeth power, that made it stand out. But Gauss was going after Han Sen. Han Sen might have looked young, but he was like an ancient beast. Han Sen's skill and experiences could not be remotely compared to what Gauss had endured in his lifetime. The scary thing was that they were both barons, yet Han Sen's fitness was far higher than Gauss, or any other barons. There might have been some who were as strong as Han Sen, but they didn't belong to the rebate. No rebate baron had that level of power. Seeing Gauss' knife net coming down to land on him, Han Sen stepped forward. He held up his knife and let the net fall onto it. Gauss was shocked. His skill was called Shadow Knife, and rather than creating a real net, it made illusions. Many shadows fell from the sky, but one of them would be lethal. Normal people would not be able to tell which was the real shadow and which were fake, so most would retreat and attempt to block. This was the first time he had seen someone so willing to come against it where they stood. You would need a lot of confidence to stick to your guns like that, and all the shadows Han Sen bumped into were illusions, too. He somehow avoided the real knife. How did he know where my real blade was? Gauss was shocked. He moved his body with the desire of striking again. But it was too late. The others watched as Han Sen leapt through the net, raced over to Gauss, and drew his knife like a cobra strike. The sides of Gauss' neck had fanged cuts in them, as if he had actually been bitten by a snake. Blood seeped out of the bite marks. Gauss held onto his neck as he stumbled back. His face turned pale. The woman that accompanied him looked shocked. She couldn't use Teeth Knife herself, but she recognized it. Han Sen was using Tusk. All it took was one meager strike to heavily damage Gauss. In Narrow Moon, Gauss had to be in the top 5 of his class. His Shadow Knife was not as good as Teeth Knife, but it was still fairly infamous. Gauss also had a Viscount weapon, and the woman struggled to believe he had been unable to block Han Sen's attack. "Let's leave." Gauss stared at Han Sen as he clutched his bleeding neck. He turned to leave. He knew if Han Sen had attacked any deeper, he'd have been a dead man. When Gauss had left, Black Steel turned to Han Sen. "When you fought me, you didn't use all your power. Weren't you doing the same? Han Sen smiled and dropped the knife back on the ground. He went on to say, let's go. We should see if we can find a better knife. The knife rain itself will be harder to deal with than those people were. It'll be terrible if I don't get a good one. Oh, and if you can, could you teach me how to identify knives? No, Black Steel refused. Then he walked forward to continue their search for a decent knife. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and followed Black Steel. He saw the weapons all about and noticed that they didn't radiate any power. All he could see was that they each looked different. Black Steel hailed from a family of blacksmiths. Before the 6th round, though, he found a Viscount weapon. Black Steel gifted the leaf knife to Han Sen. When Han Sen held it, he thought it felt different from the others. The texture was different. In a hall that looked palatial, a rebate man slowly approached and looked at Knife Queen. Why take a student like that? That's not very you. Moonwheel King, why should you care about which student I accept? Yisha responded evenly. Moonwheel King smiled. You don't have to answer to me on what students you accept, but you gave out resources that belong to the rebate. For this, you must provide an explanation. Is my student not worthy of a spot in the space tunnel? Yisha said, your student might be worth hundreds of slots, but he is an outsider. Things aren't so simple. Do you really want to raise him? Moonwheel King asked. That is my business. Don't worry about it. Yisha looked cold. I just want to remind you of our rules. Don't forget them. No one controls the entire race. Not you. Not I, Moonwheel King said slowly. I know better than you do. There's no need for you to remind me. Good. Moonwheel King smiled and then left. Seeing him leave, Yisha frowned. The things he said could not have been just him talking. Other kings must have been whispering in his ear, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered coming. Han Sen, it is all down to you now, and how far you can go. Yisha sighed. Even now, Yisha was not entirely sure whether or not she should commit to developing Han Sen. 1828 The two that did not come. Yisha pursued an investigation of the story of genes. Revising something so complicated was difficult, and could even yield dangerous results. But if no changes were made to it, learning it would be too hard. Raising Han Sen to Duke level would be easy, and the resource costs would not be too hefty. But the story of genes made things far more complicated than she had anticipated. And raising Han Sen to Duke had been far more expensive than she expected. There was nobody around, except for a few guards outside the tunnel's entrance. But Narrow Moon had a lot of people watching the exit, and that included the kings. They wanted to know more about the student Knife Queen had accepted. They wanted to know what made him so impressive that Queen herself would raise him. They were different from the ordinary rebate. They did not believe Knife Queen would spend so much time and resources on some random noob. They were guessing Knife Queen wanted Han Sen's deified feather. And although one deified feather could not make you deified, it had deified genes. It could still help semi-deify an elite. Look at the time, they should almost be out by now. Inside the garden, one rebate king was looking at the exit, talking to himself. The black vortex flashed suddenly, and someone came out. The rebate who were watching the exit looked shocked, seeing this person. Why is it Gauss? Everyone was surprised. Of the 10 barons that had entered, Gauss should have placed much higher. He could have been in the top 5, or even the top 3. But for someone like him to be the first one out, it was quite the surprise. Everyone looked at the weapon Gauss had taken. It was the pirate knife. Its power had been unleashed as it left the tunnel, and the nobles could see that it was a Viscount weapon. Just a Viscount. Many people were disappointed by Gauss' performance, especially the one who had recommended him. You are injured. You need healing. The guards saw Gauss' neck wounds. Many of the elites felt as if something was amiss. The 7th knife rain should be happening about now. Gauss had a Viscount weapon, and he could have lasted another 2 rounds. There had to be a reason why he had come out now. Everyone looked at Gauss' wounds, and when they saw them, they were all in shock. Obviously, the cuts had been created by teeth knife. They were not infected by the teeth power, but you could tell they had been created by the teeth knife's tusk component. Gauss was injured by Han Sen. Everyone was taken aback. Out of the 10 barons inside, it was likely Han Sen was the only one that knew about teeth knife. It could only have been Han Sen who had hurt him. A king that was sitting in the hall, watching the tunnel, looked strangely at the scene. It looks like the outsider. Students are not simple. If he had struck any deeper, Gauss would be dead. No baron should have the control and skill to be this precise. How long have you been teaching him? Moon Wheel King frowned. Even Yisha looked shocked, seeing the wounds on Gao's neck. She had taught Han Sen only once, for a few days. Han Sen had used Tusk to defeat Gauss, but at the same time spare his life. Her student was better than she believed him to be. Just a few days, and he is capable of this. Is he really that talented? Yisha thought to herself. As time passed, more and more barons emerged. Han Sen was not amongst the ones that exited. It's the 10th reign and they still haven't come out. Moon Wheel King frowned. It wasn't just Moon Wheel King who was this surprised, either. Other kings and nobles were still surprised to see that Han Sen had not yet come out. If he hadn't died in there, it was interesting to consider the prospects of why he had not yet returned. I am sorry, Dark Moon King, I have disappointed you. In the hall, Gauss kowtowed before a king and looked very embarrassed. Han Sen hurt you? Dark Moon King said coldly. Yes. Gauss did not dare to lie. Tell me what happened, and don't skip a single detail. No lying, Dark Moon King said. He looked fairly calm. Gauss' body shook as he explained what had happened. Dark Moon King frowned upon hearing the story. Just one hit. Knife Queen really put everything into that outsider. The rumors about Black Steel killing an outsider began to propagate, but no one spoke a word about it. Even the elders that had recommended the outsider did not comment on it. He had said something he was not supposed to, and Black Steel killed him for it. He had it coming. If Knife Queen heard what he had said, his fate would have been far worse. Everyone wondered why Han Sen and Black Steel still hadn't come out. 7 of them had exited, and only those 2 were still living inside there. If they haven't come out, then that means they managed to make it through the 11th round. If they are lucky enough, they might be able to find a Duke weapon. Yisha smiled. Han Sen's performance far exceeded her modest expectations. With Han Sen's performance, if she wanted to invest in him, she'd undoubtedly take less pressure for the decision. Black Moon King was also happy that Black Steak was still going on. The other kings and elders felt differently, though. No one knew what they were thinking about. In Knife Grave, Han Sen and Black Steel were scaling a mountain. They were looking for higher-tier weaponry. Black Steel looked happy, as he took off running towards a knife he had spotted. 1829, the knife that destroys the sky and earth. After the 11th knife reign, there were so many knives on the ground. They were all over the place, and there was hardly a place to step. Han Sen's feet walked across the handles, and Black Steel was standing in front of a knife. Han Sen thought the knife looked fairly normal, but Black Steel looked surprised. He pulled it out carefully and held it with both hands. He happily said, "This is a Duke weapon. It doesn't look like one." Han Sen saw the dim-looking light of the blade, and felt impartial towards it. "We are in the knife grave. It is still sleeping, mind you, the power is suppressed. Once you leave this place, you'll be able to see how great this is." After that, Black Steel gave the knife to Han Sen. "The knife you have wanted me to find you is this. Now, we no longer owe each other anything. You don't want it." Han Sen waved it around a bit. It felt great, but Han Sen was not wholly satisfied. "There is still a lot of time to go, so there is the chance I'll be able to find another." Black Steel continued walking. He didn't look back once. Han Sen followed Black Steel for a long time, and marveled at the amount he knew about the place. After the 11th knife reign, there were many more higher-tier weapons on the ground. But finding something of Duke class was still not a simple task. Aside from having the ability to spot one, you'd need more than a modicum of luck. On that giant planet, which was covered in millions of knives, finding a Duke weapon would be harder than finding a needle in a haystack. There were more higher-tier knives, but the ordinary ones still reigned in countless numbers. The ratio of good knives and bad knives didn't change, though. There were just more of both. Black Steel had randomly given Han Sen the Duke knife, which had surprised Han Sen. The land was wide. Han Sen and Black Steel were like 2 ants, afloat in a sharp sea. Knives were everywhere, and the sight of them made Han Sen's eyes go funny. Han Sen swore he had never seen so many knives in his life before. Time passed, and Black Steel was unable to find another Duke knife. He hadn't been able to find a Marquise one, even. It looked like the Duke knife had exhausted both of their luck. Boom! The ground began to rumble as the volcano of knives began to rattle and shake again. The pillar fired up into the sky and illuminated the clouds. It made the sky look like an ocean of lava. Again, Han Sen shouted at Black Steel. He pulled out the Duke scimitar and looked up at the crimson clouds. Black Steel raised his head and stood up straight. He was holding two knives now. One of them was the horse knife, and the other was a short knife. The latter was an earl weapon. Boom! The lava in the sky rumbled and roared like thunder. The knives came soaring down, dripping with the steel juice of their origin. The sky was filled by what looked like an endless display of meteors. Han Sen looked grim. They were all Viscount weapons, and they were accelerating as they descended to the ground with full power. Han Sen was holding a Duke weapon, but its power was asleep. Han Sen needed his power to activate it, but being the Baron he was, there was a limit to what he was able to do. So, all he had to rely on was the sharpness of the blade itself. In the 11th reign, Han Sen had seen how powerful a Viscount's sword could be. He and Black Steel had barely managed to hold on and make it through. This knife reign was much scarier than the 11th, though, that much was for certain. Pang, 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 pang. All the knives came racing down like a barrage of infinite missiles. They annihilated the earth, as countless knives shattered into pieces. The scariest thing about all of this was how the knife rain was falling. It wasn't a shower, it was a full-on heavy rain that did not seem to relent. Han Sen was waving his Duke knife. He clutched it tight, swinging at every knife that looked set to land on him. His finesse ensured none touched him. But Han Sen only had one knife, and he did not have a shield. He cut the knives that were raining down from directly above, but he wasn't able to cut the ones that were in his proximity. The falling knives exploded when struck, shattering. Many were broken, scattershotting Han Sen. They gave him a number of cuts, proving his barren armor could not stop them. Black Steel was faring much worse, though. Han Sen had mutant blood power, so his wounds would not bleed. If he hurt his skin, he could still keep going. But Black Steel could bleed, and he was soaked with the many lacerations that covered his body. The knives rained down like a bombing run. It was scarier than the Blitz. At least bombing sometimes provided a gap or berth to breathe. These knives wouldn't stop for a moment. Han Sen's Duke knife was sharp, but hitting those knives made his arm numb. His hands slowly began to crack. The knife rain, after lasting 10 minutes, showed no sign of stopping. Han Sen and Black Steel were fighting the knives back to back. They both held aside, and slowly, things began to get better. This knife rain is lasting too long. We can't hold on. We have to leave, Han Sen shouted, as he continued slashing and slashing. You go first. I haven't found the knife I am looking for, Black Steel said, while swinging his knife like a madman. I'll give you mine, and I'll take any, Han Sen said. It's yours, not mine, Black Steel said calmly. Are you crazy? Han Sen kept swinging his knife. You leave first, Black Steel insisted, continuing to wave his knife. FCK no, Han Sen slashed, cutting through a number of knives that were about to skewer his head. Boom! The sky trumpeted with thunderous sounds again. The lava in the sky seemed to explode. The rain poured from the sky. Knives. Countless knives. The knives came down like a torrential flood. They streamed down from above with the strength of a raging river. It'd be enough to destroy the sky and earth. 1830 Soothing the knife river, why have they still not returned? Someone asked from the entrance to the tunnel. Black Moon King had arrived before the space tunnel, and he was waiting for his son. When Black Moon King was young, he himself had entered the space tunnel. He knew how difficult the hardships were on the other side. Right now, those beyond ought to have been on the 12th round of rain. Since Black Steel hadn't come out yet, there were only two possibilities. The first option was that Black Steel was incredibly lucky, and he had found an incredible opportunity. The second option was that he was dead. In the past, barons had only managed to reach the 11th stage, that was the height of their power. No one had ever successfully made it through the 12th. There was once a son of a king who was so ambitious, he stole a duke's armor and took it to Knife Grave. He wanted to see how many rounds the knife rain would ultimately last. But on the 12th round, the young man came stumbling out with the duke's armor mostly in tatters. When he was questioned, the baron told his father that on the 12th round, the knives came down like an endless stream. Even his duke armor quickly broke down under the strain. The baron had managed to escape right before the duke armor was entirely broken. If he hadn't gotten out in time, he would have been killed. That was why barons never attempted to take duke armors with them. That young man's tale told everyone just how scary and powerful the knife rains could become. Black Moon King had already been waiting much longer than he had expected, but Black Steel was still inside. That was his only son, and he was incredibly worried. He stared at the black hole-like vortex. He was surrounded by many other nobles, eager to see the final result. His hands clenched into a pair of fists, as his own nails dug into his skin. He was never this nervous, not even when he was fighting someone. Yisha was not in front of the tunnel, but she still frowned and stared toward the entrance. On the knife-grave planet, the knife river came down like a tsunami from the sky. It felt as if it was going to cut the entire planet in half. Han Sen and Black Steel's faces changed. They felt awful. They did not have Duke armor, and neither did they have an escape route. Suddenly, the knife river was practically above their heads. Black Steel lobbed his horse knife and took Han Sen's Duke knife. Holding two knives, he jumped at the mass of the river and yelled, "Run!" The knives came at the river like a whirlwind, tearing apart the skies. Black Steel managed to cut the knife river in half. It was only for a second, though, and the knife river swiftly managed to bridge and refill the divide. Gotcha! With the impact he brought against the knife river, Black Steel's Earl weapon was broken against the tide. His hand bled. As a result, his other hand, that was clutching the Duke knife, now had a few crevices running across it. The impact with the knife river was too strong. The Duke knife was pushed to the side. The knives rushed by Black Steel like water. Black Steel looked at the knife river and his eyes moved. He realized he would die this time, and there was no way out for him. Seeing endless knives line up together, so close to his body, it would only take a second for them to chop and dice him into pieces. But the knives suddenly stopped, and they froze where they were in the air. They hung there, motionless, blanketing the sky. The knives were almost into his flesh and his eyes, but the spectacle had all suddenly stopped. Shaw, shaw, suddenly, it was like time began running backwards. The knives reversed course. They moved 100 meters away before coming to a stop. The weapons started to spin, and so too did the ones on the ground. Countless weapons were spinning like tornadoes. They were everywhere, and Black Steel couldn't even have guessed how many there were. As the weapons spun, they also began to tremble. It seemed almost like they were afraid of something. Black Steel slowly turned around and looked at Han Sen. Han Sen's clothes were waving as he cast his knife mind. He looked like a beast that was on the verge of ripping the galaxy apart. How is that possible? Black Steel looked at Han Sen. Han Sen possessed a knife mind that was greater than that of Black Steel's father, Black Moon King. Even Knife Queen was likely inferior to him. Han Sen now had Black Steel's horse knife. He had planned to use his knife mind and centaur shield so they could think about what they might do to escape the space tunnel. The effects of using the knife mind were more surprising than anticipated, however. It looked as if the knives felt his knife mind, and they sought to back off. Han Sen no longer needed to summon his shield anymore. Han Sen's knife mind came from the scabbard. The scabbard's knife mind originated with the rebate, their only deified elite. Han Sen's power was far worse, of course. But even so, his knife mind was deified in caliber. Although it wasn't as good as the real thing, it was still good. The knives weren't creatures, but when they felt the knife mind, they were shocked. That was why they were shaking, and unable to leave. Suddenly, a knife fell from the sky and hit the ground. It almost landed on Han Sen's head. Han Sen fell back and dodged it. He looked down and saw the knife that was now protruding from a rock. The scabbard and the handle were all rusted, and there was no handguard at all. It looked like a steel rod that was just a little bit curved. Weird. All these knives are scared of the knife mind. So, why did this one decide to come down? Han Sen thought to himself. He knelt by the knife, grabbed it by the handle, and tried to pull it from the rock. Han Sen wanted to remove it from the rock and see what might have been special about it, but it didn't budge. He tried yanking it a few times, but nothing worked. "Little Black, why can I not pull this out?" Han Sen asked over his shoulder, just as the knife jerked out of the ground. He tossed it to Black Steel for inspection. Han Sen put away his knife mind. The weapons then seemed to lose all support, and they all fell to the ground. Within the proximity of 100 meters, weapons were everywhere. Black Steel looked at Han Sen strangely, then he looked at the knife in his hands. Then he threw it back to Han Sen, saying, "This is not a long knife with a scabbard. It is a knife's child or a knife stick. It isn't a knife yet. It's half finished." 1831 Dragon's back. Even the knife blank has come out. Is it useful? Han Sen waved the knife blank. It felt good to wield, but it didn't seem to possess any strange powers. Black Steel looked at the knife blank and said, "It fell down like that without fear, so it is indeed something special. It will be a king class if it can become a real knife. After that, Black Steel ignored Han Sen. He went towards the knife mountain in search of another knife. It sounds really good. How might I complete it, then? Your family is one of blacksmiths, right? Couldn't you help me forge it? Han Sen asked Black Steel. This is a knife growing in knife grave. It has life. It isn't a simple material I can use for forging. I can't do that, Black Steel answered. Ever since the 12th rain fell, the knife grave had stopped erupting. There were no more knife rains as a result. Black Steel scaled the mountain, and he searched for over 6 hours. Finally, he found the king-class weapon he had been looking for. As they fervently searched on the inside, the people on the outside grew increasingly worried. This was especially true of Black Steel's father, Black Moon King. Black Steel had been overdue by many hours, and he still hadn't come out. It made Black Moon King's forehead sweat profusely. I am afraid they will be unable to return. At this time, a 15th rain will have come. At that strength, not even a duke would stand a chance of repelling it, they were too greedy. They should have come out by now. Poor Black Moon King, he only has one son. As everyone discussed the matter, a white light emerged from the pit of the black hole. 2 people soon came out, shocking everyone there. It was Han Sen and Black Steel. Black Moon King was made incredibly happy, but only for a single second. Then, so coldly, he asked, "Why are you only conning out now? What did you get?" Black Steel and Han Sen were shocked to see so many people had been waiting on them. Black Steel heard Black Moon King's question, and so he brought out his new weapon, drew it, and presented it to him. He said, "Please take a look, father." When Black Moon King saw the knife, he froze. He didn't pick it up, and he had to try to contain his excitement. With forced calmness, he said, "This is your knife. Activate it yourself." "Yes." Black Steel spoke with respect, and then he inserted his power into it. The knife Black Steel had brought out looked a little weird. It had been made of bone, from the looks of it. The body of the blade was very straight, but also 4 feet long. The width of the blade was greater than a man's hand. Black Steel held it with both of his hands. He put his barren power inside of it, and then the bone knife roared the roar of a dragon. And then, sword light flashed across the sky like a dragon in flight. It roared and zoomed around. Buzz, buzz. Everyone present, who was carrying a knife, looked down as their weapons made strange noises. All the other knives were responding to the bone knife. King-class knife. Everyone was shocked, and Black Moon King laughed out loud. His son had found a king-class weapon. In all the time the rebate had controlled Narrow Moon, such an event had never occurred. Throughout all those years, with many rebate and many different races, so many talented people had gone there. And yet, none had ever emerged with a king-class weapon. But this time, it had happened. Black Moon King's son had done it, and that weapon had accepted his son as its rightful bearer. Black Steel was weak, and he couldn't use the weapon's true strength, but as he grew up, it would adjust. They would grow and become more accustomed to one another, until one day, all of its power could be unleashed. This was something so many people could only ever dream of accomplishing. Black Moon King wanted to laugh his head off. He was thinking he'd dream of laughing, too. Black Steel, what will you name it? Black Moon King asked with a smile. I would like to name it Dragon's Back, Black Steel said, as he sheathed the weapon. Dragon's Back. Good, 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 ha, ha. Black Moon King said good 3 times, and then laughed. Black Moon King, congratulations. Many other kings congratulated Black Moon King. Bringing out a king-class weapon, and then getting approved by it, was a grand achievement. It was a big thing for Black Moon King, and it looked like Black Steel could be a candidate for becoming the master of the 11th star. Even Moon Wheel King and Yisha nodded. Black Steel's luck and growth were good for the future of the rebate. After a while, people realized another person had emerged from the tunnel. Black Moon King was in a good mood, and so he smiled at Han Sen and said, Han Sen, what did you bring with you? Let us take a look. Everyone looked at Han Sen. He and Black Steel had come out together, so there was a chance he had gotten a king-class weapon, as well. The chance of that happening would be slim, though. You would need much luck and travel to find one. You couldn't get it by just standing there. But the longer you stayed in that land, the higher the chance you would have of being able to find one. Han Sen didn't deny what he had earned. He was going to draw it out, as it was a requirement for everyone's weapon to be registered. Hiding it would be pointless. But as he clutched the handle, he felt as if something was wrong. The knife blank had been like steel. It was really rough, and it felt as if Han Sen was clutching a coarse rod. But the handle Han Sen grabbed now was very delicate. It was like the tusk of an elephant. It did not feel like the knife blank it had been earlier. Han Sen frowned and drew it out. It was not the knife blank he had seen earlier. The knife he was holding gave off a purple mist. It was a scimitar, and it looked like the fang of a devil. The knife looked as if it was something made from solidified bad luck. It looked like your blood would be drained by that knife. Han Sen turned around and looked. The knife was still on his back. He felt weird and thought, oh no. Why is there another knife? Where did this come from? I thought people said only one knife could be carried out. If I knew I could bring more than one, I'd have brought enough from my mom, wife, son, sister, grandson, little angel, and Xianxia. Seeing Han Sen's knife, Black Moon King's expression became strange. He said, Han Sen, see if you can activate this power. Han Sen nodded, and then he put his strength into the devil-looking fang. 1832 Evil Knife. The scimitar was activated. It didn't roar like Dragon's back did. There was not even a wheeze. There was no light shining into the sky. All that could be seen was a dark purple aura. Buzz. Everyone's knives leapt out of their scabbards at about half length, and they all rattled and shook. It didn't feel as if the knives were responding to Han Sen out of respect. It was as if the knives were all alarmed. They were like dogs, jerking to their feet to scan the area out of fear of something dangerous. It was instinct. Buzz. The knife on Black Moon King's belt was halfway out of its sheath, and then, it suddenly made a cruel noise. It was the sound a beast might make when encountering another that was encroaching on its turf. Soon after, Black Moon King's knife was not doing that solo. The knives of the other kings started to appear hostile, too, as they all looked at Han Sen's new blade. The blades didn't appear afraid, instead, they just looked very hostile. Many nobles were shocked by this. They looked at Black Moon King. Because he knew more of the knives than any other rebate, Black Moon King fondled his knife, and eventually it calmed down and retreated into its scabbard. Then, he told Han Sen, it's okay. But put your knife away now. Han Sen pulled back the power he had put into the knife to activate it. He was still holding his knife, though, because he had no scabbard for it. Black Moon King looked at the scimitar and slowly said, this is a king-class weapon, but it is too brutal. I am afraid bad things might occur if you were to use it. Be careful in your handling of this. When people heard that this was a king-class weapon, they were shocked. 2 people had found a king-class weapon this time. The other barons that had left Knife Grave earlier looked at them jealously. The luckiest amongst those was a marquis. No one else had managed to even get a duke-class knife. Han Sen and Black Steel had drawn out 2 king-class weapons, and the others were pretty sore about it. My king, why would you regard this as unlucky? Han Sen asked. He believed in these sorts of superstitions. Han Sen hadn't believed in this sort of thing originally, but after meeting Wang Yuheng and Cheap Sheep, his opinions had certainly changed. Black Moon King quietly said, this knife is a murder weapon. It has a murderous presence. If it was an ordinary knife, it all depends on how the master uses it. But this knife has too much of an evil aura of its own. If someone tries to use it, and fails to command that evil spirit, they will be infected and consumed by its nature. The wielder might be drawn to doing unusual things. By the way, what will you name the blade? Black Moon King asked. Its name is Ghost Teeth. When Han Sen activated the knife, a minder presence came from the blade, telling him its name. Black Moon King nodded and said, if you can activate its power and learn its name, that means you have been approved. Perhaps its evil will have less of an effect on you. Yisha and Moonwheel King were both looking at Han Sen's Ghost Teeth knife. Moonwheel King frowned and spoke to himself. That is an evil knife. I'm not sure if it'll be a good or bad thing for us, in the long run. Yisha frowned, as well. She had studied Teeth Knife, and she could feel that Ghost Teeth had a connection or matching with Teeth Knife. If Han Sen used Ghost Teeth with Teeth Knife, the power would be stronger than if he was to use another knife. It should have been a good thing, for Han Sen to have this knife. But that knife itself certainly felt too evil. Han Sen's level was too low for it, and she was afraid that Han Sen might not be able to handle the evil power. There was something else that was worrying her, too. She had taught Han Sen Teeth Knight, but Teeth Knife was a private skill of the rebate. It was created by a rebate elder, after all. It was perfect for the body of a rebate, but even so, not many of the rebate were able to practice it well enough to command its true power. Han Sen was an outsider, and while it wasn't hard to learn an ordinary skill, operating teeth powers should have been close to impossible for him. Without teeth power to suppress that knife, the evilness would undoubtedly grow stronger. It was difficult to say how it might ultimately affect Han Sen. Han Sen heard Moonwheel King speak, and he looked at the ghost teeth knife and noticed nothing evil about it himself. Why do you have a knife on your back? Black Moon King saw the knife blank on Han Sen's back. He could only see a part of it, but he assumed it was a knife. When Black Moon King said that, everyone was shocked. Everyone knew you could only bring one knife out. If you tried to bring two, you wouldn't be allowed out of the tunnel. But there Han Sen was, with two. At the same time, everyone craned their necks to get a glimpse of the knife blank on his back. It's not a knife, it's a knife blank, Han Sen said, pulling it out and holding it in his hands. Everyone was shocked. It was a knife blank shaped like a steel rod. It was not a knife, and they had never heard of something like this before. People usually brought out simple knives when coming out of knife grave. They hadn't seen a knife blank before. It doesn't count as a knife. Is that why it was able to exit, as well? What is that thing for? Planet Knife Grave's knives have a life of their own, you can't reforge that. The Black family used to repair broken weaponry, but they didn't work successfully. And knives that had a life would lose it by the time their work was finished. They would end up like normal knives. If it is a knife blank, it can become a knife, right? A duke that was a friend of Black Moon King said, "My king, do you think this thing can be forged into a knife?" Black Moon King looked at the knife and did not answer him. He looked glum and spoke to Han Sen. "Let me take a look at this knife blank." Han Sen passed it to him without hesitation. Black Moon King looked serious as he took the knife. He inspected every inch of it, looking very concerned. Other nobles could see this was strange. They all held their breaths, seeing Black Moon keenly inspect the knife blank. They wondered what he could see in it. Knife blank. Black Moon King nodded slightly, then shook his head. The nobles around were confused, and they weren't sure what that meant. No one was going to ask now, though. They were happy to wait until Black Moon King finished his investigation. They were still very curious about the knife. Black Moon King inspected the blade from top to bottom, at least 10 times. He eventually gave out a long sigh, and with an ashamed tone of voice, said, "It is a shame, Black Moon King, tell us clearly. What about it is a shame?" Night River King couldn't help but ask. Black Moon King held the knife blank and said, "Planet Knife Grave is more like a museum for knives. No one knows where the knives come from, but they are relics from a long ago eon. They weren't forged, and the grave is just a container. Their numbers don't change, so, when you take one out, there is one less there. New ones aren't generated, we know that, but what does that mean?" Night River King looked annoyed. As Black Moon King continued looking at the knife blank, he sighed and said, "This knife blank is an anomaly. I am not sure why such material exists there, in the grave. The surface of the planet has been soaking in knife mines and knife airs for so long, this knife blank was generated. Give it a bit more time, perhaps a few thousand years, and it might become a real knife. And on top of that, a king-class weapon. It is a shame it was brought out so early. It is just a knife blank. Now that it has left the grave, there is no more knife air or knife mines to cultivate it. I am afraid this knife blank might be ruined forever." Hearing him say all this, Night River King asked, "No one can finish it, perhaps through forging?" "It would be hard. Aside from Planet Knife Grave, where could you find a place with knife air? And the knives that come from inside there, they cannot be returned once they have left. I am afraid it won't become a true knife." After Black Moon King said that, he returned the knife to Han Sen. Although it is just a knife blank, and it doesn't have its own knife air and knife mind, it's still as sturdy as a king-class weapon. It counts as king-class, fret not. Many nobles and kings were very jealous, hearing this. Although it wasn't fully a king-class weapon, it had the makings of one. Han Sen had also received another king-class knife, as well. Ghost Teeth. He was the one who had emerged with the most rewards, following the trip inside. Despite their jealousy, the onlookers knew they couldn't say anything. It would be impossible to try to steal the items, too. Han Sen was Knife Queen's student. "Everyone, take your knives and get them recorded. Then we can return." Black Moon King addressed Han Sen and the other barons. "My king, we do not know what the knife blank's name is. How might we record it?" A recorder asked Black Moon King. Black Moon King looked at Han Sen and said, see if you can activate its power. Although it is only a knife blank, it might still have a mind of its own. Han Sen nodded and tried to insert his power into it. It was different from how it occurred with Ghost Teeth. When Han Sen used that malicious blade, he only needed a little bit of power to activate it. But this knife blank was like a black hole. When Han Sen put power into it, nothing happened. Nothing even moved. The knife blank was like a block of steel, and nothing transpired. Han Sen expected this, though. After all, the knife blank did not have a reaction to his knife mind. Han Sen had a strong knife mind, but his actual strength was far weaker. It would be strange if Han Sen could activate it through his current level of strength. Seeing the knife blank give no reaction, the others couldn't keep themselves from mocking the effort. It looks like it has no life, after all. It's just a rod of steel. This world is not as good as you might like to believe. There is no way you could have received a second king-class weapon. After your first, don't expect anything else. It has no life, but it is hard. You could still use it to practice. Han Sen deactivated his powers. As he held the knife blank, he shook his head. Black Moon King thought for a moment, then said, if you agree to it, I myself can try and activate it. Yes, please. Han Sen passed it to Black Moon King. Black Moon King took the knife blank and inserted his power into it. Black Moon King was a very powerful person, but not even he could incite a reaction in it. After that, Black Moon King shook his head and gave it back to Han Sen. It looks like the knife blank does not have a mind. It is a shame. Black Moon King turned around and said to the recorder, write down, knife blank, then. After the registration was complete, Han Sen said goodbye to Black Steel. He brought Ghost Teeth and Knife Blank with him back to Planet Knife. He was going to meet up with Yisha. Show me your Ghost Teeth knife, Yisha said, nodding to the knife that was in his satchel. Han Sen brought the Ghost Teeth knife out in front of Yisha. Yisha took it and put her power into it, and then, she frowned. When Han Sen put his power in, it had incited a reaction with his knife mind. She had casually done the same, too, and while she was stronger than Han Sen, there was no reaction. Yisha frowned. She tried putting a lot of power into it, and eventually, Ghost Teeth started to rattle. It released a purple smoke before trying to escape from her hands and return to Han Sen. Yisha was shocked. Ghost Teeth knife only managed to escape while she was distracted, but that was not the point. The point was, her teeth knife matched with the Ghost Teeth knife. It should have felt her power and accepted her strength, but it resisted her and flew back to Han Sen. That was shocking. Yisha did not know Han Sen's teeth knife mind was stronger. The reason it selected Han Sen was because of his deified knife mind. She was half a step behind him, so the blade did not choose her. Yisha didn't try taking it again. She stared at Han Sen for a while, and eventually said, you did well. Put the knife away for now. A rule of the rebate says that if you have a king-class weapon, you can own a planet in the narrow moons. Get ready. Planet Eclipse. Get ready for what? Han Sen asked. Having a planet to oneself should be a good thing, but Yisha's tone didn't make it sound as if it was. You are my student now, so I will take care of everything. But if you have your own planet, that means you will have to be on your own. I cannot take part in its development, and you will have to pay taxes. The numbers aren't small, either. Yisha went on to say, Narrow Moon has a lot of planets, but the good ones have already been taken by the current kings and nobles. There aren't many left to choose from. Only the poor and cheap planets, really. If you don't do a good job, make a lot of money, and pay the necessary taxes, it is likely that people will start laughing at you. I don't want a planet. I just want to be with you, and have you teach me, Han Sen quickly said. It would be difficult for Han Sen to find a backer with infinite resources like her. Who would want to give it up in exchange for ownership and residence on a no-name planet that wasn't developed? Yisha looked at him coldly, and she said, you are Knife Queen's student. I cannot allow you to hide away from hardships. Besides, this is a law for the rebate. You are required to go there. If you embarrass me, and you are unable to pay your taxes, I will deal with you myself. Han Sen feigned bitterness, and he said, Queen, I am just a baron. I don't even have a helper. How am I supposed to develop a planet by myself? Yisha laughed when she saw Han Sen's expression. Don't worry, you won't have to pay taxes for the first 3 years. It is only then that the taxman will come calling. Starting from the 4th year onwards, you will have to pay. The taxes won't be staggeringly high, but the amount you must pay will increase year after year. You are my student, so of course I can help you with this. And don't worry about the people. When you have ownership of a planet, you can recruit as many people as you want. The feathers have fallen, so many places are at war right now. It will be easy to nab a few of those. Yisha smiled. Han Sen did not want to go to those planets, but she wasn't going to give him a choice in the matter. This was something he had to do. Luckily, Yisha said she would still continue teaching him knife skills. It made him feel much better to know that she wasn't entirely letting him go. Ghost Teeth Knife rejected me. Are his skills so talented it preferred him? But he is not of the rebate, so how could he have learned the teeth powers? It'd be good for him if he was able to. Yisha watched Han Sen as he left, and she retreated into thought. Night River King, Black Steel and Han Sen received King-class weaponry. They can both have a planet. There aren't many decent ones remaining, so what would you like to do about this? An officer brought out a planetary chart and displayed it in front of Night River King. Night River King observed the chart and said, "Give Black Steel Planet Scorpio." Planet Scorpio, that is a planet with many mines. There are a lot of rare metals there, and the ecosystem is diverse and balanced. Once upon a time, Rock's Fall Duke offered a grand sum in the hopes of its purchase. And you didn't accept his offer for purchase. Black Steel is a very lucky person. The officer laughed. Night River King smiled. Black Moon King is a blacksmith of the rebate. Black Steel is talented and has a king knife. He will be something big, in time. Providing him with this planet will be beneficial for the advancement of our race. It won't belong to him totally, though. Good thinking, the officer said, with a bow. And out of the leftover planets, planet Jadeshell is the richest. Shall we give it to Queen's student Han Sen? Night River King shook his head. I have matters to attend to there. Give him planet Eclipse. The officer, when he heard it, seemed stunned. My king, there are no mines there. There is no water, and neither are there any plants. There are xenogenics lurking there, and the weather is awful. Considering the number of xenogenics that are there, it would be difficult for any viscount to etch out a living. A planet like this is for an earl or above. Wouldn't it be too cruel to give it to Han Sen? Night River King hummed, and he said, Planet Eclipse may only have xenogenics, but it is rich with them. He is lucky to receive this special treatment. After that, Night River King coldly laughed and said, Han Sen is not one of our kind. And his genes are not stable. We cannot afford to spend vast amounts of resources on him. If it wasn't for Queen, I wouldn't provide him a planet at all. The officer gave a wry smile. Being sent to Planet Eclipse would be a far worse fate for Han Sen than being sent to a barren planet. Going to those poorer planets wouldn't be dangerous, but the same couldn't be said for Planet Eclipse. According to the laws of the rebate, Queen couldn't directly partake in the development of the planet. Han Sen needed to hire people himself. If he was unable to recruit folks of Earl rank or above, even getting started would be a monumental task. Anyone who went to that planet would be in perpetual danger. Will Queen agree to this decision? The officer carefully asked. I am in charge of planetary distribution. She cannot say anything about it. And if the boy has a problem with it, he can forget all about it, Night River King said coldly. Planet Eclipse. Yisha, seeing what Han Sen was going to be given, frowned sternly. Her urge to help Han Sen was now greater than she expected it to be, and resisting it was difficult. If Planet Eclipse was owned by a duke or a king, developing it wouldn't have been too hard. But you would spend so much to earn so little, so no duke in their right mind would want to go there. It could be a treasure for barons and viscounts, but they wouldn't have what it took to develop the planet. Planet Eclipse was like a flavorless rib of chicken. Night River King gave Han Sen Planet Eclipse to cause him trouble. That much was obvious. And when Yisha explained the situation to Han Sen, she told him, if you do not want to go, it is fine. If you want, stay and learn some knife skills with me. Yisha was too proud and arrogant to give up easily, but she didn't want to explain herself, either. If she told people she wanted to raise Han Sen up to be a duke, the elites would probably help her. But Yisha's personality made her despise the act of explaining things. If people tried to stop her, she would be driven to accomplish her tasks all the more. After Han Sen heard about the planet he was to be given, though, his eyes shone. He bowed and said, Queen, I would like to go there. Really? Yisha looked at Han Sen with shock. She had already explained the state of Planet Eclipse to him, but he still wanted to go. That was a surprise. 1835 recruiting members. The magnetic fields of planet Eclipse were a mess. There were frequent magnetic storms, so most tools did not work there. And there were many mountains on the planet, which rendered its landscape a complicated one. It was a harsh place to live. Many years ago, an earl had earned permission to develop this place. He built a base in a region known as Mirror Lake, and using that place as a hub, he went out and killed many xenogeniacs. But in under a month of being there, the earl led an expedition into the mountains and never returned. Not a single one of those members had come back breathing. The rebate, of course, sent others after them to pursue an investigation. One duke spent months in the mountains, searching for what might have become of them, but he found neither hide nor hair of the earl and his team. He eventually had to stop. Ever since then, no one had wanted to go to that planet. When Han Sen took over, he wished to make use of the base the earl had built, for starters. That encampment was a relatively safe place, when compared to everywhere else on the planet, and there only seemed to be Baron and Viscount class xenogeniacs in the immediate vicinity to contend with. As long as Han Sen did not venture into those treacherous mountains, he wagered he'd do just fine. Still, killing Baron and Viscount xenogeniacs was never an easy task, especially for a Baron. Because planet Eclipse's xenogeniacs were so diverse, there could be a variety of different species in one small area. They didn't operate like ordinary xenogeniacs, which kept to themselves or stayed in groups of their own kind. The situation was made more difficult because of the abilities they possessed. There were too many risks, so if Han Sen wanted to hunt there, he'd have to enlist many people to join him. He could only compete if he was very strong. Recruiting some members was the first thing Han Sen needed to do. Han Sen did not expect that he would find anyone good, though. Primarily, he would just be recruiting others for show. His real help would come when he brought Xianxia and the others into this universe. As long as they didn't travel to the mountains like the Earl did, and use the defenses provided by the pre-established base, they could develop the planet over the course of the next 3 years fairly safely. Han Sen didn't want to think about the prospect of paying taxes just yet, and he didn't have to. The next 3 years were tax-free. After all. He'd allow Xianxia and the others to get accustomed to the Geno universe first, and perhaps bring them up to Viscount Queen sent out a flying ship and enlisted some men to go with Han Sen for protection. It would be a sour thing to hear if Han Sen was killed. Queen kept the ghost teeth knife in the palace, because it was not ideal for Han Sen to carry around a knife he could not yet use. It wouldn't help him, and there was a higher chance of the blade getting him killed than anything. Han Sen took the ship back to the war zone. There were still some areas on planet Kate that were safe. Han Sen went there and tried to enlist some of the Kate. Kate and humans shared quite a few similarities. It was easier for them to communicate and live with each other than it was with others. The Kate are a weak race, even compared with others of the weak race echelon. Is there any point in recruiting them? Duke Icebird asked. She was helping Han Sen get his foot in the door, but she wasn't fond of his decisions. She didn't want to interfere too much with Han Sen's business, though. And Knife Queen had already told her not to influence Han Sen's decisions too much. Han Sen was given free rein to recruit who he wanted to. She shouldn't really help or advise him on such matters. The ship landed in one of those safer regions, and Han Sen told the men to start recruiting those they could. Duke Icebird, you can handle matters from here. I will go out and poke about, and see if I can find some other members, Han Sen told him. Queen said we are only here to protect you on the ship, Duke Icebird said coldly. I can take care of myself. Han Sen waved and left the airship. Han Sen walked around in the city and noticed that it was a mess. People moved furtively and often ran off when anyone else approached. Many of the shops and houses were now completely empty. The streets were quiet. Han Sen decided to enter one of the vacant buildings. He found a room that looked fairly private, and then he brought out Little Invisible and placed him on the windowsill. Wait here and alert me if anyone shows up, Han Sen told Little Invisible. The creature then appeared, nodded, and made itself invisible again. Han Sen used his blood pulse powers and went back to the sanctuary. When he was back home, he summoned everyone and explained the situation regarding Narrow Moon. Xie Qing King, Ji Yu Qingcheng, Little Angel, and all the others expressed a desire to go. Han Sen hadn't been inside the building for long, but someone had been following him. He ran into the room that Han Sen had teleported from. The person looked inside the room, but he did not see Han Sen. He circled the room a few times, but he could not find anything. Weird, how could I lose him? The man looked glum. He was an earl that was a renowned tracker. He felt pretty bad about losing his tail on Han Sen. He did not know how to explain to Duke Icebird how he had managed to lose Han Sen. Icebird Duke had said she wouldn't protect Han Sen, but Queen had told her that she had to no matter what that was her task. The shadow looked around the abandoned building and found nothing, so he left. Han Sen decided to bring Ji Yu Qingcheng first. She was a very calm person, and he knew he could rely on her to not cause any trouble. Han Sen looked at the window and asked, "Little Invisible, did anyone come?" Little Invisible revealed itself, and then the colors of its body began flickering like a movie screen. It showed Han Sen what it had seen. Han Sen saw the person who entered and knew it was the Earl. So this is the Geno universe. It's different from the sanctuaries. Ji Yu Qingcheng moved her body and felt strange. She wasn't used to the new atmosphere yet. For the time being, this place is safe. Generate your Geno armor here, and I will stand guard, Han Sen said. Good. Ji Yu Qingcheng had eaten so many Geno fruits that if she had not forced herself to avoid it, she would have generated a Geno armor a while ago. Quickly, Ji Yu Qingcheng found herself wrapped up by a bronze set of armor. Once she began generating the armor, the process flowed smoothly. Her second evolution had begun. Not long after, Han Sen saw a bronze sword appear in front of her. Her Geno armament was a sword, a fitting contribution for her focus on sword skills. 1836 Connect Evolve, congratulations. Han Sen was so happy. Ji Yu Qingcheng had become a noble on her first go, and that saved him a magnet fruit. I will walk around and sign up near your ship. Ji Yu Qingcheng then left the abandoned building. She was not scared of the foreign world she had just been brought into. In fact, she was quite curious. I hope they don't start up trouble while they're here. Han Sen felt rather depressed. Ji Yu Qingcheng was pretty stubborn, and there was nothing he could do to put a leash on it. They had a good start, anyway, and nothing bad occurred. Han Sen was confident, so he went back to the sanctuary and brought Xie Qing King on through. Xie Qing King was even faster. After going in, he generated his armor immediately. A silver liquid oozed out of his body and wrapped him up completely. He generated a set of silver armor. Just like Ji Yu Qingcheng, Xie Qing King evolved for a second time without hassle or issue. When the Geno armor melted and became something else, he was left with a silver book. What kind of Geno armament is that? Han Sen's eyes opened wide as he looked at Xie Qing King and his silver book. It doesn't matter. Let's head outside for now. Xie Qing King could not wait to get out of there. Remember to get yourself registered at the airship. Han Sen called out to Xie Qing King's back as he left. Okay, Xie Qing King hollered, but he didn't look back. All he did was raise an OK hand signal. DMN it. None of them are reliable. I need to find someone amongst them that is. Han Sen went back to the sanctuary and brought out Little Angel. She was a true heir of his. But Han Sen had worried that Little Angel might end up like Golden Growler, and get taken by some entity. Little Angel followed Han Sen's request and began her process of evolution. Han Sen was focusing more on his surroundings right now, and if there was any movement, he'd throw Little Angel right back into the sanctuary. Little Angel had two shapes. One looked like a human lady, and the other would become a blonde-haired, white-winged angel. As this was happening, Little Angel shone and became an angel. A holy light emerged from her body, providing her a holy light Geno armor. Before Han Sen could take a look at the armor, Little Angel was evolving for a second time. The holy light armor melted into her. Xenogenic. Han Sen was nervous, seeing this. He was worried there might be an issue with her evolution. When the holy light blended into her body, Little Angel's body began to glow. Even her bones were giving off light. Little Angel's body was mutating. This situation was mirroring what Han Sen had seen with Golden Growler. Quickly, Little Angel's body generated a set of angel armor. Before Han Sen could react, the holy light generated a transparent greatsword. Han Sen was frozen. Little Angel had indeed become a xenogenic, but she still had a set of angel armor and an angelic sword. Little Angel's body now looked like that of a Valkyrie. And as this occurred, Han Sen suddenly felt something inside his pocket move. The deified feather flew out towards Little Angel. The feather hovered before Little Angel, and then burst into white light. The light drifted down and melted into the sword. The transparent greatsword displayed changes after the deified feather combined with it. The transparent greatsword started to change. It still looked like a greatsword, but its shape also became feather-like. It was like a white-winged feather sword. Its size was no different than it had been, however. Han Sen was frozen, but he was very happy. The power she had put her at the zenith of what was achievable by a baron. She was the cream of the baron crop, and her sword had absorbed the deified feather. This meant little angel could become a deified being, for sure. Han Sen had saved himself the trouble of trying to refine the feather himself. This was a rare thing. Little angel exited from the xenogenic mode and returned to the form of a human lady. Seeing this, Han Sen sighed. And he felt incredibly relieved, knowing what had happened to Golden Growler was not going to happen to her. Little angel did not get consumed by the killing urge, and she remained the same. Little angel, wait here. Han Sen wanted to take little angel back. Letting her out alone was most certainly unsafe. Back in the sanctuary, he brought the silver fox through. Next, on such a harsh planet, they'd most certainly need Little Silver's healing powers. Little Silver was the last to come through, but he was the one that had actually eaten the most Geno fruits. So, he could generate his Geno armor right away. Little Silver stood motionless with a very elegant posture. The silver fur rippled and waved with a silver liquid. It blanketed his whole body and made him appear stiff like a statue. The silver fox's evolution stopped here, though. He did not evolve a second time. Little Silver looked disappointed in himself, and he walked over to Han Sen for comfort. He rubbed Han Sen's leg vigorously with his head. Han Sen crouched, stroked his head, and said, "It's okay. Being talented is nothing. With me here, no matter what becomes of you, you will be the best in my eyes." Han Sen then gave Little Silver the juice of a magnet fruit. Little Silver's Geno armor showed some form of movement. His silver fur began to melt and move around his body. Is he turning into a xenogenic, as well? Han Sen felt rather nervous. The silver fox was not Little Angel, so he didn't know if Little Silver would remain his former self. The silver light blended into Little Silver's eyes, turning them into a pool of silver. Lightning flashed and flickered through them. Han Sen was shocked. He thought Little Silver's evolution would occur around the tail, and he didn't expect it to be his eyes. The eyes grew brighter with a silver light. The light dissipated after a while, but his pupils remained silver. When you looked closely, you could see the presence of a silver light within them. Han Sen had only planned on bringing the four of them to Planet Eclipse, but Zero also said she wanted to go. So, he brought her along with him, too. Zero had done a lot for Han Sen's family, and she never complained or asked for anything, so Han Sen could not reject her request. Zero didn't say much, and when she arrived in the Geno universe, she went to generate a Geno armor. But before she could start, something happened. 1837 Zero's second evolution. Zero first generated her white Geno armor, then underwent the process a second time. There was no pause between the sequences. Her Geno armor simply melted and reshaped itself into a white knife. It looked like a dagger made of bone. As Han Sen found himself joyous in the realization that Zero could evolve a second time, her bone knife suddenly cracked. It gave him quite a shock. What is this? Why did the Geno armament crack, all by itself? Han Sen did not understand. When he wanted to check on her and see if she was injured in any way, the energy surrounding Zero changed all of a sudden. Her black eyes turned purple, and then that color of purple started to spread. Quickly, Zero's hair was overtaken by the purple dye. From her head, two horns protruded. Zero, are you okay? Han Sen was worried, but fortunately, Zero wasn't wounded. She had simply turned into her Shira self. When Zero became Shira, a substance oozed out of her body. Then, she began generating another Geno armor. She can generate another Geno armor. Aren't her human and Shira bodies one? Han Sen wondered to himself. This was different. Zero's Geno armor had become purple, just like her purple horns. The texture was similar between them both, too. The process was a success, just like it was last time. They became Geno fluid again, as well, but this time, it did not reshape itself as a knife. It went right into Zero's body. Xenogenic. Han Sen was worried. Zero's situation was a complicated one. Through the first process, she became a noble. This second time, however, she was becoming a xenogenic. Han Sen did not know how that would ultimately affect her body. The purple substance went into Zero's body, and her whole body showed changes. A purple smoke was emitted, and its cloud quickly obscured Zero. Inside it, he did not know how she might be evolving now. As Zero was evolving to become a xenogenic, far away in space, inside a black hole, there was a man with purple horns practicing. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Planet Kate. He looked shocked, and then he frowned. Weird. Why did that feeling only last 1 second? Would any of my heirs like that exist? The man looked confused, as he couldn't feel anything anymore. But the man cared little for it. With that thought lingering in his mind, he continued his practice. A man was standing on the roof of Han Sen's abandoned building, looking up into the sky. He seemed interested in something, and he said, "Interesting. The creatures around that guy are interesting." And he managed to get someone who was able to refine the deified feather. And it wasn't a feather. And now, a person has emerged whose power is able to wake up an elder. Luckily, I got here quick and averted the trouble. Kong Fei had felt it when little angel refined the deified feather. So, he teleported there to save Han Sen from a particular crisis. Han Sen was in the room, waiting for Zero to evolve. Kong Fei was on the roof of the building, drinking alcohol. The space around the building seemed different, but you couldn't quite put your finger on what that difference was. Half an hour later, Zero's purple mist cleared. Her face did not seem to display much difference, and everything about her was still purple. There was no visible difference now from before she had transformed. When Zero's purple smoke had faded entirely, she looked like a human again. "Zero, are you okay?" Han Sen asked, looking at her body. Zero shook her head. She summoned the white knife in her hand. It was the bone knife she had generated. "The knife is still here." Han Sen was shocked. He thought the Geno armament had shattered after the cracking, but that did not seem to be the case. Zero nodded and shook her head again. She wasn't really sure what to say. Han Sen knew she was not hiding anything from him, and that she really did not know how to phrase what she wished to say. So, he said, "We can talk about it later. Let's go back to the ship for now." Han Sen did not bring any more people with him this time. He could bring many more, but he figured that this would be enough for now. Han Sen did not want to let Zero, Little Angel, and Little Silver leave the building yet, in fear of something happening to them. So Han Sen walked out with them. He walked around town and recruited a few Kate, just in case his companions looked a little too obvious and strange. Interesting guy. The man on the rooftop watched Han Sen leave, then he smiled and jumped back into space. The city was in ruins. There were no more people to collect, and after walking around, Han Sen realized there was nothing worth hanging around for. Cities like that, aside from ones where the Kate army had gathered, were notoriously difficult places to find barons. Even if they had been there when the feathers fell, they'd have been recruited by others by now. They wouldn't still be hanging around. When Han Sen's group arrived at the ship, Han Sen noticed that there was more life gathered around the ship than there was in the rest of the city. Many of the Kate were in front of it, hoping they could get on. But Han Sen wanted to recruit barons only, so they were all stopped. The people were begging profusely, right outside the ship, hoping that those on board would change their minds and consider letting them on. "Please take me away. I can do anything you want. Please, at least take my child. Only she needs to be on. Didn't I tell you guys clearly? We are hiring people to develop a harsh planet. Not even barons might survive there, and you think you guys will?" One of the workers tried to explain the matter to the crowd, but the people outside did not quit their constant begging. Han Sen frowned as he walked forward. Iceberg Duke saw Han Sen had brought 2 little girls with him, and she frowned. She thought the lady Han Sen had brought was stronger than an ordinary creature. But it was just a baron, so it was still practically useless. She wondered what Han Sen's true purpose was. His stated reasons had seemed rather flimsy. If Han Sen really wanted to recruit people, he wouldn't have come here. Now, seeing 2 pretty ladies, Iceberg Duke looked a little upset. She thought he had to be up to something. "Iceberg Duke, did you recruit anyone?" Han Sen asked her. "We have 16 so far," Iceberg Duke said. Han Sen was surprised. He thought it was too many. He hadn't thought there would be so many barons there, either. 1838 recruitment failure. Han Sen told them to take him to see the enlisted barons. They were mostly comprised of Kate, but there were other races in their midst. Han Sen smiled grimly. "Do you think I am stupid? Would there really be that many barons wanting to join me?" Han Sen thought if there were that many, a lot of them had to be faking their abilities. If not around half of them, then perhaps each and every one. "It looks like a lot of people are interested in me," Han Sen said simply, and they just kept recruiting who they could. They were to also wait there for the arrival of Xie Qing King and Ji Yu Qingcheng. Over the next few days, Han Sen was able to recruit a few more barons and also 4 viscounts. Come in, if you so desire. I need a lot of pawns. Han Sen laughed coldly in his mind. Han Sen was accepting all who would lend their services, and it didn't matter if they were being honest. On the 4th day, he saw Ji Yu Qingcheng draw near. A day after that, Xie Qing King finally arrived. With those 2 accounted for, Han Sen felt a great relief. They didn't show that they knew each other, and they pretended to be just like the other random barons. They bunked in the general quarters among the other recruits. You guys are so annoying. Didn't I tell you we recruit only nobles, and not ordinary people? A worker felt annoyed, and he pushed a woman away who was trying to climb on board. The woman lost her grip and fell to the ground. She was also clutching her 4-year-old girl. She begged and begged, pleading at the man's feet with tears rolling down her face. Please, at least let my child come on board. I will do anything. Get lost. The worker wished to push the woman further away, but the woman grabbed hold of his leg and held it tight, and there was little he could do to shake her loose. The worker was enraged by this behavior, and so he used his other leg to kick her away and send her tumbling back onto the asphalt. Mom! The little girl held onto the woman and cried. The woman still wished to beg the worker for a place on the ship. She had no choice, as there was no better fate that awaited them on planet Kate. The planet was falling apart, and there was nowhere else for them to run. There weren't many other ships arriving, so she had no choice. The worker had been annoyed by these desperate refugees over the past few days, and he'd grown numb to it. He wanted to kick the woman away, as he wasn't the one who decided who was allowed on board and who wasn't. Children, and mothers with children, are allowed on. But there is something you need to know. We are bound for a dangerous place, a place far more dangerous than here. If you come, you will have to follow my commands. This is a decision you will all have to make. Han Sen's voice boomed from the top deck. Iceberg Duke frowned. What do you want to do with these people? The genes of those kids won't allow them to become nobles. There might be 1 out of every 1,000. And with them being so young, they will be nothing more than a burden. I'm here to recruit, yes. Han Sen laughed. Iceberg Duke did not say anything in response. Her thoughts and feelings towards Han Sen merely soured all the more. Kids and their mothers were allowed on board. And while Han Sen had told them to consider the dangers, they didn't think there was any better option available to them. If they stayed, they might end up as thralls to some slaver. Even if there was danger ahead, there was every chance they could start a brand new life on a brand new planet. Not many people could fit on the ship, and even with just the kids and their mothers, the seating capacity was overloaded. Han Sen had to go back to Narrow Moon. This is bad. If it wasn't for the Taurus attacking the Kate, things wouldn't be this bad. And while they are small in numbers, they are a race that enjoys killing. The Kate were just unlucky. A baron sighed. Han Sen did not say anything, and he just told the mothers to look after their kids. They had to follow Han Sen's commands, no matter what. If they didn't, they'd face punishment. The ship flew back to Narrow Moon. They brought the refugees to the Mirror Lake on planet Eclipse. That was the only place a ship could land. The magnetic storms were too powerful to approach from any other spot. Attempting to land anywhere else would end in tragedy. The base was made out of stone. It was quite big, the size of a large castle, but a lot of dust had collected in the time since its abandonment. Luckily, it hadn't fallen apart, though. The doors were still sealed tightly, as well. There was no chance of a xenogeniac sneaking inside. Once they entered the base, Han Sen asked the mothers and kids to clean the base. They were poor, but they still had to survive. They couldn't expect pay, and they knew they had to pull their weight. Yisha only promised to give Han Sen half a year of free resources. If he needed food half a year from now, he'd have to buy it out of his own pocket. He needed to focus on gathering enough resources to be self-sustainable in 6 months' time. After Iceberg Duke delivered the resources, she took her men and left planet Eclipse. Did the recruitment process go well? Yisha asked when Iceberg Duke returned. Iceberg Duke frowned and said, he recruited 39 barons and 4 viscounts. He also recruited 267 commoners, comprised of just mothers and their children. Adding to that, most of the barons and viscounts are simply spies. It was a big failure, if you ask me. Really? Yisha smiled and did not say anything. My queen, can you teach him? If he goes on like this, he won't make it 6 months. He'd be lucky to get past 3, at this rate, Iceberg Duke said. Yisha said coldly, he is my student, but he should still make these decisions by himself. If he cannot handle this the way he chooses to, why would I waste the resources I already have on him? Han Sen's group used the first few days after their arrival to get set up. They hadn't spent any time trying to hunt yet. That night, however, a shrill scream was heard. When Han Sen arrived to investigate, a baron was on top of a young Kate mother. The Kate woman's clothes had been torn off. She was resisting, and she had been injured. Her voice was breaking. 1839 2 chances, what are you doing? Han Sen looked at the baron expressionlessly. Seeing how many people had gathered, the baron let go of the woman's arms. He stood up, smiled, and said, Master, I just want to have some fun with this slave. I have been here for a few days, and I think I'm going to get sick if I don't. Get on your knees and apologize. Beg for her forgiveness. Han Sen looked at him without emotion. The baron didn't do anything. He just laughed it off. Master, she is just a cheap civilian. Things don't have to be like that. There were many people gathering. There were mothers, kids, other barons, and viscounts. They all turned to look at Han Sen. How is he going to deal with that baron? If he punishes him, it'll scare off many of the other barons. If the barons are expected to lay down their lives for Han Sen on this planet, and they aren't even allowed to touch a woman, I doubt many will want to hang around. But at the same time, if he doesn't punish him, his reputation and standing will most certainly be lowered. This is a bad situation, no matter which way you look at it. Inside the room, a viscount looked at Han Sen and the baron, measuring it all. He looked interested in what would happen. Other people were waiting to hear Han Sen's solution to this problem. With a situation like this on his hands, his way of solving it would tell them a lot about the sort of person he was. The men and women were conflicted. They were very scared about what was going on, and they were afraid they'd all end up like the mother. They didn't think they could protect themselves, and neither could they protect their kids. Now, all they could do was rely on Han Sen. If Han Sen let this baron go, then that would put them in a very bad situation. Han Sen looked at the baron and did not say anything. He pulled out ghost teeth knife. Killing a baron would not require this knife, but this situation was more complicated than it seemed. And so, Han Sen held it. Han Sen had gotten it back from Yisha a few days ago. So, this was his first time drawing it out. I can give you one chance. Use your power to block my strike. If you do, I will pretend nothing happened. Han Sen looked coldly at the baron. The baron looked shocked, and he said, Master, it is just a commoner woman. If you want, I can give you 100 extra. Han Sen smiled, holding his knife. He approached him. Without emotion, he responded by saying, it does not matter how many there are. They are my property and no one touches my stuff without my explicit permission. I will kill whoever does. I gave you the opportunity to live, but you brushed it off. Now, I am giving you a second chance. Again, block my strike, and you can go free. You will become the first one who has ever touched something of mine and lived to tell the tale. Seeing Han Sen approach, they all noted how angry and murderous he looked. So, the man summoned his Geno armament. It was a shield. The baron was thinking, you are just a baron, too. You can't use the power that weapon possesses. You might be stronger than me, but do you really think I cannot block a single one of your attacks? Many of the other barons and viscounts thought Han Sen was being rather cruel. But at the same time, he was giving the man a chance to live. They were both baron class, and that man had a shield Geno armament. If Han Sen sought to kill him, it'd be very difficult to do so in a single hit. If Master insists, I will just block a strike then, the baron shouted, propping up the shield in front of him. Han Sen was in front of that baron now, and he looked at him coldly. Han Sen swung his blade. Because Han Sen was not a viscount, the ghost teeth knife did not possess an aura. This was to be a raw, plain hit. The baron roared and used his shield. Kacha. Ghost teeth knife broke through the shield as if it was cutting up a plank of tofu. The baron fell back. His Geno armament had broken, and he coughed up a vat of blood. He didn't look too injured. It was just the tip of his forehead that had been cut. There was a red dot there. Thank you for sparing my life. The baron bowed before Han Sen and looked cocky. Many of the barons and viscounts looked on in disdain, telling themselves, he really needs us to develop this planet. I knew he couldn't kill a baron like that. It was all just for show. Han Sen did not say anything. He just put the knife back and stared at the Baron. The Baron tried wiping the blood from his brow, but he couldn't clear it. His wound kept bleeding, and the look on his face slowly changed. Quickly, the wound spread from his forehead. His skin began to crack and split on his forehead like a spiderweb. It spread down to his neck, and from there, it ravaged the rest of his body. The wounds were cracks that slowly separated, exposing his fat and muscle. Arg! The Baron fell to the ground, screaming in agony. The feeling of his skin being slowly torn apart was worse than anything a single cut could deliver. Please forgive me. The Baron was screaming and squealing, trying to beg for his life. The pain overtook his vocal cords, distorting his words. I gave you a chance, Han Sen said quietly. He did not even blink, and then he returned to his chamber. This was not a night one could easily sleep through. The skin of the Baron was ripping itself to shreds. Chunks of flesh fell off, bit by bit, with the man calling out for aid all night. He only stopped breathing when the next morning rolled when others went to see him. The flesh was spread everywhere. All that was left were his bones. The skeleton was still breaking apart, though. The bones were cracking, and a few days later, they were nothing but firm bits on the ground. Everyone was scared. Dying like that was a far worse fate than a simple, quick death. Nice kill, Ji Yu Qingcheng said. If she had been the one to kill him, his fate would have been even worse. After that, the barons and viscounts were all scared. The mothers and the kids really appreciated what Han Sen had done. But they now understood that their lives were entirely dependent on Han Sen. If Han Sen objected to them being played with, no one could do anything to hurt them. But if Han Sen wanted them dead, they wouldn't be living. They'd be killed pretty badly. 1840 Han family discipline. The sixth day after their arrival to the base, Han Sen summoned everyone to a plaza. He had been busy over the past few days, writing out the document of ground rules he dubbed the Han family discipline. If there was no rule of law, the place would not be considered complete. It'd be impossible to gather people of different cultures and races, and expect them to live together in harmony, if there weren't any rules established. Han Sen had brutally killed a baron, and the other barons and viscounts had behaved awkwardly, following the deed. They wouldn't disobey one of Han Sen's orders, but they also wouldn't fight and prove their worth to him as hard as they would have otherwise. So, now, Han Sen summoned everyone together. On the stage, he said, I don't care where you came from. I don't care who you are. From now on, you are a servant of the Han family. Everyone here is equal, and there are no exceptions to that. The barons and viscounts were not happy to hear that. One viscount frowned and hollered back, Master. We are here to depend on you. We are here to be managers, not servants. Han Sen looked at him coldly, and he replied, There will be managers, but you are not yet qualified. So, for now, you are all servants. What must we do to become a member of your higher class? The viscount looked dim, and he coldly laughed. He seemed to mock the concept. Han Sen told Zero and Little Angel to roll out a copy of the discipline sheet and post it in the plaza. These are my rules of discipline. If you want to be a part of the management team, the qualifications are posted there for your viewing. I hope you will remember the words written here, because they will affect your current way of life. I gave that baron a second chance yesterday, but now that you know the rules, if that happens again, don't blame me for what I do, Han Sen said darkly. Everyone moved forward to look at the scroll. Viscounts, barons, women, and their kids all went to read it. The viscounts and barons looked enraged. It didn't take long for them to realize that being a servant meant they would not receive any preferential treatment. Aside from a place to live, everything cost money. The xenogeniacs they hunted would have to have half shared with Han Sen. If they sold their kills to Han Sen, they wouldn't receive money. Instead, they'd receive points. Those points could be spent in the base. They could get what they wanted with them, and by collecting enough, they could earn member status. Amidst family members, however, there were also ranks. The lowest one was only a little bit better than a servant. The higher your tier, the greater the benefits you would receive. But the points required increased more and more, after each upgrade in status. By the end, there was a whole lot of digits required to level up. Even though they were servants, though, Han Sen would still pledge to protect them. The women and kids would have to work for points, too. But Han Sen would give the women and kids separate work. They could do the brushing up, for example. Han Sen would give the children free food, too, if they needed it. Mr. Han, what kind of rules are these? We were brought here to be managers. We didn't sign up for hard labor. I am a viscount. What you are doing is far too much. What kind of family requires their very own employees to pay so much? I am a viscount. Wherever I go, I am offered weaponry. In here, you want me to pay for my own food. What is this? After the viscounts saw it, they all began to rabble amongst themselves. They all become angry. These are the Han family rules, take them or leave them. If anyone breaks the law established there, you full well know what will happen to you, Han Sen said unsympathetically. Han Sen thought they were all spies, anyway. He planned to use all their power in whatever way he could. If that is the case, then I am going to leave, a viscount said coldly. He wasn't even referring to Han Sen as his master now. Yes, we are going to leave the Han family, too. The rest of the viscounts and barons all said the same thing. Han Sen had killed a baron, but he was a baron himself. But right then, he only had 2 young ladies and a silver fox. With 4 other viscounts backing them up, the barons weren't afraid. Shut up, Han Sen shouted. They were quickly silenced, and he went on to coldly say, what do you think this place is? This is planet Eclipse of Narrow Moon. It is my planet, and it is Knife Queen's place. You cannot just come and go. I am telling you, you are all my servants right now. And without my permission relinquishing you from my service, you will be my servant, even in death. Hearing that, the barons and viscounts looked poorly. They were all spies, and they knew about Han Sen. Knife Queen had given Han Sen 12 genofluids for him to become a baron. She even let him enter the space tunnel. Han Sen was a famous person, and he also had ghost teeth knife. They did not believe Knife Queen would leave him in that place without any protection. Knife Queen was ignoring Han Sen right now because she wished to train him. When he was in danger, however, she wouldn't sit and watch. They were certain that Knife Queen would do anything to ensure Han Sen wasn't killed by his own servants. At this point, they were silenced. Even the viscounts were. If they were going to fight there, they would be at a disadvantage. Han Sen was a dictator, and nothing good was going to happen to them. If you have no problems, then read up on the Han family rules. They come into effect today. You can explore, hunt, and clean, and for as long as you have points, you may benefit from the VIP service. After that, Han Sen left with Zero and Little Angel. The 3 of them went into a warehouse, and there, they guarded the resources. Without permission, no one could go in or out. 1841 Jadescan breakthrough. The women knew that if they wanted to live, they would have to work. So, they decided to listen to Han Sen and bring the kids who were old enough to work with them. They did things like housework and cooking. The barons weren't like that, of course. Many of them simply decided to observe, whereas others decided to leave the base. For what purposes, they weren't sure. Ji Yu Qingcheng took the opportunity to visit the warehouse. When there, she laughed and said, aren't you afraid of those guys not sharing their resources with you? With the flesh they hunt, they can survive out there for as long as they want. Han Sen smiled and said, those guys are just people, at the end of the day. They need entertainment, don't they? If they merely eat flesh and hunt for food all day, they'll go mad in less than 3 months. By the way, do you know if any of the women can dance or sing? You should find some pretty ones and open up a club. There, we can sell cigarettes and food. Or perhaps, if there are enough people, we can even open up a casino, so they can all have fun when they come back. I don't believe they are all honorable. This is too cruel. You'll be pushing the women into this wicked fire. Ji Yu Qingcheng looked upset. In this era, they are lucky to be alive. And it's not like I am forcing them to do anything, aside from sing and dance. If anyone touches them, mark my words, I will kill them. In this base, I make the calls. Unless the women are willing to do something more, of course. Then, things are different. Han Sen laughed. They might be willing to. Little Angel asked, Little Angel, this world is a complicated place. You still have a lot to learn. We are all beings with emotions. Han Sen laughed. Little Angel seemed as if she did understand, but she didn't say anything. After the women and kids were done with their work, they could eat. None of the barons and viscounts came to join them, though. Even if they did come, it'd only be to ask if the women had earned their points. They had stormed off in anger, after all. Over the next few days, not a single viscount or baron showed up. It seemed as if they were indeed going against Han Sen. There were xenogenics all about in the wild, so it wasn't as if they would go hungry. Han Sen chose to ignore their behavior, and he allowed them to do whatever they wished to. They couldn't do anything in the base, anyway. Han Sen was not worried about the prospect they could make use of the xenogenic genes. They couldn't eat the mutated materials, and Han Sen didn't need the ordinary flesh anyway. The xenogenic genes were what he needed. But there were not enough people, so Han Sen let Little Angel and Zero stay with the women. And in the meantime, he got to practicing with Jadeskin. Han Sen practiced quite a few Geno arts. The story of genes was the most complete, and he could turn it into a deified mode. The Dongshuan Sutra had come quite a long way, too. He wasn't sure if he could take it to a deified mode yet, though. There was only one part to the Blood Pulse Sutra. After generating the Geno armor, there wasn't anything more to it. So, Han Sen did not have to concern himself with it right now. Once he reached Viscount, that would change. Jadeskin didn't even have its Geno armor yet. There hadn't been a breakthrough on the 3 previous Geno arts. So, he wanted to practice with Jadeskin. It shouldn't have been too difficult to study the second part of Jadeskin, to generate the armor he wished to. Aside from learning Jadeskin, he went to learn knife skills from Yisha. He wanted to learn more about teeth knife, so he could use it in combat. The barons broke down faster than Han Sen thought, as well. In half a month, someone snuck into the base and cashed in their points. And with the points, they decided to buy cigarettes, food, and water. Mirror Lake's water was drinkable, but it didn't taste good. So, more people were willing to purchase water than they were food. When they first came to Planet Eclipse, they didn't dare walk too far. They hunted the creatures that were nearby and collected much xenogenic food. Even so, some people were injured, and they had to cash in materials for medicine. Some of them had not even bothered killing anything, and they still ended up injured. For those instances, the wounded would have to pay with their own money. The barons usually stayed together in a large group, and yet, hunting baron foes would see them injured. Hunting there was a difficult task. Han Sen didn't care about that, however. All he wanted to do was practice with Jadeskin, right now. Ji Yu Qingcheng and Xie Qing King were out and about hunting. Ji Yu Qingcheng always went solo, and she never cooperated with anyone else. Xie Qing King, on the other hand, had gotten close with the barons. Han Sen noticed this because Xie Qing King's armor was special. That made him popular with the others by default. After a month, the barons and viscounts gave up fighting out in the wild. They collected the xenogenic materials and cashed them all in for points. Although everything they had collected so far came from Baron Xenogenics, it was a good start. Han Sen finally achieved the breakthrough he was looking for, too. Jadeskin made a movement, as his body generated a mystic substance. Han Sen generated a Geno armor that looked like ice. The ice melted and became a Geno fluid that went into his body. Han Sen felt a chill when it melted and entered his body. But he felt a power welling in his bones, and changes began to occur. His body became semi-transparent. You could see the flesh and muscles inside, even the organs. He was like an iceman. After half an hour, his body returned to normal. With his body looking like a normal human being again, he felt much relief. If his body was crystallized, and he was stuck in that state, it'd be pretty scary. Han Sen tried out the xenogenic Jadeskin. It was different from the Blood Pulse Sutra. Activating Blood Pulse left him looking human, but using Jadeskin transformed his body into jade. His body would toughen up, and his speed and strength would be greater. It's time to take a look outside the base. Han Sen planned to test out his new abilities. Han Sen had a bunch of maps to go out with. That was something else the barons had cashed in for. He had never been out before this, but he now had a firm understanding of the geography. He picked a place to visit, and then set out alongside Little Silver. Then, they disappeared along the west side of Mirror Lake. Han Sen was going to a mountain in the west. Supposedly, a group of xenogenics resided there. There were 6 of the creatures, but they were said to all have different powers. A dozen barons had tried hunting the group of xenogenics, but their attack had not killed a single creature. One baron had even lost his life, and the others limped off with injuries. A rare opportunity. 80% of Planet Eclipse was covered by clouds. The magnetic storms were constantly unstable, and they were always shining with volatile power. Tools were almost useless in those conditions, and satellites in orbit never were because they could not see what lay beneath those clouds. That was one of the reasons Han Sen made the decision to come here. While it was hard for him to watch other nobles and track their movements, it was also hard for others to watch him. But Han Sen did not mind his inability to keep close watch over the nobles, as he had never planned on keeping tabs on them anyway. Not long before Han Sen left the base, one of the Viscounts decided to follow him. The Viscount's name was Lake, and he was of the fairly small Inkcloud race. That race did not even have its own planet, and they were just a faction of creatures scattered across a number of different planets. It was extremely rare for them to have a Viscount. But there was more to Lake than it seemed. When he became a Viscount, he was treated very well, and he received a lot of special training. Lake came to Planet Eclipse with the sole purpose of assassinating Han Sen. Assassination in Narrow Moon was difficult, but Planet Eclipse would be his best chance. Han Sen was only just a baron, but still, Lake patiently followed after him. When he attacked, he needed to kill Han Sen in a single strike. He didn't want to slip up and give Han Sen the chance to resist or draw his king-class weapon. Han Sen could not use all the power of the weapon, but its presence in combat would still be annoying. Han Sen brought Little Silver with him on his excursion into the mountains. The creatures around there were far too messed up, and he couldn't be sure that the maps the barons had drawn for him were entirely accurate. Far away, Han Sen caught a glimpse of a few creatures near the mountain. They were the xenogeneics the barons had described. Upon closer inspection, Han Sen noticed that there were 6 of them. There were big ones and small ones. Some were as big as an elephant, whereas others were as small as a dog. The bodies of the xenogeneics were all different as well. Some had 4 legs, whereas others stood up on 2 legs. Some were like creepy bugs with wings, while others had 6 arms. Despite their variety, they all shared one physical attribute: there was a shell upon all their backs. The shells didn't look too sturdy. Han Sen heard the barons tell him that when their weapons hit the shells, they did not deal much damage. And that was why the barons' attack on the creatures had completely failed. Han Sen watched them for a while. He pulled his ghost teeth knife from his backpack. The scabbard he had was broken, so he carried the knife drawn. Ghost teeth knife possessed ghost teeth powers. Normal scabbards could not house it, and they'd usually break after a few days. Han Sen was fairly annoyed by that aspect of the blade. He did have that spare scabbard he could use, but he didn't dare to. If Yisha saw it, the jig would be up. Han Sen had hidden that scabbard in the sanctuary instead. When Lake saw the mountain Han Sen was heading for, he frowned. There was nowhere to hide there, and if he followed Han Sen up there in plain sight, his presence would surely be discovered. Han Sen had brought a silver beast. Lake thought Han Sen was being very arrogant, thinking he could take on 6 xenogeneics under those bare conditions. But Lake could also use this opportunity to gauge the true extent of Han Sen's power. The strike Han Sen used to kill the Baron had drawn its strength from the weapon he used. It wasn't an effective measure of his true strength. It's fine with me if you want to get yourself killed by xenogeneics, so I don't have to do it. If you don't die, though, I'll help you along. Lake looked calm. He was taking his time, as there wasn't any particular rush. Han Sen's presence was soon discovered by the xenogeneics up ahead. The 6 xenogeneics perked to a state of alertness and roared. They looked murderous, and they all ran straight for Han Sen like a pack of wolves. Han Sen moved straight towards them with an unfaltering speed, knife raised and ready to strike. Little Silver was coming right behind him. Quickly, Han Sen closed the distance to his first xenogeneic target. He swiped right past the beast, with his knife swinging as he went. He did not stop moving. He swung ghost teeth knife from all manners of different angles. Within a second, Han Sen had made his way past all 6 of the xenogeneics. They had all attacked in a different manner, but none had managed to land a single hit on Han Sen. Kacha. Cracks formed in the 6 xenogeneic bodies, then widened as they began to seep blood. All of the beasts fell down, squealing and bleeding. Their lives would soon be over. Lake, seeing what had just occurred, was shocked into horror. He thought to himself, powerful teeth knife. Powerful ghost teeth knife. That power must stem entirely from his knife. Aside from the rebate, I didn't think any other race could learn teeth powers. Lake was happy that he hadn't blindly tried to attack Han Sen without seeing this first. Han Sen was a far stronger foe than Lake had initially believed him to be. He had ghost teeth knife, which meant a face-to-face battle would be very difficult. Not long after, the 6 xenogeneics were all dead. Han Sen dug out the xenogeneic materials. Even if he didn't need them, the people back in the sanctuary could still use them. These xenogeniacs are weaker than I thought. I should think about hunting down Viscount xenogeniacs sometime. Otherwise, I won't be able to improve at all. Han Sen put away the xenogeniac genes and looked over his maps. He looked for the locations where Viscount xenogeniacs had been discovered. There were quite a few of them. Han Sen selected a spot in which he could leave the mountain. He followed a path on the left because someone had spotted a Viscount xenogeniac that way. So, he was planning on going that way. Lake, seeing Han Sen go that way, felt happy. Lake had made the report of a Viscount there. There were actually Viscounts there, but there were two. He had only reported the presence of one. He was going to report it again to encourage Han Sen to go hunting, but Han Sen was arrogant enough to head there immediately with the hopes of fighting one. An opportunity. This is a rare opportunity. Lake was so happy, and he quickly followed after Han Sen. Lake had made his mind up now. He was going to kill Han Sen, even if the two Viscount xenogeniacs couldn't kill him on Lake's behalf. I just need to hide in one of Han Sen's escape routes. When he tries to run from the xenogeniacs, he won't escape my assassination. He is a dead man. When they got close to the place the Viscount was said to reside, Lake hid himself on one of the paths. Killing a Viscount xenogeniac, Han Sen saw the gully up ahead, which had been correctly marked on the map. With Little Silver by his side, the two snuck into it. Han Sen saw a sleeping xenogeniac there. It looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a ridge of exposed bones on its back. It looked like a mix between a Tyrannosaurus Rex and a hedgehog. The sight of it was rather frightening. Upon seeing it, Han Sen could immediately tell that it was not a baron. When Han Sen saw the xenogeniac, he didn't take action straight away. He looked around the gully and frowned. Lake saw Han Sen not moving an inch, and with shock, he thought to himself, has he detected the presence of a second xenogeniac? He shouldn't have been able to. The second one is hidden. If I hadn't attacked the first creature, I would never have discovered the second one. As Lake remained in a state of shock, Han Sen walked further and further into the gully. It made Lake sigh. It looks like I may have gotten ahead of myself. He hasn't been able to find the second one. Han Sen let Little Silver wait outside as he went in alone. He clenched his ghost teeth knife tightly as he ghosted towards the xenogeniac. Little Silver had evolved a second time, but he was still just a baron. A fight like this wouldn't really suit him. The xenogeniac was sleeping like a log, and Han Sen was able to inch his way right next to it. Still, it showed no sign of waking up. Han Sen held his knife tight and raised it up to the creature's neck. The xenogeniac was far too big to be killed with one hit. Teeth power wouldn't be as effective against a creature that was a tier higher than Han Sen, but going for a weak spot was still better than striking anywhere else. Han Sen slowly approached the beast's neck, moving lightly and slowly. Behind Han Sen, a snake-looking creature appeared. It delicately rose out of the soil. It opened its mouth like a flower and approached Han Sen. When the monster was a mere 2 feet away, the mouth widened and lashed forward. It was ready to lunge and swallow Han Sen up. But Han Sen looked as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He moved both feet, and then the xenogeniac ended up biting the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was directly in front of Han Sen. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was roused out of its slumber by the teeth suddenly sinking into it. And as this occurred, Han Sen leapt forward and unleashed a strike against the xenogeniac snake. Its metal-looking body was delivered a hefty cut that drew blood. Han Sen was shocked. He had used a lot of strength with his ghost teeth knife, but he had been unable to slice through its body. All he could deliver was a wound that was about half a foot deep. The bodies of these xenogeniacs were tougher than he had expected. Roar! The startled Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and shot a geyser of flame out of its mouth. The snake's face was incinerated, and its jaws relaxed and let go of the beast it had accidentally bitten. While it squealed, Han Sen continued to slash and slash against the wound he had already dealt the creature. And after a few more sturdy hits, he was able to cut clean through and slice the beast in half. The snake was not dead yet, but its face had been burned pretty badly. Its eyes had been seared out of their sockets, rendering the snake blind. It rolled around on the ground, bleeding profusely. It was only a matter of time before it died. The spiky Tyrannosaurus Rex was extremely angry. In the meantime, it spat out fire towards Han Sen. So, Han Sen summoned his Taurus shield and hid behind it, using it to block the stream of fire. The flames were unable to penetrate the shield. It was a Viscount beast soul, after all. It was on equal footing with the Tyrannosaurus Rex's attack. The spiky Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed angry, and it unleashed barrage after barrage of fire. The Taurus continued to block the flame, but after a while, the shield became too hot to hold onto. Han Sen had to let go of it. Blisters rose all over Han Sen's hand from the heat. Lake heard movement down in the gully, and it made him extremely happy. He stayed alert, so if Han Sen came running out trying to escape, he could lunge forward and kill him right there. But Han Sen did not escape. He had dug his shield into the earth, so he was still managing to hide behind it. The spiky Tyrannosaurus Rex continued to spit fire without rest, but no matter what it did, it could not destroy the Taurus shield. It roared to the sky and rolled its body into a ball. It looked like a giant sea urchin as it then came rolling forward towards the shield. Han Sen quickly evaded its roll, but the shield was knocked into the air. It took a while for it to fall back down, and when it did, it came slamming down into a rock and became half embedded in it. The spiky Tyrannosaurus Rex came rolling towards Han Sen again. It was so big and fast, and it had spikes. Han Sen was slower than the creature was, and he couldn't take advantage of his strength. If he was hit, the creature's spikes would punch holes right through him. Fortunately, Han Sen was prepared for a situation like this. If he hadn't come prepared, he wouldn't have risked the fight in the first place. Come out, my shoes. Han Sen shouted, as fluffy rabbit fur shoes appeared on his feet. Han Sen's feet acted as if they had been imbued with the power of the wind, and they gained a great boost of speed. With them on, he managed to evade the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The shoes were the teeth rabbit beast soul Han Sen had earned from killing Rock's Fall Duke. They were a Duke-class beast soul, and they gave Han Sen the speed of a Duke. Speed was their only benefit, though. But that was enough for Han Sen. Han Sen ran around the Tyrannosaurus like the wind, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex was unable to catch up. Kacha, kacha, kacha. While Han Sen ran, he kept slashing the Tyrannosaurus back. And as the beast screamed in agony, it spat out more flames. But Han Sen was too fast, and whenever a flame was headed his way, he was on the beast's other side. The flames couldn't catch him. Kacha. Han Sen struck the creature on the other side, drawing out more blood from the creature's wounds. The spiky Tyrannosaurus Rex was so angry, it kept rolling around, spewing fire. But there was nothing it could do to Han Sen, who was now like the wind. It couldn't even rustle Han Sen's clothes. All it could do was catch his dust. Xenogenic Viscount hunted. Xenogenic gene found. King Earthworm, an announcement played in Han Sen's head. It was the snake-like Xenogenic that had just died. Han Sen ignored it. He kept spinning around the spiky Tyrannosaurus Rex, slashing it. He wanted to make the felon bleed more and more. Although the teeth power was not very effective on the Viscount, unhealable wounds could be deadly even if they were small. Dead Viscount Lake had been waiting for Han Sen for a while, but he hadn't seen him emerge. He could only hear the roaring of a Xenogenic. It made him wonder what was transpiring inside the gully. Can Han Sen fight two Xenogenics at once? That should be impossible, because he is only a baron. He has a king-class weapon, but he can't use all of its strength. With his own strength and speed, how can he possibly last so long against two Viscounts? Lake was confused over the scenario, but he couldn't poke his head out and take a look just yet. Lake had seen the silver beast that Han Sen had brought with him. It was lying down near the gully. Lake was not sure what sort of power it possessed, but he didn't want to be discovered, and so he didn't get any closer to it to find out. After a while, the gully grew quiet. It was as if everything across the land had gone still. Lake felt relieved, thinking, it looks like Han Sen was killed by the two Xenogenics. I guess that saved me some trouble. As Lake was thinking of this, someone suddenly came out of the gully. When Lake saw it, his eyes opened wide with immense surprise. He didn't die. Lake was floored. Han Sen hadn't been killed in his fight with the two Viscounts, and on top of that, he looked clean. There was not a single speck of blood on him, and neither were there any visible wounds. What happened? Lake thought of many different possibilities that could explain Han Sen's miraculous survival, but he couldn't settle on anything that really made sense given the circumstances. Little Silver, I'm hurt. Han Sen moved out of the gully and spoke to the silver beast. Lake, hearing that, felt relieved. That was a little more normal, at least. But Lake saw Han Sen put his hand out to the beast and then say, I have a few blisters, see? They hurt. Lake's eyes were twitching. He wanted to murder someone. The silver beast heard Han Sen and then walked over to him. He licked Han Sen's blisters with his pink tongue. Swiftly after, the burned area was cleared up and the swollen skin smoothed out. Is that a xenogeniac with healing powers? Lake was shocked, as that sort of power was extremely rare in that universe. It was common to have talents that could heal oneself, but a talent that could enable the healing of others was very rare. If one was found, every faction would be fighting for ownership of it. Such power was highly valued and highly sought after. Han Sen brought little silver into the gully. He cut off the Viscount's xenogeniac genes and wrapped them up. He used ropes to tie up the bodies and then started dragging them away. Lake had been entertaining a few guesses about what had happened, but when he laid eyes on those two corpses, he was rocked. Han Sen had obviously murdered the two Viscount xenogeniacs. That mere fact was unacceptable. And he only had a minor wound after it all. Scary. Too scary. Lake now ranked Han Sen amongst persons who were on a very dangerous level to take on. He wasn't quite willing to strike just yet. When Han Sen walked past Lake, Lake didn't move a muscle. He didn't even risk breathing. He couldn't allow himself to be found, as now was not the time to try to kill Han Sen. After Han Sen walked past, Lake felt a great amount of relief. Hastily, he wiped the sweat away. He had never felt as much pressure before, in the task of taking on a baron. Han Sen was smiling all the way, as he dragged the bodies of the Viscounts back home. Those bodies were rather hefty. The meat could feed many people, which would help out with the many resources that his people required. Although they would not be consuming xenogeniac genes, it was still Viscount flesh. It could be very nutritious, which would be very beneficial for the women and children. Selling it to the barons and viscounts would earn them a lot of points, as well. The nobles could hunt and eat, but they did not have spices. There was not even salt readily available. The meat would be tasteless, and the nobles were already sick of eating it plain. Many nobles were spending points to buy cooking ingredients from the base. Han Sen's goal was to take all of their points. None of them had good hearts, so he didn't think he had to be nice to them. Han Sen brought two Viscount xenogeniacs back home, shocking the base when he came in. The fact that Han Sen had killed two Viscounts gave the nobles a grand shock. Some of them felt they were lucky that they hadn't tried to kill him, but it also raised the fear they held for him. Han Sen was led away by the woman in charge of cuisine. There were kids there that could handle the meat. There were a number of kids that were only a few years old, and they were tasked with washing the meat. They put in a lot of effort and worked hard. It is a shame this base wasn't built to house a real society. We have no one to teach the kids what they'd learn in school. It'll be pretty bad if they grow up without learning to read, Han Sen spoke to himself. In a world like this, learning how to survive beats learning how to read a few words. You have given them enough. A Viscount walked up to Han Sen, speaking to him. Deep Blue Viscount. Han Sen looked at the Viscount, recognizing who he was. Out of the 4 Viscounts, he was the only Kate. And he was the only one who brought meat to swap for points. In that regard, he was one of the only ones not going against Han Sen. Master, if you have time, I would like to talk to you alone, Deep Blue Viscount said calmly. Han Sen started to respond, but a sudden scream came from outside the gate. Han Sen's face changed, and they looked towards the gate together. A large group of people were milling around the gate, craning to see something outside. What's going on? Han Sen asked. The people, seeing Han Sen approach, formed a path. Han Sen, in the middle, saw a body. It was one of the Viscounts. His name was Wind Viscount. Wind Viscount was lying on the ground facing the base. It looked as if he had been approaching the gate when his head was blown open. What is this? Han Sen had a bad feeling, and he frowned. We don't know. We saw Wind Viscount return from an expedition outside, but before he made it all the way back, he fell on the ground. He crawled a little bit before his head exploded, a woman in a baron explained. Strange mark, don't look. Return to your homes. No one can leave their rooms. If you do, you will be killed, Han Sen said. The barons quickly returned to their shelters as instructed. Deep Blue Viscount, can you tell me what hurt him? Han Sen looked at the gaping hole in Wind Viscount's head, but he was unable to discern what might have caused it. Deep Blue Viscount looked weirded out, and he said, it doesn't seem as if he was attacked. It looks to me as if he imploded, or rather, exploded from the inside out. Really, what power could cause something like that? Han Sen asked. Deep Blue Viscount fell silent, and he said, many people have the power to do this. Some have the ability to invade the bodies of others and destroy their opponents from the inside. It'll be hard for us to guess who the culprit might be. Han Sen nodded and asked, do you know of any creatures like that around the base? Deep Blue Viscount shook his head. We haven't been here for long, so no one has been able to venture out too far. All of our hunting expeditions have taken place around the proximity of the base. I haven't seen any like that. Han Sen did not ask any more questions. He grabbed a flamethrower and incinerated Wind Viscount's body. A body that died for no reason could not be brought into the base. Only the gods could tell what might happen. The body soon became cinders, but there was something that couldn't be melted down. Han Sen plucked it out and noticed it was a black steel feather. It was a foot long and very heavy. Han Sen tried getting others to burn it, but no matter what they tried, it couldn't be melted down. It wouldn't even turn red with the heat. It was obviously not an ordinary metal. Han Sen used a sealed container to store the black feather. Those who had come into contact with the body were forced to undergo a scan and a proper disinfectant cycle, to ensure there would be no further problems. But on the second day, something happened inside the base. The barons that had touched the dead body had a weird, egg-shaped symbol on their foreheads. The symbols were black. Han Sen used a tool to scan them, but there was nothing overtly strange about them. They seemed to be ordinary markings. The 4 barons were terrified. Wind Viscount's manner of death had been far too strange, and now, this unexplainable happening gave them quite the scare. Han Sen checked over their bodies thoroughly, but he couldn't discern anything out of the ordinary. So, Han Sen had them put into isolation. Han Sen also made sure to tell the people that delivered their resources about what was going on. He told them to bring doctors and tools so that they could try to discover what was happening to his people. It would take 2 days for the ship to arrive, and Han Sen hoped nothing would happen in the meantime. Do any of you know where Wind Viscount had gone off to? Han Sen was investigating his death. If he learned how he died, perhaps he could find out what was wrong with the barons. One baron told Han Sen that he saw Wind Viscount venture into the northern mountains. Wind Viscount had intended to cross them, but the barons with him did not dare follow. Whatever happened to him was still mostly a mystery. Han Sen frowned when he heard this. The mountain they referred to was the one the Earl had gone into and never returned. Han Sen said he would have to put a stop to people venturing off to the north. The nobles themselves knew how dangerous the north seemed to be, so no one opposed his decision. Wind Viscount had entered the mountains, but died in front of the gate. With the 4 egg symbols on the foreheads of the barons, Han Sen didn't have a good feeling about what was going to happen. The Earl had brought many other earls to help him, and despite that, they had all disappeared. The people in the base would stand a much worse chance of surviving anything that might occur. Han Sen couldn't wait much longer, so he contacted Yisha for advice. He wanted to tell her about what was happening, in case the worst happened. But Yisha was currently practicing, and he did not know when she would finish. She couldn't be interrupted, and so Han Sen was unable to get a hold of her. Han Sen contacted Icebird Duke. Yisha had told him that if she was not around, then he could look for Icebird instead. Icebird Duke, seeing Han Sen's number, picked it up. She might not have liked the way Han Sen conducted his affairs, but Yisha had told her to take care of him in the event that he required assistance. Icebird Duke, I have a problem. I need to get in touch with the Queen, but she is busy. Do you think you can help, instead? Han Sen asked her. The rules of the rebate dictate that only the master of the planet can contribute to the development of the assigned planet. If outsiders interfere, there is every chance that we will take it back from you. Icebird Duke did not like Han Sen's attitude, particularly in the way he kept asking for Queen. If this was a normal situation, I wouldn't come looking for you. Something bad has happened here, and I can't get to the bottom of it. I really do need your help. Han Sen said, if you don't think you can resolve the issue, then don't. If you prefer to, you could always come on back. I can't help you with anything. She stopped Han Sen and went on to say, think about it. If you do decide to come back, I will send out some ships to come and pick you up. After hanging up, Icebird Duke spoke to herself. Of course there will be trouble developing a planet. If you cannot do it, then don't. Han Sen frowned. There was nothing he could do about her, and he did not know when Yisha would be able to return the call. Whenever it was, it would be too late. Han Sen called up another number. He was contacting Black Steel. Black Steel was a strange fellow, but Han Sen figured that he was a reliable sort. On planet Knifegrave, Han Sen had asked him why he blocked the knife river. He said he wanted Han Sen to escape. He wanted to provide Han Sen a chance. He figured that was something he owed Han Sen. Han Sen did not know what Black Steel had been thinking, but it made him feel safe. Han Sen asked him to keep the knife mind thing a secret. No one knew he had a knife mind as wondrous as the one he did, and Black Steel really hadn't said a word. Han Sen, unable to find anyone else to help, got in touch with Black Steel. If Black Steel could not help, then he'd have no choice but to evacuate. Han Sen was not creating drama. It was best to prepare for an event or problem one could not overcome. He didn't want the women or children that were on the planet to die there. "What is it?" said Black Steel's voice, and it sounded exactly the same as the first time they met. "I have a problem, and I need your help." Han Sen went on to tell him the entire story. Black Steel let Han Sen tell him everything. After a momentary pause, he said, "Don't leave the base, and keep your eyes on those barons. And do not touch them, no matter what. I will be there in 4.5 hours. 1846 survivor. Upon hearing what Black Steel said, Han Sen knew that the man must know something about this. But now was not the time to ask, so he was going to wait until Black Steel arrived. But soon, Han Sen's worries became reality. More people in the base began to develop strange egg markings on their foreheads. It seemed to be spreading. People could be isolated easily enough, but that wasn't a proper solution to the issue. As time went on, more and more people developed that same strange mark. In the beginning, it only spread amongst the people who were at the gate when the Viscount died. Then, it started to happen amongst the mothers and children who hadn't even been there. Over the course of a few hours, half of the people in the base developed the same mark across their foreheads. Luckily, Han Sen, Little Angel, Zero, Xianxia King, Jiyu Qingcheng, and Little Silver had not yet been infected by the strange affliction. It was very fortunate. Xianxia King and Jiyu Qingcheng had examined the infected people and noted that there didn't actually seem to be anything wrong them. But the whole base was so scared that those who were not yet infected wanted to abandon the place. If Han Sen hadn't just killed 2 Viscount creatures and enlisted the aid of Deep Blue Viscount, the base would have descended into chaos. Out of the 4 Viscount nobles, Wind Viscount was dead, Deep Blue Viscount was helpful, whereas Lake didn't do anything. The other Viscount had been missing for the past 2 days. Where he had disappeared to, no one knew. Han Sen contacted Black Steel to update him on the situation that was currently unfolding. Han Sen didn't want him to end up getting infected as well. "Wait for me," Black Steel said, before hanging up again. It sounded as if he was doing something in a rush. Before Black Steel arrived, Deep Blue Viscount came over to see Han Sen. When Deep Blue Viscount arrived at Han Sen's house, he immediately stripped off his armor. His forehead now had the egg-shaped marking, too. "Do you feel anything?" Han Sen frowned. Deep Blue Viscount was calm, and he merely shook his head. "I don't feel anything. If I hadn't looked in the mirror, I wouldn't even have known the mark had appeared." "Then, what do you plan on doing?" Han Sen asked. Deep Blue Viscount went quiet, and he said, "I told you I wanted to speak with you alone. Do you have the time to do so, right now?" "Yeah." Han Sen nodded. Deep Blue Viscount sat down and dropped into thought for a minute before speaking. He said, "I know that most nobles here have ulterior motives. I do, as well. But I am different in one way, I don't work for anyone." "Then, why are you here?" Han Sen asked him. Viscounts were of a high rank, and he'd be a wanted asset anywhere he went. There wasn't a reason for him to follow Han Sen. Deep Blue Viscount gave a wry smile. He pointed to the mark on his forehead and said something that shocked Han Sen. "I am here for this." Han Sen really was shocked, and he replied by saying, "You are here for that? Do you know what it is?" He nodded, then shook his head and sighed. "This is not my first time on Planet Eclipse. You have been here before. Were you with the Earl?" Han Sen immediately asked. Deep Blue Viscount smiled and said, "Yes. I got this mark when I was here the last time." Han Sen was shocked, but at the same time, he was delighted. It had been many years since the Earl's mission, and despite that, Deep Blue Viscount was still living. The infected would be safe, for now, at least. Deep Blue Viscount suspected these were the thoughts running through Han Sen's mind, and he smiled wryly. "It is not like that. Ordinarily, when you get this, you die in a short time. It could be 2 days, or it could be 2 weeks. People will ultimately end up like Wind Viscount did. There is a reason why I survived, and that is the reason for my return. Han Sen did not say anything, wanting him to continue explaining. Since Deep Blue was volunteering information, he might as well learn everything he could. When I was taken here by Chiron Earl, I was just a commoner. I was just like those kids, really, but a little bit bigger. I already had my Geno armor and everything. When Deep Blue Viscount said that, he looked weird. Han Sen did not understand. Deep Blue Viscount went on to say, I followed Chiron Earl everywhere, including his final trip into the northern mountains. I was there. I thought that none of those who went returned, Han Sen said in shock. I was the only one who made it out. Back then, only normal people resided at the base. No one was aware of the fact that I had followed him. The rebate investigator never considered that Chiron Earl would have bothered to bring an ordinary Kate. Deep Blue Viscount wore a complicated expression. What happened there, and what is up with the egg mark? Han Sen asked. Deep Blue Viscount shook his head. I do not understand what happened. Back then I was a kid that possessed Geno armor. My powers and my knowledge were very limited. After that, Deep Blue Viscount went on to say, and in regards to the egg mark, you will only contract it after you touch something. Aside from me, everyone who got this mark died. And that included Chiron Earl. When I made it out, I did not infect anyone. I am not sure what Wind Viscount did, but it is clear that his affliction is contagious. Where did the Earl's group encounter it, exactly? Han Sen asked. Deep Blue Viscount said, there is a palace up in those mountains, and it is very big. It was so strange inside there. I did not know much back then, so I only followed Chiron Earl. Many people died, and when we were in front of a certain hall, Chiron Earl seemed to become incredibly happy. We waited outside while he went in alone. We waited half a day, and eventually, he returned with something. Han Sen knew the most important part of his tale would be this, so he didn't interrupt. He kept on listening. It was an egg, a black egg that was as tall as a person. It looked just like the markings do. He brought it out and allowed us to carry it. And when we were just about to leave the palace, something scary happened. Our foreheads began to develop that black mark. Deep Blue Viscount looked scared, as if he was remembering something bad. 1847 Raven inside the base, people continued to become infected. Han Sen wanted to leave, taking Little Angel, Zero, and the others with him. But he was not sure if the strange contagion had already spread to his companions. If he left now, with an infection amongst them, things could turn pretty bleak. If they stayed there and did get infected, at least Deep Blue Viscount might be able to deduce a way in which it could be stopped. Deep Blue Viscount said that when he had originally been afflicted with the mark, he had eaten the root of a lotus that he found in the palace. He reckoned that was why the mark hadn't affected him. All the other nobles with him died, leaving him as the sole survivor. But now, the mark had returned, and it was getting darker and darker. That was why he wanted to return to the planet and revisit the hall in order to eat more of the lotus roots. But there was a group of xenogeniacs outside the entrance to the palace, and some of them were Earl rank. So, Deep Blue Viscount had been unable to find a way in which he could access the place. Deep Blue Viscount was curious about how Wind Viscount had managed to penetrate the palace. He figured he would have to return there to find out how. Han Sen then thought of an important question to ask. When Deep Blue Viscount entered the palace the first time, he was just a Kate with Geno armor. Now he was a Viscount. Becoming a noble of that rank was not an easy task. Even a wealthy elite like Yisha only had a dozen of the Geno fluids that could encourage a second evolution, so how could Deep Blue Viscount achieve such a rank? Han Sen asked this question, and Deep Blue said that he did not know how he had managed to evolve a second time, either. To his knowledge, he had not used any treasures. But it wasn't long before he left this planet that he evolved for a second time. Perhaps it had something to do with the lotus root. Matters were proceeding to get worse, though. It wasn't long before Yu Qingcheng developed a mark on her forehead. Han Sen told her about the palace and the lotus root, and he told her not to worry. When the time came, they would head out and get one of the lotus roots. Black Steel was accurate, and 4.5 hours later, he did indeed land outside the front gate. But aside from Black Steel, a few other of the rebate had come as well. Judging from the strength of their auras, Han Sen could immediately tell they were not ordinary folk. Han Sen, what's going on now? Black Steel looked at Han Sen's forehead. It's bad. Half of my people have been infected with the mark of an egg. It was starting to depress Han Sen. You go and confirm it, one of the superior-looking rebates said. The other rebate went to check the foreheads of the women and children, while Black Steel went into Han Sen's office. With a serious look, he said, "You are in trouble. If I am not mistaken, Wind Viscount touched something which belonged to the Raven." "Raven?" Han Sen looked confused. Black Steel explained to him, before the rebate took over Narrow Moon, it was the Raven who owned this place. They were a strong xenogenic group that had a grip on the entirety of Narrow Moon. History says that they had the ability to mark other xenogenics and control them. Black Steel went on to say, "When we took down Narrow Moon, it came at a great cost. If it wasn't for our deified elder, it was highly unlikely that we'd have won the fight. We thought the Raven were entirely destroyed, following the battle. I did not expect a relic of theirs to remain, especially one that is still so deadly. Is there a way to erase the mark of the Raven?" Han Sen thought that if the rebate took down Narrow Moon, there had to be a way. If there wasn't, they'd all have ended up infected, and they'd all be dead. "Not yet." Black Steel shook his head. "What do you mean by not yet?" Han Sen was confused. "Many of my race suffered this mark. We discovered that killing the Raven and drinking their blood was the only way to make the mark disappear. If you want to get rid of it, the only way to achieve that is to find the item Wind Viscount found. And then, maybe you can." Black Steel looked straight at Han Sen and went on to say, "I am not sure if you are infected. We need to make sure that the infection does not leave this place. And we must locate the source of the infection, wherever it may be." Han Sen relayed to him what Deep Blue Viscount had told him. Black Steel nodded and said, "If someone has info like this, that is great. I brought one of my father's guards with us. Captain Wood is a duke. The rest are marquis. We are all prepared to go to the Raven Palace." Black Steel went to find Captain Wood and Deep Blue Viscount, letting Deep Blue Viscount explain the situation again to him. Captain Wood looked at Deep Blue Viscount and asked, "Why didn't you say this sooner?" Deep Blue Viscount gave a wry smile. "They were all dead, and only I survived. I was worried I might get in trouble for telling people what happened. Especially with the mark gone." Han Sen understood the man's reasoning. If he admitted what had happened, it was likely that the rebate would have grown suspicious. The only reason he was telling the story now was because he had to go back to the palace. If the mark hadn't returned, he would not have wanted to come back to such a wretched place. After Captain Wood had finished asking Deep Blue Viscount about various details, he decided to go to the Raven Palace, as well. Last time, Chiron Earl had taken some Viscounts and Earls, and even some creatures with him. This time, they had Captain Wood and 4 marquis. It shouldn't have been too hard to reach the same point as Chiron. Wood allowed Han Sen to select a few people to come along. Deep Blue Viscount said there was a pool with the lotus fruit, and there were many of them. It would be best if he brought some people to collect as many roots as they could, in order to suppress the mark. Ji Yu Qingcheng had the mark, so she elected to go there herself. Xie Qingqing wanted to go, too. Han Sen stopped Little Angel in 0, though. If no one was watching the base, it was impossible to tell what the barons might do after they became infected. There was a high chance the women and children would be in danger. This doesn't seem too bad. We can eat the roots as soon as we get them, Han Sen thought to himself. Aside from them, Han Sen picked 10 barons to go with him. They could help gather the roots, at the very least. There were so many of them, and their time was almost up. If they couldn't get to the bottom of the issue, they'd have to bring a lot of the roots back. Han Sen brought Lake Viscount with him, as well. With Wood there, he wouldn't dare to say no. 1848 Lotus Pool. On their way to the palace, egg marks appeared on the foreheads of both Little Silver and Xie Qingqing. It was very worrying. Lake Viscount gained it, as well. Xie Qingqing held up a mirror to examine himself. He kept looking at it, and with a dire expression, he said, "So D***mn ugly. The mark could at least be a flower or something. Having an egg on my head makes me look stupid." Han Sen couldn't believe that was precisely what Xie Qingqing was worrying about. Little Silver was lying on Han Sen's shoulder, not having any particular sort of reaction. With Captain Wood leading them, they had no trouble on their journey. The power of 4 marquis had already scared off most of the xenogenics nearby. They didn't bother killing any lower-class xenogenics they saw along the way, as they were focused on reaching the Raven Palace as soon as they could. They came to a valley, and Captain Wood cleared out the xenogenics that were hanging around. Deep Blue Viscount followed closely, and spoke while pointing at a mountain. "The entrance is here. This is the peak. This is not an illusion. But there is no door. Are you sure this is the place? Captain Wood asked with a frown. Yes, I am sure of it, Deep Blue Viscount said, as he trotted up to one of the mountain's cliffsides. He searched the wall for a while, and eventually, pushed his hands firmly against a rock. After Deep Blue Viscount pressed it, he returned to Han Sen. And then, a boom noise sounded swiftly after. A few hundred meters of mountain began to sink, as a higher peak began to rise behind it. There was a door on its stone surface, one that was massive. Han Sen and everyone else were in shock. The place had a grand, powerful atmosphere, which spoke volumes about how scary the ravens might have been, once upon a time. How do we open the door? Captain Wood asked Deep Blue Viscount. Deep Blue Viscount said, you just have to push it open. That's how I slipped in and slipped out. Captain Wood signaled for a marquise to push open the stone door. It was dozens of meters high, but the marquise was able to open it with a light push. There was no need for much strength. What resided beyond the stone door was equally impressive in size. Many palaces were visible inside, and the buildings extended until they vanished into the distance. Master, you must follow behind me, with a gap of about 3 meters. Captain Wood stared at Black Steel with a serious look, and after Black Steel agreed, the team was allowed to enter. The palaces were all connected. They were all built from stone, but they were so old, they looked very rustic and primitive. Even with the protection of the mountain, they looked poorly kept. Han Sen saw a multitude of carvings on the walls, depicting bird-like creatures. Large bird statues stood on both sides of the plaza. Deep Blue Viscount, will there be danger up ahead? Captain Wood asked. Deep Blue Viscount gave a wry smile. Many warriors died before I entered, but by the time I made it in, all was fine. Maybe when Chiron Earl went in, they destroyed any traps left behind by the Raven, a marquis suggested. That could be true, but even so, it is best to remain vigilant. We cannot drop our guard for a single second. Captain Wood was speaking with a deep, authoritative voice. The group of them followed behind Deep Blue Viscount as they moved forward. It wasn't long before they stumbled across a pile of bony remains. They definitely belonged to Rebate. They must have been part of the previous group. Captain Wood checked out the bones, and noticed the skulls each had a large hole in them. They were so big, you could squeeze a clenched fist clean through. The team kept traveling. Their path had proven to be surprisingly uneventful. Aside from seeing the odd pile of bones here and there was nothing that posed an actual threat. Han Sen thought things over as he walked. Weird, it looks like this place has not been visited by anyone in quite a while. And there are some creatures outside that could most certainly not have been dealt with by a Viscount. How did Wind Viscount get into this palace and get himself infected with the Raven's mark? Although there was no danger, Captain Wood was being careful, nonetheless. He didn't speed up on his way, he remained at a slow and steady pace. After they walked a dozen miles, they went past a temple that had also been constructed from stone. Their eyes turned bright when they soon saw a pool of lotuses right next to it. The lotus pool had no water, though. Most of the lotus's stalks, leaves, and flowers had all withered into death. There were only a few living ones left in the middle. The flowers that were alive were as white as snow. The leaves were like jade, and with their soft glow, they looked terrific. Is this the lotus pool you've been talking about? Captain Wood looked at Deep Blue Viscount. This is it. I accidentally fell in there and swallowed a lotus root. I was so hungry that I dug some up and ate more of them. That was how my mark disappeared. Deep Blue Viscount looked surprised, and he desperately wanted to run to it. Hearing that, Lake Viscount and the other barons all rushed towards the pool. Stop, Han Sen shouted, with a frown. No one listened to Han Sen, though. They all wished to cleanse themselves of the egg mark plaguing their foreheads by ripping out the lotus roots and consuming them. Even though it would be a temporary pause Han Sen was calling for, it was better than getting ahead of themselves and snatching the plants right now. Anyone who steps closer to the pool dies. Captain Wood made a hum. And then, the two Viscounts and the barons stopped moving. Captain Wood looked at Han Sen and said, "It looks like your family members require some discipline." "Yes, and I will give it." Han Sen rubbed his nose. The nobles in his employ were mostly spies of one sort or another. They didn't want to listen to his orders, particularly so if claiming the flowers meant the difference between life and death. They hadn't followed Han Sen for very long, either. So, it was not as if Han Sen could control them. "Mr. Wood, I beg of you to provide me some of this lotus root. I only need a little." Deep Blue Viscount quickly turned to begging. After Deep Blue Viscount said this, the other barons started to beg, too. They all had a ticking time bomb planted on their heads, after all. But Captain Wood ignored them. He walked over to the lotus pool and looked at the flowers. A while later he asked, "Do you know what species of flower these are?" Everyone shook their heads, not knowing what species of plant they were. "All right, go ahead and dig up a lotus root." Captain Wood frowned while he spoke to the barons. "Thank you," the barons responded happily. "You can dig it up, but if you dare steal a bite, I will cut your heads off," Captain Wood continued coldly. "Dig them up and I won't mistreat you. I won't give you any less, leastways." The barons looked bitter as they went forward to dig up the lotus roots. Captain Wood and the 4 marquis kept their eyes peeled on them. No one dared to eat one of the roots against the captain's orders. "Why aren't you guys moving?" Captain Wood asked coldly, seeing Xie Qingqing and Ji Qingcheng. 1849 The real purpose, they are my personal guards, Han Sen said. So far, they only had Deep Blue Viscount's word that the lotus roots could suppress the mark. Until it was confirmed, Han Sen wasn't willing to let Xie Qingqing and Ji Qingcheng take any risks. Captain Wood frowned and said, "This is dangerous. It is best to get this done as soon as possible. You should get over there and start digging." Han Sen looked at Captain Wood and said, "In that case, why don't you guys go and dig, as well? You are guards, too, isn't that right? How dare you? You cannot compare us to them," exclaimed an infuriated marquis. Captain Wood looked at Han Sen darkly and said, "They are guards, but they have a different master." Han Sen understood Captain Wood, but he didn't change his mind about anything. He said, "It is different, but I think mine are more important than you are. Dig it up if you want, but I will distribute the work of my people how I choose to." Captain Wood looked glum, but Black Steel chimed in to say, "Captain Wood, this is Han Sen's place. And they are indeed his people to command. Please watch your tone. Little master, we are responsible for this. This is about the safety of the rebate and Narrow Moon as a whole. I have to take charge of this situation," Captain Wood coldly said. He didn't care too much for Black Steel, either. But Black Steel then frowned, and he said, "Captain Wood, this entire operation is my responsibility. Master says that you're still too young. When this is a matter that concerns the entire rebate, I am to be the one who takes care of it. Please understand this." Captain Wood bowed down in respect to Black Steel, but he obviously wasn't willing to relinquish his authority in this scenario. "If things are indeed like that, then we will go our separate ways." Han Sen then took off, going in a different direction. "We're going to do things however I say we're going to do them. Without my explicit order, no one here works alone. If they do, I will kill them." Captain Wood spoke, as the Marquis swooped forward to block Han Sen's passage. "Wood Duke." Black Steel looked extremely grim. "Please forgive me, little master. This is an important time." Captain Wood and a few of the Marquis bowed to Black Steel. But even so, they still held their knives to Han Sen. "You guys stay here and do not run off. Other WDSE, don't blame me for what happens next." Because of Black Steel, Captain Wood did not force Xie Qingqing and Ji Qingcheng to dig. The flowers were soft, and the excavation work was not difficult. The barons were able to dig up a lot of lotus roots. They were as white as jade and as thick as a baby's arm. The dusting of dirt that remained on them made them look strong and nutritious. When the lotuses were handed up, Captain Wood pointed at them and asked Deep Blue Viscount, "Were these the lotus roots that you ate?" "Yep, these are the ones." Deep Blue Viscount nodded. "You, come here and eat this," Deep Blue Viscount told one of the barons. He cut off a small slice of the root for him to eat. The baron was shocked and scared at the same time. He was the only one who had been given permission to eat it, and yet he hesitated. "Eat." Captain Wood coldly looked at the baron. The baron stopped hesitating and did as requested. He started to eat the piece of root. The lotus root was very crunchy, and a pleasant scent wafted from it. The baron took a small bite at first. No one knew if it was working, but it didn't seem to be hurting the baron, either. He finished it off with a big bite. The other nobles looked at him. Nothing happened after he ate it, and the egg mark was still present. Captain Wood kept his eyes fixed on the baron, and after a while, the baron's face turned green. It looked like the baron was freezing. He held himself, shaking and shivering. "Cold. I am so cold. Deep Blue Viscount, what is going on?" Captain Wood looked at Deep Blue Viscount. Deep Blue Viscount looked happy, though. And he explained, yes, this is it. When I first ate it, I felt cold, too. He'll be fine in a second, you'll see. How long precisely? Captain Wood asked. I didn't have any way of recording time when I first ate it. Maybe 10 minutes, Deep Blue Viscount said, after a minute of thought. Captain Wood did not say anything more, and he just waited for the results. 10 minutes later, the Baron's chill began to subside, and he started to look better. The egg shape on his forehead became lighter. It had become just a mere shading on his forehead now. Hurry and dig the rest of them up. Captain Wood chided them. A group of barons dug the roots out for 2 hours, and when they were done, they managed to collect 1,000 kilograms of the stuff. Captain Wood took some, and gave the rest to the barons. He didn't let them eat it just yet, though. Mr. Wood, can I have some of the lotus now, please? Deep Blue Viscount carefully asked. Don't worry, there are many of them. Once this is done, you are free to have them. Now, take me to where Chiron Earl found the egg, Captain Wood said emotionlessly. Deep Blue Viscount's face changed. He didn't want to go, but he had to lead. This guy is here for an ulterior purpose. He is not just here to remove the threat of the ravens on our heads. Ji Yu Qingcheng moved her lips to speak quietly. Only Han Sen heard her say it. Han Sen sucked at whispering, so he just nodded in response. He could tell Captain Wood had not come here for the lotuses. He was taking the operation far too seriously, and it was obvious that the object of their pursuit was something bigger. They take their orders from Black Moon King. If this item is that precious, why didn't he come here himself? Or is it really just because it isn't that important, after all? Xie Qing King said. Xie Qing King was the master of whispering. Only Han Sen and Ji Yu Qingcheng could hear what he had said. It looks like little tricks like that are useful. Han Sen felt depressed. He hadn't learned anything about the powers of sound. If he had, he might not have had to be a mute in that situation. Ji Yu Qingcheng said, no, it's the opposite. Black Moon King not coming means the item is worth even more than we can imagine. If he came, other kings would notice and pay attention to what is happening here. This is Narrow Moon, and it would be suspicious for him to come to Planet Eclipse. Why would he go to Han Sen's planet? If other kings found out about his venture here, he might not be able to claim the item he desires. I see. Xie Qing King nodded, thinking what she said had made perfect sense. Then he said, what is the item? We need to ask Captain Wood. He is the only one who knows something about what we're doing. Black Steel doesn't know what's going on, and neither do the 4 marquis, Ji Yu Qingcheng said quietly. 1850 Purple Copper Palace. A group of people followed Deep Blue Viscount as he led the way to the palace. Suddenly, Han Sen felt as if something on his back was moving. Han Sen pretended to fetch some water, so he could reach around and feel his back. It was the box with the steel feather inside. It was moving. Han Sen hadn't told Captain Wood he had found a steel feather on Wind Viscount's body. He had put it in his backpack, worried that it might cause trouble back in the base if he left it unattended. Since it was now moving around for no reason, it appeared that his worry had been valid. The further they walked, the shakier the box became. Luckily, there was a bag covering it, so no one had noticed it yet. Walking through a number of stone halls, they soon arrived at a plaza. Scattered around it were a number of crumpled skeletons with their skulls blown wide open. There was also a big black egg there, too. Deep Blue Viscount was scared of the big black egg. His legs went soft as he stood right outside the plaza. Captain Wood, on the other hand, looked delighted. He commanded the nobles to go forward. Even Deep Blue Viscount, whose resolve had dissolved, was pulled forward by the marquis. One of the marquis threatened Han Sen, trying to get him to move across the plaza. Together, they all approached the big black egg. Han Sen did not think that the egg was the reason for the feathers shaking. When he got closer to the big black egg, the steel feather did not have a stronger reaction. It only grew stronger when he moved forward. What is this steel feather? Is it a feather of a raven, perhaps? Or is it one of their crafted treasures? Han Sen guessed to himself. If you've found the source, then go ahead and break it, Han Sen said. Captain Wood coldly looked at Han Sen and said, break it. How about you go ahead and give it a try? Han Sen pulled out Ghost Teeth knife and gave the egg a firm whack. A metallic noise rang out, amidst a flurry of sparks dashed across the shell of the egg. Even so, no mark was left. Han Sen was shocked, and he said, this egg is that hard. He could not use Ghost Teeth knife's full power. But with the sharpness, he should still have been able to leave a mark on Earl Geno armaments. It was just an egg. There was no mark at all, though. It was a testament to the shell's sturdiness. Captain Wood, can you destroy it? Black Steel asked. Little master, while I am a duke, I cannot destroy it. The only way to do this is to move the item back to the palace, Captain Wood said politely. You think your lie will fool the kid? Xie Qing King smiled. Captain Wood's expression hardened as Black Steel immediately asked, Captain Wood, why did my father send you here? For what purpose? Black Steel was not stupid. He knew Black Moon King wouldn't have sent a duke all this way just to save Han Sen. Captain Wood quietly said, Little master, I am only here to carry out my orders. I don't know anything more. Black Steel stopped asking because he knew he would not learn anything from Captain Wood. He walked up to Han Sen and said, I apologize. I cannot believe my presence here has brought you harm instead of aid. That's not entirely true. Without you being here, we wouldn't be standing where we are. Han Sen smiled, looking as if he did not mind. Black Steel looked at Han Sen solemnly. Do not worry, for as long as I am alive, I will not allow any harm to come to you. The only way you'll suffer is over my dead body. Black Steel spoke to Han Sen, but he also said this as an indirect warning for Captain Wood. Captain Wood heard what was said, and so he smiled and said, Little master, you worry too much. Han Sen is Knife Queen's student. I wouldn't dare hurt him. We are here to finish the mission, not bring harm to anyone. Captain Wood's voice then turned cold, and he went on to say, but if someone does try to stop us from fulfilling our task, we will not show mercy. Captain Wood then told a few of the barons to help carry the egg towards the palace. Deep Blue Viscount's legs were shaking, and he was almost too scared to point out the next few directions. Black Steel, what do you know about the raven? Han Sen talked to Black Steel as they continued walking. He earnestly believed Black Steel had nothing to do with Captain Wood's plans. A man like Black Steel wouldn't do such a thing. Black Steel briefly dropped into thought before saying, the rebate have ruled Narrow Moon for 1 billion years. I don't think anyone knows exactly what happened when we conquered it. All that I know is the general stuff you learn in history books. They glorify our race, however, so it's easy to see that some of it is fabricated. What about the raven? Are there any legends surrounding them? Han Sen asked. No, the history books don't really share much about the shape of the ravens. All we know is that they were similar to birds. I scoured the information we have about the ravens, and I learned where the mark of an egg came from. As for the ravens themselves, there is next to nothing in our records. Or at least, out of what we know concerning their presence in the rebate system. Black Steel shook his head. That's weird. Such a powerful xenogenic race was wiped out by the rebate. Why is there such scant information? The writers of your history books could have at least made them out as villains. The truth seems to be the opposite, though. You guys don't even know what they look like, Han Sen said with a frown. It is weird. Black Steel nodded. Captain Wood heard every word they said, but he didn't stop them from discussing the matter. He merely hastened everyone along. Perhaps it was because Chiron Earl had activated all the traps before their coming, but there was no danger inhibiting their way as they moved forward. It was a surprisingly smooth trip. The steel feather started to shake faster and faster, and Han Sen was unsure if that was a good thing. He also had a question. We still haven't found any sign of Wind Viscount's passage. Where did he actually get infected? After walking for half a day, they eventually found themselves standing before a palace. This palace looked different from the other palaces. The others were made of stone, but this one was built from purple copper. It looked very mysterious. Outside the palace, glazed across the walls, were paintings. They mostly depicted a number of creatures with human bodies and bunny ears. They were obviously the rebate. In those paintings, the rebate were not standing in positions of honor. Rather, they were pulling a strange cart that looked like a carriage. They were doing manual labor, like beasts of burden. 1851 Center of Narrow Moon. Han Sen was interested in those paintings. He kept looking at them, fascinated by the depiction of rebate being slaves. But in the paintings, Han Sen could not see what beings had enslaved them. The carriage, and the slave masters that it held, were all enveloped in bright light. So much so, you could not identify the beings inside it. You, open the door. Captain Wood pointed at one of the barons as he spoke. I'm sorry. That baron suddenly kneeled, planted his face down to the ground, and started to kowtow. He did it so vigorously, his forehead began to bleed. Gotcha. Captain Wood cut the Baron's head clean off, and emotionlessly spoke to another one of the Barons. Now you go and open the door. The Baron's legs were shaking. He didn't beg as the previous Baron had. Instead, he slowly approached the door of the palace. His trembling legs brought him closer and closer to the door, and when he was near enough, he extended his shaky hands. With little to no strength, he pushed against it. The door did not budge. Use strength, Captain Wood shouted. The Baron shoved forcefully against the door, but still, there was no response. Deep Blue Viscount, how did Chiron Earl enter? Captain Wood asked Deep Blue Viscount. Deep Blue Viscount, ever since he had returned to this place, had looked quite pale. His lips shivered as he tried to speak, saying, he merely pushed the door and it opened. He did nothing special. He didn't do anything. Come on, man, think about it harder, Captain Wood quietly requested. Deep Blue Viscount's entire body was shaking like mad. His facial expression screamed out the fact he was hiding something. And inside, whenever he thought about it, he wanted to faint and drop down to the ground. I guess I do know what happened, Ji Qingcheng said with a sigh. She used the voice only Han Sen and Xie Qing King could pick up. Han Sen nodded. He knew what she was thinking, too, but it was simply too cruel. What's going on? Xie Qing King was too lazy to think about it, so he quietly asked them to spell it out. Ji Qingcheng said, if I am not mistaken, Chiron Earl brought more than just Deep Blue Viscount. There might have been 6 ordinary rebate. Xie Qing King did not want to realize what she was suggesting, but he was a smart man. He understood and said, are you saying Chiron Earl brought the ordinary rebate intentionally for some reason? Their only use could have been in opening this door. Does that mean Deep Blue Viscount is some sort of key or sacrifice? That must be the reason Ji Qingcheng said coldly. Ji Qingcheng knew this, but Captain Wood was not dumb, either. He stared at Deep Blue Viscount and said, if you tell me the truth, I will let you live. If you lie, you are going to be a sacrifice. Deep Blue Viscount's body shook even more now. With a trembling voice, he said, we need the blood of 4 rebate to open this door. When Deep Blue Viscount said that, the rebate barons were shocked. They immediately tried to run. Aside from them, only Captain Wood and Black Steel were rebate. Everyone knew what would happen to them now. Captain Wood didn't look at the rebate barons that were escaping, though. 4 of the marquis did so for him. They swiftly moved to grab the escaping barons. Then, all 4 of the captured rebate were thrown in front of the palace door. How do we do this? Captain Wood saw Deep Blue Viscount shaking like mad. Deep Blue Viscount, with his still shaky voice, said, make them kneel in front of the gate, and then cut off their heads. Their blood should be absorbed by the gate. Mr. Help, FCK, I am going to fight you. The 4 rebate begged for their lives. Others were mad, some of them wished to kill themselves. But no matter what they wished to do, they could not move. Captain Wood unleashed a power before any of them could move their fingers. They were kneeling before the door now. Don't kill me, I am Night River King's man, a rebate baron shouted. When he shouted that out, the other 3 barons started shouting, too. They were all well known, at some level. Captain Wood ignored their pleas, though. He grabbed the scared Deep Blue Viscount and brought him in front of the door. He made him kneel with the 4 barons. Captain Wood, what is this? I told you what you wanted to know. Deep Blue Viscount was terrified. There are 4 rebate barons, and you said you need 4. Isn't that quite a coincidence? Captain Wood said coldly. Mister, I did not lie. You really only need 4. Deep Blue Viscount shouted. Captain Wood looked up to the painting on the wall and said, kill. The 4 marquis moved to cut the heads of the rebate off. 5 in total, with Deep Blue Viscount included. Han Sen and Ji Qingcheng frowned. This was just like the sanctuary. If you were weak, you would only end up getting bullied. Deep Blue Viscount and the others were all killed. Then, Captain Wood withdrew his power. The 5 headless bodies were still in a kneeling position, as the next squirted out blood that spray-painted the door. The blood began to float up and stain the markings across the door, before being wholly absorbed. The 5 headless corpses continued to squirt blood ceaselessly. It was a creepy thing to see. The barons had killed before, but seeing this, it made their legs grow soft. Gotcha. The 5 bodies shriveled up as all their blood was drawn into the door. The bronze door turned red, and then, it made a sound. It was just a sound, though. The door did not open. The 5 bodies were all dried up now, lying on the ground. They were like husks, devoid of any fluid. You, go and open the door. Captain Wood pointed at one of the barons. The baron was so scared that he wet his pants. But even so, he still walked toward the door, shivering constantly. He pushed the red bronze door open. The bronze door opened, and light spilled out of the gap. When the group saw what lay inside there, they were quite surprised. Inside, there was a small replica of narrow moon. Each moon had its own orbital ring, and in the center of them all, there was an orb. Like a sun, it gleamed brightly. That was at the center of the purple bronze palace. 1852 Raven Han Sen was shocked. Other than the strange solar system within, the purple bronze palace was empty. Countless moons orbited a sun, and they looked like they had been there for a long time. The baron that opened the door stood where he was, as Captain Wood excitedly moved forward to push him out of the way. He walked forward, and the four marquis followed. Han Sen thought it was strange that they suddenly seemed braver. They hadn't sent their cannon fodder in first in case there were traps. It didn't seem like a very Wood thing to do. And as this strange feeling continued to permeate Han Sen's temperament, Captain Wood kneeled in the air like a knight. As he faced the sun, he said, "Lord Sky God, greetings from your most loyal rebate slave." Han Sen felt his eyeballs bulge in their sockets, and it seemed like everyone else was equally surprised. He thought there was going to be a fight, with the situation changing so suddenly. It looks like the god that the rebate obey is the sun. It is no wonder it looks like that, Ji Yu Qingcheng said quietly. Han Sen understood what she was saying. No wonder the rebate didn't have accounts of their victory over the ravens. It did not look as if they had beaten them at all. If the rebate had won the war, even if the enemy had been weak and pitiable, they still could have claimed that it was a heroic and noble victory. There was only one possible reason for the rebate to avoid talking about their victory over the raven: they hadn't actually won. Something must have happened to the raven, providing the rebate a fortunate opportunity to steal Narrow Moon for themselves. Whether or not the raven had completely disappeared was something they were not sure of. "You guys still remember me? What do you want, providing sacrifices like that?" The sun-like orb possessed an old voice. "Lord Sky God, Captain Wood looked hesitant to say it, and his face twisted a little in the attempt to speak. Captain Wood had come here on Black Moon King's orders. The wish he had to make was something Black Moon King desired, but right now, another thought crept across his mind. His mind was in two halves, and his face looked strange. After a while of thought, he said, "Lord Sky God, we require a fire seat." The sun-like orb said, "You should know that a sacrifice like that is not enough for a fire seat. You will require more." When Han Sen and the others heard this, they tensed. If Captain Wood required live sacrifices, they would be in danger. But things were not as Han Sen feared. Captain Wood brought out a box. He held it up to the Sky God and said, "Sky God, this is my sacrifice." The box in Captain Wood's hands started to fly. It went past a moon right towards the sun. After some time passed, Sun Sky God said, "Good. This is enough. You can be granted a fire seat." After that, the sun released a small fire. It was like the light of a candle, and it flew directly back to Captain Wood. Captain Wood pulled out a black bottle to put the flame inside. He closed it, and then put it away. "Thank you, Sky God." Captain Wood bowed, and then went on to ask, "Sky God, is there still one more wish available to be made?" "No, the 3 wishes have been granted." Sun Sky God used his old voice. "Did Kyron Earl make 2 wishes? Where did he get that many sacrifices?" Captain Wood's face changed. Sun Sky God said, "Kyron Earl only made 1 wish. Not long ago, a Viscount approached and made a wish. So, the 3 wishes have now been made." Captain Wood's face looked ill, and he said, "A Viscount made a wish? Who? You can return to whence you came now." Sun Sky God did not answer his question. Captain Wood did not dare disobey the command, so he simply bowed and left the purple bronze palace with his 4 marquis. He looked quite gloomy. Now Han Sen wondered if Wind Viscount was the one who made the wish. It didn't make sense if he had, though. If he had made a sacrifice and gone through all that effort, why would he have died not long after? After Captain Wood had left the hall, Sun Sky God's voice boomed across the hall. "If you have the raven feather, why do you not make a wish?" Everyone was shocked, and no one knew who his question was directed at. Han Sen was shocked, and he thought to himself, "The raven feather cannot be that steel feather, can it? If you have the raven feather, you can make 1 more wish." Sun Sky God's voice sounded again. Everyone looked at each other. wondering who amongst them might have had such a feather. Han Sen stayed quiet, but when he stepped forward, he noticed Captain Wood and the others' faces change. Mr. Sky God, what are these raven markings? Han Sen did not make a wish. He simply asked a question before all else. Sun Sky God answered, Chiron Earl made a wish to grow a raven. You need a sacrifice to grow the raven, and the people with the marks on them are the sacrifices. Then, might I ask how it is possible to erase those raven marks? Han Sen asked. Sun Sky God seemed to show bias towards Han Sen, and he answered him again. You do not need to erase them. When the raven is born, the marks will fade. The marks will not bring harm to the people possessing them. In fact, those who have it will be granted raven blood. It will make them stronger. Now, Han Sen was able to understand why Sky God was so nice and so willing to answer the questions. But Han Sen had to keep on asking. Then, how do I make the raven be born in a way that the sacrifices don't die? You find more sacrifices, find more than you need, and you will live, Sun Sky God said with certainty. Is there anything else? Is there a method that won't require any sacrifices? Han Sen asked, with a frown. You can use your wish to erase those marks, of course. You ask too many questions. Now, sacrifice the raven feather and make your wish, Sun Sky God said. 1853 Wish. Han Sen did not like making wishes. He knew what had happened to Don, Uncle Bug, and the Name family's second mister, and it had completely soured him on the concept of making wishes. Han Sen did not think Sky God was a good character. Chiron Earl had made a wish, but he was killed alongside the rest of his helpers. He did not know if Wind Viscount had made a wish, but he had died, too. And on top of that, he had infected the rest of Han Sen's people back at base with the sacrificial marking. Han Sen did not say anything, and there were only two wishes he could realistically make. One wish was to ask Sky God to erase everyone's markings, but that was something that Sky God was suspiciously leading him to request. If he wasn't leading Han Sen on, he wouldn't have mentioned the possibility in the first place. Han Sen did not think he was any more important than Wood Duke. But Sky God had spoken a lot more to Han Sen, and so it was fairly obvious that Sky God wanted something from him. Han Sen couldn't make this wish. Even if everyone did get their markings removed, the egg was still around. The infection, in some way, would go on. And on top of that, Han Sen only had one raven feather. He could also wish for the raven to be born without the need for a sacrifice. According to what Sky God had told him, if the raven was born, the markings would be useless. The people with them would not be hurt, and if anything, those who had been marked would only benefit. But Han Sen couldn't be sure this was the truth just because Sky God had said so. It might just be another way that Sky God was trying to deceive him. If this was the truth, there was the whole matter of pondering what to do once the raven was born. It required a grand sacrifice for its birth, so only the gods knew how much it would later require, as it grew up. At least it wouldn't have the ability to kill, presumably. But that couldn't be known until it was born. It could actually be scarier once it was born than when it was in the egg. Wishes like that seemed too dangerous to Han Sen. But the Silver Fox, Xie Qing King, and Ji Yu Qingcheng possessed the mark. If he didn't sort this out soon, everyone here could die. Make your wish. Sun Sky God's voice boomed again, echoing across the hall. Han Sen did not bring out the steel feather yet, though. He just asked, Lord Sky God, is there anyone else like you, that can grant a wish through sacrifices? This has nothing to do with your wish, Sun Sky God said. It has nothing to do with my wish, but I had a few friends who made a wish to a so-called god. Their dreams might have come true, but ultimately, their lives all turned to misery. I am afraid of ending up like them. I don't want to make a wish and find myself unable to enjoy it, Han Sen said slowly. I am not that kind of god, Sun Sky God said. So, you are saying there are other gods like you? Han Sen's eyes turned bright. He had been looking for that god for a long time, but he had never been able to pick up on a single lead. He hadn't expected to find one here. You cannot compare those fake gods to someone like me, Sun Sky God said in irritation. Now Han Sen knew that other gods did exist. And now Han Sen wanted to know information concerning the gods Sky God knew, and whether one of them was the god that the 7th team had encountered. Han Sen wished to ask something more, but Sun Sky God said, I am going to rest. Give me your feather and make the wish now, or wait another 1,000 years. I appreciate the offer. I'll think about it, and maybe I'll make this wish in 1,000 years, Han Sen said, then tried to exit the purple bronze palace. When he had entered the palace, he stayed near the door. He didn't enter too far, so he thought he could bolt outside quickly enough if something bad happened. But now Han Sen noticed he had underestimated Sky God. As he tried to reach the door suddenly looked so far away. He wouldn't be able to reach it. You are a little creature no greater than an ant. Where do you think you are? You cannot come and go so simply. Make your wish with your feather, or I will send you to hell. You will suffer for the rest of eternity, mark my words. Sun Sky God sounded a little peeved. I told you I have no wish to make, Han Sen responded. Then think about it, right here, right now. Sun Sky God coldly went on to say, but hurry. You might end up dying before you are able to make a wish. Han Sen frowned, not understanding what Sky God meant. But soon, he did. Han Sen's fingers and hair grew quickly. He began growing a long beard, as something else occurred to his skin. Time has sped up. Han Sen's face changed. Wood Duke and all the others were shocked. Controlling time really was something only a god could do. Han Sen looked at his body. With the speed he was aging, his few hundred-year lifespan would be over in a few hours. I am Sky God. I can do anything, if it is what I desire. Sky God sounded cold. It didn't look as if he was showing off, though. This was something ordinary for him. In that case, why don't you just take the feather? Why do I have to make a sacrifice? Han Sen's body was getting older, but he wasn't panicking yet. Han Sen had the powers of space and time himself. Although he wasn't as strong as Sky God couldn't bluff him. When Han Sen spoke, Sky God went quiet and did not say anything more. Han Sen's body kept getting older. His hair had reached his feet, and the beard had reached the ground. He wanted to leave the hall, more than anything. But even at full speed, he couldn't reach the door. It was always one step away from him. Old Han, I am coming. Xianxia King shouted, wishing to barge into the hall. He did not care if there was a god inside or not. Ji Yu Qingcheng pulled out her sword named Cure. She readied herself to help Xianxia King and Han Sen. Don't come in, I know what to do. Han Sen's shout prevented Xianxia King from coming in. 1854 Walking out of the hall, Xianxia King stopped just short of the entrance and spoke aloud to Han Sen. Do you really have a way? If you don't, I'll pull you out of there. Don't worry, I have a way, Han Sen said calmly. Han Sen, give him your sacrifice and make the wish. Do you want to die? Captain Wood said, with a frown. He is your god, rebate. He is not the god of the crystallizers. Who said I absolutely must make a wish with him? Han Sen mocked the scenario. It looks like you really don't want to live. Captain Wood looked rather gloomy. It didn't matter to him if Han Sen wanted to live or die, but he was on planet Eclipse. If Han Sen randomly died there, under his supervision, he couldn't rightly explain to Queen what had transpired. Sky God, I am not making a wish. And I will not hand over the feather. Even if you kill me or torture me, you won't obtain it. So, come on, give me what you've got, Han Sen said, then continued walking toward the door. Sun Sky God did not say a word. Han Sen's body was growing old very quickly, though. His face had wrinkled, and his hair had gone white. Even if you do not want to use the raven feather to save your people, aren't you interested in something for yourself? How about immortality? If you make a wish, you can live forever. Or you can become the king of some land, if you so choose. I can grant you anything you want, right here, right now. Sun Sky God finally broke his silence. Han Sen did not respond. He continued walking away. He couldn't leave, so he just kept on going. Has someone you love died? If you make a wish, I can bring them back for you. Sun Sky God offered more, seeing Han Sen's continued disinterest. Han Sen didn't say anything to him, though. He just kept on going, as if he hadn't heard a thing. If you want to become Narrow Moon's absolute master, you only have to ask that of me. Sun Sky God's offerings were becoming grander as time went on. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Han Sen found himself in the seat of the creator. Han Sen remained unfazed and uncaring. He kept on walking. He walked in the direction of the door that could never be reached. Not long after, Han Sen's hair had all turned white. His face was covered in wrinkles. He was like a dying old man. He was really old at this point. Little Silver, who had been sitting on Han Sen's shoulder the whole time, was old, too. His silver hair had turned white, and it looked as if he was going to die of old age. What, are you not going to help him? A marquise mocked. Xianxia said coldly. He said he has a way out of there. The Marquis lifted his top lip, thinking Xianxia was merely too scared to go to Han Sen's aid. The others thought the same, as well. They could see him standing on the precipice, only watching Han Sen and refusing to step inside. Suddenly, the purple bronze door shut. And then, you could not see what was beyond there. This also meant Han Sen was now hidden from sight. It looks like Sky God is angry. Han Sen is most likely dead now. We should go, Master. Captain Wood was speaking to Black Steel. Black Steel frowned and looked at the solemn door that had closed. He said, "Okay, let's leave." "What are you two doing there? Why are you not leaving?" a Marquis asked Xianxia and Ji Qingcheng. "We are waiting for Han Sen," Xianxia coldly said. "Earlier, you two were afraid to step inside. Stop pretending about this nonsense." The Marquis lifted his lip. "Let them stay," Black Steel said. Then, he signaled for the rest of the team to depart. Then, he murmured to Xianxia, "Tell Han Sen that I'm sorry. I will leave much of the lotus in the base." "Okay," Xianxia affirmed he would. When Captain Wood took the others to the place's exit, Xianxia spoke again. He said, "Is Han Sen really going to be fine? I thought you were confident he would be." Ji Qingcheng looked at the door before them and spoke carelessly. "I am, but that Sky God is a dodgy fellow. I am afraid Han Sen will walk out as an old man." Xianxia slumped his shoulders. Ji Qingcheng understood what he was getting at, but she did not respond to him. A lot of time passed, and after an hour, the purple bronze door opened. Han Sen came out alongside Little Silver. Han Sen had not become an old man, and he was as young as he had been when he first entered the hall. He had not been injured, either. Little Silver was fine, too. And he had his old silver fur that was radiant and shiny. "Did you make a wish?" Ji Qingcheng spoke to Han Sen, looking real dim. Han Sen shook his head and pulled out a box. He smiled and said, "The item Sky God wanted is still in here. Even if I make a wish, he won't listen. Why would he let you go unharmed, if you didn't make one?" Xianxia asked with much curiosity. "I was fine the whole time. Him speeding up time was merely an illusion." Han Sen smiled. "It was an illusion, that means he wasn't real, and all his power was merely for show." Xianxia said, "He doesn't have all the powers he pretended to have, but at least his space powers were legit. Even though he is not really all-powerful, he is still at a deified level. Even if we have to fight him eventually, we cannot deal with him now." Han Sen shook his head. "Why did he not kill you and just take the feather?" Xianxia could not believe that things had worked out this way. Han Sen did not answer Xianxia, though. He just looked at Ji Qingcheng and asked, "That Sun Sky God, was he the same god as the one you met?" Ji Qingcheng shook her head. "I don't think so. This one gave me a completely different feeling to the one I previously met. That being said, there appears to be a thread connecting them somehow. Maybe, I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe they are both of the same kind. They must both have a limitation of some sort. They cannot just kill people." Han Sen did not continue with that train of questions, though. He just looked around and asked, "Captain Wood and the others have left?" As soon as the door shut, they took their leave. "Black Steel told us he would leave some of the lotus roots for us at the base," Xianxia answered. "I am afraid they might not even be able to leave the palace. As far as I know, those who make wishes don't meet a fond fate. Let's go. I hope we can catch up with them." Han Sen took off power walking. "I don't understand. How did you know all that was an illusion?" Ji Qingcheng asked, matching Han Sen's speed. She had no idea it was all a trick. Han Sen did not answer. He patted his shoulder and little invisible revealed itself. Han Sen smiled. If that power was real, he should have aged, too. 1855 egg in the fire. The three of them sped up. They chased after Captain Wood's group for a dozen miles, before coming across a body crumpled on the floor. It looked as if the person had died a long time ago, but strangely, the clothing the body wore belonged to one of the barons that had previously accompanied them. And there wasn't just one such body. A little further on, they found more barren corpses. The manner in which they died seemed to reflect what had occurred to Wind Viscount. Their heads had been blown open, leaving a gaping hole. Weird. Didn't they have the lotus roots? Didn't they erase the markings? That should have at least lasted them a good while. Ji Qingcheng frowned. It looks like the lotus root might be useless, after all. Han Sen pointed to the ground. There were some remains of the lotus on the ground. And near the shreds of lotus, there was another barren corpse. The man was holding half of a lotus root, indicating he had been eating it when he died. Halfway through his consumption of the plant, part of his head had exploded. You are telling me that those lotus roots are actually useless? Xianxia King's face changed. Maybe they're useless, but we don't know for sure yet. These guys are dead, but you guys are alive. It doesn't look like this matter is all that simple. We need to catch up with them. I hope I am wrong, of course. If I'm not, things will have taken a swift turn for the worse. Han Sen sped up on his travel, and every now and again, they would catch sight of a baron that was dead and clutching a lotus. Little Silver suddenly came to a stop. The egg mark on his forehead turned into a black bird. Little Silver seemed upset by the change, and he kept on scratching the point. My head feels weird, too. Xianxia King grasped his forehead. Han Sen looked at Xianxia King and Jiyu Qingcheng. The egg markings on their foreheads had turned into birds. You guys should eat some of the lotus and stay back here. Don't follow me any further. Han Sen grabbed a lotus and passed one to Little Silver. Little Silver gobbled it up, and he was struck with that chilling sensation. Afterward, the bird on his forehead grew fainter. You guys should take more of the lotus and stay away from here. I'll go on ahead and take a look. After that, Han Sen summoned his teeth rabbit shoes and ran forward quickly. He traveled 12 miles in a single moment. On his way, he saw the bodies of many more barons, and even one marquise. The latter was one of Captain Wood's guards. Han Sen kept going forward until he came before a palace. There, he saw something that gave him a shock. In front of that palace, the big black egg was hovering in midair. It was burning with golden fire. Below the egg, 3 marquises and Captain Wood himself were also ablaze with golden fire. They looked ready to become charcoal. Captain Wood was doing okay. His body was surrounded by blue light, and he was managing to hold off the flames. The 3 marquises, on the other hand, were truly on fire. Black steel had fallen across the stairs. The dragon-back knife was hovering over his head, as the shadow of a dragon covered him to protect him. It was holding the gold fire at bay. Bzzzt. Ghost teeth knife leapt out from Han Sen's backpack, its blade pointed at the egg. It emitted a purple mist, like the egg was a grand foe. The gold flames of the egg were approaching like a meteor. Ghost teeth knife cut them in half. But the golden flames that were cut in half continued their approach. Han Sen dodged them, then grabbed Ghost teeth knife. Ghost teeth knife could only attack. It wasn't much for defense, so Han Sen could not use it to block. It was a far cry from the dragon-back knife, which was currently focused on protecting black steel. What's going on? Han Sen asked, as he evaded more fire. He was wearing his teeth rabbit shoes, so he was blisteringly quick. The fire was unable to burn him. When Captain Wood saw Han Sen, who had not died or been permanently wounded from his time in that hall, he was incredibly shocked. He couldn't dwell much on the matter, given the current circumstances, however. So, he just said, "Kill the raven blood and do not let it get free. Otherwise, we are all dead." Black Steel then yelled to Han Sen, "The egg absorbed Sky God's fire seed. The power of its fire is cruel and strong, you should run." Wood Duke was screaming. Eventually, he proved unable to hold back the fire, and his skin began to sear and sizzle. Han Sen wasn't keen on the prospect of saving Captain Wood, but Little Silver and the others had the mark. If he didn't destroy the egg right here, they'd all end up like Captain Wood. Han Sen's teeth rabbit shoes were incredibly fast, and with a swift move, he was able to dodge 2 flames. Holding Ghost Teeth knife, he swept forward to strike the giant egg wreathed in golden fire. Han Sen's power wasn't sufficient to activate Ghost Teeth knife's true strength, but right now, the knife was feeling threatened. It summoned power by its own volition, power of proportions that exceeded the capabilities of a duke. It was like the egg was a living creature. It cast a number of gold flames towards Han Sen, which came down on him like rain. Han Sen's body was like a bird in the sky. He evaded 12 fires and slashed the egg. Dong! The purple mist and the golden flames were both extinguished. But the egg did not get damaged. Ghost Teeth knife's full strength did not affect it. This realization made Han Sen frown. More attacks were coming at Han Sen now, too. So, Han Sen used his teeth rabbit shoes to fly. He evaded all the fire and employed his knife mind. He looked like a monster as he swooped down at the eggshell, slashing. Gotcha! Some marks were left on the egg, but it had yet to crack. Han Sen was too weak, and he could only push his power to reach the capabilities of a viscount. If he had the power of a king, alongside that ghost teeth knife, he could undoubtedly break the egg in two. Han Sen kept moving his body, as he tried to dodge the golden flames. He was going to hit the giant egg again. When he hit the egg this time, however, there was no noise. It was like the knife found itself suddenly sticking to the egg. But when he did this, the egg itself showed a reaction, and it bounced itself away. Han Sen was delighted by this, as he had just used Yin-Yang Blast. The power he used from the ghost teeth knife seemed to work. The egg backed away like it was scared, but it still carried its golden fire. It dodged Han Sen's knife, not wanting to get hit again. It was just an egg, though, and it couldn't move very fast. Han Sen, on the other hand, soared through the sky like a phoenix. Again, he slashed the giant egg. The egg jumped like a cat getting its tail stepped on. 1856 Sky God as angry Han Sen's body was flashing in the air. When he struck the giant egg, Captain Wood was completely shocked. A speed like that, and a knife mind like that, how is his teeth knife mind as good as the Queen's? What is this? Isn't he just a baron? Ghost teeth knife came against the giant egg, making it swing in the air like a tumbler. Han Sen could feel the life inside it. Ghost teeth and Han Sen's knife mind had definitely damaged whatever creature resided inside. It had been a hearty blow to whatever was within. After the egg was injured, the gold fire it used took on the shape of a fiery bird. It chased after Han Sen wildly, but Han Sen still had his teeth rabbit shoes. He could still move much faster than that fiery bird, and it couldn't even singe him. Suddenly, though, a gold flame rose in the air like a blooming flower. The gold fire started to peel, as a handsome man revealed himself from the flickering lights. The man looked holy, like a god of some sort. Han Sen, killing the raven will not benefit you. If you let him go, I can promise you 3 things, the godlike man in the air quietly told Han Sen. Is this Sky God's true form? Captain Wood was shocked again. He didn't think Sky God could leave the purple bronze hall. He hadn't expected the elusive figure to show up outside the hall, and in another form as well. Han Sen ignored the golden man, though. He still thrashed the egg, making it rumble and rock even more. I can erase the marks you all possess, and performing 3 services. The man that was clad in gold clothes went on to Han Sen kept on hitting the egg, though. Eventually, there was a noise, and it prompted the egg to fall down and hit the ground. Han Sen jumped down next to it, with his ghost teeth knife rampaging like a beast. It kept on hitting the egg, until a strange noise started to sound from inside it. It was like the sound of something crying. Enough. The gold-clothed man's face changed now, and he gave the command coldly. Golden fire rained down like water, covering the world. The gold-clothed man was in the air, staring down at Han Sen, asserting himself like some sort of deity. And then, he said, I broke my own rules today, by letting you leave with your life. You figured out that I am just a being who uses illusions. After the voice, the gold flame turned the palace into a realm of lava. The gold fire became a monstrous entity, as dragons formed of fire stormed through the air around them. It was like the whole world was on that man's side. With that display of power, Wood Duke wanted to immediately kowtow to the gold man. Han Sen stood defiantly, though, ignoring him. He kept on slashing the egg, making the crying sound sing even louder. The egg was beginning to get webbed with cracks. The gold-clothed man was furious at this point, and the dragon and fire beasts heard his rage. They raced down towards Han Sen, igniting the atmosphere with all sorts of fire. Han Sen was like an ant before a flood. It seemed as if those monstrous fires would have no trouble in destroying him. A lot of those fiery beasts roared at Han Sen, with tongues of flame lashing the air. They almost managed to get Han Sen, but instead, they hit the ground and made the earth itself melt. Han Sen still showed no concern with them, and he kept on striking the egg. The egg made even more noise now, and even more cracks began to show across its form. Captain Wood and Black Steel were utterly gobsmacked as they witnessed all this. It was difficult to believe Han Sen was able to withstand the madness around him and continue attacking the egg. A duke like Captain Wood would have been a shivering mess on the floor if he was faced with such outstanding pressure. How do I make you stop? The godly-looking man's eyes burned with fire. His face was completely twisted. The answer he received was delivered by the ghost teeth knife, though. Han Sen was acting as if he was completely oblivious to everything except his enemy. Clutching the knife tight, he kept wailing against the egg. Eventually, the black egg could not withstand the might, and it cracked deeply. A lava-like juice began to seep from the crevice. Han Sen, if you hit this thing one more time, I will make your entire race suffer, the gold-robed man bellowed. Gotcha. Again, it was only the knife and the sound of a breaking egg that answered him. The egg was suffering with even more cracks now. The purple mist of the blade came against the egg as a golden juice started to flow out like blood. I, King Zhen, swear to God, I will reduce your entire race to their primitive days of sticks and stones. The entire intelligence of your race will be reduced to a level that will only allow you to eat meat, the gold-robed man spat. The entire mountain began to rock and rumble, with the noise of what sounded like thunder. Clouds formed in the sky, and they swirled as they cast a rain of blood. It was like his vow had been answered. There was a lot of thunder, like a lashing punishment from some great god. The rivers of blood that were forming, alongside the gold fires, made the mountain look like the result of an ensuing apocalypse. A bolt of lightning exploded right next to Han Sen. The fire beasts roared into his ears, but even so, Han Sen showed no care or concern. Without a single moment of hesitation, his grip on his knife remained firm. Slash after slash, ghost teeth knife struck the egg like mad. The egg was covered in marks, and the flow of the lava-like blood increased. It was all over the place, along with the purple mist. It was pretty creepy. Xie Qing King, Ji Yu Qingcheng, and Little Silver had the mark on their heads. Little Angel back at base might have had it, too, and that godlike figure that called himself King Zhen did not seem like the trustworthy sort. All the creatures that had made a wish with him had met a grisly end. The only way to erase the mark now, Han Sen figured, was to destroy the raven egg. There wasn't any other way. Han Sen knew that King Zhen God was limited by some sort of power, and that was why the powerful being could not fight him directly. Still, Han Sen believed that what he was doing now would yield the best results. The dragon-shaped thunder exploded next to Han Sen. The rain of blood soaked Han Sen. The fiery beasts and King Zhen's roars were like curses being chanted from the pits of hell. But despite all that, nothing could stop Han Sen's ghost teeth knife. Gotcha. An unknown number of slashes later, the egg cracked open, shattering into pieces. The lava-like juices cascaded out, flooding its proximity. 1857 Killing the raven inside the broken egg, there was a featherless raven. A deep wound crossed its body, oozing purple smoke. The raven's eyes were partly open, but little more than slits. It looked furious, but it appeared to be suffering inside the lava-like juice. And, while it seemed to be unable to stand, it lurched forward with the speed of lightning. Quickly, it came toward Han Sen, seeking to bite him with a mouth wreathed in fire. Ghost Teeth Knife looked so angry in return, with its purple mist. Han Sen did not have to activate it himself, as the blade moved for him. It was like a hungry demon, and it wanted nothing more than to kill. The raven had not fully developed yet. There were no feathers on its body, and it was grievously injured. There was blood caking most of its skin. The knife came at the raven and cut it, leaving a lesion across its flesh. The full power of a king-class ghost teeth knife only left a scratch across it, though. Han Sen kept moving, swinging his blade at the raven as he went. It was still small, and its eyes were only partially open. Its body was still naked, and its skin wasn't as firm and developed as it could be. But even so, the raven was not afraid of the assault. After the attack, it looked at Han Sen with even anger. King Zhen had not said anything. He coldly looked at Han Sen with an expression of pure hatred and murder. It was scary to witness. Eventually, the blood rain, thunder, and fire began to fade. The palace had been reduced to little more than a ruin. Han Sen slashed the bird again, delivering more and more wounds upon it. Gold blood spilled out of it, and it was clear Han Sen would soon end up killing the raven. Han Sen, if you kill it, you will never be rid of me. King Zhen sounded calm when he spoke, so calm it was chilling. Gotcha. Without hesitation, Ghost Teeth Knife delivered a clean cut across the raven's neck. The head was lopped right off. King Zhen did not say anything. He merely looked at Han Sen. Then, he disappeared, but the look he had given Han Sen was remarkable. Deified creature hunted. Baby Sun Raven. Sun Raven beast soul obtained. Deified gene obtained. When Han Sen heard the announcement, he was thrilled with delight. When the Sun Raven was killed, the marks on the foreheads of the others began to disappear, too. They became gold, and then melted into their flesh with the rippling mirage of a fire. Ji Qingcheng sat down on the ground and used her qigong to absorb the flame. Xianxia King's body, meanwhile, was glowing with silver light. Little Silver's eyes flickered with lightning. The barons at the base used their skills to absorb the mark, but the women and children were unable to. The gold blended into their skin and changed their bodies instead. Boom! The mountain continued to shake. It came from the purple bronze hall. It seemed to have erupted, and the palace came flying at them through the air. Han Sen, I will be back, soon, soon. King Jun's voice echoed through the underbelly of the mountain until the palace disappeared. Captain Wood wanted to get up, but he had been badly burned. His flesh and even his bones had been charred. It didn't seem likely that he'd live. Sir, take my body back to Planet Green, if it is of no trouble for you. That is where I was born, and if I am buried there, I know it will make for a fine resting place, Wood said. Wood, you raised me up. You have helped me a lot. Without you, I would have been killed by those gold fires. I cannot let you die, Black Steel said as he tried to pick up Captain Wood. Han Sen, I am going to take him home to heal. I am going now, but Han Sen stopped him and said, with the condition he is in, he won't even reach the base. He won't reach another planet. There is nothing else I can do. I have to do this. Black Steel said. Han Sen thought for a moment, and then said, wait. There is a better chance of him surviving right here. Young master, it is fine. I know what will happen to me. I will be happy enough if you can take my lifeless body to Planet Green. Wood was surprisingly calm. Black Steel asked Han Sen, what are you suggesting? His body was burned by fire, and his body is suffering from fire poisoning. That is bad, he can't make it to camp. But these lotuses have a cold element within them. If they can suppress the raven mark, it will help the fire and perhaps eliminate the fire poisoning, Han Sen said. The lotuses might be able to clear the fire poisoning, but the wounds, Black Steel shook his head. That's why we'll need him, Han Sen said, then whistled to the sky. Not long after, something silver emerged from the ruins. Little Silver swiftly came before Han Sen. Little Silver, bite the lotus and put it on his wounds. Han Sen gave Little Silver the lotus. Little Silver took the plant and chewed it up. Then, he moved over and spat it out over Wood's wounds. The burned skin began to smoke, and it made Wood scream in agony. Little Silver chewed up a lot of the lotuses and placed them atop all the wounds. And whenever the wounds came into contact with the lotuses, it was like a ladle of water being poured over smoldering charcoal. The white lotuses turned black. Black Steel, feed him some lotus, Han Sen told Black Steel. Black Steel crushed up some of the lotuses and fed Captain Wood. He already seemed a little better after eating what he had been given. His wounds were still really bad, though. It would be difficult for him to be healed, but the mere fact that he was alive was enough for now. He would survive long enough for his body to recuperate. Thank you. Captain Wood gave Han Sen a complicated look. Don't thank me. This is because of Black Steel. Otherwise, I wouldn't care whether you lived or died, Han Sen said coldly. No matter what the reason is, you saved me. And that means I owe you. Captain Wood shook his head. Han Sen did not say anything in response. He really didn't like Wood, and the less he had to do with him, the better. Xianxia King and Ji Qingcheng soon appeared there. The marks on their foreheads had indeed disappeared. Black Steel picked up Captain Wood, and Han Sen lifted the Sun Raven's body. The entire carcass of the bird emanated a strange power. It was not a xenogenic, either. Han Sen was keen to research what the thing really was. 1858 Bauer enters kindergarten. When they emerged from the mountain, it didn't seem as if anything had been affected by the events that occurred inside. The landscape was the same as it was before they entered. Back in the base, Black Steel took Captain Wood to an airship where he could heal and recover. The people in the base had lost their marks. Han Sen asked Little Angel and Zero what things were like after he left, and he was surprised to learn that a mark had appeared on every single person in the base other than Little Angel and Zero. With the crisis having come to an end, the day-to-day routine of the base returned to normal. It had been a rough period of time, though, and the base had been dealt quite a blow. There were only a dozen barons remaining, and one viscount. They would need more manpower for the future, that much was certain. Han Sen did not have the time to recruit right now, though. And at the moment, he was more concerned about how he might cook up and eat the small sun raven. He tried cooking and grilling the bird, but the meat was like steel. It certainly wasn't edible in its current condition. Han Sen took the Sun Raven back to the sanctuary and nothing happened. It was still not edible, so he decided to put it into storage for the moment. This is Bao'er's first day in kindergarten. We have to go and accompany her, Ji Yanran said to Han Sen. Sure. Ah, my cutie pie is going to kindergarten. Han Sen picked up Bao'er. Bao'er had grown up a lot, and she looked like an average 3-year-old now. Dad, I want to stay with you. I don't want to go to school. Bao'er looked troubled. It will be hard for you to join me where I am right now. It's not a good place. When things get better, though, I will bring you with me. But for now, you should go to school, Han Sen said, encouraging Bao'er. They moved to be closer to the school. Little Flower had been kidnapped by Old Cat, so Ji Yanran was focusing her maternal efforts on Bao'er instead. After the formalities were conducted, Bao'er was left to her own devices in the kindergarten. Han Sen and Ji Yanran did not go straight home, and instead, they walked around for a while. Han Sen, I miss Little Flower. Ji Yanran's voice was quiet. Me, too. All of this is because of that blasted Old Cat. But don't worry, Little Flower is fine there. Old Cat sent me some videos, remember? Han Sen tried comforting her. Once in a while, they'd receive a new video of Little Flower. It must have been Old Cat who was sending them, but he never showed up himself. Knowing Little Flower is fine is okay and all, but I miss having him right next to me. It's like there's something missing in me, when he's not here. Ji Yanran was still sad. I will bring Little Flower home and skin that Old Cat, as soon as I am able to. Han Sen gritted his teeth as he spoke. Han Sen changed his tone and said, how about we make a Little Flower? When Little Flower comes back, he'll have a sibling. How about we make a few, so this place is more crowded? I don't want that many. I am not a breeding pig. Ji Yanran looked very angry. Where did I find such a beautiful pig? Han Sen laughed and picked her up. What are you doing? We're out in public. Ji Yanran growled. You are my wife. I can hug you, can't I? I don't care what others think of us. In the kindergarten, Bao'er was sitting on a small chair. She held her jaw, looking miserable and bored. Bao'er, why aren't you playing with your classmates? Are you sick? A woman teacher crouched down next to her and stroked her head as she spoke. I don't like those games. They are boring. Bao'er blinked. How about I teach you how to sing? The teacher asked. What song? Bao'er asked the teacher. The teacher clapped her hands and acted all cute. She said, follow along with what I sing. I picked up a coin on the road. Teacher, how old are you? Bao'er asked, looking at her. 24. What about it? The teacher looked at Bao'er strangely, unsure why she had been asked that question. You are so old, and yet you act cute and sing stupid songs. Poor you. Bao'er sighed. The teacher's face twitched, as she was taken aback. She held back the urge to smack Bao'er on the head, and simply said, I am still young. Ha ha. 24 is very old. Women like you are prone to say they are 2 years younger than they actually are, too. So, you are at least 25. Perhaps almost 30. I suppose you still don't even have a boyfriend yet. That is so sad. You don't have a boyfriend at that age, and you have to act all cute in the kindergarten. When you're off work, I bet you go shopping to buy pointless things and make yourself feel better about yourself. Bao'er looked straight at her, and went on to say, but on top of that, your wages are probably low. I am afraid you can only buy knockoff products. If you went to a decent brand store, you could probably only afford the cheapest items, and ask for the biggest box and bag to carry it around on the streets, trying to prove to others that you exist. This D*MN kid. The teacher's face went dark, and her face twitched repeatedly. She forced a smile. It is not like that. The saddest thing was that Bao'er was correct. And it made her feel extremely sad. Teacher, I think you are very good at gambling, Bao'er said. No, gambling is bad. Why would I do that? Ha ha. The teacher's face twitched, and her smile was terribly forced. Your appearance is fair enough, but I bet at home, all you do is smoke and play mahjong. I bet the place is a dirty pigsty, too. Clothes scattered everywhere, with dirty plates molding in the sink for days. Bao'er kept on talking. This D*MN kid. DMN kid. The teacher felt as if she was about to go insane with rage. Bao'er's eyes glanced at the woman, her eyes as thin and conniving as a con artist's. Before the teacher ran off, Bao'er opened a bag and pulled out a box. Teacher, do you know what this is? Bao'er shook the box. This is the legendary lipstick, number 29 from planet Doris. How could you have it? The female teacher's eyes widened as she looked at it in amazement. You cannot afford it, but you can tell whether it is real or fake, right? Bauer threw it at her. The teacher caught it and looked at it as if it was $1 million antique. It's real. The teacher opened it with shiny eyes. Teacher, how about we gamble? If you lose, give me $10. If I lose, I give you this lipstick. Bauer pulled out a pair of dice and smiled. I can't. The teacher receded into thought. Never mind, then. I don't like this lipstick, and it is a waste. Now I have to keep on holding it. Bauer sighed, and motioned for the teacher to give it back. Hang on. The teacher picked Bauer up and carried her swiftly to a storage room. She looked around like a burglar, then closed the door. 1 hour later, the storage room was filled with the sound of crying. A voice was heard, saying, "Leave me those $10, please. Or at least leave me enough for a meal. I need it for the next 2 weeks." 1859 Moon God Festival. Han Sen held an orb that was around the same size as a man's fist. It shone like a miniature sun. If you looked at it closely, you could see there was something gold swimming inside it. Deified beast soul. Sun Raven gem type. As he fiddled with the orb, he considered it. Han Sen had obtained a few gem-type beast souls in the past. Not many of them existed, as they were quite rare. But they could be used to bring other beast souls up to the same level as the gem beast soul. This was a deified gem-type beast soul, and that meant all Han Sen would have to do was find another beast soul of a compatible element. If he did, he could bring it up to a deified class. Han Sen had a few different beast souls, but nothing like a firebird beast soul. That meant he could not use the deified gem-type beast soul at this point in time. Han Sen returned it to his Sea of Soul, and then he looked at the ledger for the base. The base's shortage of manpower kept them from producing much, but something very nice did happen soon after the crisis was averted. A young woman with ordinary Geno armor had a second evolution. She became a baron. Ji Yu Qingcheng guessed it might have had something to do with the gold raven mark. Perhaps the energy that melted into their bodies was what prompted the second evolution. The Geno armament she received was a fire type. If the gold raven mark can make people evolve, does that mean all these women and kids could end up becoming xenogenics or nobles? As Han Sen mulled that thought over, he realized he was quite happy about it. Any nobles he developed could become Han Sen's loyal army, and he could be more confident about using them. Of course, it still depended on when they could all become nobles. Only Black Steel and Captain Wood knew of the events that occurred in the Raven Palace. It had been many days since then, and yet word had not gotten out. The news had been suppressed by all survivors, it seemed. It did not matter much, anyway, even if word was to get out. There were fewer nobles in the base right now, at least, and that made things easier for him to manage. This also provided Han Sen with more time to practice in Hun xenogenics. Even so, he was still unable to level up and become a viscount. Han Sen, how are your skills coming along? When Yisha finished practicing, she finally called up Han Sen. Things are going swimmingly, Han Sen answered. Yisha, upon hearing Han Sen say that, smiled. Icebird was behind her, but she hadn't said a word. Because Yisha had told her to review Han Sen's current situation, she knew he had lost many barons and viscounts. He always hunted alone, and he didn't focus on his practice. Good. The Moon God Festival is coming. All the elites and their heirs will be going. You should think about joining us. There'll be a test, Yisha said coldly. Moon God Festival. Han Sen looked at Yisha with a modicum of confusion. Yisha signaled for Icebird to step forward and explain. The Moon God Festival happens every 49 years. Only the rebate who are born within those 49 years are able to join. Because there are many outsiders within the rebate society, especially over the past few centuries, they are also allowed to join. That is, if they are able to qualify. Icebird explained it to Han Sen, so he'd know a bit more about it. It wasn't random that it happened every 49 years. Every 49 years, on the main 11 planets, a moon altar would appear. Creatures that were born within those 49 years could enter the altar to Moon Palace. The Moon Palace was in the center of Narrow Moon, but it was different from the Gold Raven Hall. There was no sun, there were just the planets in Moon God Palace. It was usually cold, and hidden in the dark. Not even deified elites could sneak in. During this time, the planet would appear, and the Moon God Palace would open up. Anyone who could make it past the altar and reach the palace would be blessed by the Moon God. This was a big thing for the rebate, and the event would even be live-streamed. The first person to be blessed would receive a big reward from the rebate. No one knew what the reward would be, though. It was something that was decided by the elder, and the elder hadn't announced what the reward was going to be yet. But Han Sen was more interested in the blessing than the physical reward. The moon god might have been present, but there were no statues or creatures around the palace. The creatures that entered Moon God Palace looked awfully cold. The blessing was to be bathed in moonlight, it was said, and no actual god showed itself. There was no advantage to going to Moon God Palace early. Once the palace opened, you could be blessed at any point until the palace closed again. The amount of blessing you'd receive was random, and didn't depend on timing either. Sometimes, the last person to go would receive the most blessings. Sometimes the earlier arrivals would receive the greatest blessing. There didn't appear to be a reliable rule for how the blessings were distributed. After many moon god festivals, it was deduced that the strength of the blessing depended on the person. Normally, the actual rebate received the strongest blessings. Outsiders rarely ever had a chance to join in, and there was a fairly obvious bias. Yisha let Han Sen go, but Han Sen didn't think he'd receive much of a blessing. She just wanted him to witness the new elites that showed up every 49 years. In the festival, showing off your power was far more important than earning first place. Aside from receiving a bonus from the elders, you'd receive nothing special. Most rebate and xenogenics just wanted to use the festival to gain fame. Han Sen was Queen's only student, and he would definitely be challenged. That was why she mentioned there would be a test for him. 49 years was not a short amount of time, and there were a few viscounts that had joined. An earl had taken part, as well. Ordinarily, they wouldn't kill anyone. But even so, Han Sen was a baron, and it was difficult to say if he'd pull through. After they ended the call, Icebird said, "What if too many people realize that you are letting him join? You taking him as a student has soured many of the younger ones. I am afraid they will try to teach him a lesson. It is good for the young ones to suffer failure." Yisha smiled. 1860 lead runner Han Sen had nothing to prepare, so he went back to hunting xenogenics as he usually did. He also spent time practicing his Geno arts. When the Moon God Festival began, Han Sen was sent to Planet Blade. It was one of the 11 primary planets, and Moon God Altar could be accessed from there. There weren't many creatures on Planet Blade, and across the past 49 years, only 7 to 8 could join. As the planet moved, a previously invisible planet appeared directly in the center of Narrow Moon. You didn't need a livestream to see it. All you would have to do was look up and see the planet that hosted the giant palace. It was like a heaven in the cosmos. But that beautiful jade palace looked completely different than the planet that hosted it. The planet itself was barren, devoid of mountains and rivers. The empty side of the planet was facing them, too. The palace was located on the opposite side of the sphere. The altar teleported you to the other side of the planet, so you'd end up facing the jade palace. You had to walk around it to get inside. The moon god altar appeared on Planet Blade, and so Han Sen teleported. He wasn't interested in fighting people, as all he wanted to do was take first place and obtain the rewards he might be entitled to as a result. When Han Sen appeared on the planet, there were many people standing atop a jade platform. Han Sen started running. That planet wasn't very big, and it was just a small moon, but running to the other side would still take a long while. Han Sen, don't run. Han Sen had only just started running when someone called out to him. It was a black-eared rebate. He was 2 meters tall, and he was holding a big knife as he ran towards Han Sen. Han Sen did not remember seeing this guy before, and so he didn't think it was likely that the man would have a grudge against him. Why was he coming for Han Sen? After the black-eared man shouted, everyone looked over to see what was happening. "Why are you calling out to me?" Han Sen asked, as he kept on running. The black-eared man again shouted, "Don't run. I am Night Giant God. Let's fight and see which of us has superior knife skills." Upon hearing what was said, Han Sen simply sped up. He ignored the man completely. The guy was just a baron, so there was no point in fighting. He thought the concept was ridiculous, and the last thing Han Sen wanted to do was take part in something ridiculous in front of everyone. "Han Sen, are you really willing to call yourself Queen's student? Take a stand and fight me, if you have the audacity." Night Giant God kept shouting as he chased after Han Sen. Fortunately, Night Giant God was a fighter who focused on power. He had no chance of catching up with Han Sen. Still, he kept on running and shouting, which made Han Sen depressed. It made Han Sen wonder, is he crazy? The young ones that came to the planet were headed in the same direction as Han Sen and Night Giant God. It created a scene of Han Sen and Night Giant God in front, with many people behind them. Moon God festival goers usually picked their own path. This was the first time they were all following. Two people so closely. Are these guys hostile to me? When did I offend them? Han Sen looked back at the commotion, and he saw so many people giving pursuit that it looked like a riptide. He was flabbergasted by what he saw. Most people had just come to watch. They didn't plan on fighting Han Sen. They wanted to see how Knife Queen's student performed. Knife Queen is such a high and superior person. Why would she accept a student such as that? He only runs away. Yes, what is he so afraid of? I thought he had a king-class weapon. Why is he so scared? Fight, fight. The creatures that were all watching the streams shouted at their monitors. But they were only watching the live stream, so their voices would not reach the planet. The nobles who witnessed the scene wanted to laugh. Iceberg Duke didn't look fondly on the event, either. She thought Han Sen's decision to run was an embarrassment to Yisha. Yisha was impartial to the whole thing, though. She merely watched the video. Night Giant God is unable to catch up. Let's help him. A Viscount smiled to his friend. Let's go and stop him so they can fight. A few Viscounts nodded. They had gone there to watch the show, and bullying Han Sen had not been their original plan. But now that he was not willing to fight, despite the challenge, they weren't very happy about it. So, they wanted to stop Han Sen and force him to compete in a battle. A dozen Viscounts sped up, went past the main group, and came in close to Han Sen. Old Nine, do you think Han Sen can actually fight Night Giant God? A beautiful man with gold bunny ears was amidst a group. He was moving casually, leading others that were behind him. A man with a cow head, who was standing right next to him, said, I do not know, but Night Giant God is incredibly strong. And he's practiced Night River King's skills, too. That is called Fighting River, and it is strong enough to be on par with a Viscount's power. Its strength is that of 500 flowers, so that is a very rare number. So, you support Night Giant God? The gold bunny-eared man smiled. I guess, said the man with a cow head. How about this? Only you and I are earls. I will be number 1, so there's no point in fighting. How about a wager, then? You bet Night Giant God will win, and I bet on Han Sen winning. If Han Sen loses, then I will gladly give you the first position, the handsome man said. What if I lose? The cow-headed man calmly asked. If you lose, come and train with me on Planet Thunder, the beautiful man said. Okay. The man with a cow head nodded. Han Sen was in front, and there, he saw a dozen people coming after him. He felt depressed, and so he thought, no way. Is Knife Queen really that unpopular? All these Viscounts now want to bully her student. This is so not fair. Fortunately, Han Sen was prepared. He had the teeth rabbit shoes. He wasn't going at full speed, but now that the Viscounts were nearing, he sped up a bit. Han Sen decided to get the number 1 spot, so he could get the reward first. Hey, what happened? His speed is increasing. A dozen Viscounts were trying to stop Han Sen, and they had all managed to get very close to him. But now, at that range, they were finding it getting more and more difficult to close the gap. He can run even faster than this. Not bad for a baron, I suppose. But it is naive to think this will be enough to shake off a Viscount. A Viscount smiled as he accelerated. The dozen Viscounts moved as if they were activating jetpacks. Together, they sped up towards Han Sen. The distance separating the barons and Viscounts cannot be closed. The fitness is too much to compensate for. It would be shocking enough for the fastest baron to have a speed in the 500 flower range, but even so, the slowest of Viscounts are above 1,000 flowers. Skills won't be enough to close that gap. The beautiful man smiled. The next second, though, the beautiful man was shocked. When the Viscounts started to speed up, Han Sen was able to speed up yet again. He managed to maintain the distance between himself and the others. How is it possible for a baron to run so quickly? Is he really just a baron? Since when did Queen excel in the teaching of skills that benefit those wishing to flee a fight? This speed is so FC King fast. Not even Viscounts are able to catch up with him. Still, I wonder how long he can keep that up. This is interesting. The races that watched the Narrow Moon livestream were showing extreme interest. They were no longer complaining that the events were boring. The beautiful man was shocked, and he said, I cannot believe a baron can possess such speed. It must be some secret technique he has learned. The man with a cow head did not speak. He just kept running. This is strange. How is he able to run so fast? The Viscount behind gritted his teeth. He couldn't get dosed to Han Sen. I told you guys it would be beneficial to learn a speed geno art. You guys said the abilities of flight were useless. Now watch me. A rebate Viscount that had practiced speed went at an even faster pace. The wind at his back left trails like a blitzing jetpack. His legs looked like a fiery wheel as he left his own group behind to catch up with Han Sen. Wind assault can only be used in a straight line. It cannot be used in the midst of a fight, but this is perfect for it. Han Sen surely can't outrun this. The beautiful man smiled. The Viscount that had practiced wind assault was only 10 meters behind Han Sen now. Those watching the livestream were excited that he had almost caught up with Han Sen, then shocked to see Han Sen increase his speed yet again. The Viscount that was using wind assault was only 10 meters away from Han Sen, and he couldn't get any closer. What is this? Can he not catch up? The people watching the stream dropped their glasses. They did not expect this could happen. A baron can possess this sort of speed. That is very powerful. This is so fake. A Viscount with wind assault cannot catch up with a baron. There's a problem somewhere here. There is. Normal Viscounts cannot dodge wind assault, so how can a baron outrun it? I will say it has something to do with his shoes. They must be some sort of treasure that imbues incredible speed upon its wearer. It must be, but even so, he is just a baron. Even with a high-tier treasure, he shouldn't be able to unlock its true power, right? Normally, a baron cannot activate a superior treasure. The strength he would be given would be that of an ordinary Viscount, at best. But this is way too much. If so, I haven't the faintest clue where it might have come from. Everyone was talking about this ravenously. The Moon God Festival had actually become an interesting affair. He is cheating. It is no wonder he has managed to achieve this level of speed. But it is useless to cheat before the absolute speed. The beautiful man felt embarrassed for the presumptuous mistake he had made. He sped up with the desire to stop Han Sen. The cow-head fellow followed after him. Those two earls shot past the teams and even accelerated to a speed that surpassed the Viscount with wind assault. They were going straight for Han Sen. **T. How many people has Queen managed to offend? Even the earls are mad at me. Han Sen thought Queen had offended a lot of people, and that was why others kept coming after him. But actually, although she did not have many friends, she was an idol for all of the rebate. She was a popular person when it came to socializing. Han Sen wasn't overly concerned, though. He increased his speed, wanting first place more than anything. The rewards wouldn't be bad, and Han Sen figured he'd be needing it. That was why he was trying to claim it. The elders said the reward was a Marquise xenogenic armor set. That armor set would be incredibly powerful if it was activated. But even if it wasn't, it would still provide a great boon of defense for any wearer. And on top of that, if he later had no use for the gear, he could just eat it for xenogenic points. That prize would be valuable no matter how he decided to use it. The beautiful man thought he could catch up with Han Sen easily, but after speeding up, Han Sen went even faster. There was nothing he could do to catch up. DMN. The beautiful man sped up again. As his speed increased yet again, so too did Han Sen's. But the Earl was still unable to close the gap and get close enough to Han Sen. Cheating boy, I am going to get you. The beautiful man gritted his teeth and shone with a bright green light. A green light dragon enveloped his body and came whooshing forward towards Han Sen. Han Sen increased his speed again, though, and he managed to lose the green light dragon. He was headed straight for Moon Palace. Everyone who was watching the stream had seen the green light dragon pursuing Han Sen, but Han Sen was still able to increase his speed and leave it in the dust. The beautiful man was shocked. He could not believe what was happening, so he gave up on the prospect of chasing Han Sen. People stared at the livestream in dumbfounded silence for a moment. An earl had used all his strength and still failed to catch a baron. DMN. What are those shoes? They are overpowered. Someone complimented them. Iceberg Duke was shocked by what she was witnessing, and even Yisha was transfixed by the shoes. If the shoes were a king-class treasure, a baron should not have been able to activate them. But adding to that, the shoes themselves didn't exactly seem to look like one, either. All the nobles were in shock, staring at the rabbit shoes Han Sen was wearing. Han Sen was so fast, he arrived at the Moon Palace before everyone else. He went inside the gate and saw some strange moonlight from beyond. The moons were rising in the hall. I wonder how many moons he can raise in there. The people who watched the stream glanced away from their monitors and looked up to narrow moon. The moons that were rising could be seen just outside. 1862 Geno art in the moonlight. There was no use in watching the livestream now, because the moonlight was like a curtain that obscured everything that lay beyond. Han Sen stood inside the palace. He could feel the moonlight going into his skin. His bones and cells felt alive, as if they were being thoroughly cleansed by blessed water. Weird. The power of that moonlight. As Han Sen wondered about all this, his Jideskin started running. The beams of moonlight drifted toward Han Sen and landed on him, as if he were their exact target. Ah, they are the same element. That is why I felt that it was similar to Jideskin. Han Sen was very happy about this. When the moonlight came through him, his Jideskin developed even faster. When the Jideskin had become xenogenic, it looked as if it had gone as far as it could possibly go. But now that he had the benefit of the moonlight, it felt like it was going even further. This made Han Sen incredibly happy. When Han Sen absorbed that moonlight, the light wasn't reduced. In fact, the luminosity only increased. Within the moonlight, Han Sen was also able to see some sort of text that stood out brighter than the rest of the moon's light. When Han Sen read it, he noticed that it was a Geno art. But it did not have a title. So, Han Sen kept reading it, until he realized that it was something quite similar to Jideskin. It had not been created by the same entity, but the thought process behind it was surprisingly similar. That Geno art inside the moonlight was more suitable for the Geno universe. Jideskin was tuned for the sanctuaries it originated from, after all. It was impossible to tell which of the two was flat out better, and that was because the environment was different. I am so lucky. I was thinking about how I could modify Jideskin, and now I have this. Although I cannot copy it directly, it will be perfect if I can find a way to integrate it with Jideskin for now. Han Sen was so happy, and he did his best to memorize the content of the text he could see above. There was more and more moonlight entering him, and it almost started to feel like water. It was like a liquid, thickly flowing into Han Sen. Han Sen's body was like jade now. He stood within the glow of the moonlight like an ice statue, letting the moonlight penetrate him. His delicate bones were cleansed by the moonlight, making him as squeaky clean as any statue. More and more moonlight bathed his body, until his xenogenic genes started to evolve. Am I going to become a Viscount now? Han Sen was super happy with the prospect of this. Although it was the xenogenic gene of Jideskin that was evolving, it was still good enough for him. Recently, Han Sen had been wondering about how he might make himself a Viscount. And now it seemed that Jideskin would be the trigger. Han Sen cast Jideskin to absorb as much of the light as was possible. He had to make sure that his body received as much as it could. His other body parts were bathed in the moonlight, but what benefited him most was the xenogenic body. His jade-looking body began to glow with a halo. It was a sign that he would soon become a Viscount. After becoming a Viscount, Han Sen could unleash his xenogenic powers through smoke, fire, and light. Jideskin's power could very well be a light element one. Outside of the Moon Palace, moons were rising. Every time a moon rose, the Moon Palace would become brighter. I wonder how many moons he will be able to raise. Yisha was looking at the palace with a fond smile. She did not expect that Han Sen would be able to raise many, as he was essentially just there to practice. He was only a baron, and he only had knife powers. She didn't expect he'd manage to do too well. With the moon god power, it was very good for an outsider to be able to raise 12 moons. The most a rebate had ever raised was 36. Han Sen was not a rebate, so Yisha would be happy to see him raise 10 moons. You can fight to get a higher rank, but not more moons. 12 moons should be the max an outsider can achieve. Over the past few hundred years, only 4 or 5 outsiders have ever been able to raise 12. The best managed to raise 24, Iceberg Duke said. The nobles and civilians were watching the moonrise keenly. They kept counting, each time a new one rose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The moons kept rising, and there were now 10 of them above the palace. People were shocked. He managed to get 10 moons. Han Sen is lucky, Night River King commented calmly. He was currently playing chess with Black Moon King. Black Moon King smiled and said, I think he can do more than that. You think he can raise 12? Night River King said, after moving one of his pieces. More than that, even. Black Moon King's smile did not go anywhere. Night River King was shocked by the assumption, and so he asked Black Moon King, you think he can manage to raise more than 12 moons? I suppose, Black Moon King said. In the past few hundred years, only 5 outsiders have managed to raise 12. And there are tens of thousands of competitors this year, Night River King said. Knife Queen selected the boy as her student. She had a reason for making that choice. It wouldn't be all that surprising, Black Moon King said. How about we make a wager? If Han Sen can exceed 12 moons, I will give you my dragon steel. If he is unable to, you give me the steel knife. Black Steel managed to get that dragon back knife, so you don't need the steel knife. Night River King smiled. Okay. Black Moon King simply agreed, and then put a black chess piece down on the table. 11 moons had managed to rise. The next would be the 12th. To many of the rebate, that would be the max he was expected to achieve. Yisha smiled. She was satisfied that Han Sen had been able to raise a 12th moon. 12 moons. Han Sen is not bad. Of course, otherwise, Knife Queen would not have taken him as a student. Would you say it is possible for him to achieve more than 12 moons? I am afraid that might be too difficult. Over the course of a few hundred years, only 4 or 5 outsiders have been able to achieve 12 moons. The chances of him getting more are too low. As everyone rapidly discussed this, another moon rose up into the sky. 13 moons. He broke through the expected threshold. Interesting. Queen really did find herself a special student. Han Sen must be something special. He sure has a bevy of good luck. Night River King was in shock. He didn't expect that Han Sen could bring up 12 moons. Night River King had lost the dragon steel he had offered in the wager, but he did not mind. He said, I didn't expect Han Sen to be this lucky. I will have the dragon steel delivered to planet Black Moon later. Black Moon King smiled and responded by saying, Night River, would you like to make another wager? What else can we bet on? Night River King was shocked by the offer. To see whether or not he can raise 24 moons, Black Moon King said. Black Moon, it sounds to me as if you really admire the boy. Do you honestly believe he is that talented? Black River King looked at Black Moon King with much surprise. Yes, I do, Black Moon responded. Okay, in that case, I will conduct this wager again, and I still want to compete for that steel knife of yours. What would you like? Night River King said quickly. Black Moon King slowly said, a magic steel. Night River King frowned, but he nodded. Fine, since you have dragon steel, it is pointless to hold on to magic steel. Assuming you win, you can take the magic steel if Han Sen is able to raise 24 moons. Okay, then. Black Moon King's lips were smiling. The moons kept on rising, and before long, there were 18 of them hanging in the sky. Wow, there is now 18 of them. He must be all tapped out by now. Whoa, it is still continuing. He's at 19. Interesting. Can this guy really raise 24 moons? Yisha was in a good mood, right now. It had been difficult getting him to evolve twice. But after that, she had been satisfied with every result following her expenditure. She was starting to think she had really lucked out by taking him on. But thinking about how to get him to Viscount, Earl, Marquise, and then Duke was something that was giving Yisha a bit of a headache. The story of Gene's modifications had not gone well. If Han Sen practiced it, it'd cost a lot of resources each and every time. Getting him to the level of a baron had already been very hard, so she couldn't even comprehend how much it might cost her if she brought him all the way up to Duke. Iceberg Duke was surprised Han Sen had been so lucky. He had 18 moons now. The tally of moons kept rising without slowing down. Eventually, Han Sen had reached the prestigious number of 24. I lost. Night River King frowned. Han Sen's performance had surprised him a great deal. But this was just the beginning. After the number 24, another moon appeared in the skies above Moon Palace. DMN. Another moon. 25. He broke the outsider record. Is he insane? Queen really is sharp. He must be the luckiest outsider ever. Still rising. 26. Oh my god, might he be a rebate just pretending to be an outsider? This is insane. This number is the average of a rebate. Many of the rebate can't even reach this far. It looks like the moon god really fancies him. *T. 27. Surely he cannot reach 36. After all the moons that had risen, Narrow Moon was losing its stability. Many people stood up and stared at the Moon Palace. Oh my god. 30. Many nobles, like Night River King, Black Moon King, and Yisha, were all shocked. No one had guessed that it was even possible for Han Sen to raise so many moons. The moon god's blessing wasn't normally very too powerful or beneficial, but when you reached that sort of number, the reinforcements turned into something special. Another moon came up, and then narrow moon went quiet. It was the 36th. That was the highest any rebate had ever been blessed with. He really did raise 36 moons. He is totally a fake outsider. Many of the rebate had wry smiles. They felt extremely jealous. 36 moons was a very rare number amongst the rebate. He is lucky. Moon Wheel King took a sip of tea and then let out a lengthy sigh. The next second, he almost choked on the tea in his mouth. Above the palace, another moon came up. The whole of narrow moon was quiet. The dukes, and everyone there, had their mouths open. And yet, no one spoke. Impossible. Night River King suddenly stood up. He stared at the moon palace's 37th moon. Yisha was shocked, as well. 36 plus 1 moon was something no rebate had ever seen before, across a million years. Everyone thought 36 was the highest he could achieve, but what they had just witnessed told them that it wasn't. Icebird Duke wore a complex expression on her face. Her mouth was open wide, and she looked to be in disbelief. This is madness. Moon Palace now had 37 moons overhead. Someone couldn't help but scream. All the nobles felt very conflicted, especially those of the rebate. They were so proud of this festival, but now their pride in it was waning. The person who had been able to raise the most moons in the festival's history was no longer a rebate. And that was just the start of the insanity. All the nobles were shocked, confused, and also suspicious. Another moon arose in the sky. The whole of narrow moon was silent. The elites like Yisha and Moon Wheel King were completely speechless. They had watched each moon rise. The rebate had only ever managed to reach 36 moons, but that prestigious number had not just been beaten, it had been doubled. No one had seen this before. After that, though, no more moons rose. It brought the nobles a modicum of relief. If it kept going, they were going to doubt everything they had thought true in their lives. Boom. Just as everyone thought Han Sen's blessings had come to an end, the 72 moons atop Moon Palace shone with exuberant brilliance. Basking in the glow of 72 casts of moonlight, Moon God Palace was luminous. The cells in Han Sen's body rapidly began to change, as a result. Bzzzt. His bones screamed. The moonlight came out of Han Sen's body, like a robe to completely wrap him up. He was like a moon king. Geno Body Jadeskin has ascended to Viscount class. The same time this occurred, another noise shot through Han Sen's mind. It gave him a shock. He had received a body that was Viscount class. He could now cast energy. On the outside, when Jadeskin reached Viscount status, the moonlight across the palace was finally reduced. His body began to go back to normal. Quickly, the moonlight around Moon God Palace began to evaporate until there was nothing left. Han Sen was left standing in the hall, looking up at the 72 moons. Suddenly, they started to shine again like suns. Boom. The 72 moons began shining back down into the hall, with a focus on one spot in particular. Due to the moonlight being focused, people could now see into the hall. Everyone saw Han Sen, standing inside, and the 72 beams of moonlight weren't coming down on him, but on a spot that was about 3 steps ahead. The moonlight looked tangible and solid, and inside those concentrated beams stood a woman. Looking a little closer, however, it was apparent that she was only a shadow. She did not look real. The lady looked at Han Sen and pointed with her slender finger. She pointed it at Han Sen's forehead, then began moving her lips. No noise came from her mouth, but a voice sounded in the heads of all. By the name of Moon God, I bless you. It does not matter which race you hail from, for you are the son of the moon. You will be guided and protected by the power of the moon. The moonlight on her finger went straight between Han Sen's eyebrows. It spread out across his head, then cleansed the entirety of his body. After that, the pretty woman smiled at him. Her body faded away, and the moons became dim and disappeared. Everyone in Narrow Moon had their mouths open. Only one thought ran through their minds. That was a genuine Moon God blessing. The ones before weren't anything like that, and Moon God never revealed herself. They weren't blessings, then. This is the proper Moon God blessing. He has qualified to earn the title of Son of the Moon. Why him? After all these years, we rebate never once received a proper Moon God blessing like this. And now, it's an outsider who got one. I wonder what the effects of a true Moon God blessing are. He earned the title Son of the Moon, and she told him he was protected by the moon. Even so, he should still walk out as a low rank. Who knows? We will have to ask Han Sen ourselves. He is the only one who has ever received such a blessing. I don't think Moonwheel King and Yisha know what this stuff is about, either. Yisha looked at Han Sen strangely as she walked out of the palace. Aside from a troublesome Geno art, her student was practically perfect. But that Geno art would be harmful, and even Yisha herself did not think it was possible to bring it up to King class. If he succeeds, this King class Geno art will be the scariest ever. Yisha glanced around nervously. Han Sen's performance made her want to train him well, but the thought of the resources required to bring him up still gnawed at her. Especially if she was to bring him up to King class. She didn't think it was something she could realistically afford. Iceberg Duke looked as if she had a conflicted mind. She did not understand why Han Sen was so special. He had been taken in by Queen and found a King class weapon. He had now just received the true blessing of Moon God. It looked like everything good in the world happened to him, and him alone. He was far too lucky. Was he a virgin in 10 previous lives, to receive so much luck now? Iceberg Duke wondered. Night River King and Black Moon King were in shock, as well. They were both thinking, Queen's student got a King class weapon and the Moon God's blessing. He also has those weirdly brilliant shoes. Did he save the entire universe in his past life? This guy's luck is scary. He is overpowered. Nah, it's nothing. He's just lucky. If I had his luck, I'd be even more overpowered. The nobles and commoners spoke about these matters a lot. While many were jovial about it, many expressed only jealousy. Han Sen didn't think much about it, but eventually, he walked out of the palace. He wanted to teleport back to Planet Blade. He wanted to research the Geno art in the moonlight. But outside the palace, many people had gathered. They were all looking at Han Sen, and unless he chose to fly above them, his way was completely blocked. Excuse me. Han Sen blinked, and the young ones that had joined the festival woke up from their daze. Han Sen, fight me. You cannot run now. Night Giant God was holding a knife that was as big as a door. He was pointing it at Han Sen. The other young ones surrounded Han Sen, refusing to let him run off this time. They wanted to witness the performance of the first person to ever receive the Moon God blessing. Fight, fight. The people who were watching the livestream were all chanting. They wanted to see a fight, too. But of course, no matter how loudly they shouted, Han Sen wouldn't hear it. Han Sen did not plan on escaping this time. He had already achieved first place here, so there was little to worry about. Now it was time for him to show off the knife skills that Yisha had taught him. Yisha had been teaching him teeth knife for a while, and by now, that was what he was best at. Now he needed to perform what he had learned well in order to avoid disappointing her. If he made her happy, it was only expectable that he would receive more resources from her. So, this next move would be more important than anything. He gripped his ghost teeth knife as he ran towards Night Giant God. He was holding the hilt, but the weapon was still inside its sheath. He hadn't drawn it. Good timing, Night Giant God shouted, as he swung his own knife with greater strength. His Geno art was called Battle River. It was a water Geno art. Water Geno arts were usually quite soft, and they had a sense of infinity about them. They were usually quite effective against something hard. But Battle River was different. It was a really rough water Geno art, that was like a river coming down from the sky. It was the strongest strike, and that was just the beginning. Backed by the knife skills of the rebate, his attack would be so fast and so strong. No one at the same level would be able to block him. Han Sen did not plan on escaping. He slashed with ghost teeth knife, and he used teeth knife skills to perform the technique tooth for a tooth. This was different from tusk. This move changed depending on the opponent. If the foe was cruel, then it'd be cruder than them. If the foe was hard, then it would be harder than them. If the foe was obscene, it would be obscener than them. Night Giant God was striking very hard, and so Han Sen did the same thing. There was no way around this. They are going for a direct collision with each other. Night Giant God was born powerful. He has 500 flowers despite being a baron. Very few people can fight him. Although he does not have a king-class weapon, I don't think it matters all that much. Han Sen himself can't cast the king-class power of his weapon, after all, someone who knew Night Giant God said. Dong. Ghost Teeth Knife and Night Giant God's knife came against each other. The thin and curved Ghost Teeth Knife, coming against the large knife of the opposition, did not look appropriately scaled. But the purple blade of Ghost Teeth cleaved right into the big knife. It shattered the big knife, sending fragments flying everywhere. Ghost Teeth Knife did not stop. It kept coming forward towards Night Giant God. When it was less than 1 inch away from his head, just about brushing his hair, the knife stopped dead. Night Giant God's eyes were opened wide, and sweat broke out across his brow. He did not dare to move at all. Han Sen smiled. He put the knife away and walked right past Night Giant God. You only won because you have a king-class weapon. I will fight you. Another Baron appeared. He moved like a ghost and tried to attack Han Sen's neck with a dagger. But within a second, his dagger was also broken. A few other Barons came at Han Sen at the same time, prompting him to move. But wherever Ghost Teeth Knife went, a broken weapon would follow in its wake. No one's weapon could withstand the strike of that knife. Powerful, that teeth knife skill is, the beautiful man said in compliment. The man with the head of a cow replied, he is a powerful man. Han Sen kept on swinging his blade fearlessly. If any Baron came close, he'd break their weapon. He was not killing anyone, though. He'd simply break their knives and that was it. If he did start killing, the entirety of Narrow Moon would likely consider him an enemy. The Barons could not stop Han Sen's advance. And before long, it was a Viscount that tried him next. The sword of the Viscount came at him like a shadow. The sword light became a flash of light that weaved a net of strikes to attack Han Sen all at once. This was a rebate skill known as Moon Shadow Slash. Han Sen kept on moving, not slowing down as he came towards the sword net. He used a teeth slash towards the Viscount. The Viscount was shocked by the boldness, because Han Sen was now moving toward where Moon Shadow Slash actually began. The net was just an illusion, and it wasn't where the actual sword was going to strike. It was too late for him to withdraw his sword, too. So, the Viscount committed to the slash, as the sword light came down on Han Sen's Ghost Teeth Knife. Gotcha! A large chunk was carved out of the Viscount's sword. This wasn't because the Ghost Teeth Knife was sharp and hard. Dog Teeth was based on the concept of a heavy strike. Many rebate used this skill, as it was infamous for destroying popular swords. Many king-class weapons were missing chunks due to this technique. And seeing that the Viscount was unable to block Han Sen, many other Viscounts swept forward to stop him. They were afraid he'd run off again. But this time, Han Sen was not planning to run. He had achieved first place already, and now was the time to show off. The better he performed, the more resources Yisha might be willing to give him. This was his best chance of securing valuables. He had Yisha as backup, anyway. He wasn't afraid anyone could actually do something to him. Han Sen used his knife to fight many nobles, all alone. The Barons had stopped, so it was mostly just the Viscounts that were fighting him now. Han Sen did not use his Viscount Jadeskin, though. He maintained his Baron class for the fight. He didn't use his teeth rabbit shoes, either. He was only using his Ghost Teeth Knife to fight back against the Viscounts. It looks like Knife Queen recruited him a long time ago. How long she's been training him, God only knows. But it would take a decade for him to reach this sort of level. Night River King hummed. Yisha was shocked, too. She knew exactly how long she had been teaching him. Han Sen had only been with her for a few months. She had not taught him for long, at all. The last skill he learned was 8 days ago. It was shocking that Han Sen could use teeth knife with that level of proficiency. Is he a knife master? Yisha had a complicated look. Han Sen's performance kept on surprising her. As a teacher, she was very lucky to have such a student. She had only taken him on in a bet to find out where Dollar might be, but she felt like having him as a student was not a negative thing, at all. Should I expect more from him? Yisha wondered, but whenever she did, the thought of the story of genes would return and give her a headache. He is good at teeth knife, yes, but he is not one of the rebate. It is difficult for him to use teeth power. Even though he is good at it, it is still a waste. Moonwheel King felt ashamed. Seeing that the Viscounts could not block Han Sen, and no one could strike, it seemed likely Han Sen would be able to escape. The beautiful man then decided to teleport in front of Han Sen. His bone knife was forged from dragon bones. He slashed towards Han Sen. When most average people saw this, however, they did not mind. In fact, they were quite excited to see the beautiful man fight. Gao Ji's attacking. His Dragon Sun knife skill is a dragon moan, and not even Viscounts can withstand something like that. Han Sen will surely suffer now. Haha, it'll be good to squash this outsider's reputation. If this hadn't occurred, this entire Moon God's festival would have been his show. Knife Queen is so powerful. She selected a very powerful student. It may be difficult, being a baron, but his luck and talents are very good. Of course, it sounds like you guys thought she only picked him because he's good looking. It's true that he doesn't look bad. He is suitable to earn respect amongst the beauty of the rebate, but when compared with us, he is only average. There are many more handsome rebate men that far exceed him. It is fine if he loses to Gao Ji. He has done well. The nobles and the commoners were talking. Yisha, Moon Wheel King, and Night River King were in absolute shock. Gao Ji's dragon moan was shocking. It was capable of freezing viscounts on the spot. But Han Sen had proven resilient to it, and he was not affected. Han Sen still gripped his knife, and just as the copper knife was about to hit him, he drew out his ghost teeth knife. Seeing ghost teeth knife about to slice open Gao Ji's neck, the observer still had to remember that earls were earls. Their speed and reaction times were too fast to comprehend. A green dragon of light swiftly appeared to swallow Gao Ji's body. Dong! Ghost teeth knife hit the green dragon's shadow. Han Sen tried his hardest, but he was unable to break the shadow of that dragon. Han Sen did not put his knife away, though. He still used his knife to release a purple mist, right next to the green shadow. Gao Ji frowned. He had used his green shadow dragon's power to shake Han Sen away from him. The moonlight of Narrow Moon was like water. The moonlight shone on Han Sen, bathing him in its glow. He was getting stronger, and Gao Ji couldn't do anything to get away from him. Ghost teeth knife was still mauling the green dragon shadow. Within that moonlight, Han Sen's strength continued to rise. Still, he hadn't accumulated the strength necessary to overcome his opponent. The moonlight buff was strong, though, and Gao Ji continued to use his green dragon shadow, though he still wasn't succeeding in shaking Han Sen loose. DNNN. A moonlight buff. Is that a blessing of the moon god? It must be. Did you not hear the moon god say that Han Sen is the son of the moon? Wherever there is a moon, he will earn a buff by it. That is way too strong. It has buffed a baron enough to compete against an earl. This is too incredible to believe. Maybe, but it obviously isn't fake. This is Narrow Moon, and there is an abundance of moons. The buffs Han Sen can receive here are very strong. Anyone of the same tier who tries to fight him here must have a death wish. Does that mean Narrow Moon has become Han Sen's territory? Yes, otherwise, he would not have been given the title Son of the Moon. Gao Ji looked glum, unable to shake Han Sen away. So, he decided to go on the offensive and slash towards his opponent. His knife carried a green dragon light and a dragon bone. Han Sen did not think his title would bear such significance. The moonlight power there was far too strong, so much so that it allowed him to do battle with an earl. Han Sen did not retreat. He used tooth for a tooth and struck towards the green dragon light. Ghost teeth knife came against the fully powered green dragon knife, and still, it managed to block the green dragon knife. They stopped right there, with both knives repeatedly colliding with each other. Gotcha! A crack appeared on the green dragon knife, which then began to expand and spread across the shadow of the green dragon. It made the green dragon shadow start to look like a shattered mirror. Dong! Ghost teeth knife and the green copper knife came against each other again. Gao Ji had to withdraw his green copper knife and reluctantly fall back. His powers were less than the moonlight buff given to Han Sen. Gao Ji looked cold. He swung his knife with a desire to fight, but his face changed when he saw his own blade. Ghost teeth knife had dealt a crack to the green copper knife. And soon after, the crack started to spread, until the green copper knife was wrought with an entire web of cracks. This is, Yisha stood up from her seat. With wide eyes, she intently observed the cracks that were rapidly manifesting across the green copper knife. Yisha, Moon Wheel King, and Night River King, who knew about teeth powers, suddenly felt their faces grow pale. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. No way. Night River King looked to be in shock, and he could do nothing but stare at the green copper knife. Gotcha! Gao Ji swung his knife again, but when he put the green dragon light into the green copper knife, there was a sound. And then, the green copper knife shattered into pieces. It was reduced into nothing but bits, surrounded by a horrible purple mist. Teeth power. Everyone had those two words form in their mind. But even still, it was hard to believe that it was true. That was the rebate's strongest Geno art. It was the strongest skill the entire race of the rebate possessed. Not many could practice that, not even amongst the rebate. But now, an outsider had just used teeth power to defeat a rebate earl in battle. The rebate could not believe this was happening. Everyone knew Knife Queen was good with teeth knife, and everyone knew Han Sen was her only student. Everyone knew Han Sen practiced teeth knife. But no one thought, or even dreamed, Han Sen could successfully use teeth powers. In the hearts of the rebate, learning teeth power would place you amongst the most talented of the whole race. Now, the glory and pride had been crushed by Han Sen. That strike had made all the rebate shocked. They could not even think straight. It is no wonder that Knife Queen took him as a student. It wasn't just for fun. Night River King looked dim. An outsider can use teeth power, and that person is Knife Queen's student. Is he good or bad for Narrow Moon? Moon Wheel King was in shock, too. Yisha was the one who was shocked the most, though. Her mind had yet to return to her. How could he have practiced teeth power? The Moon God Festival had become boring. The young ones went to the Moon God Palace to accept their blessings, but they were only able to raise up to the 36 moons, individually. This was supposed to be a number of extreme pride, but now it seemed rather pathetic. Once they had seen the true Moon God blessing, their own Moon God blessing seemed almost fake. This wasn't because they were neither good nor lucky, that had nothing to do with it. But without the Moon God appearing, no matter how lucky or strong you were, you did not possess the true blessing. Han Sen's Jadeskin had its origins in the Frost Sutra. It had a connection to the Moon God, which was why he received the blessings he did. It didn't actually have anything to do with Han Sen's luck or strength. Before long, the Moon God Festival came to an end. Han Sen, receiving the Marquis's armor he had come for, was overwhelmed with sheer delight. The festival had now finished, but Han Sen's performance had swiftly become a hot topic. Everyone knew about what had transpired. Inside the meeting hall in the Full Moon offices, a few of the elderly and the kings of Narrow Moon had assembled. Frowning and looking upset, Yisha said, "Why can't we give Han Sen a spot in the Moon Garden? Is he not talented enough? Or is my student simply not qualified?" The elders did not speak. Neither did they dare look directly at Yisha. Night River King said, "It is not because we do not want to, it's simply because the rebates law only permits the acceptance of a rebate. I don't recall the Moon Garden ever having such a rule. Didn't they once accept an outsider, back in the era long ago?" Yisha said emotionlessly. After that, the faces of the elders and elites all changed. Moon Wheel King groaned and said, "Queen, you know what happened to the last outsider, don't you? If he is not of the same race, he is different. It does not matter how talented or lucky he is, the fact remains that he will never be a rebate." "Yes, haven't you heard the story of the mother rebate raising a baby wolf, only to be killed by her child once it had grown up?" Night River King said, "Queen, you should really understand what we are telling you. If your student was one of the rebate, we'd give you as many slots as you are able to take." "Exactly. You should take another student if you do not approve. We'll give your next a slot, for sure." The elders and the elites tried convincing each other not to give Han Sen a spot in the Moon Garden. Yisha frowned. She was Knife Queen, yes, but she was not a dictator that could orchestrate every working of their society. Without the approval of the elders, she would be unable to provide a spot for Han Sen in the Moon Garden. Moon Garden was a training organization that belonged to the rebate. Everyone who got in had the possibility of becoming a deified elite, or at least a champion. Of course, they hadn't produced any deified elites in a while. But there were many general elites. Even Knife Queen herself had gone through the training offered there. Out of all the kings present, only Moon Wheel King that had secured such prestige without having first spent time in Moon Garden. Entering Moon Garden meant you'd be able to enjoy all the resources available to the rebate. Making Han Sen a duke would be difficult, but it was fortunate that with Yisha's support, it wouldn't be too problematic. It was simply a shame that Han Sen was not one of the rebate. She had tried to secure him a spot in Moon Garden, but no matter how she pleaded, his acceptance would not be approved. Han Sen returned to Planet Blade. He waited for half a day for Yisha to finally arrive and meet with him. Yisha had just returned from Full Moon office, and meeting with him now was her next order of business. "Queen, did you enjoy my performance?" Han Sen bowed. Yisha sighed at Han Sen and said, "Han Sen, your performance puts me in a difficult situation." "Why, did I perform poorly?" Han Sen asked. "No. In fact, it was too good. Let me ask you, how did you get the teeth power?" Yisha asked Han Sen. "It is because I practiced it. Teeth power is similar to the powers of Ghost Teeth Knife. I used Ghost Teeth Knife to practice every day, and somehow, through that, I happened to learn it." Han Sen stayed very calm when she asked about this. No one would be able to find out the truth, so he exerted confidence in his answers. Yisha didn't look suspicious, either. She knew such things might be impossible to explain. Anyway, how is your practice with the story of genes coming along? Yisha asked him. It's going rather slowly, Han Sen answered. This was true. When Han Sen leveled up the story of genes, it had indeed gone very slow. He did not know how long it might take to make him a viscount with that. Yisha pulled out a bottle and gave it to Han Sen. This bottle contains xenogenic materials gathered from Viscount class xenogenics. It is a geno fluid, and it should be good in leveling you up and bringing you up to the class of Viscount. Eat 10 grams of this every 10 days. And when you do, immediately cast the story of genes. Once you have finished, come along and get some more. Thank you very much. Han Sen was so happy, and he thought to himself, my performance really was good. Look at this, I've received some goodies already. Now, you get going. You've still got to develop Planet Eclipse, in addition to all the training you have before you. Yisha waved and let Han Sen go. The geno fluid, if it was used by a baron, it could make him a viscount. It could possibly make 2 viscounts. But when used on Han Sen, Yisha knew it probably wouldn't be as effective. Instead, it would only help him inch his way closer to the threshold. It wouldn't be enough for him to level up completely. We will see how he behaves, Yisha thought to herself in her heart. Back on Planet Eclipse, Han Sen was not in a rush to drink that geno fluid. In fact, he was keen to research the geno art he had learned while inside Moon God Palace first and foremost. Jadeskin was a geno art from the sanctuaries. This was something that quite similar. It was like the geno universe counterpart of Jadeskin. They did not have a connection, but with Han Sen's prior knowledge of Jadeskin, it should make practice of that geno art fairly easy. Han Sen did not plan on practicing it, though. He still wanted to focus on Jadeskin. He just wanted to absorb the essence of the other and assimilate it with Jadeskin, while he continued on with his original art. Now that Han Sen could unleash power, he had to be able to gather up spirit successfully. If he did that, he could evolve his xenogenic bones and become an Earl. Like Earl Gaoji, that man's spirit had been a green dragon. Judging from the way that geno art was practiced, it must have had a special technique that allowed for the gathering of spirit. Absorbing light element treasures would allow for easier gatherings of spirit. The moon itself did not glow. It borrowed the power of the sun to glow. The moon that provided the geno art was the same. Its light was used to light up one's spirit, and it worked very well. But it was hard to find light treasure. For now at least, Han Sen did not know of a location in which he could find something like that. According to the moon god geno art, the different light treasures he absorbed would affect the sort of spirit he summoned. It would affect its element and even its shape. I wonder if I can find a good treasure here on Planet Eclipse. If I'm unable to, I'll have to head back out there in search of one, Han Sen thought. But for now, Han Sen was planning on scouring the reaches of Planet Eclipse for one. He had skills, teeth rabbit shoes, and marquise armor to stay alive. He should have no problem doing battle with a duke, in such a condition. Han Sen took out 10 grams of the geno fluid he had been given by Yisha, and then, he swallowed it. Then, he felt an energy begin to flow and spread throughout his body. It took around 5 hours for it to be fully absorbed. The spells he had definitely felt improved, so it was clear to him that Yisha was not skimping, and she was giving him some good stuff. He felt the energy spread out across all of his body, and he made sure to use the story of genes during the absorption process. Han Sen did not feel any negative side effects to the consumption of it, but he didn't use any more. He was going to follow Yisha's commands and take the small dosage of the stuff every 10 days. Much good news came from the base those days, too. The ordinary women were starting to become barons, and by now, there were 4 of them. The Gold Raven mark works. It is a shame the kids are just too young. They haven't been able to generate geno armor yet. If they all became barons, I'd have a mighty workforce, Han Sen thought to himself. Still, he went ahead to establish a school to better educate the women and kids. He also had a school to teach them about combat and geno arts. Inside a cave on Black Moon Planet, a fire flared upwards like a water spring. A rebate with black ears was naked and drenched in sweat. His muscles shone in the glow of the fire. Dong, dong, dong. The big man was swinging a black steel hammer. When it struck the red-hot steel, a flurry of sparks erupted. Slowly, the hot steel was taking on the shape of a knife. The big man ran water along it eventually, then examined it closely. He looked disappointed, and then he threw it away. The knife ended up on a mountain of other knives. He spoke to himself, saying, "No, this material cannot be used to make a knife blank. It is too poor." After that, the man picked up another hunk of ore and threw it into the fire. It was more material for forging. When the man failed again, the ground split in two. Flames rose from the earth, and the place was becoming so hot, even the rocks started to melt. The big man frowned and looked into the fire. He had been there for a long time, but he had never seen the fire behave that way. Just as he started to step closer and see what had happened, the fire took on the shape of a fire spirit. "What are you?" The big man frowned. "Black Cliff, do you wish to forge a real knife?" The fire spirit used a decidedly vague voice. "Of course, otherwise, why would I have waited here for over a decade?" Black Cliff said simply, "If you make a wish to me, I can help you forge the strongest knife in existence." The fire spirit's voice still sounded so vague. "That's all right, I will use my own hands to forge the strongest knife." Black Cliff rejected the offer and looked confident in himself. "But you lack the proper materials. If you make a wish, I can find you the best ore that there is," the fire spirit continued. "You can help me find materials." Black Cliff looked at the fire spirit intently. "Yes, of course, I am a god who knows everything. It is easy to locate what you need. If you ask, I will help," the fire spirit said arrogantly. "Why are you helping me?" Black Cliff frowned. "Because you yourself want to be considered a god. So, make the strongest knife and become a god. Your desire for this has touched me," the flame spirit said. Black Cliff did not believe the entity, but he really wanted the materials. He wanted them more than anything. So, he looked at the spirit and said, "Okay. If you find me the materials, I will pay you back." "You do not have to pay me back. Your loyalty is my best reward." The fire spirit looked incredibly happy. The fire spirit looked happy, and then the fire erupted again into a giant wall of flame. Black Cliff's eyes were on fire, too. "Go to Planet Eclipse and find Han Sen. He has precisely what you need. It is a knife blank that you want." The flames of the fiery spirit looked angry. Planet Eclipse, Han Sen, knife blank, Black Cliff's eyes burned. Although the fire on the ground was gone, the fire in his eyes remained. It was half a month after the festival now, and Han Sen was pretty much done with the moon god Geno art. His Jadeskin had become Viscount, and it had been successfully modified. So, it should have been fine for Han Sen to practice with now. The other part still needed to be fixed, but he hadn't reached there yet. He couldn't just jump over to fix it. "Old Han, what are you doing?" Xianxia pushed open the doors. "Practicing a Geno art." "You?" Han Sen raised his head and drifted off as he stared at Xianxia. "Haha, I have become a Viscount. Cool, huh?" Xianxia looked cocky. "That is very nice." Han Sen gave him a thumbs up. Although he had provided Xianxia many xenogenic genes to make leveling up a little easier, it still felt like it was too fast. He became a Viscount because of the Gold Raven power. Without that power, there's no way he could have leveled up that quickly, Ji Qingcheng spoke as she approached. When Han Sen saw her, he realized she had become a Viscount, too. They didn't hide this fact, so it was easy to learn. Not bad, the Gold Raven mark was pretty good. But it was just a one-time thing, and it has gone now. Xianxia licked his lips. "Well, what lucky timing for you guys to become Viscounts. I am planning on hunting up in the mountains. Would you like to go?" Han Sen asked with a smile. 1869 The red mist in the valley deep in the mountains on Planet Eclipse, Han Sen, Xianxia, Ji Qingcheng, and Little Silver, were traveling. After Xianxia and Ji Qingcheng became Viscounts, Little Silver became 1, 2. Now Han Sen was depressed. Little Angel, 0, and he had not been infected. If they had, it was likely they could have leveled up to Viscount with much greater ease. They wouldn't have needed to practice half as much. The environment is stable for now, at least. Why don't we bring more people to this universe, so we can grow and cultivate them? It will be impossible for us to become famous here with only a handful of people. Han Sen was deep in thought. Han Sen could recruit many from the Alliance, but there were a few he did not feel safe with. One such person was Wang Yuhang. Han Sen was afraid that if he came here, the man would bring terrible luck down on him. Because Han Sen had provided many xenogenic genes to his friends and followers, certain people in the sanctuaries had developed very quickly. But he had made sure to only provide such things to those who were close to him. Han Sen's resources were limited, and he couldn't fill the needs of everybody he knew. With the help of xenogenic genes, though, many humans and creatures from the Fourth God's Sanctuary had made it to the Alliance. That included Dragon Lady, Death Goddess, Red Pony, and Little Star. They had successfully ascended to the Alliance universe. The humans who had successfully ascended included Queen, Lin Feng, Wang Yuhang, Tang Junliu, and Yi Dongmu. They were waiting to go to the xenogenic universe now. Ji Yanran and Luolin had eaten so many xenogenic genes that they too had ascended to the Alliance. But Han Sen wasn't yet willing to let them cross the divide. He was afraid that if they were there, they'd cause a big problem for him with their attempts to find Little Flower. The advantage of creatures from the sanctuaries was that they could level up rather quickly by consuming xenogenic genes. Their biggest letdown, however, was the fact that their genes were unstable. There was no telling what a creature might eventually become. A xenogenic that looked like a leopard came prowling out of the mountains. Ji Yu Qingcheng, with her Swordair, killed it in a single strike. Ji Yu Qingcheng's powers were of Swordair and not Swordlight. Her green Swordair was weird, and it resembled something like silk. She could kill enemies at all manners of strange angles. "Save me some," Xie Qing King blurted, clutching his silver book. "You are too slow," Ji Yu Qingcheng said, as she was in the process of cutting up the xenogenic body and harvesting the xenogenic genes. Xie Qing King did not say a word, and he merely closed his silver book. Han Sen looked at Xie Qing King. Xie Qing King's geno armament and power had been consistently surprising to Han Sen, and they had interested him quite a bit. After Xie Qing King leveled up to become a Viscount, he had been able to use his silver light to draw pictures on the pages of his book. Whatever he drew could come to life, right out of the parchment. He could practically summon beasts to fight alongside him, but the shadows he drew did have limitations. For one thing, he couldn't pre-draw a creature, then cast it when the time for battle came. So, he had to draw his desired summons during battle, and that took time. With Ji Yu Qingcheng there, though, he couldn't draw anything fast enough to fight. By the time he finished drawing something, she'd have killed the xenogenic already. It was something that didn't make him very happy. Han Sen was happy, though. He wasn't interested in Baron or Viscount xenogenics. He wanted to find light treasure. "What is this?" Xie Qing King looked up to the mountain, confusion etched across his face. Han Sen followed Xie Qing King's gaze, and they examined a red mist hanging across the mountain. But the mist hadn't come from the sky. It arose from the mountain itself, and it looked rather weird. "Perhaps we should go and take a look. There could be treasure." Han Sen's eyes shone brightly. "Careful, we are only Viscounts, remember. If we encounter a duke or a marquise, only Han Sen has a duke beast sole pair of shoes that he can use to run. We lack such things," Ji Yu Qingcheng said. "Do I look like the type to run off and abandon you?" Han Sen was hurt by the comments. "Yes," Xie Qing King and Ji Yu Qingcheng answered sincerely. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and picked up Little Silver. Carefully, he snuck towards the place he had seen. The red mist was like a cloud, but it rippled like a living fire. It was a stunning sight. After the three of them got close, they found that the red mist was rising from a valley. The valley, filled up with that mist, looked like heaven. What might have lurked beyond the strange vapor, however, was something they could not see. "Should we go in and take a look?" Ji Yu Qingcheng looked down into the valley and frowned. She could not see anything. The red mist was too thick for their eyesight to penetrate. It didn't actually hurt their eyes, but it did stop them from looking at what was inside. "I don't know what lies inside. I'd wager it is too dangerous to go in, though." Even with teeth rabbit shoes, Han Sen did not want to take the risk. He was still too weak, and carelessness could cost him his life. "Now you can watch me." Xie Qing King spoke with absolute confidence. He summoned his silver book and began casting with his wonderful silver light. He was scribbling something rather quickly. Within a second, the shadow of a silver leopard leapt out from the pages of the book. It looked exactly like the one Ji Yu Qingcheng had just killed. This one was just a silver shadow, though. It wasn't comprised of actual flesh. "You can draw anything you like with this book?" Han Sen asked with surprise. "Yes, but they only stay around temporarily for now. I can only draw creatures that exist in the universe, too. The drawing has to be pretty accurate to generate the creature, as well." After Xie Qing King said that, he commanded that the leopard head into the valley. If you draw a king-class xenogeniac, would it have king-class power? Han Sen asked. Of course not. The shadow's power depends on the caster's strength mine. That being said, some of the creatures I have drawn can carry their own element. Still, the power scales back in comparison to me, Xianxia King explained. Whoa, that is already so very good. Han Sen looked at Xianxia King strangely. Xianxia King was a man with a very bad temper. It was strange to see him take to drawing in a fight instead of immediately using his fists. Roar. The leopard had been inside the mist for a while when an awful screech was heard. Then, nothing. The valley returned to silence. Xianxia King's face changed. The leopard drawing in the book was shattered. What happened? Han Sen asked Xianxia King. I don't know, but I have a connection with the shadow. I can feel what they feel, but I cannot see through their eyes. After he entered the mist, something killed him quickly. Xianxia King said 1870 an enemy that cannot be seen. Han Sen and Jiyu Qingcheng frowned. The shadow Xianxia King had drawn had possessed the power of a viscount. It had been destroyed within 1 second, so whatever lurked inside the valley was scary. There is no need to rush. Watch this. Xianxia King flipped open his book and drew something else with his fingertips. Not long after, another leopard came leaping out of the pages. It didn't run straight into the valley, and instead came to heel and crouch near Xianxia King. Xianxia King kept wagging his finger across the book, and after a few minutes, another 4 leopards joined the first. When done, he said, "Okay. This is the maximum I can do." He commanded the 5 leopards to enter the mist of the valley, all in a horizontal line. Each leopard ran forward at the same time, all together, but they kept a few yards of space between them. When they entered the valley, there was a movement from within the fog. But then, all too quickly, the valley echoed with the sounds of squealing again. The red mist of the valley rumbled and swirled, as the pictures on Xianxia King's book began to disappear, one after another. Within a mere few seconds, the pictures of all the leopards had been erased. It likely indicated that the shadows that had been spawned and sent into the mist had been destroyed. Xianxia King's face turned pale. The death of the leopards meant nothing to him, but he had exerted a lot of his own energy by summoning so many. That had cost him a lot. So, did you find out what's going on inside the valley? Han Sen asked Xianxia King, looking right at him. Xianxia King told him, I don't know what's going on. I didn't see anything, but when the leopards were killed, 1 second elapsed between each death. So I assume the leopards were all killed by a single entity. I can also guess that if a creature can kill my shadows so quickly, the creature must have 4 times our potential speed. It could be an earl or higher, but with a hidden power. If it is an earl, that's nothing to sweat about. I have the teeth rabbit shoes, remember? The speed of those is no worse than an earl, and I also have the new Marquis xenogeniac armor. I may not be able to activate its full potential, but it can most certainly protect me from the attacks of an earl. Han Sen looked up to the sky and noticed another magnetic storm that was raging. He could not see the moons of Narrow Moon from where he was, so it was unlikely he'd be gifted their strength. Wait here. Jiyu Qingcheng stopped Han Sen, who was on the verge of entering himself. She pulled out Pure, and a green aura danced across the blade. Then, the sword came alive in a swirl and flew forward into the valley. Dong! Pure flew right into the mist, and shortly after, a crunchy noise sounded. Then, Pure flew back out and right back into Jiyu Qingcheng's hands. My sword was attacked once, Jiyu Qingcheng said, then sheathed the weapon. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Han Sen donned his Marquis armor and put on his rabbit shoes. He clutched Ghost Teeth knife in one hand and held his knife blank firmly in the other. Then, with much care, he started to step inside. It was times like this that Han Sen actually started to miss Wang Yuhang. If the man was there with him, all Han Sen would only have to get Wang Yuhang to stand outside the valley and shout. He would probably draw whatever was inside out, and there'd be no need to go inside. Han Sen carefully walked into the mist. While the mist had color, he didn't feel anything when it brushed across him. After a few steps, that changed. All of a sudden, he felt horrid. He wanted to go forward, but he was struck in the back. It was a powerful strike, and he staggered forward. Before Han Sen was able to stabilize himself, something else came at him again. It got his arm. The creature in the red mist traveled quietly, and actually catching sight of it seemed impossible. Han Sen was very fast, but he didn't know where he should move until the attacks had already happened. By the time the strikes came, it was too late to dodge. By the time he moved, he'd already been hit. Luckily, though, Han Sen had the Marquis's armor on. It meant the attacks didn't actually hurt him. Han Sen ran out of the valley after getting hit again, but the thing inside the mist did not follow. He took a look at what had happened and noticed the scratch marks across his suit. Surprisingly, they weren't very deep. "What is it?" Xie Qing King and Ji Yu Qingcheng ran up to him to ask. "Old Qing is right, there is an Earl creature there. Its speed and power aren't too shabby, and it uses the red mist for cover. It's practically invisible. I got attacked before I even saw it, every time. I was hit a few times, but even then, I wasn't able to catch a glimpse. The red mist might have the added ability of masking the senses, because I wasn't even able to hear its movements," Han Sen said. "This is bad news. If it's in there and it won't come out, then we can't fight it. Entering the mist is pointless, even with the armor that you're wearing." Ji Yu Qingcheng frowned. "It'd be great if there was some way to draw him out," Xie Qing King said. "If he dared to come out, he'd have followed either my sword or Han Sen." Ji Yu Qingcheng shook her head. "It shouldn't be too hard to draw him out, but we'll need the help of a specialist," Han Sen said. Wang Yuhang, Xie Qing King and Ji Yu Qingcheng had thought about him, too. "There is something awfully strange about this valley. There are creatures guarding this place for a reason. I am afraid that something important might be about to happen here. We can't delay this," Ji Yu Qingcheng said. "I gave Wang Yuhang some xenogenic genes, and after he ate them, he managed to break through. He was able to absorb life geno-essences, and after he maxed out, he went to the Alliance. We should be able to bring him here fairly easily. But the people out there know how many people Planet Eclipse currently holds, and the documents are all in files. If someone else shows up, it might be difficult to explain. I have to use the recruitment excuse to bring him here," Han Sen said. "Then let's go quickly and bring more people over. Planet Eclipse has a lot of resources, so the more people the better. With the small amount of us here, there's not enough to pay the taxes we must pay in a few years," Ji Yu Qingcheng said. "This is what we can do, then. You guys can stay and hunt in the vicinity, just don't go too deep. And also, keep an eye on the valley. I'll be right back," Han Sen said that, then returned to base. After returning, Han Sen gave Knife Queen a call. Knife Queen knew he'd need more people, so she agreed to his request and sent him an airship. After Iceberg Duke picked him up, they left Narrow Moon to recruit. "Where would you like to recruit people this time?" Iceberg Duke was sounding much friendlier with Han Sen now. Han Sen had been number 1 in the Moon God Festival, and he was the very first person to have ever been personally blessed by the Moon God. So, that had certainly boosted his reputation and goodwill. Learning teeth knife and teeth powers in such a short time wasn't something that could be accomplished with luck alone. However he had done it, it made Iceberg Duke look at him differently. Chapter 1871 Cave. "I want to go to Planet Crooked Rock," Han Sen told Iceberg Duke. "You want to recruit Gana?" Iceberg Duke understood Han Sen's thought process. Planet Crooked Rock was a place that belonged to the Feathers. The primary race there, however, was the Gana. They were supposed to be a higher race, but for some reason, the Gana on that planet had abandoned their people to join the Feathers. Now that the Feathers had fallen, Holy Heaven had been closed. They could no longer afford to take care of other planets and races. The planet had not been taken over yet, but many different factions were vying for it. Many wanted to claim it. Han Sen decided to go to Planet Crooked Rock due to the complications of the races there. Gana was one of the mainstream races, but there were many others there, as well. Han Sen also fancied trying his luck. If he was able to recruit a few of the Gana, then that wouldn't be too shabby, either. The Gana were very good at producing medicine from xenogenic genes. They were known as geniuses, and many factions liked the prospect of procuring their special talents. But due to the fact that so many different factions wanted them, the Gana had yet to decide which they should follow. "Not bad, I would like to have some Gana. If I am unable to procure any, there are those of other races to choose from. Either way, there should be a diverse selection to pick from," Han Sen randomly said. "You should put your hope into getting those of another race. Don't bother with the Gana, because our rebate Gold Jade King went to Gana 2 months ago and was unable to recruit any. The Gana were way too popular with other races," Iceberg Duke said. "Let's take a look first, anyway. If I am lucky enough, they might be willing to slog through the hard times with me. Han Sen made it sound as if he was kidding. He was, actually. He didn't have much hope of recruiting any of the Gana, and his primary goal was to grab Wang Yuhang under the pretense of recruitment. After he arrived on the planet, he only then noticed how complicated planet Crooked Rock really was. There were many airships and battleships in the area, all belonging to an array of separate factions. They had each come there to try to recruit the Gana. Seeing how things were on planet Crooked Rock, it was obvious that there were many kings up for grabs. The flying airship Han Sen had been on was investigated upon arrival. When they declared themselves to be the rebate, they were granted access to the planet. If they had been a small race of no renown, they probably wouldn't have even been allowed to land on the planet. So, the chances of Han Sen meeting up with any of the Gana to try his luck would have been zero. Iceberg Duke brought Han Sen over to meet with Gold Jade King, but they were unable to. It was a Duke that came out to greet them. "You are Knife Queen student, and you are Iceberg Duke. I am sorry, but my master is currently unavailable, and he cannot come to meet with you at this time. He has sent me here to aid you in the meantime. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to make a request." The Duke certainly sounded polite. "Thank you very much. We have come here to recruit some people, actually. I wonder if you have a manifest that notes the different populations that reside on planet Crooked Rock. If you can provide us a copy, we would be most grateful," Han Sen said. "That is easy. I will certainly make a copy for you." The Duke said this, and then went on to say, "Do you two plan on recruiting the Gana?" "That would be the best case scenario, yes," Han Sen answered. The Duke smiled. "Recruiting the Gana is no small feat. Still, you might try your luck. Who knows, you might be fortunate enough to gather a few." "Thanks, I appreciate the advice." After Han Sen accepted the manifest, he said his goodbyes. "You guys are looking to recruit the Gana? Ha, so naive. Even if the Queen herself had come along, I doubt any Gana would join you." After Han Sen left, the Duke spoke to himself. After Han Sen accepted the information he was given, he allowed Iceberg Duke to go ahead and scope out those of the less significant races. They could try to recruit a few nobles out of those. Judging from the state of things on this planet, though, he thought that it was unlikely he'd procure members of the Gana. The Gana were receiving many generous offers from the big factions. There was no reason for them to go to an undeveloped place populated by barons. Han Sen walked around alone, and he also made sure he wasn't being followed. By his lonesome, he trekked up to a lonely mountain. He found a cave, and after securing it, he teleported back to the sanctuaries. Han Sen called Wang Yuhang and told him about going to the Geno universe. Wang Yuhang was very excited by the prospect, and he told Han Sen he'd come over right away. The entire alliance was practically Han Sen's back garden, and the gardeners were the Ji family. Many factions had learned of the existence of the Geno universe, and many had aspirations of their people getting strong enough to enter and begin building up a place for their families. But none had yet been capable of going. Wang Yuhang had been given Han Sen's xenogenic genes. He had made it to the alliance as a human, but without Han Sen's guidance, he'd likely die if he left the sanctuary by himself. No one went without Han Sen bringing them. After Han Sen and Wang Yuhang finished talking, Wang Yuhang piloted an aircraft to get to him. "Little Han, take me to the Geno universe. I want to see those ladies with cat ears. If they are as hot as you say they are." Wang Yuhang came running into the house all happy. "Don't rush, you can see them, but you must know that when I bring you over, you have to listen to me. You cannot do anything by yourself," Han Sen said. "Sure, I'll listen to your every word. Except for selecting a wife and making babies, of course." Wang Yuhang patted his chest. "That is fine, I don't want to get involved with your wife and kids." Han Sen then brought Wang Yuhang to planet Crooked Rock, but Wang Yuhang had not eaten many xenogenic genes. He hadn't been in the alliance very long, either. He still wouldn't be able to generate Geno armor. So, Han Sen knew he'd have to feed the man a lot more genes to produce that, first and foremost. Han Sen brought Death Goddess and Dragon Lady Chef along, too. They were able to generate their Geno armors in the cave. Lady Chef had been staying in Han Sen's house in the alliance. She was in charge of the kitchen there, so she had been able to nibble away at more xenogenic genes than most of Han Sen's companions. Death Goddess had eaten quite a bit, too, so she was ready to generate a Geno armor at any point. She could fire arrows on a whim, and so she was quite a scary person to have hanging around the alliance. When she was staying in Han Sen's old house, she had fired arrows and toppled a lot of buildings. Han Sen's new family home was in a city. It'd be bad news if she woke up in a bad mood and decided to go knocking buildings over with a hail of arrows. So, Han Sen wanted to bring her to the Geno universe to prevent any unfortunate accidents while he was away. Death Goddess and Lady Chef generated their Geno armor in the cave. Han Sen and Wang Yuhang crouched in the cave and kept watch. Suddenly, Han Sen heard someone's voice drawing near. Oh, no, having little uncle here really is bad luck. Dragon Lady and Death Goddess are in the midst of generating their Geno armor. They cannot be disturbed during this process. Han Sen frowned as the voice drew nearer and nearer. 1872 Gana, you go in there and make sure Dragon Lady and Munger are protected. Han Sen spoke to Wang Yuhang at a low volume. Wang Yuhang knew that he was currently weaker than the average commoner in the Geno universe. There was no point hanging around with Han Sen, so he did as he was instructed and returned to the cave. Han Sen was crouching just outside the entrance of the cave. He collected a bunch of vines and grass to conceal himself, while he kept an eye on the local vicinity. Han Sen eventually saw two shadows emerging, coming up the path towards the cave. One of them had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake. It looked like a female serpent. She moved her body, approaching. Gana. Han Sen was shocked. In such a barren place, catching sight of a Gana was rather rare. Next to the Gana was a person with the head of a cow. It was different from the one Han Sen had seen before. This one was definitely a female, and its chest had two steel orbs. It looked scary. Han Sen perused a summary of the various races that could be seen on planet Crooked Rock. He knew that the one with a cow head belonged to a race called Cow. They were a fairly populous race on this planet. There were so many of them on the planet because they owned a large portion of it. Although the Gana were in control of the planet, their numbers were lower. It was not uncommon to see a cow as a subordinate of the Gana, but this seemed to be a little different to the usual. The Gana was in chains, with her hands clasped tightly in cuffs. The cow behind her had a spear, and it was pointed right at the Gana's back. It seemed as if the Gana was a prisoner. Jia, do you have any idea what you're doing? The Gana woman kept on moving, but she looked angry when she spoke. Miss Guna, I know exactly what I am doing. You are worth a lot of money, and after I sell you, I can make a happy life for myself on any planet I select, the cow woman with a steel chest said. Jia, I had no idea this is the sort of person you were. We raised you up, and we treated you like family. And now this is what you do. You're just going to up and sell me. You are cold-blooded. Guna nibbled her lips as she spoke. Family, stop pretending that nonsense. You Gana always treat us cow like slaves. We're just something that can produce milk for you. We give you everything. And what do we get in return? A compliment. Let me tell you right now, that is worth nothing. Jia gave a cold smile. Guna continued biting her lips, and she did not respond. Jia spoke again, though, saying, and don't you dare play any sort of tricks. If you do, I can guarantee you'll suffer. Who are you selling me to? Guna asked. It does not matter. It's just a race that can pay a generous sum. After that, Jia pushed Guna. Move. Go into that cave for now. The buyer will soon be here. Han Sen was still crouched in the vines. He thought he was having quite the stroke of misfortune, learning that the cave was the supposed place of the trade. Han Sen didn't say a word. He just erased all traces of his presence and remained shrouded amidst the vines. He clutched the handle of ghost teeth knife, too. When Guna reached the entrance, her beautiful eyes looked to the vines Han Sen was hidden beneath. She looked straight at Han Sen, and she seemed very surprised. Han Sen was shocked, and he thought to himself, very powerful senses, for sure. I hid my presence, yet she can still see me. But Guna kept acting casual and continued moving forward. She behaved as if she had only looked that way without meaning to. She didn't look at Han Sen again, but as she approached the cave, she moved closer and closer to him. After a few seconds more, Guna passed right by Han Sen. Han Sen, still in the vines, did not move an inch until Jia was also in front of him. Then he leapt forward. With ghost teeth knife, he rushed out and tried to plunge it into her back. Jia was very powerful, though. She could have very well have been an earl. Han Sen still couldn't utilize ghost teeth knife's full strength, and as a result, he probably wouldn't have been able to damage her bones. So, he had to take aim and strike at the most tender portions of her body. Without any buffs, Han Sen had to use his own strength to activate all of Ghost Teeth Knife's power that he could. Ghost Teeth Knife's blade was like a fang, and it stabbed Jia's waist without remorse. Her hide was thick, though. She wasn't wearing armor, but even so, Han Sen was only able to drive 10 centimeters of the blade into her back. Compared to her barrel-thick waist, he had only managed to plunge it in at around 30% of what was necessary. It most certainly wasn't enough. Jia had been ambushed, but despite that, she had no intention of fleeing. The attack seemed to enrage her, and she paid little attention to the wound she had incurred. She lifted the spear in her hand and gave it a hefty swing. Her spear was 3 meters long, and its shaft was as thick as a man's arm. Its top possessed a flame that strangely resembled the shape of a cow. Its swing was frightening to see, and it looked as if it'd tear the atmosphere in two. Careful, don't touch the horn power. She is brilliant when it comes to breaking armor. Guna shouted from the cave. Han Sen did not plan on fighting. He jumped a few meters back and avoided getting struck by the cow flame. Pang! Jia missed, and the rocks beside Han Sen were broken by that flame. Missing enraged Jia even further, and she came charging at Han Sen for a follow-up. Guna was currently in the cave, and she couldn't run. She was not worried about Jia, as the cow was focused on killing her assailant Han Sen. Jia did not think Han Sen was the buyer, as the buyer had not been informed of the trade location yet. He couldn't know they were here. If he did indeed belong to the buyer, it made no sense that the buyer would send someone so weak. If someone had the sort of money to buy a Gana, they were most likely a duke or marquise. One of them could kill Jia easily. Jia was confused, but her spear lacked hesitation. The horn powers she wielded came rushing towards Han Sen again. Han Sen led Jia up to the cave's entrance. He had run too far, and he thought Jia would stop chasing him because of Guna. Han Sen was afraid Guna would venture too deep and ruin the leveling up process of Dragon Lady and Munger. Wang Yuheng was also in there, but he was weaker than the lowliest commoner. Even with Guna being chained up, the likelihood of him beating her was next to none. Han Sen and Jia were both planning to fight right where they were. Guna saw Han Sen, and she was able to determine that he was weak and no greater than a viscount. She expected that Jia would kill him fairly quickly. So, with a limited amount of time, she pondered how she would best escape where she was. That being said, despite Han Sen's apparent weakness, Guna was able to tell how fast he was. Jia's attacks weren't even able to ruffle his clothes. 1873 Guna. A moment later, Han Sen knew exactly what Jia's power was. He did not hesitate, and he suddenly accelerated when her steel spear approached. The steel spear and the horn power it carried were unable to catch up with him. Han Sen flashed past Jia, laying a slash across her neck with his knife. The strike wasn't enough to completely behead her, but blood vessels and windpipe were severed. Jia couldn't speak, but she was still active. She swung her steel spear at Han Sen again. Han Sen sped up and dodged the incoming spear once more. Again, he plunged his knife into Jia's back. Guna was standing in the cave, and she watched Han Sen's brutal attacks with an expression of shock. The rebate's teeth power. How? He is not even one of the rebate. How has he managed to use it? Guna dropped into thought. If he really is the buyer, an escape might be pretty difficult. At that speed, he's faster than a marquise. His power doesn't seem to match that level of speed, though. As Guna pondered all this, Jia dropped her steel spear to the ground and fell over. Her wounds were bleeding profusely, particularly the injuries on her neck. Her neck had been halfway severed, and it had swiftly drained her. She hadn't been able to stay strong. Her windpipe had been sliced in two, so she couldn't even scream. All she could do was twitch on the ground. Han Sen then shoved his knife into her heart with ease, due to her inability to resist. He ended her life just like that. Thank you for saving me. The Gana will repay this debt with generosity. Guna bowed before Han Sen. And what sort of reward should I expect from you guys? Han Sen asked, glancing over Guna. This was his chance. He wanted to use his powers to impress the Gana so that they might consider joining him. He had previously thought an opportunity like this would be impossible to come by. But now, a chance had miraculously shown up right in front of him. He wasn't going to let this chance pass him by. If he played his cards right, he wagered he could take her to Planet Eclipse. Guna looked at Han Sen and thought things might be going from bad to worse. She looked at his face and believed she had met someone who wasn't a good man. Guna smiled and said, There's more of the cow on planet Crooked Rock, and the Gana are going to be practically helpless soon. If you do not mind, I would like to bring my family along with you someplace. We can follow you, and we can help you. Han Sen was surprised, and he observed her facade of sincere gratitude. It made him laugh. Can you take us with you, please? Guna looked serious. I can take you, but only you. Forget about your family. We are poor, so we cannot take care of too many people. Han Sen smiled. Guna looked very sincere, despite her obvious anxiety. Do not worry, we have a lot of savings, and we can give it all to you. Just promise you can take us somewhere nice. Han Sen did not bother talking with Guna anymore. He had seen many evil people in the past, and there were far more out there with worse intentions than Guna. He could tell what sort of person she truly was. Han Sen moved up to her, then brought out something to tape her mouth shut. Guna's face changed when she saw this, and she hurriedly tried to say, I have a way for you to find many Gana that would be willing to obey you. Just let me go. Han Sen didn't stop, and the tape was drawing close to her mouth. She went on to say, I am the leader's daughter. You will encounter much trouble if you take me with you. And on top of all that, I don't know how to produce medicine. You will have no use for me, take my word for that. If you provide me the chance, I can get 5 pharmacists for you too. Take with you safely. Tell me more. Han Sen was interested enough to hear more, and he was rather surprised he had met and saved the leader's daughter by mere happenstance. Good, Guna said, you are my savior. If you take me back, my father is sure to provide you with the services of 5 pharmacists. I'll give you one more chance. Han Sen looked at Guna coldly. Guna bit at her lips and said, you can take a video of me, and blackmail my father into procuring the services. Just ask for the help of a few, and he is sure to agree. Han Sen went ahead and covered her mouth. He picked her up and left the cave, even as she struggled. Han Sen wouldn't blackmail a leader of the Gana. The Gana were considered kings of the planet, and so it would be quite easy for them to track Han Sen down. And if the Gana did find him, many elites of other races would do their best to save Guna, all in the hopes of earning more of the Gana's trust. The elites would undoubtedly find themselves summoned like Jade Gold King had been. Han Sen just wanted to take her back to planet Eclipse. There was nothing she or her family could do once she was there. The Gana was merely a small race of no renown, and the strongest amongst them was just a single king. They wouldn't dare venture to Narrow Moon. Even if their king went there, it was unlikely he'd come back. The rebate also required pharmacists like the Gana. It was cruel, yes, but it was also the truth. The Gana were known for their abilities, not their strength. Before Han Sen exited the cave, he saw Dragon Lady, Munger, and Wang Yuhang all walking out. Did you guys evolve a second time? Han Sen asked Dragon Lady and Munger. They nodded, and it brought Han Sen some relief. He said, Munger, follow me. Dragon Lady and Uncle can walk together. My ship is to the south, so Dragon Lady can just go and register. I will also invite Uncle. After their discussion, Dragon Lady and Wang Yuhang left first. Guna looked upset, and Han Sen thought about how he might sneak her back to the ship. The factions were spying on one another. If he brought one of the Gana back to the ship, he would look very suspicious. But as Han Sen was thinking, Little Invisible showed up. It jumped on Guna's head and then disappeared again. Strangely, Guna disappeared too. She became completely see-through like the creature, and it didn't at all look as if she was standing where she was. Good job, Little Invisible. Han Sen was happy, and he hadn't expected the little creature to have that sort of power. 1874 Gana's destruction. Han Sen carried Guna back to the ship and secured a spot for Munger. Han Sen had thought Iceberg Duke would be able to collect some nobles during his absence, even if they were merely barons. Things hadn't turned out quite as he'd expected them to, though. Too many factions were there with the desire to recruit the Gana. They all had the same idea that Han Sen did, too. Even if they could not recruit the Gana, no one wanted to return home empty-handed. Many factions had tried securing the services of a baron, and very few barons would settle for the low aspirations of fledgling factions like Han Sen's. They wanted big groups, and the big groups happily chose them. Even if they wanted to join the rebate, it was far more likely they'd join the Gold Jade King instead. Han Sen had been gone for a long time, but despite that, no barons had been recruited. Not long after, Dragon Lady brought Wang Yuhang along. The workers on the ship were very happy to see a baron come to join them. But Dragon Lady requested that Wang Yuhang go along with her, and if not, she would not lend them her services. If this was another planet at war, barons couldn't make such demands. But in these circumstances, if recruiters did not honor such requests, they wouldn't have much success. Han Sen made a speech that allowed them to stay. The workers complied, and the two were led on board. Iceberg Duke, it is way too difficult to recruit people here. We should go to another planet. Han Sen hid Guna in his room, and he didn't fancy staying around any longer than he had to. Okay, Iceberg Duke knew this would happen. She had warned Han Sen before they even arrived. But instead of rubbing it in, she simply agreed with him. When the ship started to fly off, many airships suddenly started to surround it. Han Sen's heart jumped in his chest, and he thought to himself, did something happen? Did they see me sneak Guna on board? It looks like I can't do bad things and expect to get away with it. I just want her help. It wasn't as if I was going to harm her, though. Karma is biting me back pretty quickly. Han Sen kept fretting about potentially being exposed. And if this was the truth, he wondered how he might make it out alive. Han Sen saw there were many cow on the airship. So, Iceberg Duke went out and spoke to their leader. Iceberg Duke, what do they want? Han Sen asked, after nervously waiting for her to return. Iceberg Duke gave Han Sen an invitation, and then she said, I wasn't expecting this, but the Gana are actually controlled by the cow now. The cow are looking to sell some. So, they have invited us to an auction. Really, how did they manage that? Han Sen now knew it wasn't just Guna who had been captured. The whole of the Gana populace had likely become prisoners. Judging from the current situation, I am afraid only the cow can accomplish this with the Gana. The other factions could not try, because they were watched. If they struck, others were sure to know, Iceberg Duke said. Those cow are conducting auctions. They really think that after the auction is complete, they can take the money they amassed and leave. Han Sen lifted his lip. Maybe they have brain damage. Or maybe they've got a powerful backer. Regardless, this is none of our business. After all, you lack sufficient funds to take part in such an auction. Iceberg Duke knew the state of Han Sen's finances. Han Sen was practically broke. He hadn't been producing enough xenogenic materials and genes to sell. He had also been taking much of what they collected back to the sanctuary to feed his family and friends. Because of that, he had nothing for the auction. Maybe I should go, just so I can at least learn a thing or two. Han Sen thought that if he left now, it would be too obvious. If he was there for the Gana and didn't even bother showing his face in an auction, his actions might be considered suspicious. If the Gana had been defeated and were unable to protect themselves, no one would guess Guna was there, and so his secret would be safe. Han Sen thought he'd join the auction to at least keep himself from drawing suspicion. Back in his room, Han Sen used hidden mode. He wouldn't allow voices or videos to be sent outside his room. He also let little invisible jump off of Guna's head. The bed was colorful in the room, and that was where Guna appeared. Her body was cuffed to the bed, and her mouth was gagged. Only her tail could move. Let me go. If anyone finds out that I am here, you will be very dead. Guna looked fairly angry. Let me give you the bad news and the good news. The bad news, well, all of the Gana have become prisoners. And tomorrow, they'll all be auctioned off. The good news, you don't have to go to this auction and face slavery. You will become mine, Han Sen said. No way, you can't lie to me. Guna's eyes were open wide. No way, then how did you end up captured by Jia? Han Sen brought out his invitation and showed it to her. She was tied up, but her tail was free. With it, she opened the invitation and stared at it with wide eyes that refused to shut. Those traitors. Guna looked even angrier. You are lucky that you aren't being sold off. Follow me and I will treat you well. I promise that you won't face a slave's treatment. Han Sen smiled. What do you want from me? Guna looked rather confused as she asked Han Sen. Nothing. I am only here to recruit. You should know the rules of the rebate, though, Han Sen said, seeming to switch subjects abruptly. Guna looked at Han Sen and asked, you are not a rebate, though. You are an outsider, clearly. I think it is more than rare for an outsider to collect members for a faction. I think there are only a few who do this sort of thing. I don't think you're one of them. Outdated news, lady, I am Knife Queen's student. She's the leader of the Bunny Bunch. Of course I have permission to recruit people here. Han Sen smiled, and then went on to say, when I boarded the ship, did you not see the rebate around? Did you not see the respect and politeness they showed me? Knife Queen has taken an outsider for a student. Guna could hardly believe it. Believe it or not, it does not matter to me. After that, Han Sen lay down on the bed next to her. What are you doing? Guna was shocked, and she wished to avoid him. But she was tied up on the bed, and she was unable to move. What else would I do aside from sleeping? Han Sen was lying on the bed, and he looked at Guna as he spoke. Don't you dare. I would rather kill myself. A shiver ran down Guna's spine when her eyes met with Han Sen's stare. She had heard a lot of races outside her own were quite sick. Han Sen smiled and grabbed her jaw. 1875 Gana's holy lady, don't touch me. I will. Guna was young, and so her body had already started to shake. Han Sen stroked her cheek, and he found it to be remarkably soft and smooth. Then, he pulled his fingers back and said, don't worry. I am not interested in creatures that are unable to stretch their legs. I can't let other people see you, that's all. So, for now, things will have to remain like so. When we're in Narrow Moon, you can sleep wherever you wish to. After that, Han Sen closed his eyes and got some sleep. Eventually, upon realizing Han Sen really was there to rest, Guna finally felt relief. But that night, Guna found herself unable to get a wink of sleep. She lay awake, thinking about all sorts of things. Everything had happened so quickly. She had been kidnapped by Han Sen, while the rest of her family and race were made items for auction. Thinking about her family and her own fate being in the hands of others, Guna started to cry. The next morning, Han Sen woke up and saw Guna looking at him with incredibly red eyes. He frowned and said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I didn't do anything." Han Sen was hoping Guna could be a fine worker for him on Planet Eclipse. He didn't want to kick things off with a sour relationship. "Do you really want to recruit me as a member?" Guna's eyes could not stop blinking. It looked as if she wanted to see right through Han Sen. "What else would I need you for? I am not interested in xenogenics." Han Sen got up, ignoring Guna's red eyes as he spoke. "Are you going to the auction?" Guna asked. "Yes." Han Sen did not have to hide anything. Guna gritted her teeth and said, "Let's trade. If you help me get a Gana, I will obey you without question. I will diligently work for you in Narrow Moon." "That sounds like a fair enough deal, but I don't have the funds. I am only going there for show. I don't plan on buying anything. You know the Gana are really expensive, don't you? The auction will be nuts. People will be throwing tall stacks of money around." Han Sen slumped his shoulders. "I have a way." Guna spoke only after receding into thought for a while. Han Sen looked at Guna and told her, "Tell me, then. If things aren't too complicated, I might be able to take you up on the offer." Iceberg Duke and Han Sen went to the auction. It was set in a beautiful palace, which was where the Gana had gone to pray. Now, it had become an auction house to sell Gana. Seeing the Gana statue, Han Sen sighed and thought to himself, "It looks like praying to God is useless. The Lord helps those who help themselves, I guess." There were many elites attending the auction, and they were all sitting down at tables. None of them looked weak. "Greetings," from Iceberg and Han Sen. Iceberg Duke took Han Sen to meet Gold Jade King. Gold Jade King was a handsome fellow, and his rabbit fur was all gold. He looked very noble, almost like a holy deity. On top of that, Han Sen also thought he looked very familiar. Now that he thought about it, the Earl Rebate he had beaten in the Moon God Festival looked remarkably similar. "You are Knife Queen's student." Gold Jade King's golden eyes looked at him. "Yes, it's good to meet you, sir," Han Sen said politely. He didn't want to offend Gold Jade King. If he really wanted to buy the Gana, he needed Gold Jade King's power to do that and still make it back to Narrow Moon. Han Sen and Iceberg Duke's combined power was fairly weak. Even if they secured a Gana, they could easily be mugged. Gold Jade King nodded and said, "Find a seat and sit down." "Yes." Han Sen and Iceberg Duke answered at the same time, and then they found a table with available seats. There was a space next to Gold Jade King's table, but he did not invite them to sit with him. As a result, they did not. Han Sen dipped his finger in a glass of water and used it to write on the table. "Iceberg Duke, that gold-eared Earl in the Moon Festival, are they related?" Iceberg Duke saw it, and also wrote on the table. "Gao Ji is Gold Jade King's 17th son. That's not good. If something happens to us here, do you think he'll help us?" Han Sen felt depressed, hearing this. It is hard to say. Gold Jade King might have many children, but he does love Gao Ji above the rest. After you defeated Gao Ji like you did, well, it's not surprising that he's upset about it. It is best, all things considered, that you don't start trouble here. Iceberg Duke finished writing. Han Sen sighed, and he thought to himself, I don't want to start trouble here, either. But if I don't buy that Gana, Guna will never obey me. I need to think about this. A few minutes later, the auction hall was full to the brim with people. Many of the cow were busy, occupied with serving the people that had come to the auction. Any of the kings who were present could likely kill each and every cow there, so no rules were needed. There was a cow that looked like Jia, and she went up on stage. Han Sen could not discern the differences between each cow. To him, they all looked the same. Their chests were like basketballs, and the smallest of them was like a football. Don't they have males? Han Sen wondered. After the cow said a few words, they brought out a Gana that had been wrapped up in chains. After a brief explanation of the Gana's identity, the bidding began. The kings were worried, hoping no one would try to steal it. They let their subordinates call out their bids for them. Quickly, the first Gana was purchased for a high price. And then, one by one, more of the Gana were auctioned off. Gold Jade King let the Duke next to him do his bidding, but he was unable to secure one. Han Sen felt that something was amiss. The Gana were being treated like a product, but they looked way too calm. The adults, and even the children, didn't so much as shed a single tear. They calmly allowed themselves to be sold. There was no resistance, and after they were purchased, they quietly stood next to their buyers. Something is wrong. Han Sen looked around, but he did not see anything unusual. The next one to be sold was the Holy Lady of the Gana. While the cow-headed thing made its introduction, a Gana lady was brought up. When Han Sen saw her, he was in absolute shock. The woman looked exactly like Guna. She had a delicate face with white skin. Her waist was extremely slender, and her breasts were mighty and full. She looked just like Guna. 1876 Purgatory Heaven. Everyone should know that the pharmaceutical talents of the Gana are connected with their power. The purer their blood, the greater their medicine becomes. This holy lady is not of the royal family, but her blood is as pure as it gets. She is undoubtedly the best out of all the Gana. Her starting price is, the cow kept on speaking. The people around all started shouting out their bids, which annoyed the auctioneers. The clamor shocked Han Sen quite a bit. There were only a few dozen Gana still waiting to be sold, which put pressure on the bidders who still hadn't secured a Gana. And this was the Holy Lady, so she was a hot item. Gold Jade King had not been actively bidding in the previous auctions. He had seemed to be waiting for a Gana of pure blood. Han Sen, seeing the lady on stage, looked awfully worried. The lady was chained up, and her snake tail was stiffened so she would stand and not fall over. She looked completely emotionless. Her eyes were closed, revealing her long eyelashes. Her pretty lips trembled. It looked as if she was a nun who was in the midst of dire prayers. The noise around her could not cause her expression to falter. Something is wrong. Han Sen looked around again. The Gana that had been bought were all doing the same. They had closed their eyes, and they were in the midst of prayer. No matter how Han Sen looked at them, they seemed to be praying. Even the way they moved their mouths suggested this. Their voices were quiet, and Han Sen could barely hear them. They were not using the common language, however, so Han Sen was unsure what they were saying. King, the Gana are mumbling something. What are they doing? Han Sen informed Gold Jade King. He was feeling very nervous about it all. Gold Jade King looked at the Gana and said, "This is the language of the Gana. They are praying for the assistance of their god. If their deified elite was here, their prayers might actually help. But that elite betrayed the Gana long ago, and they might not respond to the prayers." Gold Jade King went back to ignoring Han Sen and bidding on the lady. Many kings were elites, and they were fearless. Even though there was danger in being there, they wouldn't stop. They would try to grab whatever resources they could first. Han Sen was not that strong, and he was afraid of what might happen. He listened to Gold Jade King's words and got even more nervous. "Iceberg Duke, let's go," Han Sen said, standing up. Why? Iceberg Duke was able to sense something was wrong, but not with the clarity Han Sen could. Han Sen did not have the time to explain. He walked away and said, "I am uncomfortable. Let's walk and talk, shall we?" Iceberg Duke was confused, but she still stood up and followed Han Sen out of the hall. Before they made it outside, however, the lady being sold on the stage raised her voice. Emotionlessly, she called out, Hearts like glass, bodies like mirrors, fall to hell and become dust. If the heart has heaven, only then will you be free. If the heart has heaven, only then will you be free. The praying Gana all began to open their eyes. Their voices bellowed over the proceedings of the auction. Shut up. A cow guard hit one of the girls. She didn't try to avoid the strike, and she allowed the whip to hit her. Her lovely face was marred by the presence of a mark. The girl that was hit ignored the strike, and she continued to speak. I told you to shut up, didn't I? The cow guard hit her again. Her snow-white skin split open, and blood began to spill over her body. The lady still kept her holy look, though. She was chanting alongside the other Gana, uncaring for the wounds she had sustained. It seemed as if she wasn't the one bleeding. Kings like Gold Jade King were now starting to feel as if something was really wrong. Thinking they were strong, though, they did not believe they had a reason to fall back. The strongest Gana there was no greater than a duke, so they did not think they had to be afraid. They did not have to give up the Gana they had already bought, either. Suddenly, the statue in the hall suddenly made a kacha noise. The statue cracked, and the crack wreathed its way around the entire statue. A big slab of stone fell from the statue. It was followed by another, and another, and another. When the rocks fell, they revealed something gold inside the statue. Something is inside that Gana statue. Everyone was shocked, looking towards the statue. Boom. There were too many cracks across the statue, and they eventually caused it to shatter like glass. All the stone fell off, revealing a gold statue on the inside. That Gana goddess statue looked just like Guna, as well. Just like the lady on stage did. The snake tail of the statue come to life slithered slowly back and forth. The floor began to rise up as countless twisted arms. They looked like demonic arms from hell. The goddess did not look down to the ground. Her hand was raised, and her eyes looked up to the sky. She looked very holy. Seeing that weird Gana statue, Gold Jade King and the others were all stunned. One duke was so scared, he screamed, "Purgatory Heaven. This is the Gana's deified item. Why would it be here? Kill these Gana, we cannot let them activate Purgatory Heaven," some noble shouted. Some people started to run off, but it was too late to do that. The sky above the hall was shining with gold. You could not see the stars or the galaxy high above. The place was plunged into complete darkness. The machines came to a stop. The sky above was bright, but its light didn't reach the ground. Only the gold Gana statue lit up the hall. Everything else was dark. It looked like hell. Someone drew out a weapon and killed the Gana right next to him, but when the Gana died, their light was absorbed by the statue. And when it did, the whole world became darker. Idiot! Don't kill them. They are sacrificing themselves, a king shouted coldly. Horrible screams began to erupt from the outside. A cow from outside rushed into the hall, but a large portion of her body had already been ripped away. She struggled a bit and then died. 1877 The hall shrouded in death, so what if it is a deified item? Without the deified one to control it, what can they really do? A king asked, his voice hard. His body looked very bright. He took his subordinates and a Gana outside the hall. His god lights tore through the darkness, lighting up the outside of the hall. The nobles in his employ followed him. They traveled through the dark, wanting to return to their ships. But before they could make it far, strange arms started to writhe their way out of the ground. They grabbed those that traversed the darkness, and even the Gana. The king struck with his god lights. He cut down the weird arms, but he was the only one that could protect himself. The dukes were unable to hold off the grasping arms, and they found themselves getting pulled down into the earth. When the arms latched onto them, they realized that the ground beneath them was turning to mud. The weaker people were immediately pulled down, disappearing beneath the surface. The dukes struggled for a while, but the arms were ultimately too much for them. They suffered the same fate, albeit more slowly. Someone tried flying. A gold light shot across the sky to intercept him, and the flying figure was sent spinning up into the clouds. There was no sound, and he was simply gone. The king was invincible, but he cared little for the others in his employ. He made it out alive, but only 2 subordinates had survived alongside him. A dozen of the people that had previously been following him had been swallowed up. The few kings left inside the hall looked terrible. They knew deified items were scary, and they had heard about Purgatory Heaven before. They did not expect it to be that powerful. Not even king-class fighters could deal with a deified elite. The chances of an ordinary noble making it out were practically zero. The dukes could not leave, and there were not many kings. It looked as if most attendants were going to die right there. Seeing the gold Gana statue glowing brighter and brighter, a few of the kings made their move. With their subordinates in tow, they led the way through the darkness. They left the Gana behind, knowing they were likely unable to take care of them, despite their strength. The purgatory heaven would only get stronger, so not even the king-class elites were willing to stay behind. They could make it out now, but it was difficult to say if they would be able to do so later. Gold Jade King had not said a word thus far, but even he was keen to move. With his two dukes, he ran out. He didn't say Iceberg Duke and Han Sen couldn't follow, but if anything happened to them, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. We should run, too. Iceberg Duke gritted her teeth. She knew she might die by following Gold Jade King, but staying would be a death sentence, anyway. Why doesn't he attack the statue outright? Can't a few kings band together to suppress a deified item? Han Sen pulled at Iceberg Duke. If they could, do you think they'd choose to run? While Iceberg Duke answered, Gold Jade King had already gained a great distance. If she was going to run, it was now or never. Iceberg Duke's face fell as Gold Jade King increased the distance between them. Our only chance is gone. Maybe not. This hall is fine, Han Sen said, while looking at the people remaining. There were some people still in the hall. The Gana, the cow, and a few nobles that had no kings. The nobles that had come with a king had already run out, but they had mostly been killed. The kings were unable to take care of their subordinates. FCK. Speak. B*TCH. How do we stop this thing? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Many nobles were threatening to murder all the Gana. One duke grabbed the Gana lady and slapped her. Her face went swollen. You might as well kill me now, then, the Gana lady said, but there was no anger coating her words. Dying doesn't have to be quick. If you don't tell me the truth, you'll suffer a fate worse than simple death. The duke was absolutely furious. He grabbed her arm and tore a chunk of flesh off. The other nobles were also demanding that the Gana give them a solution. They really wanted a way to get out of there. Stupid people. If the Gana could stop this, the kings wouldn't have left. Iceberg Duke frowned. Han Sen shook his head and did not speak. A Gana could not withstand the torture and screamed, everyone here is already dead. The purgatory heaven has started, and there is no way to stop it. Everything and everyone is going to die. A Gana would rather stand tall and die than wither away as someone's thrall. You guys were dreaming. The hall was in chaos. Han Sen looked outside and noticed the kings had gotten pretty far away. It was nearly impossible to see their lights now, as the darkness overwhelmed all. Iceberg Duke, let's take the Gana lady with us. Perhaps there is a chance we might live. Han Sen walked towards the Gana lady. The duke was in the middle of torturing her. So, Han Sen tried to attack the duke from behind. The guy was as angry as could be, but dukes were dukes, and he was so fast. He managed to dodge Han Sen's knife. Seeing that Han Sen was so weak, likely just a baron or viscount at best, the guy became even angrier. Now he wanted to kill Han Sen. It was then that Iceberg Duke launched herself in front of Han Sen, staring the duke down. She did not think there was a way out of this, but the Gana lady knew the most about what was happening. Having her with them wouldn't do any harm. So, perhaps there was a chance. Iceberg Duke, what is the meaning of this? The duke angrily asked. Nothing. He is my master's student. No one can touch him as long as I am around, Iceberg Duke coldly said. FCK. Do you know what's going on? Who cares who you are at a time like this? Give me the Gana back, lest I harm you, the duke said coldly. You can certainly try. Iceberg Duke started to generate a frosty aura as she spoke. She swiftly became an icy phoenix, protecting herself. Han Sen applied some medicine to the Gana lady's wounds, and he asked her, are you okay? There is no need for you to pretend to be nice to make me trust you. I can tell you that it really is too late now. We will all die, myself included. No one can stop purgatory heaven, the Gana lady said emotionlessly. Han Sen looked at Iceberg Duke's enemy, and he noticed the other nobles weren't looking at him. He surreptitiously pulled something out of his pocket. He let the Gana see it, and he said, do you know what this is? 1878 Purgatory Bees. When the Gana's holy lady saw the item Han Sen was holding, her face changed completely. She looked at Han Sen with pretty eyes and said, where did you get this? Guna asked me to save you, but I am afraid I am too weak. Now I might have that chance, though, Han Sen coldly said. The Gana's holy lady looked at Han Sen and said icily, don't try to fool me. You captured Guna and stole the Gana stone from her, didn't you? Han Sen was holding a small tablet. It was very ancient looking. It had Gana text scrawled on one side, and a depiction of the Gana goddess on the other. Before Han Sen came to the auction, Guna had given it to him. She told him that item would allow him to buy any Gana he wished to, and the Gana would have no choice but to agree. She had not mentioned the name of the specific Gana she wanted Han Sen to bring, but she did say that it was her sister. She also told Han Sen he'd know who it was as soon as he saw her. Guna was right, as well. He did know, because Guna and the woman before him looked exactly the same. They were almost identical, like twins. Han Sen pressed the face of the tablet, and then the text and the goddess lit up. A cow called Jia captured her and tried to sell her. It is fortunate I saved her whilst on my travels. I was going to send her back, but it seems the Gana have fallen. So, I kept Guna on my aircraft. She asked me to save you, no matter what the cost. She also told me to take this with me to the auction. She told me that this tablet would ensure you were saved from the cow. She taught me how to make use of it, too. Han Sen was only being half honest with her. Holy Lady Gana looked confused, but she ultimately believed him. She took the tablet from him and said, "It is nice that Guna has made it to safety, but it is truly too late for us. Purgatory heaven has started, and there is no hope of survival." "Is there truly no other way?" Han Sen asked. Gana Holy Lady looked at the gold Gana goddess statue and gave a wry smile. "If you were a king, you might be able to escape and get clear of the planet before it is consumed by Purgatory heaven. It doesn't seem as if any of us here possess that power, though, does it? Talk about this later. Guna and my subordinates are on the ship. Is there a way to find them?" Han Sen was in a rush now. He was getting very afraid little Munger might end up getting swallowed by the powers of Purgatory heaven. The Gana Holy Lady thought for a moment, and then said, "If Guna is with your fellows, they ought to be fine. But that sanctuary won't last very long. Where is your ship right now?" "It is docked to the south of here," Han Sen answered quickly. "Well, the least we can do is to try for it. Follow me at a pace no greater than 3 steps behind," the Gana Holy Lady said. Then, she headed towards the darkness. Han Sen quickly asked Iceberg Duke to follow them out into the darkness. The Gana Holy Lady was glowing. Wherever she moved, no strange arms rose up from the ground. Han Sen and Iceberg Duke stood right next to her. The Duke that fought against Iceberg Duke witnessed what was happening, and so he decided to follow them, too. But he was a few steps away from the Gana Holy Lady, and an arm managed to clutch his body. The Duke gathered up power to fight back the arms that came for him, but it was pointless. He flew up into the sky then, but as soon as he took off, a gold light shot out of the clouds and sucked him into it. Then, he was gone. The nobles that wished to follow after them stopped. No one dared to step outside now. Han Sen and Iceberg Duke were still able to follow the Gana Holy Lady, but she had been injured. Although Han Sen had healed her, she was still moving very slowly. "How about I carry you?" Han Sen wanted to speed up, but he couldn't go any faster. The Gana Holy Lady shook her head. "I have a bit of the goddess blood in me. I can temporarily suppress the Purgatory heaven power, but that's about it. I can't control it. I don't think I'll be able to fully escape Purgatory heaven. If I'm not physically connected to the ground, even for just a moment, we will find ourselves in Purgatory immediately." Han Sen had no choice but to follow her. The further they walked, the darker things became. And also, the dimmer her glow. The arms surrounded them like toxic snakes on the ground. They would only roll and coil away when the Gana Holy Lady was no further than 2 steps away. When her light became weaker, her radiance reduced. Han Sen and Iceberg Duke had to stick extremely close to her. They were almost pressing against her back. There was a sudden shout. The Gana Holy Lady's face changed, and she said, "No. Purgatory heaven has developed faster than I assumed it would. The Purgatory beast has been generated." When she started to glow, Han Sen saw a shadow approaching. The shadow was able to camouflage itself in the dark, and only its eyes gleamed out from the black. When the shadow was only 3 steps away, Han Sen was finally able to see its face. It was a black beast with 2 heads, and it looked like a hellhound. 2 of its heads looked at them murderously. The Gana Holy Lady bit her fingers to produce blood and then swung them at the beast. A droplet of that blood landed on the body of the beast, and it started to cry. It fell to the ground, dissolving into black smoke. "Niece, I did not know blood could be used like that. Han Sen complimented the act. That was just a newborn purgatory beast. It was weak. That was how my blood could suppress it. You guys shouldn't try to fight. They may be weak, but ordinary powers are unable to touch them, the Gana Holy Lady said. After that, another two-headed beast leapt out of the dark. It was going straight for Iceberg Duke. Iceberg Duke hummed. She generated an ice bird and then struck the purgatory beast. But her power went right through the fiend, as if it truly was just a shadow. The beast was still coming at Iceberg Duke, soaring through the air unfazed. The Gana Holy Lady waved her arm and sent a drop of blood to land on the purgatory beast. Again, it became black smoke. Iceberg Duke looked glum. Her powers were completely useless against those things. She was less useful than a drop of blood, right now. The three of them kept on walking. Not long after, their faces changed. Many purgatory beasts were approaching out of the dark. Their eyes were everywhere, and it was difficult to determine how many there were now. It looks like I won't be able to see Guna one last time before we die. The Gana Holy Lady's face looked bitter. There were so many purgatory beasts that there wasn't enough blood in her body to defeat them. She'd wither herself dry if she tried, and it'd still be for naught. She couldn't do it. 1879 Killing purgatory beasts on the aircraft, Guna was able to witness the changes transpiring outside the window. She screamed, "Guya activated Purgatory Heaven." "What is Purgatory Heaven?" Wang Yuhang asked Guna. When Han Sen left, Wang Yuhang, Han Munger, and Lady Chef were tasked with watching Guna, in case she got up to any mischief during his absence. Guna gave a wry smile, and she shook her head. It looks as if the Gana cannot be saved, after all. It is good, I suppose, that we all die here. No one shall live now. As Guna was speaking, a noise came from outside. Wang Yuhang wanted to take a look at what was going on, but before he reached the door, an arm shot up from the floor. It shocked Wang Yuhang, and he quickly leapt up on the nearest table. What the hell is that? Wang Yuhang could see that those same arms were starting to pop up all across the floor. Only the bed was devoid of hands, so he jumped over to it for safety. Han Munger and Lady Chef went to the bed, as well. Lady Chef drew out her cleaver and tried to hack the hands. But it wasn't long before one of her hands was grabbed. Luckily, Lady Chef was able to pull back quickly. If she hadn't, she'd have been pulled forward and been a goner. What was that? Please don't tell me you don't know, Wang Yuhang asked Guna. Guna, looking all cocky, said, "Have you heard of the deified item of the Guna? It's Purgatory Heaven." "No, I haven't." Wang Yuhang and the others were confused. They had just arrived there, after all, so it was extremely unlikely they'd know about it. Guna rolled her eyes and said, "Ignorance. How can you guys know nothing about our famous deified item? Anyway, that item has been activated. So, we are now all going to die." Wang Yuhang smiled and said, "I don't think so. If it is an item of your race, there must be a way for you to deal with it." "No." Guna shook her head. "If you don't have a way, then why are the arms unable to close in on your proximity?" Wang Yuhang did not believe what Guna was telling him, and so he gave her a smug smile. Guna rolled her eyes and said, "I have the blood of the Gana goddess. So, I can hold them off for a little while. It's not very effective, though. Purgatory Heaven has just started, so this benefits me a little. When the purgatory beasts come, however, I can assure you it'll be useless." "What purgatory beasts?" Wang Yuhang asked. Guna didn't bother answering, and then, they heard a growling noise inside the room. When the growl came, Guna's face changed, and her radiance increased to light up the room with a warmer glow. A black beast with two heads crawled out of the ground. The ship's floor was no longer alloy. It was like mud. Now, she no longer needed to explain what a purgatory beast was. Dragon Lady summoned a big fork. Holding it, she drove it forward to strike the beast. The fork went right through its body, and it was as if she was trying to fork a shadow. The beast was still coming. It's useless. The purgatory beast has been generated by a deified item. It is still early, so they are relatively weak right now. But even so, they have deified powers. Ordinary powers won't hurt them in the least. Before Guna finished speaking, a black arrow went flying into the beast's head. The beast squealed as the arrow pierced the phantom flesh of the body. The power was so strong, the creature was pinned to the ground and exploded. The beast's pieces then dissolved into black smoke. Guna's eyes opened wide, and she looked at the black-clothed lady. She tried moving her lips to speak, but words could not come. Han Munger had oh so simply killed a purgatory beast. And it wasn't long before another appeared. Han Munger drew a black arrow and blew up the head of the next purgatory beast that revealed itself. What is up with this woman? She is just a baron. How could she kill a purgatory beast? Although these purgatory beasts are weak, it should still take a king-class elite to kill one. They are born from the powers of a deified item. Guna was flabbergasted, watching Han Munger slay the purgatory beasts with arrows. No beast was able to show up in the room for long, as each one was killed by Han Munger. No wonder she is called Death Goddess. Only Han Sen can compete with her. Wang Yuhang spoke fondly, after seeing the purgatory beasts get killed so quickly. He gave her a big thumbs up, too. Out on the streets, Han Sen, Iceberg Duke, and the Gana Holy Lady were surrounded by a legion of purgatory beasts. Iceberg Duke's body was brimming with an icy power, and she cast her scary iceberg to try to freeze all the beasts. But the icy birds went right through the bodies of the beasts and didn't hurt them at all. It wasn't because her ice birds weren't powerful, the purgatory beasts were simply too high level. No one without special powers could damage them. Apparently, Iceberg Duke was not capable of doing this. She couldn't restrict the purgatory beasts. Han Sen brought out his ghost teeth knife. He tried attacking one of the creatures that drew near, but even the ghost teeth knife was slicing clean through without hurting the foe. Teeth power was useless against purgatory beasts. Unless ghost teeth knife had been activated to its fullest, like when he was in the Raven Palace, it was a useless tool to wield. The knife had only been activated back then because the Sun Raven was too powerful. These purgatory beasts weren't that powerful, and they simply smelled like death. And because of this, the true strength of ghost teeth knife could not activate. The Holy Lady Guya kept swinging her hands. She cast blood to attack and end the beasts, but she could not do this for that long. There was a limit to how much blood she could part with. She couldn't deal with them all. Guya knew a lot about death, so she wasn't upset about the prospect of dying. What did make her sad, though, was not being able to see Guna one last time. Han Sen gathered up some power of his own. He used the god light from Jadeskin, which was at Viscount class, but it still wasn't enough to work on the beasts. As Han Sen frowned and fell into thought, he heard the sound of a gunshot. A white-armored person with 2 revolvers appeared, repeatedly pulling at the triggers. Each bullet came out to strike a purgatory beast, transforming each and every one into a puff of black smoke. 1880 The only way O Spell's body moved with the revolver's recoil. She kept firing her gun without reprieve, as muzzle flashes ignited the end of the barrel with fire. It wasn't long before all of the purgatory beasts before them had been killed. Others were coming out of the darkness, headed right for them. Han Sen felt depressed, but Spell looked as if she was having genuine fun. Spell had infinite ammo, and it was all based on Han Sen's power. Her shots cost him a lot of his energy. But being able to kill the purgatory beasts in exchange for some energy was a more than fair trade. Let's go. I hope Guna and the guys on the ship are okay. Han Sen hurried Guya on. When Guya heard him calling, it was as if she had snapped out of a daze. She still looked to be in shock. She had never seen a Geno armament like Spell before. She couldn't believe a Baron Geno armament had what it took to take down purgatory beasts with such ease. There was no time for her to dwell on these matters right now, of course. So, she got moving. Wherever she went, the arms disappeared. Spell kept firing at the purgatory beasts that crawled out of the ground along their path. None of those creatures were able to get close. Iceberg Duke looked conflicted with this, as well. This was her first time seeing Han Sen's Geno armament. She had heard Yisha say that his Geno armament was something special, but this blew all her expectations out of the water. It was beyond. Spell looked like a living, sentient being. It wasn't a mere armament. The scariest thing about it all was that Iceberg Duke's own powers could not inflict damage on the beasts. But this armament could. That meant Spell's power had to be something supremely special. How many secrets does this guy have? It is no wonder that Queen accepted him as a student. I have clearly underestimated him, and her, too. I always wondered why she accepted someone who initially appeared so useless, Iceberg Duke thought to herself. The 3 of them worked their way down to the south. Luckily, they didn't have to go very far. And along the way, Spell diligently kept them protected. It wasn't long before they found themselves standing at the awning of an aircraft. Munger, Dragon Lady, Little Uncle, are you guys still there? Han Sen shouted up at the airship. The airship was coated entirely in darkness, though, and his voice could not carry through the obstructing black. He didn't get a response. It is useless to shout from here. Where's Guna? I want to see her one last time, Guya said, as they all boarded the ship. A while later, many more purgatory beasts began to spawn at once. Although Guna had the same powers as her sister, her blood would probably run dry before killing all of them in that wave. Guya did not have much hope for survival, even still. She expected the worst. Han Sen pointed in the direction she should go, and Guya took off running. There was not a single person in the airship they could see so far. The crew had probably been consumed by the darkness. Han Sen was nervous, and he was worried something bad might have happened to Munger. He hurried Guya to go faster through the ship. Guya was heavily injured, though, and she couldn't go too quickly. She tried going as fast as she could, but eventually, her wounds cracked wider and started to bleed. She had lost a fair amount of blood just dealing with the purgatory beasts earlier, so her legs were quivering as she walked. She looked as if she was on the verge of falling over. There were more and more purgatory beasts around, and while Spell would be able to kill them all, Han Sen found himself getting exhausted. Finally, Han Sen reached his room. The door was shut, so he felt pretty nervous. He had asked the others to watch over Guna during his absence, and he didn't know if they had done their part. If they were too far from Guna, they'd likely be dead. Taking a deep breath, Han Sen kicked the door open. Spell raised her guns and aimed into the room. Inside the room, the black-haired lady had her bow drawn to the door. Father. Han Munger saw Han Sen, but she did not lower her bow. She fired it. Whoosh. The black arrow brushed right past Han Sen's face and perforated a purgatory beast that had snuck up behind him. Pang, pang, pang. Spell fired her guns at the beasts that were showing up across the room. Are you okay? Han Sen was delighted to see them all safe and sound. He brought Guya into the room. Why would you expect us to have any trouble? With Munger here, she keeps shooting each and every dog that shows up. She's having a lot of fun, I think. Wang Yuhang smiled. Guna, sister. Guya and Guna embraced each other with a hug. When they came together, the radiance of their glow increased. It prevented the arms from spawning across half of the room. The darkness still had purgatory beasts prowling within it, though. Guna and Guya's Gana blood wasn't as useful as it had been earlier. We can save the chit-chat for later. Do you have a way for us to escape planet Crooked Rock? We're all in the same airship here, can you tell us how to leave? Han Sen asked Guya and Guna. Han Sen and Wang Yuhang could easily nip back to the sanctuary, but Dragon Lady and Munger had Geno armaments. They'd be prohibited from returning by the sanctuary. It is impossible. We are not the masters of Purgatory Heaven. We can activate it, maybe, but we cannot control it. It might stop once the entire planet has been consumed, Guya said. Guna gritted her teeth. I might have one way of getting out of this, but I am not sure if it'll work. Have you noticed that things are going rather badly here? Tell us, already. Even if it doesn't seem likely that it'll work, we have to try whatever we can, Wang Yuhang said. Guna looked at Guya and said, Sister. Did you use a spell to activate Purgatory Heaven? Guya nodded. She did not know what Guya was going to suggest, either. After that, Guna said, if you activated the spell, that means we really do have Gana goddess genes. We are of her bloodline. You guys are Gana, so of course you too have the goddess blood, Wang Yuhang said. Guya shook her head. Not really. We are an old race. When the Gana lit our lantern in the Geno Hall, 10,000 of the other lamps had not been ignited yet. There was no need to fight for a position at that point. We had no deified elites at the time. We didn't get one until later on, and that person came to be known as Gana goddess. Not all the Gana have the goddess blood. Guya looked at Guna and said, it's useless even if we have the goddess blood, though. It's so weak, and we are just viscounts. There is no way we can control Purgatory Heaven. If we can get back to Purgatory Heaven, maybe I can try, Guna said. How? Everyone asked at the same time. It is too late for me to spend time explaining here. Let us return first. Right now, Purgatory Heaven is not under the control of anyone, but the power is increasing over time. Soon, more and more Purgatory beasts will be showing up. It is difficult to tell if we can reach the goddess statue before then. So, let's get there first. Guna stood up and gestured for Guya to follow her. Han Sen knew that time was tight and they could not afford any delays. Wang Yuhang and the others followed, too. Guna and Guya went together. While the pool of light was brighter, it still had a very limited reach. Han Sen and the others had to stay as close as they could to them. Han Munger and Spell kept firing at the purgatory beasts that tried coming for them. It surprised Han Sen a lot to learn that Han Munger could shoot and kill the purgatory beasts. Han Munger's powers were special. There was no doubt about that. Her genes originated in those of a god and a destructive goddess. A part of it was Han Sen, too. The death-destructive power that she had gained was very unique. If Munger can kill purgatory beasts, that means purgatory beasts and purgatory heaven are somehow connected to death powers, Han Sen thought. Han Sen could guess the element of the purgatory beasts, but with the elements that could be used to counter them, it looked like something Spell could do, too. It was a shame that Spell was only Baron class. She could still do battle now, but when purgatory heaven became stronger, Baron class skills might not be of much help. The only skill he had at Viscount level was Jadeskin. It did not work on purgatory beasts, and that made him depressed. Icebird Duke followed Han Sen and looked rather shy. She had the highest rank, but she was one of the most useless people there. She could only follow. Guna and Guya were surprised with Han Sen's spell Geno armament and Han Munger's power. It was rare to encounter any that could kill the fiends they were up against. They entered the city, and then their greatest worry appeared. They heard a cow, bellowing like thunder. And then, heavy footsteps trotted toward them from the dark. Han Sen's eyes couldn't see in the dark, so he could only hear the scary purgatory beast heading for them. Be careful, a high-level purgatory beast has emerged, Guna warned them. There was no need for such warning, though. Spell and Han Munger had their weapons drawn and aimed at whatever was coming. They could not dodge, and they could not leave. Without Guna and Guya by their side, the arms would claim them as soon the dark reached them. Moo! A cow's bellow came echoing out of the sky, rocking the darkness around them. A black hell cow emerged from the blur, churning its legs to sprint towards them. Spell and Han Munger struck at the same time, with a fusion of black arrows and white bullets. Dong! A black arrow hit the black hell cow. It was dealt minor wounds, but none of the hits were able to break its flesh. The bullets lodged inside the skin, but that was where their flights ended. Get out of the way! Han Sen saw that the cow was still coming. Spell and Han Munger would be unable to block it. He pushed Guna towards Wang Yuheng and Dragon Lady. Han Sen held onto Guya and pulled her and Han Munger back. Icebird Duke could not deal damage to the latest hellish beast, but she reacted quickly to the commands barked by Han Sen. Everyone split up, just as the cow came rushing down the middle of their swift parting. It didn't hit any of them, but the near miss had most certainly given them a cold sweat. Han Munger and Spell kept shooting at the cow, but it wasn't accomplishing much. They were only barons, so it made sense that they could not damage the black hell cow all that much. The black hell cow decided on a new target, and that person was Wang Yuheng. Little uncle, catch! Han Sen threw his Marquis armor to him. Out of everyone there, the person in the most danger was certainly Wang Yuheng. Wang Yuheng knew the purgatory beast would end up going for him. Wang Yuheng caught the armor and put it on with haste. The black hell cow was quick to start chasing after him. Pang! Wang Yuheng was unable to dodge in time. He took a nasty hit, but the Marquis' armor was strong. The plating had prevented the cow from piercing the armor with its strike. The force knocked him to the ground, though. Guna's light was weak, and it only worked for a proximity of 2 steps. Wang Yuheng fell down next to the ghoulish arms on the ground. Han Sen started attacking the arms next to Wang Yuheng, trying to slice the arms that came for him. No matter how sturdy the Marquis' armor was, it couldn't stop the things from pulling Wang Yuheng into a hole. Ghost Teeth knife and teeth power were useless under these circumstances. Han Sen found himself tightly gripping another knife, and he managed to hew down a few of the arms when he tried with that one. He was surprised by the result. Han Sen noticed it was the knife blank from Planet Knife Grave. The knife blank was like a steel rod. It did not possess the edge of a blade, but even so, he was able to slice through the arms that not even a duke's power could cut down. Of course, there was no time to mull this over right now. So, Han Sen got back to work by swinging the knife blank. He cut every arm that had grabbed onto Wang Yuheng and pulled the man out of the ground. Guya and Guna were unable to close their mouths. If someone could kill purgatory beasts, then that meant they were strong. But the arms were the energy of purgatory heaven. Not even king-class folks could kill those arms. So, how was the stick-like item Han Sen wielded able to cut them down with such ease? A few seconds later, the black hell cow came speeding over to Wang Yuhang again. "Old Han, help." Wang Yuhang was shaking, and he did not dare run. If he moved, he'd fall into the arms. That was just as bad as getting run over by the cow. Seeing the black hell cow almost reach Wang Yuhang, Han Sen pushed him over to Guna and swiped at the cow with his knife blank. A black cow's head barreled through the sky. Boom! The headless cow's body ran for a while before coming to an end atop the arms. They both became black smoke and disappeared. Guya and Guna's eyes were open wide. They peered at Han Sen, thinking how unbelievable the entire thing had been. Han Sen kept swinging his knife blank, as if he was mowing down swaths of grass. He cut down endless numbers of purgatory beasts in the ghoulish arms. "Little Han, what are you using? That is exceptionally good." Wang Yuhang's mouth hung wide open. "It's nothing. It might be useful right now, but it is difficult to tell how well it will fare if higher-level purgatory beasts rear their heads. Come on, let's run." Han Sen led everyone towards the hall. Han Sen knew the knife blank did not possess special powers. After all, it was simply the child of a knife, and it wasn't an actual knife. Its spirit was still weak, and it was still growing. But that knife blank could very well be deified. That was because only items and weaponry of the same tier could defeat the purgatory beasts. That was how he was able to defeat the creatures in the arms. Han Sen still had to decide how hard he wished to hit each creature he came against, though. Black Hell Cow's power was equivalent to that of a Viscount. Han Sen was able to kill their current enemies, but if they came up against something of an even higher level, it was likely he'd end up performing like Han Munger and Spell had. He'd only be able to stagger the fiends, and not do any proper damage. Han Sen walked near Guna and Guya. They went at a meandering pace, so Han Sen went forward with knife blank. He killed everything he could see in his path. From arms to two-headed beasts to black hell cows. Everything was slaughtered, and it allowed Guya and Guna to move at a faster pace. It wasn't long before they arrived at the hall they wished to go to. When they got there, though, the situation gave them quite the shock. The hall had fallen. The gold Gana goddess statue was still glowing, though, bathing the area in a light that forbade the entry of beasts and phantom arms. But inside the hall, Han Sen saw 6 shadows. They were the king-class elites that had previously escaped. Gold Jade King was there, too. I thought they ran off. Why have they come back? Han Sen looked at them with surprise. Guya said coldly, they thought that since Purgatory Heaven does not have a deified elite to control it, they could escape before it was activated. Clearly, they miscalculated. Han Sen could guess this. After they left, they had hoped to escape the entire planet. Unfortunately, they could not. So, they had tried to destroy Purgatory Heaven. Han Sen had left the place before then, so he hadn't seen them return. The 6 kings were carrying with them a strange array of powers. The use of those powers seemed to be twisting and distorting the very dimension. They were doing their best to get close to the statue. Gold Jade King's hand gripped a sword that looked very sovereign and prim. The sword was being thrust at the goddess statue. Gold Jade King wielded it with finesse. It looked as if it could sever the atmosphere at any moment, but whenever it came within 2 meters of the statue, its approach was stalled. It became extremely slow, and no amount of effort could move it closer. The Gana goddess gold light became solid. The powerful weaponry and powers wielded against it could not defy that tangible light. Nothing was even able to scrape the statue. Gold Jade King wasn't the only one suffering this suppression, either. The same thing was happening to the other kings there, as well. A beast king was trying to bite it in the air. The creature's fangs had the power to crush mighty objects, and it looked likely to break the statue with its maw. But it was ultimately unable to, as its bite was stopped 2 meters away. It did not matter how hard it tried, its power wasn't sufficient to deliver the attack. A giant-looking king was holding a mighty hammer. The hammer was coming down on the statue. Every swing broke the air, but it could not break the statue. It never got closer than 2 meters from it. Amidst those 6 kings, Han Sen saw a bald monk. He wore monkish garb, like a robe. He struck the statue with the shadow of a Buddha. The same thing occurred to the monk as it did the other kings, too. The god light could not be broken. The 6 wielded an extreme amount of strength. Together, they kept pounding on the statue. If it was a planet they were striking, it would have exploded many times over. If they were unable to break the goddess statue's god light, the power gap between a deified being and a king must have been rather large. What about the nobles in the hall? Han Sen looked around. Aside from the 6 kings attacking the statue, they were all gone. Guya said, "Where the statue shines, there won't be any purgatory beasts and hellish hands. Ordinary people cannot withstand basking in that light for too long, though. I can only assume they were blasted and dragged into purgatory that way." "Guna, is there a way to stop purgatory heaven?" Han Sen asked Guna. Guna looked at the statue and the elites, and she said, "I want to sacrifice myself, and hopefully obtain control of it that way. Then, I can ensure Guya gets out of purgatory heaven. In attacking the statue, however, they have increased its power output. Even if I do sacrifice myself, doing so now would be useless. You are so cruel. You only want to have Guya escape this place, while everyone else is left behind." Wang Yuhang was so mad. "You guys are not nice. Whoever comes here has a reason to do so. They want to use us," Guna hummed. "This is not the time to talk about this, so let me ask again, do you have a way?" Han Sen frowned. "No, the statue has been activated. Not even a king can get close to it. Unless someone deified is here, we will all die," Guna said. "Is there no other way?" Han Sen asked, as he looked at the statue. Guna hummed and said, "Yes. The other way is what the kings are attempting. Break the god light and take control of purgatory heaven the hard way, only then can you." "Stop it, how do I control it?" Han Sen asked. "It is difficult to control purgatory heaven if you don't have the blood of the Gana. The same would apply even if you were deified. But underneath the statue, there is a crack. You can escape purgatory heaven that way. That is what they planned to do, but they underestimated its power," Guna said, while pointing at the statue. Han Sen looked in the direction she pointed to. The end of the statue's tail did indeed possess a tear in the fabric of space. There was a long mark there. That mark is where our deified elites fought their enemies. After 1,000,000 years, it has yet to heal. That is why there is such a blatant flaw. Unfortunately, only deified elites can make use of it. King-class elites cannot, so we most certainly can't, Guya said. 1883 Blood Path. We have to give it a shot, no matter what. We cannot willingly let ourselves die here, Wang Yuhang said, then jumped into the god light area. When his legs and his head touched the god light, it was like he had struck a plank of raw steel. He bounced off with a pang, and it was fortunate he was wearing Han Sen's Marquis armor. Had he not, that would have hurt. DMN, is that light or a wall of steel? Wang Yuhang looked at the golden light. Why else do you think the kings tried to run? Guya looked at him with disdain. Han Sen touched the golden light, and it was like stone. It was so smooth, he couldn't even find a seam or crevice. So, Han Sen tried to use his ghost teeth knife to slice golden light. Sparks flew from the blade, but he could not break through the light. It's so hard. Han Sen was shocked. They could not penetrate the wall, so it spoke volumes about the kings who had been able to move through the light. But even so, despite their massive strength, they were unable to get close to the statue. Wang Yuhang and Han Sen were both unable to enter the god light, but the 6 kings soon noticed them, even as they tried hitting the statue. They looked around them and were shocked. They did not expect another big bunch of people to still be alive. On top of that, Han Sen's group only had average power. Aside from Iceberg Duke, the others were all decidedly weak. When they saw Guna and Guya, however, they were even more shocked. And adding to that, they then looked happy. The giant king, still clad in armor, walked before Han Sen. He grabbed Guya and Guna in his hands and took them over to the statue. There was a long pause. Han Sen saw this happen, but he did not move, and the giant had already taken them and brought them before the statue. What does he want to do? Wang Yuhang asked. Iceberg Duke coldly said, they cannot break the god light. They want to use Guna and Guya's blood to hopefully achieve a connection with purgatory heaven. It might enable them to reach the tear. Han Sen could not say anything. After they were taken, their protective light went with them. The arms started to rise like mad. But Han Sen's people could not enter the god light, so he kept on swinging his knife blank to cut down the arms. Buddha King, you are the best at this. I will let you handle it. Our survival solely depends on you, the giant said, right before handing over Guna and Guya to the monk-like king. Who will go to hell if I don't? The king recited the line of an ancient Buddha, and then he raised his hand and became a Buddha himself. In a shroud of white light, he came before Guya and Guna. The Geno universe has monks, huh? Han Sen was shocked, as he had thought that monks were a human thing. They are not monks, they are the Buddha. They are one of the higher races, Iceberg Duke said. Buddha, Han Sen and Wang Yuhang came from the alliance. Their faces looked strange. The Buddha's head was as smooth as a light bulb, without a single hair, as if he had been born bald. The dots across his head were 9 naturally born moles. Guna and Guya's faces turned pale. It looked as if they wanted to struggle and get free. But beneath the Buddha light of the Buddha King, they could not even flicker their eyelids. Buddha King moved his finger, and then a Buddha light landed between her eyebrows. Blood began to seep out of her brow. It was more than a mere dribble, as well. Suddenly, it became a long streak of blood that floated away from her head. Its target became clear, as it began to drift towards the statue. The blood began to suffuse into the golden light. Gold Jade King and the others started to gather up power, ready to strike the blood. As the kings prepared a frightening attack, the blood-tainted light started to crack. Blood began to fill the cracks like a blooming flower. The kings were happy with this result, and the giant shouted, "Buddha King! Take the essence of the other Gana, so we can escape with greater haste. The longer we are here, the more danger we are in." Amitabha, Buddha King said again. His face did not look very kind. He pointed at Guya's forehead, and then more blood came flowing out. That too started to drift towards the statue. With Guya and Guna's blood, the god light seemed to have weakened. The 6 kings kept attacking without reprieve. Then the god light began to shatter. The smashed light could not coalesce again because of the blood that was spreading through the rupture. Gold Jade King and the others were all made supremely happy, as they were able to destroy the god light with their crazed attacks. Now, they wanted to create a path through the god light and head towards the rupture. These scumbag *SSHOLES. Wang Yuhang was so mad, he punched the god light. But he was too weak, and he could not even break the outer layer. All he did was make his fist numb. Han Sen didn't like what had happened, either, but at the end of the day, it was just natural selection. He couldn't have helped Guna and Guya, even if he wanted to. And they weren't in a much better position themselves. Their powers would not be enough to breach the god light. Even if Gold Jade King cleaved a path all the way through, they had no choice of entering. Han Sen could jump into the sanctuary for safety, alongside Wang Yuhang, but Dragon Lady and Han Munger did not have anywhere to hide. If they were left alone, they'd surely die. Guna and Guya had been frozen stiff by the Buddha King. The essence of their blood continued to leak from their foreheads. The blood was leaking slowly, but they had already lost a large volume. Especially Guya. The two of them looked so angry, hopeless, and sad. They looked at each other, but understood that neither of them could do a thing. They could not even die holding each other. They stood where they were as their blood was stolen, bit by bit. Gold Jade King and the other kings were waiting for them to finish bleeding out. The god light was cracked, and a blood path opened. They were only 1 meter away from the statue. Roar! A giant dragon-like purgatory beast was bomb. It came rushing towards Han Sen like mad. It was a high-tier purgatory beast. Seeing it, everyone's faces paled. 1884 Heaven Han Sen was busy cutting down the twisted arms as the dragon-like purgatory beast came rushing for them. He did not have the power to deal with it. Dragon Lady and the others were starting to think that this was the end. They used all the powers they could exert against the purgatory beast, but it was all to no avail. Han Sen frowned. He kept thinking, wondering if now was the time to use Super King Spirit. Just as he was going to activate Super King Spirit, there was a loud boom. A giant body appeared, and it was the Giant King. He landed in front of them and used his hammer to smack down the purgatory beast. Go! The giant killed the purgatory beast, and his body possessed a radiant god light. He ran back into the god light, and it looked as if he had been talking to Han Sen and the others. This made Han Sen very happy, and he and the others followed Giant King into the goddess god light. They stayed near Giant King, whose light was like a shelter. It shielded them from the goddess, suppression. Giant King, why are you bringing them here instead of focusing on removing the god light? A king with a spear asked coldly. Giant King's voice boomed like thunder, and he replied, for this small group to have survived this long in purgatory heaven, they must be useful in some capacity. And furthermore, if we exhaust the blood of the Gana, we can use theirs. Like hell we can. The blood of these 2 Gana only works because they are of the goddess bloodline. This group isn't even Gana, so what is the point? The king with a spear kept attacking the god light while he berated Giant King. It's better than nothing. Giant King hammered the crack again. His strong attacks could crack open the god light, and the shockwaves almost tossed the others onto the floor. Luckily, Giant King's power was sufficient to keep them protected. Otherwise, the force could very well have killed them. I thought they wanted to save us, but no. It seems that they are after something else. Wang Yuhang said, no matter what the case is, it's better than getting killed out there, as seemed likely. Han Sen stood near the giant's foot. Han Sen was quite tall for a human, but even so, he only reached the giant's ankle. I just hope the kings can clear a path for us, Iceberg Duke said. Many horrible powers came crashing against the god light, and the path cleaved was becoming deeper and deeper. Guna and Guya's blood was on the path, and it prevented the god light from repairing its defenses. 6 elites kept striking at the path, and outside the god light, the arms were rising and wriggling in countless numbers. There was an abundance of purgatory beasts, too. They could not step into the god light, and so they roared at the people inside. In the beginning, there was just that dragon-like one, but then other purgatory beasts emerged. They all looked murderous. There was a purgatory beast that looked like a real dragon, and it was flying in the sky. It looked as if it could consume everything. Han Sen could also see a creature that resembled an angel of some sort, but it was black. Even its wings were black, too. It looked like it had come crawling out of purgatory. Han Sen and the others felt like they were in some big glass bowl. If the bowl broke, any of the purgatory beasts could eat them. It was fortunate that none of the creatures were able to set foot inside the god light. Even so, Wang Yuhang and the others were very scared. Boom! There was an explosion, and the god light shattered beneath the big hammer. Giant King had managed to destroy the final layer of the god light. It revealed the statue body of the golden Gana. The entrance they needed was by the statue's tail. Guna and Guya were dying, as they had lost most of their blood. They were still alive because they were strong, but also because the Buddha King had forced them to remain alive. He was worried that their blood would be rendered ineffective if they died. When the path opened up, Giant King ran straight for the crack. As the giant entered the crack, he became smaller and smaller. Eventually, he disappeared inside the space tunnel. Gold Jade King and Buddha King went in at almost the same time. When Buddha King went in, he did so with a grip on Guna and Guya. The rest of the elites went towards the crack, too. Han Sen and Iceberg Duke followed. Giant King's body was getting smaller the further it went, until it slipped right into the tier. Han Sen and the others were the last to draw near the crack, and luckily, the path was still dyed red. It hadn't been suppressed by the god light yet. So, quickly, he jumped into the crack. The dimensional tear in the fabric of that space was crooked. Han Sen dug himself in, and he felt the same sensation he'd get when using a teleporter. Space turned blurry, and when his vision was restored, he was someplace completely different. He was atop a sea of clouds. There were many palaces built in a sky realm. There were many large plants, adorned with flowers all around them. It was a picturesque scene of heaven, as taken from long ago myths. Han Sen and the others appeared in the plaza of one particular palace. There was a gold fountain at its center, and it looked incredibly beautiful. But when Han Sen entered that heavenly place, his gut clenched. His powers had vanished. He couldn't feel anything anymore. He was like an average commoner, without a modicum of extra power. Han Sen looked around, and so did Iceberg Duke. And when they did, they were shocked. It wasn't just them, either. Giant King himself looked stunned, and none of the other kings looked to be faring well. Guna and Guya, who had been under the control of the Buddha, now had their freedom restored. Buddha King's Buddha light had all vanished. Welcome to heaven, the Gana heaven. Guna and Guya helped each other up as they clenched their teeth. They looked very angry. Their anger was understandable, though. The Gana had been treated like worthless slaves, and their blood had been sucked dry. It was only natural for them to be angry. Han Sen thought things were quickly turning sour. This was not a way out. 1885 imprisoned the gold fountain unleashed a gold light. The gold light descended on Guna and Guya, quickly repairing their ravaged bodies. When Giant King witnessed this, he ran to the fountain and threw his hands into the water to try and absorb that same power. Arg! Giant King cried. The spring water was like a corrosive acid on his hands. The water was good for Guna and Guya, but it was deadly for Giant King. Guya coldly looked at Giant King and said, I told you that this is Gana's heaven. For you, this place is nothing short of hell. Only the Gana have power here, and can receive the boons bestowed by their goddess. We are practically invulnerable. All your power is stripped, so you are little better than an ordinary creature. After that, she smiled and went on to say, it is in thanks to you lot that we are here, of course. Even if we had tried to use our own blood, we wouldn't have made it here alone. Is this purgatory heaven's heaven? Buddha King frowned. Yes, outside is purgatory, and here is heaven, Guya said. I have heard heaven is in the clouds. Why is it here? We arrived here through a slipspace crack, which we broke open. Gold Jade King said, the slipspace crack was just a lie that we created about purgatory heaven. The gold clouds outside are just a path that can take you to purgatory, through the statue. The clouds won't kill you, but you can be killed in heaven by someone with power, of course. Guna said this, and then punched Giant King in the head. The strong Giant King was sent soaring. After his descent, he rolled violently until he came crashing into a wall, coughing up blood. Giant King stood up in a fury. He was a king who had never been humiliated before, and he really wanted to fight back. Before he could straighten himself up, though, Guna came forward and punched him again. This time, he went flying into the clouds. Guya did not join Guna, and she simply walked to the palace near the fountain. Not long after, the clouds rumbled. Many clouds rose, and they each looked like a cage. Many creatures were inside them, and Giant King was one of them. Han Sen now learned that the creatures that were trapped here were the ones who had been zapped by flying into the clouds. He knew Guya wasn't lying, as all of those creatures were here. They had been trapped in the clouds, and while they had not died, they most certainly weren't free. Death was still an inevitability for them, though. Many clouds came towards the palace. Han Sen saw that the clouds that flew there housed Gana. Han Sen counted their numbers, and he noted that most of the Gana were here now. Han Sen tallied 30 or 40. It seemed as if they had planned to be captured, also they could end up here. It was the same for the other creatures who had been trapped by the clouds. They couldn't get out on their own. But now, things were different. The clouds were supported by some phantom power. The Gana were sent to the palace, and the clouds faded from sight. They were free now. The Gana were so happy, and they all bowed to Guna. They then proceeded to speak their own language, which was one that Han Sen did not understand. Throw them all in the clouds. They deserve it, Guna said angrily, pointing at the kings. The Gana headed towards Gold Jade King and the others. They could not use Geno armor, so they were pretty much worse than the average commoner. And while they had skills, they did not have the power to make use of them. Quickly, they were taken to the Sea of Clouds. Hey, we are together. One Gana approached Han Sen and tried to take them, too. Wang Yuhang was quick to shout. He even turned to Guna and said, Guna, we meant you no harm. We went through all that together. Doesn't that make us friends? Guna looked at Wang Yuhang, and then Han Sen, and said with a venomous tone, you guys are not nice people, either. Get moving. Han Sen knew he had kidnapped Guna, which hadn't made her very happy. She wouldn't consider him a friend. You guys are not loyal at all. When Wang Yuhang saw the Gana approaching, he started to tread backwards. This is pointless. Let's just jump. Han Sen made it sound easy. He was, of course, referring to a jump into the clouds. Han Munger and Dragon Lady jumped without thinking. Iceberg Duke didn't fancy getting hit, so she did so, too. Wang Yuhang didn't think there was another way out of there, so he jumped as well. Not long after, they found themselves floating inside the clouds. They were trapped inside them. Giant King and Gold Jade King were in a similar situation. This heavenly power of imprisonment was scary. Aside from the Gana, no king could escape. It was likely only a deified being would be able to break the chains that bound them. Guya walked out of the palace. Her hands were clutching a piece of golden jewelry. Han Sen couldn't tell what it was, but Guya could use the power of the gemstones to control the clouds. Han Sen sat in his cloud, watching Guna and the others. He wasn't going to just sit there, of course. He was going to figure a way to sort all this out. In Gana's heaven, all powers other than the Ganas were suppressed. Even Ghost Teeth Knife had no power. He could not summon Geno armaments, either. But Han Sen had one thing that wasn't restricted, the knife blank that was currently in his hand. There was still a strange power inside it. Aside from the knife blank, Han Sen also felt a power inside him that was not restricted. Guna and Guya were at the edge of the palace. They looked at the people they had imprisoned, and their gazes were looked. It looked like they wanted to murder their prisoners. 1886 I make the calls. Guya looked at Buddha King. The clouds that trapped Buddha King rose up and drifted over to her. Did you take the leader? Guya asked Buddha King expressionlessly. Amitabha, I don't know what you mean. Buddha King said, after speaking out his Buddha phrase. Guya looked at Buddha King and went on to say, I know how powerful the cow are. Without support, they wouldn't have been brave enough to betray us in the manner that they did. Amitabha, what does that have to do with me? Buddha King said, you think the Buddha Duke's meeting with the cow leader slipped our notice? Guya looked angry, and she went on to say, if the leader had simply listened to me, none of this would have happened. Tell me, where did the leader go? Now Han Sen understood why they had not met a stronger Gana. At the auction, they had only seen viscounts. The dukes had not appeared, and neither had the earls. They had already been taken by Buddha King. Buddha King and the cow had used the auction house as a distraction for the other races. While it played out, the more important Gana were successfully kidnapped. Buddha King and the cow hadn't expected the purgatory heaven to come into play. It wasn't Buddha King's fault, of course. No one expected the Gana's deified item to have been in the Gana's hands. Or for it to have been inside a random statue. Amitabha, if you release me, I will keep you safe and bring you all together again. Buddha King admitted he had his hands on their leader, clearly planning to use this as leverage. As soon as Buddha King said this, though, Guya drew a ghostly scimitar and swung it toward his neck. In a split second, the king-class elite was beheaded. His head rolled across the floor, with his eyes open. No one had expected Guya to simply cut his head off. The other kings were all in shock after what they had witnessed. Guya was a very decisive individual. In this heaven, a king-class elite's life was as worthless and weak as the average commoners. There was no need to pay them respect. Han Sen was shocked, but it made sense. Guya had already cast a spell to activate Purgatory Heaven, so yes, the fact she was a very decisive person was already established. Sister, you killed Buddha King. What about our leader? Guna sounded worried. Guya coldly said, killing him did not make a difference. Our leader isn't going to be returned, but don't worry, he's not going to die. He will likely be made a slave, for the Buddha won't kill him. The other kings did not speak, and Guya was correct. The Gana couldn't save anyone. If they had been reckless and left Purgatory Heaven, Buddha King would have found a chance. Instead of saving their kin, they'd end up captured like the rest. Everyone knew this was a familial matter, but not everyone could make a decision like her. Guya killing Buddha King had put an end to his tricks and deception. It also counted as vengeance for her own people. When Guya looked at the clouds, she noticed that all the elites were in shock. Guya looked at Han Sen. She spoke one word, and Han Sen's cloud started flying towards her. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that the second guy she'd killed to be Han Sen. What are you doing? We have been through so much together. We didn't take your blood, and neither have we forced you to do anything against your will. Why don't you kill the guys who robbed you of your blood instead of old Han, huh? Wang Yuhang said. Guya ignored him and looked at Han Sen. But you did bully Guna, did you not? What do you want from me, then? Han Sen asked, sitting on the cloud. You did not harm Guna, and you did help us. I can give you one chance. Guya looked at Guna while speaking to Han Sen. What do I do with this chance? Han Sen did not believe she would let him go so easily. Kill them, and UVDLL be considered one of us. Guya pointed at Gold Jade King, Giant King, and the others. The 5 kings were sent forward, near Han Sen. Good idea. Killing this many elites will gain me so many enemies, and that's just what I need. Even a king of the rebate. Not even Knife Queen would protect me for such a transgression. With this leverage, I could only work for you and no one else. If I don't do what you say, you can tell the others and make me one of the universe's most wanted, Han Sen said coldly. Are you going to kill them or not? Guya asked, looking at Han Sen. Sure, why not? They're not my family. There's no point giving up my own life for theirs. Han Sen just shrugged with his shoulders. Good, use this to cut their heads off, and then you will be considered a friend. Guya gave the ghost scimitar to Han Sen. Giant King and Gold Jade King were surrounded by clouds. They could not move. They watched Han Sen approach, still holding his knife. Han Sen, do you really want to betray Knife Queen in the rebate? Gold Jade King said icily. From what I recall, you never treated me as one of the rebate, anyway. If you did, you would have taken me with you when you tried to escape. Now you think I'm betraying you. Is this a joke or something? Han Sen slightly pressed the weapon against Gold Jade King's neck. The touch of the blade gave him a cold sweat. But Han Sen did not cut him. He then brought the scimitar in front of Giant King and said, "What did you say? You said if their blood was not enough, you'd use ours. I should kill you for that, shouldn't I? Kill me if you want to. Just the crap and get on with it," Giant King said stolidly. Han Sen didn't strike. He walked past each elite, and eventually he turned back to Guya and said, "These are 5 king-class elites. It would be a shame to kill them all. You should hold on to them. If you don't kill them, I will kill you and your friends," Guya said dangerously. "There is no way we are dying." Han Sen smiled. "That is not up to you to decide. I decide what happens here," Guya said. Han Sen threw the ghost scimitar back to Guya and said, "From now on, I call the shots. You and Guna can be my secretaries. Treat this place nicely, and I will treat you nice in return." Guya, Guna, the Gana, and the kings all looked at Han Sen like he was a madman. 1887 give you a chance, did you really just say that? Are you sick? Guna asked, lifting her lips in a sneer. Guya looked at Han Sen and slowly said, "Han Sen, you are special. That is why I have given you this opportunity. You have the chance to be friends with the Gana. This is Purgatory Heaven. Unless a deified elite appears, no one can challenge my will. Buddha King is a good example for you to follow. Or do you not want to end up like him?" Han Sen nodded and said, "And I thought you were smart. I'm the one giving you a chance here. You and Guna can become my secretaries and nothing more. Don't misunderstand that. This *SSHOLE has lost his marbles. Let's lock him up," Guna told the others. Guya used her gem to control the clouds again. But it didn't seem like the clouds could be used to capture people unless they jumped off the platform. Guya had erased Han Sen's cloud, since she expected him to kill the kings. In order for her to gain control of him, he would have to go to the cloud first. A few Gana Viscounts rushed towards Han Sen, hoping to capture him quickly. The kings that had been locked up now watched Han Sen. They wondered what he was planning. In this place, not even the kings could fight against the Gana. Unless they had a deified elite using deified items, the Gana were practically invincible. The kings could not fight them, and Han Sen was a baron. Iceberg Duke could not fathom what sort of trick Han Sen was looking to play. Killing the kings would have guaranteed Han Sen's survival, but he hadn't taken the offer, and now things were uncertain. While Han Sen had pulled off unbelievable performances in battle elsewhere, Purgatory Heaven was different. Not even Iceberg Duke thought he could fight back here. Still, she hoped he'd pull something off. If there was one thing Iceberg Duke did know about Han Sen, it was that he wasn't crazy. Seeing a few Viscounts rapidly approaching, Han Sen had yet to move a muscle. Eventually, he drew out his knife blank. The Gana Viscounts weren't very concerned about that, though. Thus far, only the Gana had been able to use items of power there. Boom! A scary presence exploded out of Han Sen, as if it was breaking the earth. He was like a beast, laying eyes on heaven. Teeth knife mint. Gold Jade King and Iceberg Duke both squealed. The teeth knife of the rebate was quite famous. And even so, not many people were able to practice it. Even fewer could make proper use of it out in the field. Han Sen was an outsider. It was absolutely shocking that he could use teeth powers, almost unbelievable. But right now, that was not the primary concern. It wasn't just that he was using teeth knife mint, it was amazing that he had been able to summon power at all, while else was suppressed by the deified rules that governed the place. Gold Jade King and the others had very strong wills, but in Purgatory Heaven, they were unable to release it. Han Sen's knifeman could be used to its full extent, without suffering from the hampering and suppression of Purgatory Heaven. But this was because Han Sen's knifeman had reached the level of Purgatory Heaven. That was the reason it was not suppressed. But Han Sen was just a baron. How was it possible for him to have such an experienced knifeman? All the nobles were in shock. It made some people jump to the conclusion that Han Sen himself was a deified elite in disguise. Aside from deified elites, who could reveal such a formidable knifeman, here of all places? What is this? How long has he been practicing teeth knife? How is it possible for him to have learned the teeth knifement? This mind, if I am not mistaken, is greater than the Queen's own. Iceberg Duke could scarcely believe the current spectacle. But there it was, Han Sen and his knifeman. He was nothing short of a monster. The Gana Viscounts suddenly started to fall back, looking extremely pale. A deified knifeman was a very cruel thing, and it could break a person's will simply with the weight of its presence. But a knife mind was just a knife mind, and Han Sen did not have a deified body. If an elder of the rebate was present, the knife mind could have been used to kill all the Gana a long time ago. Guna and Guya looked at Han Sen in shock. The knife mind they were witnessing was rendering them speechless. Is he deified? Guna was extremely shocked. Impossible. I haven't a clue why he has this knife mind, but he is not deified. Why are you all still standing there? Go and get him. This heaven belongs to the Gana. It is a sanctuary built specifically for us. We're safe here. Guya was actually quite frightened by what was going on. Still, she managed to keep herself under control and issue commands, telling her people to snatch Han Sen. In heaven, unless the Gana were killed, their wounds would seal up and heal at a tremendously fast pace. They were pretty much almost immortal, in many regards. Seeing the Gana nobles continue to advance, Han Sen said, I don't want to hurt any of you, so why are you pushing me to do just that? Han Sen was depressed. He had planned to use his powerful knife mind to bluff his enemies. But evidently, Guya was too smart for that. Han Sen's plans had fallen apart. A knife mind was just a knife mind, after all. Using it with knife skills was very powerful, but a knife mind on its own did nothing. Aside from the knife blank and the deified knife mind, Han Sen's power was under a big strain. Guya did not show any sign of relenting, and she continued to command her Gana troops to apprehend Han Sen. In that case, I must resort to Plan B. Han Sen's eyes began to shine, and soon after, the light quickly spread to the rest of his body. Han Sen's Plan B was always the same. He would assume the identity of Dollar. He activated his Super King Spirit. His black hair became sparklingly white. It grew quickly, becoming a long white stream of hair. His body glowed with holy light. As the light shone from him, his body did not look real. Instead, he looked like a burned plate of steel. He was like a half-transparent god. Incredible power surged out of him. Everyone was in shock. They watched the god-like body approach. He really can use his powers in heaven. Guna looked stunned. She took a few steps back. A few viscounts were directly before Han Sen right now. They swung their swords and arms towards him. They were afraid. They had originally planned to take him alive, but now they were keen to wave their swords instead. When the sword lights came against Han Sen, it was like they were hitting nothing. They didn't hurt Han Sen at all. 1888 deified elite, how is that possible? Everyone stared at Han Sen, who currently looked like a god. The Gana people used all their powers on Han Sen, but they accomplished nothing. Han Sen's body was like that of a real deity. He could shrug off any mortal damage inflicted upon him. Iceberg Duke looked at Han Sen. She was totally frozen, and her mind had come to a complete standstill. This was partly due to shock, but it was also because she had now discovered a secret. A very scary secret. Iceberg Duke was Yisha's best friend. She was also her most loyal follower. Yisha put her absolute trust in Iceberg Duke. They shared a lot of secrets with each other, and they disclosed many private and personal matters. Yisha had told Iceberg Duke that she was once bullied by someone in Demon's Grave. The man that had bullied her was called Dollar. Yisha had commanded her to keep her ears to the ground and learn anything she could about the elusive Dollar. Thus far, Iceberg Duke had come up with zilch. But Yisha knew what Dollar looked like, and she was able to describe his powers. The power Han Sen currently wielded was very similar to what Yisha had described. Yisha had mentioned all this more than once, so Iceberg Duke remembered it well. Han Sen is Dollar. This is scary. Iceberg Duke felt chilled, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Yisha's important, almighty student was, in fact, her nemesis, the one she despised the most. Just thinking about that cruel twist of fate made Iceberg Duke's mind go for a loop. And as she looked down at Han Sen, he suddenly looked like a demon. Han Sen did not have time to act in a model manner, though. When he donned his Super King Spirit mode, he lifted his ghost teeth knife and let the knife rage with purple light. The purple light rose tangibly across the blade. Super King Spirit let Han Sen release the powers contained within all his gear. Like the Holy Angel Bone Arrow, Ghost Teeth Knife activated its own power. Ghost Teeth Knife's power, combined with Han Sen's deified knife mind, rendered Guna and Guya speechless. There was only one explanation for Han Sen being able to use terrifying powers like that in Purgatory Heaven: he must be a deified elite. Only deified elites could use their powers in heaven, just as he was doing. As they thought about fighting a deified elite, the Gana suddenly felt hopeless. Their faces were drawn and drained of color. Things weren't looking good for them. Guya was the palest of the bunch, though. She had the stone to control purgatory heaven, but she was not deified herself. All she had was the blood of the goddess, lineage. She couldn't control heaven well. And she knew she wouldn't be able to compete or bring that power to heal. Gold Jade King and the other imprisoned nobles all stared at Han Sen. Gold Jade King could not believe Knife Queen's student was that strong. Han Sen pulled out his ghost teeth knife and started swinging it towards Guna and Guya. The lights of the knife were like individual monsters, wanting to swallow the entire dimension they resided in. Guna and Guya's faces turned gray. The Gana wanted to help them, but the knife was way too fast. They couldn't react in time, and it was already coming down on the two women. It didn't hit Guna or Guya, though. It actually flew past them, striking the fountain behind them. Kacha. With that surge of power, the entire palace behind them was sundered in half. That wasn't the end, either. After the scary teeth power cut the palace in two, it spread. A purple mist was swallowing it, making the palace look like some cursed ruin. Boom. When the palace was covered in this purple mist, it suddenly shattered and fell to pieces. Dust choked the air, and the entirety of the heavenly realm rattled and shook. Everyone was in utter shock. Seeing the godlike man in the palace he had reduced to rubble, no one could find the words to speak. Han Sen put the knife back in the sheath on his waist, and then the white light faded. He looked normal once again. He looked at Guna and Guya and coldly said, "I thought you two were smart, and I would very much like to give you another chance. I'd like you and Guna to become my secretaries. What do you think of that proposal now?" It was almost the same sentences as before, but now, the words sounded very different than before. Guya was catatonic. She just stood where she was. Now that Han Sen had dismissed that incredible power, he looked even more mysterious. He was like a god, disguised as a mortal. Guya pulled Guna closer, and then she knelt. "Guna and I are willing to follow you. Our lives are dedicated to your service. Please spare us and the rest of our race from certain annihilation." Urk-K planet Crooked Rock had suffered one mighty disaster. All the creatures there had been killed in one day, and that included all the kings that were there. No corpses were left behind, either. When the rescue teams arrived, they couldn't find anything living. But judging from what they could see, a few people conjectured about what had happened. Purgatory Heaven was not a big secret, so they guessed that the Gana had attacked. Others came after that to investigate this incident, wanting to know where Purgatory Heaven was. Han Sen was on his way back, on his ship, and he had something on his mind that was giving him quite the headache. Guya and Guna were obeying him now, and Han Sen had taken measures to keep their lives in his hands and ensure they wouldn't revolt. Purgatory Heaven consumed everything on planet Crooked Rock. It had stopped now, but the gem Guna and Guya used to control the statue had become a little gold statue that Han Sen had brought with him. The nobles and Gana were still locked in that heaven, and Han Sen wasn't planning to let them out anytime soon. After all, they had seen Han Sen become a super king spirit. He couldn't trust them fully, and so he couldn't release them back into the universe. Especially Iceberg Duke. He could not let her see Yisha again. But if Iceberg Duke did not return, what would he tell Yisha about what happened? If he said that Iceberg Duke disappeared on the planet, then how would he explain the fact that he was fine? If he told her that they weren't on planet Crooked Rock, why would Iceberg Duke be gone? Han Sen had gotten a headache just thinking about how he could explain all this. The ship was not at Narrow Moon just yet, and still, Yisha's battleship had come to meet with him. Her sudden appearance gave Han Sen a shock. He knew Yisha was coming after him and Iceberg Duke. 1889 temporarily passed. "Where is Iceberg Duke?" Yisha asked Han Sen as they stood on the knife battleship. "Queen, I do not know where Iceberg Duke is." Han Sen gave her a wry smile. He wasn't planning on admitting anything. Plus, no one had survived on that planet, and they were all trapped in Purgatory Heaven. As long as he did not admit what had happened, no evidence would be unearthed to suggest otherwise. "How can you not know? Iceberg Duke should have been by your side at all times, protecting you." Yisha spoke to him calmly, but Han Sen could detect what was really boiling beneath the surface. If he gave her the wrong answer, God only knew what would happen. Han Sen did not hesitate to tell her, "Iceberg Duke and I went to planet Crooked Rock. I wanted to see if I could recruit a few of the Gana, but when I arrived, I realized I had no chance. So, I asked her to help me recruit. But then, the cow revolted. They put the Gana on auction. We were invited, so Iceberg Duke went ahead to the auction. With someone else to recruit on my behalf, I didn't bother going. And then what happened? Yisha asked. And then I recruited them. Before we got back to the ship, the entire planet was veiled by gold clouds. And there were many arms coming out of the ground, alongside many beasts that crawled out of some nether. We tried to hide in a cave, and we fought those monsters side by side. After a day of this, the beasts, arms, and clouds disappeared. When we got back to the ship, we noticed Iceberg Duke was gone, and so were many others. Everyone else on the entire planet was gone too. Han Sen cooked up a hearty mixture of lies and truths to sell the story. He had to keep running with this yarn, whether or not Yisha believed him. Yisha looked at Han Sen, Han Munger, Dragon Lady, Wang Yuhang, and then looked back to Han Sen. How did you deal with those creatures in the arms? Those arms were scary. Our powers didn't do anything. If we were grabbed, we'd be pulled into the ground. The beasts were even scarier. Our powers did nothing to hinder their assault. Only Spell and Munger were able to fight them, Han Sen said. You are saying that Spell and her powers can defeat the purgatory beasts? Yisha asked with a frown. Yes, but they can't deal with the arms. But we survived because of this item. It enabled us to shred the arms. Han Sen presented her with his knife blank, showing it off. Yisha took the knife blank and gave it a stroke with her fingers. She released some sort of purple power onto the knife blank, but the power could not be absorbed. Yisha looked shocked, and she said, this knife blank is godly. It is no wonder it could cut through those hell hands. With the god element, does that mean it is a deified item? Han Sen was happy to hear this. Yisha shook her head and said, it is not a deified item. It is just a material for a deified item. That is great. I can forge it into an item of some sort, then, yes. You should take this knife, my queen. You should forge it into a godly knife, and make it something properly deified. And then, you can shock the whole universe. Han Sen said quickly. You are willing to give this to me? Yisha smiled at Han Sen, as she held onto the knife blank. Of course. You are my master, after all. Your glory is my glory. If you achieve more, I would be even more proud. This is just a meager knife blank. If I had a deified knife, I'd give that to you first. If your life is getting better, then my life is sure to improve, too. Han Sen looked awfully sincere. Yisha looked much nicer now, but she gave it back to Han Sen. You are nice, but this knife blank was obtained in the knife grave. It'll be difficult to forge it, and it isn't too godly. I can't make it into something powerful, I am afraid. After a pause, Yisha continued speaking to Han Sen. I will ask someone else to escort you to planet Eclipse. I am going to planet Crooked Rock, where I hope to find a lead on the whereabouts of Iceberg Duke. I will avenge and destroy any who has done something bad to Iceberg. Iceberg Duke was put in danger because of me. I should go with you, Han Sen said. It's okay. And by the way, don't tell others you have been to planet Crooked Rock. That will bring unnecessary hassle. It'd be bad. After a brief talk with Han Sen, Yisha sent him on his way to Narrow Moon. She went ahead to planet Crooked Rock. Han Sen felt a lot of relief when he was back. Somehow, he had made it through. Even if she did not believe him entirely, he should remain safe as long as she was not able to find any evidence that contradicted his story. Han Sen brought his companions into the base. Then he gave Wang Yuhang a truckload of xenogenic genes, wanting him to get stronger and generate a geno armor. Although there was a Marquis class armor, Han Sen was worried that the man was so weak that he'd end up getting killed anyway. Han Sen had nothing but Baron class xenogenic genes, but that was fine for Wang Yuhang. And after a few days, Wang Yuhang's xenogenic gene tally reached 100. Wang Yuhang started to evolve, and he ended up generating a black geno armor. But he couldn't evolve a second time, so Han Sen gave him a magnet fruit. He made it and became a fully fledged Baron. Little uncle, your geno armament is cool. Han Sen looked at Wang Yuhang's geno armament in surprise. Wang Yuhang's geno armament was a black dirt bike. It looked like a vintage model, but it looked sweet. Haha, I knew I was born a special chap. It looks pretty bad SS, huh? If you need anything, I got your back. Wang Yuhang looked so cocky, sitting on his new bike. What powers does it have? Han Sen asked with curiosity. It's awesome. Wang Yuhang said, then started the bike. He drove around the base and returned to Han Sen. He proudly said, what do you think? Fast, powerful. The speed is okay, But what else does it do, aside from carry you? Han Sen asked. I can run over people. Wang Yuhang sounded a bit weak. So it deals no damage. Does it have any other function? Like, can it fly? Can it carry you across water? Han Sen asked. Bro, this is a bike. You are talking about boats and planes. Wang Yuhang laughed. Han Sen felt his heart sink. This bike was like any other he could buy. It could drive him around and little else. 1890. Returning to the Red Mist Valley, Han Sen thought about it, though, and he decided that the bike was probably quite suitable for someone like Wang Yuhang. If the man could use it to escape things chasing him, then it would be useful enough. Perhaps when the armament evolved some more, it would develop other abilities. Yisha learned nothing from her trip to planet Crooked Rock. All the factions were now in search of Purgatory Heaven, but no one had turned up any leads yet. Han Sen was going to take Wang Yuhang to explore the Red Mist Valley, but Yisha gave Han Sen a call and told him they needed to talk about something important. Han Sen went to meet with her, all the while thinking over any trace of evidence he might have left suggesting what had really gone down on planet Crooked Rock. He didn't think he had, though. When they met, she said, Buddha Ambassador will be visiting Narrow Moon, and there will be a meeting. If you have nothing important that requires your immediate attendance, I suggest you attend, Yisha said. Han Sen felt some relief, hearing what she wanted. She didn't want to talk about planet Crooked Rock and the missing iceberg Duke. Knowing this, he felt much more at ease. Queen, why would the Buddha visit Narrow Moon? What is all this going to be about? Han Sen asked. Yisha said, the rebate are quite friendly with the Buddha. We are close allies. The meeting is a formality to sustain our friendship and exchange Geno arts. The people who can join the get-together are usually the best of the best. Yisha paused for a moment, before going on to say, the rebate usually send in members of the Moon Garden. You may not be one of them, but you can still observe the proceedings. The Geno arts of the Buddhas are fairly unique, and it might be quite useful for you to learn them. Even if you cannot try them out, you can watch them, at least. Yes, my queen, I will take a look. Han Sen did not know what the point of going there actually was, but if Yisha was telling him he should go, he thought there had to be more to it. But Yisha didn't explain any further, so he didn't ask. Yisha spoke about the Buddha, though, and it jogged Han Sen's memory about something. After Buddha King was killed by Guya, Han Sen had found two items. One was a Buddha necklace, and the other was a scroll. The scroll was scrawled in the text of the Buddha. After its translation, Han Sen learned that it was about a Geno art called Unlimited Sutra. Han Sen checked it out. The main part of the text pertained to evolving, which was practically useless where Han Sen was concerned. He wasn't interested in a technique that could generate a Geno armor. What did interest him, though, were the additions of smaller techniques around the main body of text. It was interesting, and it helped Han Sen understand more about the Buddha. The Buddha necklace was a high-class treasure, but Han Sen could not use it. Maybe the user required a certain blood lineage or a special power of some sort. Yisha was allowing Han Sen to participate in the event, and Han Sen thought it might give him a look into Unlimited Sutra. That would only further his knowledge about the Buddha. After Han Sen left, Yisha picked up a book and got to reading it. She was in a foul mood. Iceberg Duke was still missing, someplace on planet Crooked Rock, and Yisha had no clue whether she was alive or dead. The spots for properly taking part in the event were only available to members of the Moon Garden. But now, the 10 kings of Narrow Moon aside from 2 kings that did not have any students of their own could allow their students and children to attend. It was only Yisha's student that wasn't allowed a spot in the proceedings. Hers was relegated to spectating. It made her feel quite poorly. Yisha still allowed Han Sen to go there, though, because she wanted Han Sen to learn more. There was something else that made her eager for him to go, too. Han Sen was not a member, so if he was challenged by one of the Buddha students, the challenge couldn't happen. Han Sen went back to the base and got back to reading Unlimited Sutra. Then, he gave Wang Yuhang a call. He also called the others and told them all to rendezvous at Red Mist Valley. The mist in Red Mist Valley was thick. It could be clearly seen from as far as 10 miles away. The mist resembled fiery clouds. Fortunately, it was planet eclipse. The magnetic storms and vortexes in the sky were scary. No one could see such things from the sky, and so many of the planet's secrets had yet to be discovered. Little uncle, all of this hinges on you, Han Sen told Wang Yuhang as he pointed down into the valley. Wang Yuhuang was wearing the Marquis's armor, and he confidently gave Han Sen a don't worry gesture. I will handle this. I'm good at this sort of thing. Wang Yuhang summoned his bike and rode it towards the valley. He didn't speed straight in. At first, he skirted the entrance before spinning around. He shouted out towards the valley, everyone hanging out in this mist, listen. Grandpa Wang is here. If you guys don't come out of here, I'll destroy you. Wang Yuhang shouted, and then a sudden chorus of screams erupted from within the mist. And then, many fiery shadows started to emerge, coming straight for him. Mamma mia! Wang Yuhang put his foot down on the pedal and escaped with his bike. The bike's speed was very good for a barren armament, but compared to the fiery shadows, it was actually quite slow. He had only made it a few meters before the shadows had caught up with him. There was a pang and Wang Yuhang crashed his bike. He was sent flying a dozen meters before he hit the ground. He rolled quite a bit before coming to a total stop. Luckily, Wang Yuhang was wearing the Marquis's armor. If he hadn't, he'd have been a dead man by now. But even though he had the armor, he still felt very dizzy. He picked himself up off the ground, and soon enough, a fiery shadow was before him again. It knocked him away once more. Han Sen, Ji Yu Qingcheng, and Xie Qing King finally noticed that the fiery shadow was a beast shrouded in red mist. It looked a mink, with 3 eyes. The red mist looked as if it was actually under the red beast's control. Every time the creature attacked, though, it left marks across Wang Yuhang's armor. Quick, I'm going to die, Wang Yuhang screamed as the creature happily tossed him around. The beast could not break the Marquis's armor, but the force with which it shook him was still enough to have him spewing blood. Han Sen put on his rabbit shoes. Without hesitation, he leapt towards the little monster and swung his ghost teeth knife, which was swirling with purple light. There was no one else around, so he did not have to hide anything. He used his Jadeskin's god light, which was Viscount class, with the ghost teeth knife's knife mind, and struck the beast. It cut through the shadow and left behind a cleft on the creature's skin. 1891 red mist mink. The little beast got hit, and it squealed in agony. It turned around and jumped towards Han Sen. Han Sen was very fast, and because his rabbit shoes were Duke class, he had Duke class speed to run with. The beast was only Earl class, so it was much slower than Han Sen. Han Sen moved like a shadow. He swung his ghost teeth knife and hit the little beast again. Every time he did this, a small wound was left on the creature. Over time, after many more strikes, those cuts were all over its body. The wounds kept bleeding as a purple mist oozed out of the injuries. It was only a matter of time before the wounds started to spread. The beast was injured, and being unable to withstand the pain, it sought to race back into Red Mist Valley to escape. Han Sen felt depressed. He had the speed, and he had a good knife to boot. Unfortunately, his powers were actually quite weak. The Viscount class god light, with teeth knife, could not grievously injure the Earl class beast. He continued to slash at the beast as well as he could, but the foe was still able to escape into the valley. Little uncle, draw him out again. Han Sen retreated to a position where he could hide. Little uncle ran back to the entrance, but this time without the bike. The bike was too weak right now, so it was pointless bringing it before an earl. Where are you running off to, boy? Come out and fight Grandpa Wang again. Wang Yuhang kept barking into the mist, but the creature did not reveal itself again. Perhaps it was because the beast really was quite injured. Wang Yuhang shouted, like that for a while, until his voice started to crack and leave him. Still, their foe refused to reveal itself again. Hey, is it working? If it doesn't work, we'll just have to find another way, Xie Qing King shouted at Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang acted confidently, and he said, what do you mean? Is it working? No, but I am a man, and I will not give up so easily. After that, Wang Yuhang turned his back to the entrance of the mist-veiled valley and pulled down his pants. He bent over to reveal his butt, and in a bid to provoke the enemies inside the mist, spread his cheeks. If you have the balls, you'd come out and fight with me. Otherwise, your kid is my kid. Squeak. After Wang Yuhang shouted, a red shadow appeared. It was the same beast, and it was still bleeding from the lacerations it had procured earlier. It ran out, very angry, as if Wang Yuhang had just slaughtered its parents. Wang Yuhang started running, and eventually resummoned his armor. Unfortunately, he was a little late in doing that, and he suffered a bite. He lost a big chunk of flesh from his backside, which bled profusely. Oh my god, Wang Yuhang kept running as fast as he could. Fortunately, he was able to re-equip the armor and avoid getting bitten again. But the blood from his bum dyed the armor red. The beast was still not keen on giving up, though, and it kept running after Wang Yuhang. Han Sen gripped his knife and ran out after it. With his speed, he caught up rapidly. The ghost teeth knife, with tusk, had created a nasty wound on the monster. The beast's recovery had been slow. As a result, the wounds it had incurred were still bleeding, and they were continuing to spread. The beast wanted to kill little uncle, but Han Sen hit it again. Now that it had regained its senses, it tried to reverse course back to the valley. Han Sen kept slashing it. He cast Jadeskin and the Blood Pulse Sutra, and he ran them both at maximum velocity. His body looked like jade, and his blood was boiling. Dong, dong, dong. After 3 swings, Han Sen felt as if his own blood was going to spill out. A weird, blood-like power entered his ghost teeth knife and dyed it red. Mutant blood ascended to Viscount. The announcement rang inside Han Sen's mind, and it brought him sheer delight. The Blood Pulse Sutra had finally leveled up. Kacha. The now reddened ghost teeth knife was covered in a Jadeskin god light. It came down on the beast and sliced its paws off. Han Sen felt very happy about this. The red blade he now wielded was flashing, and blood was being thrown about everywhere. Before the enemy could escape all the way into the mist, Han Sen was able to cut off its head. Red mist minked xenogenic Earl hunted, xenogenic gene found. Xenogenic beast soul obtained. Han Sen was happy. He picked up the beast and cut it open. He found a red bone inside its body, which he knew was the prized xenogenic gene. Help, I'm going to die. Wang Yuhang was on the ground, screaming. His butt had been sorely injured. No one told you to be that reckless. Xie Qingqing kicked Wang Yuhang's bleeding butt, which prompted another scream. You guys have no heart. I did this for you lot. Xie Qingqing looked at the man with disdain and said, you had it coming. Little Silver, go heal him, Han Sen called to Little Silver. No, arg. Before Wang Yuhang could finish, Little Silver fired 2 bolts of lightning at him, one from each eye. They struck Wang Yuhang's bum and had him squealing in even more pain. Little Silver's Viscount class healing was very effective. Its only downside was that it dished out a lot of pain. Wang Yuhang's wounds were completely healed after a short amount of time. Little uncle, try again. See if there are any more xenogenics inside. Han Sen smiled at Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang didn't want to, but he still shouted before the entrance of the valley. He wasn't taking his pants off this time, though. After a while, there appeared to be nothing more. Xie Qingqing decided to sketch some shadows and send them into the valley, though. They soon disappeared, but not because they were attacked. It looks like there are no more xenogenics inside. Xie Qingqing put his book away and approached the valley. They all entered that place, and as suspected, they weren't attacked. The red mist was too strong, though, and they couldn't make out anything. The mist is too strong. I can't see anything. I won't be able to see any sort of treasure, assuming there is something here, Wang Yuhang said. They couldn't find anything there, so eventually, they abandoned the valley. There has to be something. It's just that finding it will be annoying. Xie Qingqing frowned. Han Sen was going to say something, but suddenly, an aircraft came flying down towards Mirror Lake. It doesn't look like an aircraft that belongs to the rebate. Who would seek to visit this place now, of all times? Han Sen frowned and called for everyone to return. There weren't many electronic tools that could be used on Planet Eclipse. If they wanted to get some intel, they'd have to go back to base. Outside of Mirror Base, an aircraft came to park. When the door of the ship opened, it revealed a woman with white, monk-like robes. The woman was very beautiful, and she had a red dot on her forehead. She was a Buddha, 1892 guardian of the door. Han Sen had seen many bald people, but very few women. And he definitely hadn't seen a bald woman that pretty before. Her delicate face, and the grace she exuded, made it easy to ignore the fact that she had no hair. She was different from Buddha King. This Buddha woman did not possess a scar, and she only had that red dot on her forehead. Behind the Buddha woman, a Buddha man came forward. And then a few of the rebate did, too. My lady, Planet Eclipse is so poor. There is nothing to see here, and I can assure you that this is not a place you will enjoy visiting, a rebate man said to the woman. The Buddha lady, called Speechless, smiled and said, no flower, and I want to see Knife Queen's student. We are here for the sole purpose of visiting this planet. No flower, Buddha quietly said. The crystallizer that is called Han Sen, He brought out a king-class knife from knife grave, did he not? And he managed to practice teeth knife techniques, yes. Are these claims true? Yes, but he is a mere baron. Because he is so weak, Knife Queen has squandered a great many resources on him. He is not even a viscount yet. I am afraid there is no point in you guys visiting, Sad Knight said. That's okay. We are merely sating our curiosity. We just want to observe what sort of creature he is. Speechless smiled. This way, then. Sad Knight led the way for them. When they stood before the entrance of the base, Sad Knight said to the guards, "Tell your master Han Sen that Sad Knight, Black Cliff, Speechless Buddha Lady, and No Flower Buddha are here to visit." After that, Sad Knight performed a welcoming gesture to them. Then, he said, "This way." After walking a few steps, a guard stopped him and said, "This is our base. You cannot enter here. Move." Sad Knight looked at the guard coldly, then tried to force his way inside. The guard did not say a word, and instead pulled out a giant cleaver. The guard swung it at Sad Knight. "How dare you attack me? You are a mere servant." Sad Knight was enraged by this, and so he threw a slap towards the cleaver to eliminate the guard. The Knight family did not have much respect for Han Sen. In the Moon Festival, Han Sen had stolen the thunder away from the Knight family. It made Sad Knight very angry with him, and that was only fuel to the fire of his current rudeness. Sad Knight could tell that the guard was just a baron, though. Sad Knight was a viscount, so killing the guard should have been an easy feat. But when the cleaver was about to come into contact with his hand, the giant cleaver moved like a fish. It slid to the side of his wrist and cut it. It was a small cut, but it was enough to make Sad Knight extremely angry. Being injured by a baron was quite humiliating for him. He was the son of Night River King, and he had been dealt a speck of damage by a weakling guard. This was just too embarrassing for him. He started to glow with a god light, preparing to use all his power to kill the guard. Unfortunately for him, he had found the wrong person. A normal baron might have been killed by 3 of his punches. But this guard was Lady Chef. Lady Chef was just a baron, but she had lived a very long life. Her fighting talents were like those of a grandmaster. The guy in front of her was nothing, by comparison. A light shot out of Sad Knight's palm, but Lady Chef's movements were like magic. He was unable to do anything to her. Speechless and No Flower were shocked. For a baron guard to fend off such an enemy with such ease was a big surprise. Amazing blade skills, for sure. It looks like she has something of a knife mind. It is rare for a baron to possess something like that. No Flower thought this was very shocking. Sad Knight's face was swollen with rage. He was trying to kill a baron, and he had yet to have any success. He looked useless in front of the Buddha. "What are you guys up to?" A voice came from a short distance away. Everyone turned around to see 3 men, 1 woman, and 1 creature approaching. Han Sen was amongst them. Sad Knight coldly spoke to Han Sen. "Han Sen, how much disobedience do you teach your slaves? They have stopped a few kings and Buddha. What's more, they are fighting me. I will teach them how to behave properly, if you want." Han Sen recognized him. They last met in the Moon God's festival. "Dragon Lady, what's all this about?" Han Sen walked over to Dragon Lady. They tried to force their way inside. "I stopped them," Dragon Lady answered. "Good job." Han Sen patted her on the shoulder, then walked inside the base alongside Ji Yu Qingcheng. Sad Knight was frozen, unsure of what to think about this. He shouted, "Han Sen, did you hear me? I brought Speechless Buddha Lady and No Flower Buddha to see you. Do you not possess any manners whatsoever?" Han Sen turned around, looked at him, and said, "This is Planet Eclipse, not the palace of Night River King. Who gave you permission to come down here? I should ask Night River King if this is how his family has been taught to behave. Go back. I'll give you half an hour to leave. And you are only given that out of respect to Night River King. If you guys are still here when the time is up, I'll punish you all with my special sort of discipline." When Han Sen finished speaking those cold words, he vanished into his base. Everyone was so mad, and they didn't expect Han Sen to be so disrespectful. "Sure, we only wanted to see the sort of rules you enforce. What do you think, Black Cliff?" Sad Knight's face was green as he asked the black-eared man. Black Cliff nodded, agreeing with what he said. Sad Knight was not stupid, though. Speechless and No Flower were with them, and the rebate that had come along were all nobles. Black Cliff was Black Moon King's son. Han Sen couldn't do anything. Sad Knight knew there were no elites there, though. At the very most, they could only expect to find viscounts inside. Black Cliff could get rid of everyone inside if he chose to. Unfortunately, the law in Narrow Moon was strict, and Knife Queen made fights, breaking out between the planets difficult. If Han Sen struck first, it wouldn't be their fault. They couldn't kill Han Sen in return, but they could sure teach him a lesson. If Mr. Han will not welcome us, we should go back, Speechless Lady said. She looked quite surprised. The student of Knife Queen was far more unique than she had expected. She was actually all the more curious about him now. Don't worry, Black Cliff and I will take care of this. We will wait here and keep an eye on what Han Sen is up to. Sad Knight coldly laughed. Hearing that, Speechless and No Flower looked at each other. They didn't say anything. They were curious about what Han Sen was planning to do, though. 1893 soloing all the group fights. Dragon Lady followed Han Sen into the base. Wang Yuhang and Xianxia King then took up positions on opposite sides of the gate. They were like two soldiers, just smiling at the intruders. Brother King, what is your least favorite meal? Wang Yuhang, standing at the side of the gate, suddenly decided to ask. I am not sure. I like pretty much everything I am able to eat. I even like all desserts, such as stinky tofu, Xianxia King said. Brother King, you really do like to eat everything. But you know what, I know of something that you would not like to eat, Wang Yuhang said with sincerity. What? Xianxia King rose to the question. A closed gate, would you like to eat that? Wang Yuhang asked, laughing to himself. I don't want to eat that. I don't think anyone would like to. Xianxia King smiled. Maybe not. Some people might love to eat that. And they certainly enjoy it. They can't get enough of it. Wang Yuhang smiled, and he looked right at Sad Knight. What a rude slave. Sad Knight was angered by the jest. He drew his sword and sent a scary sword light soaring towards Wang Yuhang's neck. He could not kill Han Sen, but he did not care about disposing of his slaves. Dong. A silver shadow blocked Sad Knight's sword light. It was a leopard, composed of silver light, from the looks of it. Sad Knight was not quite sure what it was, but he wasn't afraid. He swung his sword like lightning to do battle with the leopard. Sad Knight's sword skills were wonderful. It was to be expected. After all, he was the son of a king. His fighting techniques were top dog. After a dozen strikes, the silver leopard was slain. The creature vanished into thin air. If you keep talking crap, you'll end up just like that. Sad Knight said, staring right at Wang Yuhang. If you like to kill so much, would you like to do a few more? Xianxia King moved his fingers to scribble out a few more of those silver leopards. They quickly surrounded Sad Knight. It hadn't been difficult for Sad Knight to take out the silver leopard, but there were so many of them now. They were all viscounts, and they worked together smoothly to establish a proper formation. It'd be hard, that was for sure. Speechless and No Flower were shocked by this. The ability to draw beasts was very rare. Sad Knight killed one silver leopard, then found that Xianxia King had already drawn another to replace it. He kept spawning more and more, as soon as each one died. The numbers didn't reduce, and the fight looked as if it could go on forever. The leopards were able to get a few hits in every now and again, too. Although none of the wounds were grievous, it sullied his image. Come and help. Seeing Black Cliff and the others merely waiting and watching, Sad Knight suddenly felt fear. He couldn't keep fighting these leopards by himself. Just as the rebate looked ready to strike, Xianxia King closed the book and the leopards disappeared. He coldly said, just as I thought, a run-of-the-mill king's child. Just a bully, you. Sad Knight was so angry, but knew he could not compete. When he was flying solo, he hadn't been able to take out the leopards. If he was unable to take out the leopards, he'd be unable to take on Xianxia King. The rebate were curious about all this, though. They wondered where Han Sen might have found such a man. In a solo fight, Sad Knight would not be able to beat him. The drawing abilities were rare, too. They had never seen it before. You are a bully, too. If you have the guts to do it, fight him mano a mano. I guarantee you cannot fight Sad Knight solo, one of the rebate barons shouted to Xianxia King, referring to the fact that there were so many shadow leopards. You sure you want to engage me in a solo fight? Xianxia King looked at Sad Knight with a smile. He didn't even spare the baron a glance. So what? Yeah, but do you dare to come at me? Sad Knight knew it sounded ridiculous as soon as he said it. He was not too happy about this situation. Are you sure? Don't go crying to daddy when you get beaten up. Xianxia King smiled at him. I'm afraid you won't even be able to cry, Sad Knight said coldly. Then come on. It's been a long time since I last had the chance to throw my weight around. The creatures here are so strong, so it's hard to find someone weak enough to enjoy bullying. Now the opportunity to do just that has come. Xianxia put his book away, and then the silver book became a set of armor to plate him. Then, he stretched his limbs. Sad Knight knew Xianxia was mocking him. He looked murderous, and his sword was like the wind as it came to take a bite out of Xianxia. He had a terrible thirst for bloodshed right now. He might not have been able to kill Han Sen, but he could most certainly kill a family member. Even though it would cause him trouble, this was something Night King River could sort out. As the sword light flashed toward him, Xianxia was still stretching his wrists and rolling his neck. Pang! Just as the sword light was going to strike his nose, Xianxia threw a punch. The silver light broke the sword light. Xianxia's strong body began to gleam with silver light. He was like a demon, and he began throwing punches towards Sad Knight. Alu alu alu. A raging bevy of fists was coming at Sad Knight like a furious storm. Sad Knight knew he wouldn't be able to fight back, so he blocked it with a sword. He was like a boat in the middle of the rain. The fists kept striking the sword, shaking it. A kacha noise sounded. The sword shattered to pieces under the pressure of Xianxia's repeated attacks. The punches eventually landed on Sad Knight. Arg! Sad Knight was sent soaring through the air with a body that had been totally twisted by the punches. His armor had shattered, even. His gear had been completely destroyed. Everyone was shocked, and no one had expected that would be the end result. The son of a king had been beaten by a guardsman. He couldn't resist the flurry of attacks, and he was broken and sent flying. They found out that Xianxia was actually scarier when he put the book away. A few of the rebate were shocked. They wished to save Sad Knight, and only Black Cliff did not move. It looks like you guys love to fight in groups. Xianxia was wearing an evil smile. His silver armor returned to the shape of a book. So, he drew something inside and brought a new shadow to life. But this time, it wasn't a leopard that came out. It was Xianxia himself. Alu alu alu. The shadows of Xianxia all began punching the rebate. 1894 Black Cliff. Not much later, the rebate noble heirs were beaten. Their armors had been broken, and their faces were all swollen. They fell to the ground, crying their eyes out. Speechless, No Flower, and Black Cliff were all in shock. It was unheard of, for a nameless viscount to beat down so many nobles. Xianxia seemed terribly overpowered, and he was nothing more than a guard in Han Sen's roster. It was a scary thought. It looks like solo, or even in group fights, you guys are all weak. None of you can fight, Xianxia said simply, and then returned to the entrance. He returned to standing at his station like a proper guardsman, and he paid them no further attention. Sad Knight picked himself up off the ground. His face was completely swollen, stained with blood and dirt. His eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to go and hide. He wouldn't mind losing to Han Sen, but he and the other rebate had been beaten by an insignificant viscount. This wasn't just embarrassing to them, this was an embarrassment to their elders. Everyone would be laughing if news of these events ever spread. The worst thing about it, though, was that Speechless and No Flower had seen it all. Black Cliff, what do you think? Sad Knight looked at Black Cliff. Sad Knight was not going to continue fighting, as that would just lead to greater embarrassment. But Black Cliff was different. He was the oldest son of Black Moon King, and he was a duke. If he struck, it was unlikely anyone near Mirror Lake could withstand the blow. I am only here to see Han Sen's knife blank. The rest of this is none of my business, Black Cliff said with disinterest. Sad Knight's face went red. He looked at Black Cliff, then left. He was way too embarrassed to stay now. A few more of the nobles drifted away, and then the rest got up and said goodbye to Speechless and No Flower. Speechless and No Flower didn't want to leave yet. They were happy to wait outside with Black Cliff. After half an hour, Han Sen exited the base. Han Sen looked at Black Cliff and the Buddhas. With a frown, he said, "Why are you still here?" "I am Black Cliff, from planet Black Moon. I have heard you are in possession of a mystic knife blank. I would like to borrow it. The conditions are yours to decide," Black Cliff said, looking at Han Sen. "Are you related to Black Steel?" Han Sen asked. "Black Steel is my fourth brother," Black Cliff answered. "If you are a sibling of Black Steel, please come inside." Han Sen welcomed him inside. Black Cliff was willing to comply, and he let one of the Kate lead him forward. "What do you two need?" Han Sen looked at Speechless and No Flower. "Amitabha, I am no flower of the Buddha. This is speechless Buddha lady. I have heard Knife Queen accepted a genius for a student, and so we have eagerly looked forward to meeting him. No flower bowed. Well, you guys have met him. You can go now. Han Sen turned around and walked back into the base. Hang on, Pang. Before No Flower could speak, Han Sen had closed the gate. Speechless and No Flower had seen a lot in their time. They had seen many people express all sorts of different tempers, but Han Sen was unique amongst all they had seen. The student of Knife Queen is special. No Flower had a wry smile. Never mind, if he doesn't want to see us, then we'd best depart. Speechless looked strange as she made the decision. That is the only way, I suppose. No Flower nodded. They left the base and flew off in the aircraft. Speechless was thinking to herself, Knife Queen wouldn't just accept any student. We haven't yet found out why she selected him, but seeing how strong his followers are, it might suggest he is hiding something. I need to force him to talk to me sometime. After Han Sen went back into the base, he went to the meeting room to discuss things with Black Cliff. Why do you want to see my knife blank? Han Sen asked. The knife blank was not an ordinary item. If Black Cliff hadn't been Black Steel's brother, Han Sen wouldn't have let him in, regardless of his rank. He certainly wouldn't let him see the knife blank. Black Cliff said, the Black family forges weaponry, and I am quite skilled at the process. I have been doing this for 50 years, but even now, I have yet to be able to forge a king-class knife. And that's all because I've never been able to get my hands on decent materials. Only fine materials can make what I seek to create. I have heard the knife blank you found inside Knife Grave is a good item. So, I was hoping I might borrow it, and if not, I hoped I could make an offer to purchase it outright. I wasn't planning on selling it, and you do know that because it came from Knife Grave, it cannot actually be forged. Han Sen said, the weaponry from Knife Grave can be forged, you just have to know how. It's okay if you do not wish to sell the material, but if it does work, I can forge it into something of your choosing, all for free. I'd even be willing to pay. You will still keep ownership of the knife, too. Black Cliff looked excited. Han Sen thought that was a worthy bargain. The knife blank was only a knife blank. He couldn't utilize its powers, so it would be great if it could be forged. It'd be free, and it'd also come from the best blacksmith of the rebate. That was a very good deal. Han Sen did not need to worry about Black Cliff destroying the weapon. This was Narrow Moon, and he wouldn't do something like that unless he was genuinely crazy. And Black Cliff did not look like a crazy man, so Han Sen was not worried. Okay, please wait here. Han Sen asked someone to bring the knife blank. But just as he was about to hand it over, he felt that something was wrong. When Black Cliff saw the knife blank, he froze. It looked as if his eyes were on fire. The fire did not really exist, but Han Sen could see it. It looked very familiar. King Zhen. Han Sen immediately recalled where he had seen this before. The gold sunbird that Han Sen had killed, and the being called King Zhen that named himself Sky God, and the fire he used, what Han Sen saw in Black Cliff's eyes reminded him of all that. Han Sen was going to hand the knife blank over, but right before he did, he pulled it back. Knife blank, knife blank. Black Cliff was acting as if he had been possessed. He mumbled over and over, as he tried to grab the knife blank from Han Sen. FCK. King Zhen is behind this. Han Sen immediately reacted. Unless Black Cliff was stupid or just plain mad, he wouldn't have come here to try to steal the knife blank. Even if he stole it and killed Han Sen in the process, he couldn't have owned it. But that seemed to be exactly what Black Cliff was doing. The man's mind seemed to be scrambled. And it reminded Han Sen of King Zhen Sky God. 1895 Red Mist Spring. Han Sen quickly fell back as Black Cliff roared. His body was on fire, and he leapt towards Han Sen like a beast. He was shouting, knife blank. My knife blank. In that precise moment, the meeting room was blown up by the power unleashed by Black Cliff. His Duke powers were scary to witness. Many people heard the commotion and came rushing toward them. Han Sen shouted, please stay away. Run, as far as you are able to. Han Sen held onto the knife blank and also ran. The rabbit shoes were on his feet, and he headed out of the base. Black Cliff was like a hungry beast as he ravenously pursued Han Sen. He summoned a big black hammer and swung it forward. The fire was like a living thing as it tore a big hole in the ground. The nearby houses were being smashed to pieces. Luckily, the rabbit shoes made Han Sen just as fast as Black Cliff. Han Sen made it out of the base, but he hadn't gained enough of a lead to lose Black Cliff. Black Cliff ran like a lunatic. He kept trying to smack Han Sen with the hammer. He wanted to smash Han Sen into nothing but bits and take the knife blank for himself. King Jun, that *SSHOLE. He is so obscene. Han Sen knew that Black Cliff was not himself. The fire in his eyes was growing brighter, and he attacked without holding back. It was fortunate Han Sen had the rabbit shoes, otherwise, he'd be mush right now. Zero, contact Queen, Han Sen shouted as he kept running. He was running towards the mountains, leading Black Cliff away from the base so he wouldn't inadvertently destroy it. Han Sen couldn't lose him, but he used his Dongshuan movements to dodge each attack. He kept evading as he led the raging rebate towards the Red Mist Valley. Han Sen could not fight Black Cliff. He needed Yisha to help, but God only knew how long it would take her to get here. So, he needed to find a way to buy himself some time. It'd be bad to suffer even a single strike. A random Duke-class hit could be enough to break him to pieces. Han Sen guided Black Cliff towards the Red Mist, and in the meantime, Zero got in touch with Yisha. Yisha had the time to see her message. What? This has really happened. Black Cliff did this. After Yisha heard Zero explain the matters at hand, she frowned. She could not believe he was willing to do such a thing. But it was Han Sen's subordinate that had contacted her, and she knew Zero wouldn't lie. Yisha went quiet and quickly left for Planet Eclipse. She was soon at the base. Where are Black Cliff and Han Sen? Yisha asked with a frown. Master was getting chased. He was leading the enemy off that way. Zero pointed to Red Mist Valley. Yisha did not delay. Like an act of teleportation, she instantly disappeared. Yisha was in a major rush right now. If what Zero had told her was true, then there was a Duke chasing after Han Sen. It was difficult to gauge how long Han Sen might last in such a pursuit. He could have been whacked into jelly by now, already. Yisha scanned the valley ahead, and what she saw shocked her. Han Sen was sitting on a rock outside the valley, singing. Where is Black Cliff? Yisha asked as she ran up to Han Sen. In that valley, Han Sen said, as he pointed down into it. Han Sen had drawn Black Cliff into the valley, and his pursuer had gotten lost in there. Han Sen was able to get back out and wait for Yisha's arrival. Black Cliff was still down there. Yisha looked into the valley with much confusion. Her face changed and she said, a red mist spring. Do you know what it is? Han Sen asked Yisha. Yisha looked at the red mist plaguing the valley and said, it is a red mist spring. I don't know if it is good for you or bad for you, though. What is a red mist spring? Han Sen felt a chill hearing this, but he asked her for more info. They had been in the valley searching for quite some time, last time they were there. There didn't seem to be anything useful inside. They couldn't find what was causing the mist, either. Even if there was a treasure, it seemed unlikely they could find it. Now hearing Yisha say this, it sounded as if it might not have been treasure that was inside there. It might have actually been something harmful. Just as Yisha was about to answer, Black Cliff came out of the clouds with a big hammer. After seeing Han Sen, he roared and swung towards him. Yisha frowned. She could tell something was wrong with him, and she knew he wouldn't behave like that in front of her. She waved her hand and a purple mist came out. It cracked Black Cliff's big hammer in an instant. Black Cliff coughed up some blood. The hammer was his Geno armament, and as soon as Yisha broke it, harm was delivered to his body. But even so, he still wanted to go after Han Sen and Han Sen alone. He was acting like a man possessed. Yisha then hit Black Cliff himself with the purple mist. She didn't want to kill him, though. All she wanted to do was knock him out. We cannot let others learn about this spring. I will discuss this with you when I return. Yisha told Han Sen that, then picked up the unconscious Black Cliff. After that, she warped away. Han Sen went back to the base. After what happened with Black Cliff, he knew he'd have to be more careful. King Jun was able to use Black Cliff to come after him, so it was clear he could assume the form of other people to get to Han Sen. Having an association with a god is a bad thing, indeed. They are so powerful, but they won't kill directly. Why is that? Maybe if I find out why, I can kill King Jun. Han Sen retreated into thought. When it was nighttime, Han Sen sought rest. When he turned around, he saw Yisha standing right there. She had been behind him, and her sudden presence there scared him. Queen, when did you get here? Han Sen blinked. Yisha smiled and said, I just wanted to take a look at you. I almost don't recognize you. Why would you not recognize your student? Han Sen smiled. Under the threat of Black Cliff's pursuit, you managed to run so far and so fast without sustaining any damage. I don't even think a marquise could do such a thing. Yisha squinted her eyes as she spoke. You know, I have shoes that can give me speed. I'm weak in other talents, so I guess I'm just good when it comes to being speedy. These take me up to around Duke class, I think. Han Sen said that, and then used his rabbit shoes to walk 3 meters. That is a good item. It gives barons the speed of a duke. That is very rare. It is better than your holy item, even. Yisha looked at the rabbit shoes as she spoke. Han Sen felt strange, all of a sudden. He was afraid Yisha might want to try them on. They were a beast soul, and Yisha couldn't use them because she was not from the sanctuaries. Fortunately, she was not interested in the rabbit shoes. She thought of something else and said, "Do you know what the red mist spring is?" 1896. The possibility of leveling up. I don't know, Han Sen said quietly. Yisha sighed and said, I don't know if the red mist spring is a good thing or a bad thing, but for you, it might be an opportunity. It's possible that this spring could make your spell Geno armament level up. It could become a Viscount. That means the red mist spring can level things up. Han Sen was happy to hear this. His spell Geno armament had been difficult to develop. It required an external sort of power for that to occur. If he tried to level it through solo practice, it'd be a slow process. It'd probably take him 100 years to get it up to Viscount class through training alone. That wasn't about Han Sen performing poorly, though. It was because the story of genes was not for humans. It was extremely unlikely that Han Sen had been able to practice it in the first place. It'd be better if it was simply a treasure, Yisha sighed and said. There is only one way to generate a red mist spring. It has only been created because many creatures have died in this area and remained buried here for billions of years. Changes have occurred beneath the ground, which resulted in the generation of this new substance. The red mist is a sign that the substance has finished formulating, and that it is now available. Han Sen waited for a bit, hoping she'd continue speaking. This is a substance that comes from the corpses of xenogeniacs. Nobles have no use for it, but it is great for ordinary types. Average creatures who touch it can become xenogeniac. If a xenogeniac ate this substance, they'd evolve quickly. Yisha went on to say, but your Geno armament is special, and I think there is a way in which spell can absorb it. We can speed up your growth by doing this. If there is enough of the substance, we can level her up to Viscount. What do I do? Han Sen asked. It was too difficult to level up spell, and if there was a chance to cut comers here, he didn't want to let it escape him. I have a Geno art I believe you should practice. When the red mist spring comes out, you use that skill and transfer the power obtained into spell. If you do that, she will level up. But this Geno art is very difficult to learn, and transferring the spring's power will be painful. It's entirely up to you if this is what you want, Yisha said. She would provide him as much information as she could, but the decision was ultimately up to him. Thanks, Queen. Han Sen accepted the papers she offered him and looked over the Geno art that was called Yin Yang Change. Don't forget to go to the event I told you about, Yisha told Han Sen before she left. Han Sen confirmed he'd go, despite his total lack of enthusiasm in it. He began practicing Yin Yang Change right away, though. Han Sen gave it a read-through, and he was immediately taken by surprise. Yin Yang Change was just like Yin Yang Blast. It had simply been developed in a different direction. Yin Yang Blast's focus was on exchanging power that came against it, in which a power's direction would be reversed. Yin Yang Change was based on making a power stronger. With Yin Yang Blast as a base, he could easily learn how to take advantage of Yin Yang Change. He would only need a bit of practice before using it. He didn't know how Yisha had dealt with Black Cliff. She didn't mention anything about the man, so he didn't ask. But Yisha hadn't killed Black Cliff, he knew that. He thought she might have simply sent him back to Black Moon King. Yisha thought the red mist spring would make itself apparent in around 40 days. So, Han Sen had plenty of time to practice. Wang Yuheng went to Han Sen's room, smiling. Han Sen, there is a rebate woman looking for you. Rebate woman? I don't know any rebate women. Han Sen frowned. Still pretending, she says you are her teacher, and you two used to be close. You even taught her knife skills. Wang Yuheng was still smiling. No, I never taught any rebate women. There is a rebate woman that teaches me, however. Han Sen was depressed, unable to think who he might have been talking about. What rebate woman has been teaching you? Wang Yuheng looked at him with a disgustingly creepy face. Knife Queen, who else? Han Sen said, then left. He didn't know who Wang Yuhang was talking about, so he went to take a look. He went to a meeting room, and there he found a 15-year-old rebate woman. She had white rabbit ears and a face that was quite chubby. She had big eyes, and she was really cute. Seeing her there, it was tempting to reach out and squeeze her cheeks. Looking at the rebate girl made Han Sen think of Wang Mengmeng. They were not of the same race, but they sure looked similar. I don't believe I know you, Han Sen said, while looking at the lady. Master, please allow me to follow and obey you. The girl immediately kneeled in front of Han Sen and bowed via the rebate's typical gesture. What is this? Who are you? Han Sen looked at the lady. My name is Qing Li. I am Flower King's daughter. I really admire Knife Queen, and I wanted to become her student. She, however, did not accept me. So, I will have to ask you to become my teacher, in her stead. That way, I can sort of be Queen's student. Qing Li looked rather smug. I haven't made plans to accept any students, Han Sen said. He was so busy these days that he really didn't have the time to accept students. Qing Li was Flower King's daughter. Flower King was at the same level as Yisha. If Qing Li became Han Sen's student, it would suggest that Flower King was of lower stature than Yisha. If Han Sen actually accepted her, it was highly unlikely that Flower King would agree to it. It is too late. I am already following you. From now on, you are my teacher. Queen will become my elder teacher. Qing Li looked quite excited. You are Qing Li, right? Han Sen was not mad, and he actually smiled at her. Yes, and you are my teacher, right? You can call me Little Li. Qing Li sounded rather sweet. Qing Li, I'm not refusing to be your teacher, but if you want to be my student, you are going to have to pass my tests first. Forcing me to become your teacher is useless, Han Sen said. What kind of tests do you want me to perform? Qing Li asked. Why do you want to follow Queen so much? Han Sen asked. It is because Queen is great and her knife skills are the best. She practices the strongest teeth knife of the rebate. I really want to be like her, so that is why I want to obey her, Qing Li said in explanation. So, you simply want to learn teeth knife? Han Sen smiled. I guess, but I want to learn it straight from Queen. I don't care if others teach me, Qing Li said seriously. How about we do a test, and see if you possess the adequate talent to learn it? If you do, I can accept you as my student. Then, you will become Queen's student, Han Sen said. Really? Then test me. How do we do the test? Qing Li sounded excited. I will write a few words for you, and then you can go practice them. If you can write them down exactly the same, I will take you as my student. Han Sen said that, and then brought out a wooden board. He used his fingers to write down a few words, and then gave her the board. 1897 The Sky Mind Like Knife, Sky Mind Like Knife. What does that mean? Qing Li held the wood board and wrote down the 4 words. She looked at Han Sen with a modicum of confusion. She knew the 4 words, but she did not understand the meaning of their combination. Go home and look it over. When you understand it, you can write it. And when you can write it, I will take you as a student. Han Sen smiled. As long as I am able to write out those 4 words, you can accept me as a student. That simply, Qing Li did not believe Han Sen. Copying out 4 words to pass a test was far too easy. Yes, it is that simple. Now, go and practice. But I have a rule for you to follow, and that is, you cannot ask for the aid of others. You have to write this out by yourself. If you get help to do this, then you forfeit. Han Sen smiled. Those 4 words were simple, but copying them was not easy. The words Han Sen wrote contained the teeth knife mind. The words could be copied, yes, but the feelings they elicited could not. He gave Qing Li this task because he wanted her to give up in her pursuit. That being said, if she did understand the meaning behind the text and could copy it as she had been instructed, then she'd be something of a genius. No one would mind taking on such a student, if that was the case. Okay, you said that. No regrets now. Qing Li was too young, and Han Sen thought she was too naive. She didn't understand the real task that she had been given. I won't have any. Han Sen smiled. Qing Li left for home quite merrily with the wooden board. She planned to write down 4 beautiful words for Han Sen, so he'd have no choice but to accept her as a student. When she was back home, she could not wait to start practicing. Rebate generally took their education seriously, but Qing Li was an exception to that rule. She studied, but she didn't focus on it too much. She'd finish any homework she was given, but she wouldn't go the extra mile with practice. It was fortunate that Flower King was good at teaching and that he had forced her to practice some writing. Qing Li's writing was not the best, but it wasn't too bad, either. If this was just writing, Qing Li had a chance. But when Qing Li started to write out the words Han Sen had given to her, she felt rather strange. And that was because she was unable to write them out like he had. When she started, she thought they looked similar, but the further she went, the more she realized they drifted apart. Weird. Why is this happening? Qing Li held up the wooden boards to investigate. It was then that she realized the words were changing. They weren't exactly changing, though. It was because the markings on the board were getting deeper, and the words elicited the feeling of them changing. It was as if the text could move. Teeth powers. Qing Li immediately realized that the words Han Sen had written out contained the power of teeth. Teeth powers were breaking the wood, that was what was happening. But no matter what, this would not scare Qing Li away. It actually flared her curiosity and her urge to go on. She swore to her god that she'd write it all out, if it was the last thing she did. This time, Qing Li tried her hardest. She kept trying to write down Han Sen's words and practicing the knife skills at the same time. As the daughter of Flower King, many teachers would be willing to teach her if she was willing to learn writing and knife skills. Plus, Flower King had a wide collection of writing techniques, and she was a naturally smart woman. So, it should not have been too difficult. It was hard to learn writing in such a short time, but the added pressure made her focus more. The more she watched Han Sen's words, the more fascinating she found them. It wasn't because of how well they were written, though. It was because the knife mind was so strong. As Qing Li looked into the writings and the knife skills, she realized that the 4 words were really unpredictable. The more she wrote, the less she found herself following. She was starting to think she couldn't practice it at all. Pat. After 10 days, the wooden board cracked. The knife mind and the teeth powers broke the boards. And then, the 4 words disappeared. Qing Li was shocked. She understood that this was the time limit given to her by Han Sen. She felt depressed. She had failed to copy them down, and on top of that, they were now broken. She had failed the test. Qing Li, why have you been hiding yourself away at home for so many days? The event is going to start. A woman's voice sounded from the outside, and then she pushed the door open. The person who entered was a rebate woman the same age as Qing Li. Her name was Du Lish. She was Moonwheel King's daughter, and they were members of Moon Garden. They were also best friends. Qing Li was an outgoing person, but she had been hiding away at home for 10 days, and she hadn't gone looking for her friends once. Du Lish was curious about what was going on, and so, she came looking for her friend. The Buddha is already here. Why don't you come take a look? Why are you hiding at home? Du Lish asked. Ah, you are practicing writing. Did Uncle Flower force you to? Du Lish saw writing all around the place. She picked up one and went on to say, the words aren't bad. You have definitely improved. Father did not force me. I wanted to practice this myself. Qing Li shook her head. That is strange. You are practicing writing out of choice. That's not your style at all. What made you take this up? Du Lish looked at Qing Li with surprise. Qing Li looked depressed and said, you know I admire the queen. Well, I want to be her student. But she said that I am not qualified enough to learn teeth knife, and so she did not accept me as a student. I know, but that was a long time ago. Is this still on your mind? Du Lish said. Qing Li shook her head. Queen is my idol, and that'll never change. So, I thought that if I could not have her as a teacher, I would become the student of her student. Then, that would make me her student's student. It can't be all that different, can it? The daughter of Flower King is becoming Han Sen's student. Even if you wanted to obey him, I doubt he'd take you. Du Lish smiled. He didn't reject me. He wanted me to write down 4 words. If I do them successfully, he'll take me as a student, Qing Li said. So, you've been practicing how to write this the entire time? Du Lish saw that all she had written were sky mind like knife. Yeah, I have been practicing for so long, and yet I still fail. Qing Li felt depressed. How can it be so difficult? Let me see. Du Lish was curious about this. Qing Li shook her head. The text is gone. 1898 exchange even, gone. How can they be gone? Du Lish asked curiously. Qing Li explained it, and then let her take a look at the broken wood chips. After Du Lish heard what she was told, she had a look of disbelief. Really, how long has Han Sen been practicing teeth knife? You say he has a teeth knife mind and can use it to such a high level. I can't help but find that hard to believe. I wouldn't have believed it, either, if I hadn't seen it with my own 2 eyes. But I really did watch him write it down upon the boards. And then, I saw the wooden board get broken apart by the words he had scrawled. You have to believe me. Han Sen really is so strong. It's no wonder the queen picked him as a student. I am far inferior, Qing Li said. Don't think too much about it all just yet. The event is going to start soon, so let's head over to the meeting. Dulish hadn't seen the text herself, so she didn't think it was that incredible. She put it out of her mind and dragged Qing Li with her to the event. The exchange event was hosted by one of the 2 races, and they alternated each time. This time it was the rebate's turn to host. The Buddha Clear Sea King brought around 20 of his Buddhas here. Before the event started, they met with the nobles of the rebate. That way, the 2 groups would be familiar with each other during the event. Amongst all those Buddhas, there was one called Sun. He had the highest rank out of them all. He was a Marquis class fellow. If this was down to raw talent, Speechless and No Flower were the absolute strongest. Buddhas had a special ability. When Buddhas became old, they could transfer their knowledge and experience to the younger ones. They called that ability, Open the Mind. The Buddhas that used it would die a short time after, and the Buddhas that were on the receiving end would only be able to absorb as much knowledge as their prowess allowed them to. No Flower and Speechless had their minds opened. They had been very talented when they received their knowledge, so they were able to absorb a lot. They learned far more than the average Buddha did. Speechless was the best, though. The elder that opened their mind for her was a half-deified Buddha. Speechless was extremely talented, and people expected her to be the first fully fledged deified Buddha in the last 30,000 years. But Open the Mind was classified, and most people did not know anything about this process. Even those who knew about the ability couldn't tell who had received a predecessor's knowledge. Qing Li and Du Lish went to the meeting and met up with friends there. Someone introduced a Buddha to Qing Li. The Buddhas and the rebate were allies, so there was a good atmosphere and relationship between them. But there was a competitive side to their cordialities, and they were fond of finding out who was stronger in various categories. This was an exchange event, but right now, it was more like a competitive display of skills than a swap meet. Han Sen was not at all interested in events such as this, but Yisha had repeatedly asked Han Sen to attend. So, he had no real choice but to come. Wang Yuheng and Xie Qing King were fond party-goers, and Ji Yu Qingcheng was interested in learning about the Buddhas. So, they all decided to follow Han Sen. The 4 of them found a corner to sit down in, and there, they could watch the show and enjoy the food of the rebate. Because Han Sen was not a member of the Moon Garden, he could only sit outside to spectate. He could not enter or interact with the Buddhas. While this meant nothing to Han Sen, Speechless kept looking for him. When the meeting began, she had yet to see Han Sen around. She felt confused about his absence. Speechless thought Han Sen was the student of Knife Queen, and because of that, he would have been allowed to participate in the event. But Speechless looked around for him for a long time, with no hide nor hair of him to be found. She didn't ask about him, though. She'd feel weird to ask. Isn't Han Sen Queen's student? Why are you watching the event from the outside, like us? As Han Sen and his companions were munching away, he heard someone speak with a rather mocking tone of voice. Han Sen looked over and saw a few xenogeniacs. They were not old, and neither were they rebate. The person who spoke was someone with the head of a cow. While they were some sort of bovine race, but they looked different from the cow. Han Sen did not know which race they belonged to, but he had seen this cow-headed person before. In the Moon God Festival, the cow-headed man was with Gold Jade King's son Gaoji. He was one of the very few earls there. Han Sen looked at them but did not say a word. They were outsiders, and they were simply leaning on the rebate. I thought Queen would give her student special treatment. But he's just like us, an outsider, not allowed to be a member of the Moon Garden. He can't participate in the event, and he can only sit out here and watch. So what, even if he could join, what could he hope to exchange? Maybe he can exchange a little luck, you know. The young man with the head of the cow and his fellows were talking so loud, it was obvious they wanted Han Sen to hear them. Han Sen frowned, though. He wasn't sure what they meant. They were outsiders there, as well. They should have felt the same way about things as Han Sen himself did. He did not know why they'd bother picking on him, wanting to start trouble. So, Han Sen ignored them and pretended he did not hear them. He continued talking with Ji Yu Qingcheng and the others. The cow-headed man thought it was pointless to continue talking, after noticing that Han Sen wasn't paying them any mind. After a while, Clear Sea King and Moon Wheel King arrived. They announced the start of the event. The guests have come from far and wide, so let them take the stage first. Moon Wheel King smiled. Amitabha, let us hope we don't embarrass ourselves. Clear Sea King looked at No Flower, and then he went on to say, No Flower, you go first. Share your experience with your friends. Yes, my king. No Flower stood up and bowed before Clear Sea King and Moon Wheel King. He walked on stage and spoke to the worker, saying, Please help me prepare a testing gold rock. A testing gold rock was a rock for testing one's power. While the rock could be dented, it was very durable, almost unbreakable. It was usually used for the testing of Geno arts. They have No Flower coming on stage. It looks like they are ready to show off, Dulish said with a smile. 1899 Touching Flower Finger. The worker brought a testing gold rock on stage. Everyone looked at No Flower, wondering what Geno art he was going to perform. Although No Flower was bald, he looked poised and elegant. He bowed before them, and to the surprise of all the nobles who were present, he said, I am going to perform a Geno art called Touching Flower Finger. Touching Flower Finger was famous because it was very common amongst the Buddha. It was something each one of them could perform. This event had been created to show off new stuff. No Flower was going to perform something extremely common, and that was surprisingly disappointing to the attendants. No Flower Buddha, Touching Flower Finger is very powerful. But we have seen it many times before. There is no need to display this, is there? Someone said from below the stage, which prompted a number of agreements. No Flower smiled. He was not in a rush, and he said, the point of this event is to demonstrate new things, yes. I am stupid and cannot create new skills. So, I had a little idea to modify Touching Flower Finger somewhat. If this can make you smile, that'll be enough for me. Seeing No Flower say this, folks became curious. Someone shouted, then perform your Touching Flower Finger and let us see the difference. Amitabha. No Flower spoke out the Buddha phrase and walked in front of the testing gold rock. No one saw him do anything. They merely saw him raise his hand and press his thumb up against it. The people inside and outside craned their necks and leaned forward to see No Flower's Touching Flower Finger. But No Flower only pressed his thumb into the rock by a single inch. Even an ordinary baron could do something like that. Amidst their confusion, the audience suddenly noticed that finger marks were spreading all across the rock. A word was being painted onto it. It was then that the people realized that No Flower wanted to show something more than mere destruction. He was showing off that he could write with that skill. Still, they did not quite understand why. It did not matter how well you wrote, what did that have to do with showcase of power? Even barons could break the rock. You did not need tricks for that. No Flower kept on writing, and then his entire body changed. His body surged with strength, like a king standing firm against crazy winds. When he waved his finger, it felt as if flowers were falling. Or as if dead leaves were falling. The flowers open and destroy it. No Flower was writing these words out. Touching Flower Finger was supposed to be a gentle Geno art, but as he used it, it felt as if people were amidst a rain of flowers. It made you feel so lonely and depressed. It was different from what the ordinary Touching Flower Finger would make you see. Some young men with weak wills became very pale. They felt as if they had become old men, or dying flowers on the verge of giving up the ghost. Even the members of Moon Garden looked bad. That is a strong mind. He is so young. How can he create such a thing? Dulish looked ill as she spoke. Black Steel said coldly, the Buddhas can open their minds. No Flower must have received this from a king. If I guess correctly, this should be the device of Wilted Buddha King. Moon Wheel King's eldest daughter, Rebecca, said, not bad. Wilted Buddha King died 2 years ago. No Flower must have opened his mind before then. Wilted Buddha King was good at wilted skills. This Touching Flower Finger feels like something wilted. You must be right about where it came from. He has absorbed the experience of Wilted Buddha King in only 2 years. He is very strong, indeed, Black Steel said. Rebecca nodded and did not say anything. She looked more serious than ever, though. Sister, is he not cheating? He's got the will and experience from Wilted Buddha King, but we don't. Who can reach that level with such an age and rank? Dulish asked, frowning. Clear Sea King put No Flower on stage. First, for an obvious reason. Now, I don't think anyone can compete with him. It looks as if we will have to let them win this one, Rebecca said. No Flower finished writing. Then he stood up and walked back. The lonely feeling disappeared from everyone once he was done. Inside and outside, everyone snapped out of their daze. They looked at the text on the testing gold rock, and what they saw was shocking. The wilted presence was spreading. That is a powerful finger skill. I have only seen a few kings who have a skill such as that. No Flower Buddha is still so young, and it is rare to see someone like that do something like this. Why is it strange? Don't you know the Buddha can perform open the mind? The older ones can transfer their will and experience to ones of the younger generation. No Flower's mind must have received such a transference from a Buddha king. That is how he has it, mark my words. The open the mind skill is overpowered. It's like cheating. They are so young, and yet they are much stronger than us. Every race has an ace up their sleeve, allowing them to exceed in some way. The rebate have an advantage of their own. Don't give up faith. True, but I don't think anyone from our race can compete with No Flower. Normal viscounts couldn't give out a feeling like that. Not even earls or marquises can do something like that. Well, they did travel a long way to get here. We should probably just let them win. All the nobles were talking about how envious they were of the open the mind technique. No Flower lowered his head and waited on stage. As this happened, a rebate needed to go up on stage and perform a Geno art of their own. This way, they could be compared. That was the general purpose of this entire event. But No Flower Buddha's touching flower finger was far too impressive. There wasn't anyone else in Moon Garden that could come close to this. Whoever came next would be too weak, and it'd be an embarrassment for them to follow. Dulish and the other second-generation rebate all looked at each other, with none making a move forward. They all sighed. They knew the rebate were weaker than the Buddhas, at this level. Are those words really that good? I think Han Sen did better than him, Qing Li said to herself, looked at the testing gold rock. 1900 summoned Buddha, Qing Li, what are you talking about? Dulish asked from her seat next to Qing Li. I think Han Sen wrote better than No Flower did, Qing Li answered. When other members of Moon Garden heard this, they thought she meant something about his handwriting being prettier. One of the members scoffed, Qing Li, No Flower's touching flower finger is something that ascends mere prettiness. There's a meaning inside it that is far more important. The shape of the characters is secondary. Qing Li answered this by saying, I was referring to the meaning. I think the meaning of the Buddha's text was lacking compared to Han Sen's. They all heard what she said, but no one believed her. That was, aside from Black Steel. Black Steel was the only one there who knew Han Sen possessed such a frightening knife mind. Rebecca looked at Qing Li and said, Qing Li, when did you see Han Sen write? And what did his words mean? It was a few days ago. The words he wrote meant teeth knife's knife mind, Qing Li said. Rebecca shook her head, I don't think so. How long has he been practicing teeth knife? He is just a baron. He cannot generate any sort of significant knife mind. Even if he was able to, it couldn't be half as good as No Flower's touching flower finger. That is something only one of the king class can generate. And Han Sen is no Buddha, either. How can you believe a baron has a knife mind like that? Your thought process is right, but I'm telling you, Han Sen's writing abilities are better than No Flower's. Qing Li was weak. She could only feel it instinctually, but she was still sure it was true. Han Sen and Ji Yu Qingcheng were observing No Flower's writing, at the time. Ji Yu Qingcheng was shocked, and she said, that monk is not bad. Ji Yu Qingcheng actually meant exactly what she said. Rather than being amazing, No Flower's talent was simply not bad. The creatures in the sanctuary were far weaker than those in the Geno universe, but that was just a factor of base strength. When it came to the actual workings of combat, and the finesse of it all, those that had made it through the sanctuary were far superior to those in the Geno universe. Ji Yu Qingcheng's sword skills were the best to be found in the sanctuary. Her sword mind was among the greatest there, too. Despite that, her raw power was weak in comparison to others found in the Geno universe. That being said, her knowledge of sword skills and sword minds exceeded what a king class in the Geno universe would know. Most beings from the sanctuary were this way, too. There were a few exceptions to that rule, like Wang Yuhang, though. He didn't really have all that much knowledge when it came to fighting, but even so, he was better than most viscounts and earls. Not bad, you sure sound cocky. If No Flower is only not bad, then do you care to enlighten us as to what can be defined as good? said the cow-headed man next to them. Ji Yu Qingcheng did not want to talk to a cow, so she ignored him. Han Sen saw no flower and was shocked. When he had looked at Unlimited Sutra, he felt the Buddha's Geno art was quite strange. Since he had seen the raw text, he could understand why this was so weird. Buddha King and No Flower's powers were not the same, but Han Sen felt they were similar. It reminded him of a scary guy. Han Sen poked his head into his sea of soul. There was a tower in there, and it still had the word destiny scrawled across it. He put his will inside Destiny's tower, and there, Han Sen saw Armored Man and Ancient Devil. They were still both incarcerated there. Since Ancient Devil had been locked up, Armored Man had been fixated on the concept of skinning him alive. But with them both locked up, he couldn't lay a finger on Ancient Devil. So, all he had done was shout at the spirit, all day, every day. Ancient Devil had been locked up for a long time, but he didn't pay too much attention to his cellmate. He meditated all day like a monk, not caring for the constant shouting in his ears. In the beginning, Han Sen had frequently watched Ancient Devil, but that man meditated like he had been frozen. He never moved an inch, and so Han Sen lost interest. Now that he could see No Flower's performance, he knew why it felt so strange to him. It was because the Buddha gave Han Sen the same feeling he got when he observed Ancient Devil. Does Ancient Devil have Buddha genes? Han Sen guessed. Ancient Devil seemed to sense something, as well. He opened his eyes and looked right at Han Sen. After being imprisoned for so many years, his eyes were still sparkling with clarity. They hadn't gotten dusty. If you stared at him for a while, you'd feel as if his eyes were bottomless wells. Looking him in the eyes was like peering into an abyss. What would you like to know? Ancient Devil suddenly asked. Han Sen was shocked, and thought to himself, this guy has been locked in Destiny's tower, and he could sense I was watching him. What a scary man. Han Sen did not plan on avoiding the question. He used his will to echo answers throughout the chambers of the tower. He said, Ancient Devil, do you know about the Buddha? Yes, Ancient Devil answered. Han Sen felt even weirder now, and that was because Ancient Devil had just leveled up to the Alliance when he was trapped inside the tower. There was no way he had ventured to the Geno universe before then and learned about the Buddha that way. What do you know about the Buddha? Han Sen asked. Ancient Devil smiled and said, I once summoned a god, and the god said he was a Buddha. This shocked Han Sen. If Ancient Devil had summoned a Buddha, that also meant that Asura had been the one to kill a Buddha. But Buddhas were in the Geno universe, and it couldn't have been possible for it to be summoned to the sanctuaries. It made no sense. The Buddha could most certainly not enter a sanctuary, especially since it was summoned to a sanctuary below the Alliance level. I am talking about the race, not the religion, Han Sen said, hoping he'd get a confirmation. Bald with 9 moles, like scars, this is what you mean. Ancient Devil said simply. Now, Han Sen knew that Ancient Devil did indeed know of the existence of the Buddhas. Whether they were real or fake, Ancient Devil knew about them. How did you summon that god to the 4th god's sanctuary? Han Sen asked. You want to know? Give me back my freedom and I'll tell you everything. Ancient Devil seemed his usual self. He didn't exhibit any personality changes. You don't have what it takes to bargain with me, Han Sen coldly said. There is no need for this discussion to continue, if my freedom is not up for debate. Ancient Devil closed his eyes and returned to that frozen state. Han Sen felt pretty bad. He had used death threats and torture techniques in the past, but using them on Ancient Devil was pointless. Even when the spirit was tortured, he would simply continue meditating. Ancient Devil must have had the strongest will there was. Not even kings of the Geno universe could compare to him. If no one can compete against No Flower, this round will be over, Moonwheel King said, as he stood up. He understood the thoughts of those from Moon Garden, though. He knew no one else from Moon Garden could compete with what they had just witnessed. So, he did not want to waste any further time. It'd only reflect poorly on the rebate in Moon Garden. Moonwheel King, I would like to suggest a friend that may be able to compete against No Flower. Du Lish suddenly bowed before Moonwheel King. Lish, what are you doing? Rebecca pulled her sister back, unsure what preposterous thing her sister was about the attempt. Lish, which student are you recommending? Moonwheel King was shocked by this. Du Lish was his daughter, but he couldn't imagine who she might be hoping to suggest. Who I recommend is not someone privileged to be a member of Moon Garden. It is the student of Knife Queen, however. It is Han Sen of Planet Eclipse. Du Lish smiled. After that, Han Sen was frozen. Thus far, he had only been spectating. The rest of Narrow Moon was frozen, too. No one expected Dulish would request Han Sen like that. Qing Li was taken aback, too. She pulled Dulish close and said, "What are you doing? Did you not say Han Sen's words were far better than No Flowers? If that is true, then I recommend he be the one to compete against No Flower. If he wins, he will only make the rebate look better," Dulish said. "That's just what I thought. I don't know for a fact that Han Sen really is better," Qing Li said quickly. Dulish wore a mystic smile and said, "It does not matter, even if he does lose. He is not one of the rebate, and he is not a member of Moon Garden. He can't embarrass us, even if he fails." Qing Li did not know what to say to that. She stared at Dulish and said, "If he loses, it will embarrass Knife Queen. That'd be even worse." Before Dulish could say something more, Moon Wheel King frowned on stage and said, "Han Sen is not on the member list." Moon Wheel King, "I have heard about Knife Queen's student. If we can truly compete and compare our techniques, I would relish the chance." No Flower bowed before Moon Wheel King. When Speechless and No Flower returned from Planet Eclipse, they talked between each other about how they might get to know Han Sen more. The best way to do that was to force him on stage and challenge him to such a competition. Hearing Dulish suggest Han Sen, the eyes of Speechless and No Flower gleamed with radiance. They wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Before Speechless herself agreed, No Flower was agreeing. Since No Flower agreed, though, Moon Wheel King had no choice but to ask, "Is Han Sen even here?" "Yes, I am." Han Sen stood up and bowed before Moon Wheel King. "Are you willing to compete against No Flower?" Moon Wheel King asked. "I am willing to," Han Sen answered. And it shocked everyone around the stage. Even Yisha, who was on Planet Blade, was flabbergasted to hear Han Sen agree to compete against No Flower. Han Sen thought that Yisha had let him come so that he could prove himself. He thought this had already been prearranged, and that's why he accepted the challenge so quickly. So, he had already prepared to show off again and make Yisha take him even more seriously as a student. He hoped she would be willing to spend even more resources on his development. Yisha actually wanted Han Sen to earn her some extra reputation, but No Flower's touching flower finger was incredibly strong. It'd be difficult to find a king-class person to compete with that. So, she didn't expect this would be what Han Sen would agree to so soon. "In that case, you can come on stage and compete against No Flower." Moon Wheel King thought Dulish was trying to prank Han Sen, and that was why he asked Han Sen if he was willing to do it. It'd also give Han Sen the chance to avoid participation. But Han Sen was really willing to go on stage, and that shocked Moon Wheel King. Han Sen walked toward the stage, then stepped up to the testing gold rock. "Amitabha, Mr. Han, we meet again. To be able to compete against you in the display of Geno arts is a grand honor," No Flower nodded and said. "Are you being polite?" Han Sen asked, as he walked closer to the testing gold rock. He wasn't keen on talking too much with the Buddha. Speechless looked at Han Sen. She really wanted to see how Han Sen would choose to compete with No Flower. She didn't believe he could actually have a skill that exceeded what they had just witnessed, though. No matter what the case might be, this was a fine opportunity to observe Han Sen. Speechless watched intently, not wanting to miss out on a single detail. Many nobles of Narrow Moon were not happy with the concept of Han Sen actually going on stage. He is just a baron. He is actually going to compete with No Flower. Even if you used your *SS to think, you'd know that this won't end well. Yeah, he's not a member of Moon Garden. To hear him actually be recommended, why would Dulish invite him? Does she want to embarrass him? And why didn't Han Sen just say no when Moon Wheel King asked him? It'd be better than being humiliated here. Yeah, I don't know what he is thinking. He is just a baron, after all. He actually thinks his skills can rival those of No Flower, which were learned from a Buddha king. He's just asking to get beaten. He is cocky, far too cocky. He got a king-class knife and practiced teeth knife, but so what? His confidence grew way too quickly, and he is acting far too big for his britches. He is brave, but obviously stupid. This will be very embarrassing. Han Sen going up against No Flower is like a fake product being taste-tested in a face-off versus the real thing. If he can go up there, I can do it, too. At least, I'm a Viscount. Not even an Earl would be able to do much versus that. I felt the will earlier, and it was really crushing. Rebecca frowned and scolded Dulish. This has gone too far. Although Han Sen is not a member of Moon Garden, he is now representing the rebate in this competition. It will be embarrassing for us if he loses. Dulish shrugged and said, "You can't blame this on me. He is the one who decided to come up here. He could have said no. It's not my fault that he insisted." Qing Li thought about things for a moment, and then said, "If Han Sen was willing to go, that also means he is confident about winning. Maybe he really does have a mind that was stronger than No Flowers." "Impossible," Rebecca and Dulish said at the same time. They did not believe Han Sen could beat No Flower. No Flower was so strong, it was like he was cheating. Dulish recommended Han Sen just for fun, though. She didn't expect he'd win. It wasn't just Rebecca and Dulish thinking this way, however. Most of the rebate didn't think he'd win, either. Not even Moon Wheel King and Yisha herself. Han Sen didn't trouble his mind with all this, though. He had a plan. He walked up to the testing gold rock and had a look at what No Flower had written. With his finger, he drew on the other side. Han Sen stood in front of the testing gold rock, and his mind moved quickly. No Flower's touching flower finger mind was not a king-class display, but to young nobles, it certainly seemed that strong. Teeth Knife's knife mind was stronger than No Flower's, but Han Sen could not use it. If he used all of his power, then he could definitely triumph. But Yisha would become suspicious of him. Even if he didn't use Teeth Knife mind, Han Sen's own sword mind was not weak, either. He could easily defeat No Flower with that, too, but it was something Yisha had already seen before. If Han Sen used it, he'd expose the fact he was dollar to her, and it was highly likely Yisha wouldn't let him go after that. Fortunately, Han Sen had an alternate plan. Unlimited Sutra had a record of touching flower finger. Although Han Sen had not practiced it yet, he knew what sort of Geno art it was. Every Buddha knew touching flower finger, and that proved to him it wasn't a difficult Geno art to get to grips with. No Flower's version was so strong because he had been gifted the strength of Wilted's mind. "Ancient Devil, it is just as you have said. Show me your power and be sincere about it." Han Sen placed his will inside Destiny's tower. He spoke to Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil smiled and said, "As you wish." After that, Ancient Devil remained where he sat. He raised up his finger to draw. Ancient Devil was now using Buddha's touching flower finger. It was different from No Flower's touching flower finger, which had been altered with Wilted's mind. When Ancient Devil brought out his finger, it was like a Buddha touching a flower. Everything in the world was inside that finger. When Ancient Devil drew, Han Sen felt his heart connect to him. Han Sen could feel what he felt, and see what he saw. Han Sen was in sync with Ancient Devil. He brought out his finger and pressed it against the testing gold rock. The movement of the two was perfectly synchronized. But Ancient Devil was drawing in the air, as Han Sen's finger ran across the surface of the stone. "Hey, it's touching flower finger." Han Sen is using touching flower finger. It looks that way, but why does he possess the Buddha's touching flower finger? Touching flower finger is not rare, and it is common amongst the Buddha. Many outsiders know how to use it, too, so it's nothing too surprising. It surely is strange to see him want to copy and write it down, too, immediately after. One flower, one leaf, one world. Han Sen did not pay heed to what others said about him. Boom. When the nobles saw what Han Sen had written, they fell into a stunned silence. Quickly, a cold sweat developed across all their bodies. They were so scared, it was like a curse had been laid upon them. They didn't move, and all they could do was solemnly stare at Han Sen's written word. There were no petals, falling like No Flowers. And there was no threat of death or wilting, either. Even so, everyone felt scared, witnessing what Han Sen had written. It zapped into the deepest recesses of their minds and latched onto them. Seeing those words was like watching a Buddha stroking flowers without talking. It was like he could see through everything. He was smiling as he went, but the smile was worse than the devil's. At least the devil would lure creatures to fall with him, but this Buddha went straight for the darker side of your heart. They couldn't hide anything. It was like their ugliest, filthiest, and evilest sides were being exposed for all to see. Facing death required courage. If they fought and failed, they could at least close their eyes and be at peace. But in front of that touching flower Buddha, they didn't have the strength to face it. They felt nasty. They felt as if they were muddied with sin. Arg, one of the young nobles, with a weak will, started screaming with his eyes closed. It was like he was running from something. The dukes and marquises were all pale. Night River King looked at Han Sen, and he too seemed very glum. Including Clear Sea Buddha, all the Buddhas were in utter shock. None of them could summon the strength to say a word. Blurg. A young noble pulled out his knife and drove it into his own heart. He couldn't withstand the pressure, and so he decided to kill himself. I didn't kill you. I didn't steal it. I didn't do it. More young people started to scream and run, erupting into a frenzy of madmen. They all kept on talking nonsense. Amitabha. Mr. Han, please stop. No flower has lost. Clear Sea Buddha said the Buddha catchphrase, and the young nobles woke up from the trance of that flower mind. They all looked pale, as if they had just awoken from the most horrible, lucid nightmare. Han Sen stopped moving his finger, and he pulled it back slowly. He had only written half of it. No one could face that fear. A Buddha truly touching the flower is pierced and reflected on people's minds, yielding only fear. One thought to be a Buddha, and one thought to be a demon. It is hard to understand that, and Mr. Han can practice touching flower finger to this level. The Buddhas can only be ashamed of themselves. Where did you learn this? Clear Sea Buddha looked at Han Sen with massive shock. He tried to ask as politely as he could, but he had trouble suppressing the shock. Many people practiced touching flower finger, but very few established a connection with its true meaning. No flower had associated it with wilting, but Han Sen had actually shown the real meaning right here. Ever since the Buddhas had created that technique, fewer than 5 people had ever achieved what had just been performed. Han Sen was a baron and not a Buddha, and yet he could practice touching flower finger to that extent. It was all so difficult to imagine. It is a simple finger art, and no flower explained it well enough. So, I guess I have just learned it. It didn't feel all too smooth, so I added a few modifications of my own. I apologize if I did not write it down well. Han Sen smiled. After Han Sen said that, the Buddha stared at him in silence. The nobles of Narrow Moon almost choked. So, he learned some, he modified it, and he says he did not write it down well. All the nobles felt as if their lives had been wasted. They did not know Geno arts could be practiced like that. Yisha and Moonwheel King looked at Han Sen strangely. Clear Sea King looked shocked. After a while, he said the Buddha catchphrase again. Amitabha. Mr. Han is talented. He is very well suited for the Buddha arts. If you ever come and visit us, I will be eagerly waiting for Han Sen's Buddha talk. Clear Sea Buddha, saying something like that, put another shock upon the assembly of Narrow Moon. This is too much. Han Sen frowned. Ancient Devil's mind was stronger than he thought. Even the Buddha were shocked by it all. 1903. It is not bad. When Han Sen returned to his seat, everyone looked at him differently. Now, people were looking at him as if he was a monster. Han Sen was not in a good mood. He had only wanted to show off Ancient Devil's mind a little bit, but that display had obviously gone off the rails. He wondered what the kings of Narrow Moon might be thinking of him now, Yisha in particular. Ancient Devil, why did you do that? Han Sen asked coldly, placing his will back inside Destiny's tower. I was just giving you what you wanted, Ancient Devil responded. He sat where he was, unmoving. He smiled like a Buddha touching flowers. Han Sen didn't say anything in response. He merely looked at Ancient Devil for a bit, then left the tower. Ancient Devil is way too dangerous. I can't risk letting him out, Han Sen thought to himself. What happened next, in the gathering, was suddenly much more boring. After no flower in Han Sen's performances, even though there were many talented Buddhas and rebates, the event was a slog. People weren't thinking much about the event anymore. People's minds were too preoccupied with Han Sen. An amazing mind, Qing Li. You were right, Han Sen's mind is strong. I wonder how he managed to practice that. Du Lish looked strange. Qing Li did not know what to say. This was not the mind she had previously seen. What she had seen was teeth knife mind. But now, they were not going to believe that, so all she did was smile. It is a shame he has hair. Otherwise, I would believe him to be one of the Buddhas. He could most certainly be a king-class Buddha, or even a deified one. Rebecca kept looking over to where Han Sen was sitting. That Buddha sentence shocked the people of Moon Garden. It was hard to imagine that it had all come out of a baron. The event kept on chugging along, and when Speechless took the stage, she looked over to where Han Sen was sitting. She bowed and said, I hope I can compete so skillfully against Han Sen. Please teach me something. Being challenged by Speechless like that, made everyone look at Han Sen again. They were all hoping that he'd accept. People in Narrow Moon knew Han Sen could use teeth powers. Han Sen shook his head. You are too polite, I have not practiced sword skills much. I am afraid I'd perform too poorly for you to see. Han Sen was too obvious earlier, and he wasn't keen on the prospect of performing again in front of everyone. That is okay. Skills are all connected. Knife Queen's teeth knife is so famous, and if you can use knife skills, I would be glad, Speechless said. Now that Speechless had said that, it would reflect poorly if Han Sen continued to decline. So Han Sen thought for a moment and then said, I am not very good at sword skills, and I don't like hitting women. How about this person next to me? Her sword skills are great. If you really want someone worth competing against, ask her to practice with you. Hearing that, Speechless frowned and looked upset. Han Sen, Speechless is a guest here. You cannot be so rude as to deny this, Moonwheel King said. Okay, Han Sen answered, standing up. Speechless suddenly smiled and said, in that case, I will fight against her. And if she loses, you will compete with me. Is that correct? If you really are that desperate for this, then okay. Han Sen nodded. They were both Viscount class opponents, so Han Sen did not believe Ji Yu Qingcheng could lose. I am sorry to bother you, my lady. Speechless bowed to Ji Yu Qingcheng. Ji Yu Qingcheng rolled her eyes at Han Sen, got up, and walked to the stage. Narrow Moon and the Buddhas were curious. They did not know why Han Sen would let his subordinate practice against Speechless. Many people thought Han Sen was just a baron. He had a powerful will, but not powerful strength. Perhaps he did not want to embarrass himself, so he pushed a subordinate out to take the fall for him. But that did not make sense, either. If she lost, he would have to go fight Speechless, anyway. As people guessed what Han Sen was trying to accomplish, the practice started. Speechless let a worker bring out the same Viscount sword. Then she said to Ji Yu Qingcheng, if you think this sword is poor, you may feel free to use your own. It's the same. Ji Yu Qingcheng picked up the offered sword. Speechless smiled and picked up the other. She said, please. Ji Yu Qingcheng pulled the sword back and swung it at Speechless. It was an ordinary technique to draw back the sword, but in her hands, it wasn't so simple. Ji Yu Qingcheng's sword skills were overbearing. The moment she held the sword, they were at one with each other. In Speechless' eyes, it suddenly felt as if her entire world had been taken by that sword. She could not dodge the quick strike, and all she could do was use her hand to fight against it. What a powerful swordman! Speechless was shocked. She did not expect a subordinate of Han Sen could be such an effective swordsman. She never anticipated that the sword would come at her with such speed. Speechless gathered up her sword power and composed her swordmen to fight back. But Speechless was not very good at fighting in this manner. She wasn't called Speechless because she was mute, but because the Buddha that opened her eyes was called Speechless. She was grateful for that, and so she called herself Speechless. Speechless Buddha King was good at Speechless sword, but Speechless sword was silent. It was a sonic power skill that no one could hear. It was scary. The swords made no sound, and no one spoke. Many of Speechless Buddha's past enemies never knew what happened to them, or why they were killed. Their deaths had come faster than they could utter a word. Speechless sword was scary, but you could not fight it head to head. The two swords clashed against each other. But then, Ji Yu Qingcheng returned her sword and walked off the stage. Gotcha! Everyone saw Ji Yu Qingcheng leave the stage, and as they did, the nobles wondered what had just occurred. And then, they heard a sound. Speechless one's sword had been broken in half. Her eyebrow was now home to a small cut. Blood dripped out from the laceration, and it looked like another red mole. Everyone was shocked. Speechless had been quickly defeated by Han Sen's subordinate. The whole event had been silent, as if the spectators had watched a battle of ghosts. Sword skills like that. Where do my sword skills stack up against that? 11 Everyone recalled what Han Sen had said, and their stomachs felt hollow. 1904 3-month promise. The exchange was supposed to be a stage for Moon Garden and its members, but Han Sen's Buddha writing and Ji Yu Qingcheng's display of sword skills made the aforementioned members and the Buddhas look rather lame. Han Sen was on the tip of everyone's tongue now. People thought Ji Yu Qingcheng was a family member of Han Sen. Believing that, it meant one member of his family could beat Speechless Buddha. Han Sen also had teeth knife and created a mind simply by watching a Buddha's performance. It was all so unbelievable. The whole of Narrow Moon was fascinated. The real elites did not believe Han Sen's words, though. They did not think he could learn as simply as he had claimed. Yisha was one of these non-believers, too. As soon as the exchange ended, Han Sen was summoned to the palace. Where did you learn touching flower finger? Yisha asked. I found this book, and I learned touching flower finger from it. Han Sen gave Unlimited Sutra over to Yisha. Han Sen had prepared an explanation when he borrowed Ancient Devil's mind. But Ancient Devil's mind had been too strong, and so Yisha found it difficult to believe him. This must be the original version of Unlimited Sutra. It is a secret skill of the Buddha. Where did you get it from? Yisha looked at the Unlimited Sutra text and seemed very surprised. When I was young, I saved an injured man. He was an old fellow. I brought him home, and I healed him. He gave this to me before he left. Han Sen had prepared all the stuff he was going to tell her. What did he look like? Can you confirm he was one of the Buddha? Yisha asked. I was very young, so I didn't know what a Buddha was back then. Even so, I don't think he was. I'm fairly sure that the old man had hair. Han Sen described Ancient Devil's face to her, but with a few added years. Yisha heard what he had to say, but she did not immediately respond. After a while of thought, she said, you used this Unlimited Sutra to practice touching flower finger to such a high degree of skill. Yes, Han Sen forced himself to say. He was going to pretend he was a genius, so Yisha might be willing to part with more resources. But Ancient Devil had deliberately overcast his mind and made Han Sen look ridiculous. He didn't know if Yisha would believe him. Yisha didn't believe him entirely, either. It was just the Unlimited Sutra, from what she could see. There didn't seem to be any extra guidance. Furthermore, Han Sen was just a commoner. No one should believe he could reach that level. It looks like you are a genius, Yisha said, while looking right at Han Sen. She could not completely trust what Han Sen said, but she was still happy about his performance. She didn't want to think about Han Sen possibly lying. Thank you very much. I am a bit stupid, and others can learn many things. All I can learn is one thing at a time. I am afraid that is why I am so slow. I keep practicing, as I did with that, and that is how it happened, Han Sen said. Yisha looked at Unlimited Sutra, and then looked at Han. Good. In that case, keep being this stupid self of yours. If your stupid way can enable you to practice touching flower finger to such a high level, I am sure you can practice teeth knife mind just fine. Is 3 months enough for that, do you think? My queen, teeth knife is the ultimate knife skill. It is not all that easy to generate a knife mind. I am afraid I will only disappoint you again. Han Sen pretended to look bitter. On the inside, however, he was delighted. This was a two birds one stone affair. With the title of a genius, he could use teeth knife mind without being required to hide his ability. Just this Unlimited Sutra can yield a mind like this. Right now, I will teach you. I will make you generate a knife mind. You don't need a deep mind for this, and you are already willing to say you cannot achieve this. Are you telling me that teeth knife is worse than Unlimited Sutra? Or are you simply saying that I am a poor teacher? Yisha looked coldly at Han Sen, as she spoke to him. That is not what I meant. I will do what I can. I will not disappoint you. Han Sen quickly swore to God. Good. This is the good student I know. Yisha nodded. Yisha did not actually believe what Han Sen was telling her, but she did not want to mistakenly place blame on him. So, she gave Han Sen a test. If Han Sen could generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months, it really would prove that he was a genius. And if that was true, she would go ahead and treat him even better. If Han Sen failed this, then Han Sen would have a problem. And if so, he would need to be investigated. She could not blindly spend resources on him. Han Sen knew her thought process on this matter, though, and he was really happy about it. Generating a teeth knife mind was not even a test. It was way too easy. What is that family member of yours called? Where did you take her from? Yisha asked. My queen, her name is Ji Yu Qingcheng. She is a member that comes from planet Crooked Rock, Han Sen said quickly. Not bad, but you should keep an eye on her. People with a sword mind like that are usually out for something else, Yisha warned Han Sen. Yisha knew many factions had sent spies to keep tabs on Han Sen. She thought Ji Yu Qingcheng might be one of them. That was because Ji Yu Qingcheng did not use all her powers against Speechless. Yisha wouldn't feel this way if she had. Yisha had much greater strength than Ji Yu Qingcheng, but Ji Yu Qingcheng's sword mind might rival Yisha's. Speechless only received her mind from an old monster. Ji Yu Qingcheng was the real old monster. Yes, I will ensure that I am careful. Han Sen nodded. After he left Yisha, Han Sen took a ship back to planet Eclipse. He called Chao, Lan Se, and stay up late. He invited them to Planet Eclipse, but Chao and Lan Se thought things were fine with Seven Mirror. What's more, they had friends there now. And so, they made no plans to go to Planet Eclipse. Stay Up Late wanted to know more about the Geno universe, so he made plans to come. He was hoping to learn more news about the location of Little Flower and Nine Life Cat, too. He did not want to stay in the same place for too long. After talking with Chao, Han Sen returned his mind to Destiny's Tower. There, he spoke with Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil was trapped in the tower, but he never assumed himself to be at a disadvantage. He spoke to Han Sen as if they were both equals. When Han Sen borrowed help from Ancient Devil, he told Ancient Devil that if cooperation went well, he'd be willing to give him a chance. Helping Han Sen with his mind was just a part of his show of sincerity. He had performed too well, though. Han Sen couldn't be sure if he had done it on purpose, but Han Sen believed that he had. Ancient Devil, you should cooperate properly. You shouldn't make stupid moves. Han Sen hadn't killed him because he knew too many secrets. And Han Sen wanted those secrets. All he could think about was finding a safe method for getting Ancient Devil to talk. Han Sen wanted those secrets too badly to get rid of Ancient Devil. In Narrow Moon's full moon meeting room, 6 kings had shown up for this meeting. Yisha, Moon Wheel King, Night River King, Flower King, Black Moon King, and Shadow King. Knife, do you really believe what he tells you? Despite being only a baron, he has managed to achieve a mind such as that with unlimited sutra. Seriously, not even barons who go on to become deified elites are that strong, Night River King said. Black Moon King coughed and said, Night River, let's not impose limits that might not exist. This universe is so grand in its reaches that there could be anything out there. Han Sen really is talented. Just because you are unable to achieve such feats of might, don't presume others cannot either. Black Moon, don't talk such nonsense. Look at this universe. Are there any barons with that level of capability? Night River frowned. If everyone was able to do it, why else would we single out the exemplary and call them geniuses? Black Moon King asked. Slowly, Night River King started to respond, but Moon Wheel King cut him off. Moon Wheel King looked at Flower King and Shadow King, and said, what do you two think? Flower King groaned and said, Han Sen's power seems unlikely, but we can't claim that there's a problem without knowing what it is. That hardly seems fair. Moon Wheel King nodded. He looked at Shadow King, and Shadow King said, I would rather put an end to this before it gets out of hand. Yes, Night River King said immediately. Han Sen's history is far too strange, and he cannot be kept. Moon Wheel King looked at Black Moon King, and Black Moon King said, killing a genius like that makes no sense. It will just scare off the other races, and no other race will want to cooperate with us. Knife, you understand where we're coming from, yes. He is your student, so it is best that you decide what to do. Moon Wheel King looked at Yisha. Yisha said calmly, I gave him a chance. If he passes the test, I can prove that he is fine. If he cannot pass the test, I will sever ties with him and search for any threat he might pose. If I find something, I will get rid of him. What is the test? If he really is a spy from some other race, he will have come prepared. He will pass the test. Night River King looked displeased. Oh, you think a baron spy will be able to create a teeth knife mind in 3 months? Yisha's face was expressionless. Hearing Yisha say this, the other kings stared at her with wide eyes. Generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months. Really? Moon Wheel King asked, stumbling slightly over the question. What is the problem? Yisha responded, I have no problem with that. If he can accomplish that in 3 months, then I will believe he is a real genius, Night River King slowly said, as he sat down. It sounded like complete lunacy. It was silly, to think of generating a teeth knife mind in 3 months. Across the history of the rebate, no one had managed anything like that. Night River King did not believe Han Sen could do it, as teeth knife was exclusive to the rebate. Even among the rebate, it was rare. The only person who had mastered the skill was Yisha, and you couldn't cheat your way to learn it. The kings were mollified. If Han Sen could generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months, then practicing touching flower finger with such proficiency would make a lot more sense. If we can confirm Han Sen is legit, and he really is a true genius, should we give him a bit of a reputation? His identity should allow him to become a member of Moon Garden. He did make us proud in this event, after all. If we still don't let him in, the outsiders in Narrow Moon will become suspicious of us, Black Moon King said. If he can generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months, I would be willing to make him a teacher in the Moon Garden, Night River King said grimly. Black Moon King smiled at Night River King, then turned his gaze across the table. Moon Wheel King, what do you think? If he is legit, and he really is that talented, he should definitely be a member of Moon Garden, Moon Wheel King said. If everyone has no problem with this, then we shall all reconvene in 3 months. Yisha stood up and left the full moon meeting room. Lu Xiaomei was walking down the street. The dark circles under her eyes were heavy, and she kept rubbing her head. Ever since Han Bauer had entered her school, she had begun to feel like she was drowning. She was a kindergarten teacher. Before Bauer, she had dealt with kids crying, not wanting to go to school, and things like that. But now, going to work was like walking into hell itself. If her job hadn't paid well, she would have quit a long time ago to escape having to deal with the monster that resided there. I can't do it anymore. I am going to die. Today is supposed to be a holiday, and so I should treat myself with a day at the spa. And buy myself a nice gift. Ever since that little witch arrived, I look 10 years older. Lu Xiaomei walked into a high-class female club. She swiped her card as she walked through the door. I really do need to treat myself better. I can just eat nutrient fluids for the month to make up for what I spent today. After she entered the place, the attendant served her with passion. She felt as if she had ascended in society, taking the place of royalty. This is my life. Finally, I don't have to worry about that monster. Lu Xiaomei wrapped a bathrobe around herself and lay down to wait for her masseuse. Miss Lu, a voice sounded in her ear. It made her muscles freeze. She jumped up and frantically looked around. She didn't see anyone there, so she felt relieved. She lay back down on the bed and said to herself, I am starting to hallucinate. Clearly, I am far too stressed out. Maybe I'll go shopping today, too. That should help. After lying back down, Lu Xiaomei turned over, and there was a pretty little girl next to her, smiling. Miss Lu, what stores are you going to? Why are you here? Lu Xiaomei looked like she had just seen a ghost. She jumped up and pointed at the girl. I own this club. Did you not know that? Bauer shook her head. Lu Xiaomei's eyes opened wide. You own this place? Yes. I have 31 branches of this establishment, all across the city. Bauer spoke with innocence. This B***TCH is showing off again. Lu Xiaomei felt both jealous and depressed. She was really hoping Bauer would disappear right now. But an evil expression crossed Bauer's face, and she said, by the way, I am going to the VIP area for a session. Would you like to come? Can I? Lu Xiaomei was quite shocked. It was a very expensive place, and she could only come here once a month. For half a month, she would have to eat nutrient fluid just to compensate for how much that place cost. The VIP area was a place you couldn't easily go to even if you had a lot of money. She wanted to go, but non-VIPs weren't allowed. Of course, if you want, I can ask the manager to provide you with a VIP card. Bauer smiled. Chapter 1906 Hopeless, this is the life a woman should have. I've wasted my life, I should have gotten rich instead. Lu Xiaomei was as pretty as the next snobbish woman. She was reveling in the high-tier service, and she was almost in tears. Bauer called for a high-class massage, food, and drinks she had never tried before. She showed Lu Xiaomei what it felt like to be royalty. This little witch can actually be quite cute. It is only just a kid, after all. Perhaps the creature is innocent, at times, Lu Xiaomei thought. She observed Bauer as she sipped on a drink. Miss Lu, are you enjoying this service? Bauer was holding onto a bottle of juice as she sipped it with a straw. Yes, I love it. This place is great. Your family has very good taste. Lu Xiaomei had another sip of wine and felt so good. I am glad you like it. You can come whenever you like. Bauer smiled. Really? Lu Xiaomei's eyes looked bright. Of course, I have already prepared a VIP card for you. Bauer clicked her fingers. Quickly, a waitress rushed over with a plate. She walked in front of Lu Xiaomei and put down the dish. Politely, she told her, Miss Lu, this is your very own VIP card. Lu Xiaomei accepted the card, then saw a bill. The waitress said, and yes, this your bill for the day's services. A bill? Lu Xiaomei's face stiffened. When she looked at the bill, she almost fainted. She couldn't even pronounce the sum, but with all the numbers, she knew it was more than exorbitant. The muscles in Lu Xiaomei's face twitched. She looked to be in a far worse state than someone crying their eyes out. Bauer, you gave me all this. Wasn't this all a treat on you? Baoer's eyes opened wide, and she said with shock, I am just a kid. I don't have any money. I asked if this was what you wanted, and you said yes. You had me order all this. DMN. This little thing must be doing all of this on purpose. Lu Xiaomei almost coughed up blood. Baoer's cute face had turned into a demon mask. I don't care. I didn't order all this. I am not paying. Lu Xiaomei jumped up. What are you saying? You're not paying. Baoer looked at Lu Xiaomei with shock. Lu Xiaomei wished to say there was nothing Baoer could do but pay it herself, when all of a sudden, 2 8-foot-tall women stepped into the room. They stood in front of her. Lu Xiaomei looked at their beefy arms and hastily took back her words. She replaced them by saying, I don't have enough money to afford this. That's okay. You are my teacher. So, why don't you sign this paper, and then we can make this bill all go away. Baoer smiled and pulled a contract out of her little bag. She put it in front of her teacher, as if this was all going according to a scheme she had already planned out. DMN. She prepared for this. Lu Xiaomei was grinding her teeth as she looked down at the contract. It was a contract that required her to relinquish her very self. There were more than 100 unfair terms on the contract, and if she signed it, she would be wholly owned by Baoer. I am not signing this, even if you kill me, Lu Xiaomei said through gritted teeth. Baoer smiled. Miss Lu, what are you talking about? I have a decent club, and I won't hit you. But the stuff you have just enjoyed, the gambling you've done, even the look on your face when shopping, it has all been recorded. You like the teacher Mr. Luo, don't you? He's handsome and rich, yes. He is even chasing you, you know. I'm thinking I should show him all the footage, and present him with your unpaid bill. The elegant image you have been clinging onto for so long will be gone with the wind. Think about that for a moment, and then reconsider whether or not you wish to sign this. Hellspawn. You are Hellspawn. The stuff you have is so expensive. A cup of wine costs 30,000. This is a scam. The luxuries you have been enjoying were all imported from other planets. They are the best of the best, and some of them were even sheer delicacies. Of course they are not cheap. If you'd like, you can check the prices on Skynet. If you happen to find that our prices are too high, we will certainly price match. Baoer smiled. Lu Xiaomei struggled a bit. She signed the contract because of the handsome Mr. Luo. Then she started to cry. Baoer patted her on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. Work for me for 50 years, and you'll have paid off your debt. The contract will also be erased at that point. It would have been better if Baoer hadn't said anything. Now the woman really wanted to cry. Lu Xiaomei began walking out of the club. Fortunately, Baoer had already arranged for an aircraft to come and pick her up. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have had the money to get home. Everything she had belonged to Baoer now. You've gone off course. You should go to the Eastern Lake, Lu Xiaomei said. I'm sorry, who's driving this aircraft again? The driver asked snarkily, looking at her through his sunglasses. Lu Xiaomei was furious. Yeah, you are just the driver. Let me out so I can walk home. Sure. The driver stopped the aircraft and landed. Lu Xiaomei got off the aircraft and kicked the door closed. She said, You are all bad people. This karma will come back to bite you one day. She turned and left. She eventually saw a familiar form walking nearby. It was her Prince Charming. It was Mr. Luo. After having bad luck for so long, finally, something good. My Prince Charming, here I come. Lu Xiaomei walked towards Luo Yushu. But just as she was about to greet him, she saw the woman with him. The woman was dressed sexily and holding his arm. She leaned close to him. Luo Yushu, who is this woman? Lu Xiaomei was so angry that she didn't even care about maintaining her image. She grabbed his arm and pointed at the woman. Luo Yushu was shocked. The woman then said, Luo Yushu, who is this woman? Luo Yushu's face changed, and he pushed Lu Xiaomei away. He explained to the woman, Honey, listen to me. She works in the kindergarten with me. She keeps hounding me for my love, despite me constantly pushing her away. She has never stopped, and even now, she follows me around. Luo Yushu, what are you saying? Lu Xiaomei was so angry. He was the one who kept chasing her, and she couldn't believe what he was now saying. The woman looked at Lu Xiaomei, rolled her eyes, and said, You are just a teacher. And yet, you want to steal a man away from someone like me? Are you crazy? I can give this man pocket money, the likes of which you will never earn in your lifetime. Maybe when I grow tired of him, you'll get your chance. After that, the woman walked forward and pushed Lu Xiaomei back. She kept herself from falling, but she still dropped everything she was holding in her hands. Apologize to me, and then pick everything up. Lu Xiaomei was so angry, she wanted to throttle the woman. Are you crazy? Get lost. I told you I am not interested in you. Luo Yushu looked annoyed, and he also pushed her. He did not want her to hurt the woman he was currently with. When Luo Yushu pushed her, Lu Xiaomei fell back with nothing but anger and hopelessness. Suddenly, an arm grabbed her waist. It steadied her shoulders, then her body. She opened her eyes and realized it was the driver with sunglasses. She wished to say something, but the sky suddenly drew her attention. Many aircraft were suddenly headed towards them. In a minute, the vehicles had parked all around them, making the place very crowded. Many men, dressed in black with sunglasses, got out of their vehicles. They looked like gangsters as they gathered around. What are you people here for? What do you want? The woman and Luo Yushu began stepping back. Lu Xiaomei looked at the aircraft around them. King, Steel, Silver, Ghost, Starry, Star, Miracle. They were all special editions that not just anyone could buy. Having a single one of them meant you were one of the super rich elite. Now that there were so many of them there, the woman and Luo Yushu were frozen. The men looked intimidating in their black clothes and sunglasses. It made the couple's legs grow soft. The men dressed in black ignored the woman and Luo Yushu. They all walked in front of Lu Xiaomei and said, "Second lady." Luo Yushu and the woman widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. They could barely stand on their feet. Lu Xiaomei was just as dazed, too. She had no clue what was going on. "Second lady, Miss Bauer asked us to come and pick you up," the driver said to Lu Xiaomei. And then, he looked at the woman and Luo Yushu and said, "Did these two bully you? I can kill them for you, if you'd like." "Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I will pick the stuff up. Please forgive me." The woman's legs were wobbling, and she raced to collect all the items Yu Xiaomei had dropped. "She forced me, Xiaomei. I did this for our future together," Luo Yushu said. "Go to hell." Lu Xiaomei grabbed her bag and smacked him in the face with it. He hit the deck, so she went ahead and kicked him in the nuts. He writhed and screamed in pain. The woman saw Lu Xiaomei looking back at her next. She slapped herself. "Pat, Pat, it's my fault. Please forgive me. Let's go." Lu Xiaomei gritted her teeth, and no longer paid them heed. The driver opened the door to the aircraft, and there, Lu Xiaomei saw Bauer. She cried and went over to hold her, saying, "Bauer, don't cry." Bauer stroked her head and tried to comfort her. "Thank you, Bauer." Lu Xiaomei couldn't help but cry a little. She did her best to hold back her tears and look at the child with gratefulness. "You are welcome. I used 223 aircraft to help you. The fuel for each comes to a sum of around 78,000. With the wages for the drivers, and the damage," Bauer fiddled with a calculator and whipped out another contract. "Hellspawn. You Hellspawn." The aircraft echoed with Lu Xiaomei's screams. "All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you."